Chapter 1. With a corpulent ebony-hued body, stubby limbs, a small tail trailing behind, and a half-exposed tongue protruding from his mouth, Liu Yifei stood astonished by the riverbank. He was bewildered, for it was merely in a fit of anger that he had smashed his computer. How did it suddenly explode and transport him to this unknown realm? Moreover, if he were to be transported, why must the heavens curse him with the form of the great black-skinned toad, Tam, the king of this river? How was he ever to face others after this transformation? Liu Yifei, a devoted aficionado of League of Legends, had found himself in this predicament after his frustration over a first-floor Yasuo pick led to the destruction of his computer, which, as fate would have it, resulted in his being swept away to this unfamiliar location. Now, transformed into a toad, Liu Yifei was engulfed in panic. What if a Super Saiyan were to suddenly appear and obliterate him? Wouldn't that spell doom for him? Oh no, my handsome visage is gone. Why must the heavens transform me into a toad? Rolling on the ground with his rotund body, it was undeniable that the scene was rather comical. Yet, before long, Liu Yifei found himself being pulled into a vortex by an irresistible force. In the next moment, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, leaving him coughing. Cough, cough. Who dares to sneak attack me? As the smoke finally dissipated, Liu Yifei, who had just intended to strike a fearsome pose, heard the gentle voice of a little girl, instantly softening his demeanor. Excuse me, are you the esteemed Toad, Lord of Mayaboka Mountain? Hinata Hyuga, flustered, had been bullied during her outing that day. Strangely, the family ninja who usually protected her had not appeared. On her way home, she stumbled upon a large scroll. Driven by a child's curiosity, she opened it, discovering it was a contract scroll for summoning spiritual beasts. Given her young age and lack of playmates, she decided to contract a spiritual beast for companionship. At that moment, Liu Yifei gazed into the eyes of the adorable little girl and instantly discerned the nature of his surroundings. Those white eyes were unmistakable apart from the Naruto manga. Where else would one find such a feature? As for the girl before him, Liu Yifei needed no guesswork. Long-haired Hyuga Hanabi and short-haired Hinata. It was evident that this timid little girl was none other than Hinata Hyuga of the main branch. Cough. Indeed, I am the Toad of Mayaboka Mountain. Might I inquire what brings the lovely little princess to summon me? Liu Yifei exaggeratedly performed a gentlemanly bow, causing Hinata to beam with delight. Looking at the charming Hinata, Liu Yifei felt his heart swell with a sense of youthful admiration. Toad Lord, what is your name? Naive and inexperienced, Hinata, often bullied by older children, remained unguarded. With just a playful act, Liu Yifei had already bridged the gap between them. My name is Liu Yifei, you may call me Toad Fei, a traveling toad from Mayaboka Mountain. Clumsily maneuvering his plump body, Liu Yifei scooped Hinata into his embrace, gently placing her atop his large head, ignoring her surprised gasp. With eyes as pure as snow, I trust you are the little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Greetings, little princess. Liu Yifei began to walk towards the residence of the Hyuga clan. Your knight, Liu Yifei, reports for duty. He endeavored to speak to Hinata in a gentle tone. Despite his towering 2-meter toad form, Hinata showed no signs of fear. Clearly, Liu Yifei's earlier words had fostered a sense of closeness with the little princess. Thud! A stone struck Liu Yifei, causing him to turn. He beheld a figure clad in a tattered orange tracksuit, sporting goggles and a shock of yellow hair resembling a poor imitation of a scion, with cerulean eyes and 6 whiskers adorning his face, none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the destined child of the Naruto universe. Fat Toad, release the villager atop your head. Liu Yifei blinked, pondering whether this was indeed the first encounter between Hinata and Naruto. Had he not intervened, would Naruto have been pummeled by a group of children? I seem to have inadvertently disrupted the fateful meeting of the protagonists, Liu Yifei mused. Due to his presence, it appeared that Naruto had fallen out of favor with Hinata. For some reason, despite Hinata perched atop Liu Yifei's soft head, he could still sense her cheeks puffing up in anger. Yet, Naruto was truly incorrigible. Did he really have to directly call him Fat Toad? A little subtlety wouldn't hurt, would it? The audacious little brat. Naruto's azure eyes were filled with trepidation, his thin legs trembling uncontrollably, his frail frame swallowed by the worn tracksuit, presenting a pitiful sight. "Are you not afraid I might devour you?" Liu Yifei extended his long tongue, but Naruto's expression suddenly darkened. "I'm not afraid. If it means you will let that person go, then feel free to eat me instead." Liu Yifei's tongue froze midair. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Exchanging your life for Anno Thirsto, you truly believe that's worthwhile, little one?" "I have no regrets," Naruto replied, lowering his head, seemingly resolved to a fatal outcome. After a brief silence, Liu Yifei retracted his tongue and circled around Naruto. With Hinata atop his head, Liu Yifei strode away, leaving Naruto standing in place, lost in thought. "Listen well, blonde brat." Though he was already some distance away, Liu Yifei's voice still reached Naruto's ears. "My name is Liu Yifei. You may call me Toad Fei. I do not eat humans, nor am I a monster." Ah! Naruto stood frozen, bewildered. "Moreover, regardless of what others say, little brat, I am not a monster, and neither are you. Let's depart, Princess Hinata. It is time to return home." Toad Tam waved a hand dismissively at Naruto, carrying the adorable little Hinata atop his head as they made their way toward the Hyuga residence, leaving behind a trail of laughter. "Yes, Brother Liu," Hinata chimed, her face aglow with joy. "Brother Liu," she said shyly, a rosy hue coloring her cheeks. "Those words you spoke earlier were quite gallant." "Oh, and there's more." Liu Yifei paused, ready to listen attentively. He had not anticipated that his current form would earn him compliments on his handsomeness. "Brother Liu, you've gone past my home's entrance." Ha ha, my apologies." Liu Yifei turned about, quickening his pace. It seemed that sometimes overdoing things could lead to misunderstandings. "By the way, Hinata." Brother Liu?" Liu Yifei had directly addressed Hinata by her name, a privilege reserved for those close in Japanese culture. Unfamiliar with such customs, he spoke freely, leaving Hinata blushing. "Since you summoned me, I shall henceforth serve as your spiritual beast." The entrance to the Hyuga residence loomed near, and Tam slowed his pace as he continued, "I shall protect you for all eternity. With me by your side, no crisis shall encroach upon your life." Liu Yifei sincerely promised the little girl perched upon his head. Hinata's presence instilled in him a sense of brotherly responsibility. Hinata's lips curved into a beautiful crescent smile. "I look forward to your guidance, Brother Liu. Though I may be a toad, I am more reliable and gentle than those of my clan." Hinata shifted her position, resting on Liu Yifei's back as the grand entrance of the Hyuga clan approached. On that day, the stoic and inscrutable head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, was thrown into disarray upon hearing news from his clan members that Hinata had contracted the toad of Mayaboka Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred lands. Initially, he felt elated, for only the 4th Hokage and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya had successfully forged such contracts. Indeed, Hayashi Hyuga had begun to contemplate how the Hyuga clan could leverage Mayaboka Mountain for its glory. Yet, upon encountering Liu Yifei, he altered his perspective. The other toads were agile and possessed ninjutsu. The one before him was clearly a stark contrast, resembling the disparity between buyer and seller showcased in online marketplaces. "You claim to be a traveling toad, yet forging a contract with you is not the same as contracting with the toads of Mayaboka Mountain. Is that correct?" Hayashi's expression darkened. What use was there in contracting such a singular toad? Toad Fei. Did he believe a single technique could transform him into Toad Fei? "Ah, indeed, but I am quite formidable myself, for I am one of the toads of Mayabokuzen," Liu Yifei remarked, scratching his head with his short arms. Beside him, Hinata stood shyly, evoking an image reminiscent of an old man alongside a young girl. "Moreover, after signing the contract, you have no intention of continuing your wandering, and you even demand to reside in the same manner as the young lady?" Hyuga Hizashi, barely able to contain his frustration, seemed on the verge of boiling over. He had never encountered such brazen shamelessness in a summoning beast. To ensnare a person with a single contract and then to live off the Hyuga clan while insisting on sharing quarters with his own second daughter was utterly disgraceful. "Yes, esteemed clan leader, do you have any further inquiries?" Liu Yifei responded, unabashedly matching Hyuga Hizashi's demeanor, displaying an audacious attitude. After all, the contract had already been signed. What could they possibly do to him now? No, no issues remain. Henceforth, I trust you, Toad Fei. We'll take good care of the young lady, Hyuga Hizashi said, his face betraying barely concealed anger. Yet, he adhered to the spirit of the contract. Recognizing that Liu Yifei's logic was sound after all, the summoning contract had been executed. What could he possibly do to this rotund toad? However, I hope you can engage in some sparring with the ninjas of my clan, so I may assess your capability to protect the young lady. Very well, no problem at all. Having acquiesced, Liu Yifei realized that any lingering displeasure would have to be swallowed. Yet if this could yield a high-level combatant, Hyuga Hizashi was not entirely averse to the idea. Thus, he proposed a spar with a ninja, which Liu Yifei reluctantly accepted. Although I am uncertain of my current strength, I doubt I am too weak, he mused. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's agreement, Hyuga Hizashi's face instantly transformed into that of a cunning fox, promptly gesturing for a rather inconspicuous Hyuga clan member to step forward. Hyuga so-and-so, I seek your guidance. Feeling the shift in atmosphere, Hinata grasped Liu Yifei's hand with teary eyes, her innocent, flawless gaze filled with concern for him. Fear not, Princess Hinata. I am not as feeble as you may imagine. With a confident smile, Liu Yifei patted Hinata's head until she blushed and lowered her gaze, at which point he withdrew his hand, while several more lines of annoyance etched themselves across Hyuga Hizashi's face. Poor supporting character. The author couldn't even be bothered to give you a name, Liu Yifei quipped as he stepped forward. The surrounding Hyuga clan members formed a circle, creating an impromptu arena, with Hyuga so-and-so and Liu Yifei positioned in the center. So-and-so-kun, I am Liu Yifei, but you may call me Toad Fei. I welcome your guidance. Bang! Ouch, what the hell? Liu Yifei was sent flying by a powerful strike from Hyuga so-and-so, who had been granted space by the astonished clan members. With a resounding crash, Liu Yifei crashed into a wall of the Hyuga residence, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Hyuga Hizashi's face was now marred by multiple lines of exasperation. This plump toad couldn't even withstand an attack from a mere chinin of the clan. Ding dong. The system detected damage to the host, and the LOL Hero Transformation System was officially activated. Entering combat mode, the data interface activated, and the host would not experience pain. Entering combat mode, the data panel opened, allowing the host to observe comparative data between himself and his adversary. Entering combat mode, passive skills X1 and active skills X4 were now available. Entering combat mode, health and mana consumption activated. Entering combat mode, the minimap overview was enabled. Liu Yifei felt a flash before his eyes and suddenly perceived things hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. Ah, so it turns out I need to be hit to become this powerful. Entering combat mode, Liu Yifei felt no pain and promptly rose from the dust-laden ground. However, upon glancing at his health bar, he panicked that strike had taken a third of his health. Nevertheless, this battle will end with my victory. From the cloud of dust emerged a remarkably straight tongue, and Hyuga so-and-so, unable to activate his Byakugan in time to evade, raised his arms to brace himself. A sharp crack echoed as Liu Yifei's Q skill, the giant tongue whip, shattered Hyuga so-and-so's arms. Right off the bat, such a heavy-handed approach. You all saw that, he struck first. I bear no blame. As the dust settled, Liu Yifei emerged from the rubble, and the surrounding Hyuga clan members exchanged bewildered glances, while Hyuga Hizashi burst into laughter. Toad Fei, the one you just injured was an elite shinin. Your strength has indeed passed the test. In the arena of the Hyuga clan, applause began to ripple through the crowd as Liu Yifei approached Hinata once more, gently placing her back atop his large head. At this moment, I suggest you, Hinata, take the toad and return first. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand and then turned to instruct his clan members. Arrange a place for the toad to stay, preferably close to Hinata. Having said that, Hyuga Hayashi turned and departed, for as the clan leader, there were numerous matters demanding his attention. The farce had come to a satisfactory conclusion, after all. The toad possessed the strength to injure an elite shunin, far superior to the inept protector he had dispatched for the second female lead. In Hyuga Hayashi's view, The toad's prowess would undoubtedly suffice to safeguard Hinata. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the cobbled path of the Hyuga estate, a small girl rested atop the head of a toad. Hinata gazed at Lu Yifei with concern and softly inquired, "Brother Lu, doesn't it hurt? I can hardly bear the pain from Niji's strike." "Do not worry, little Hinata," he replied. "My body is far sturdier than that of an ordinary toad. With his strength, does he truly believe he can inflict pain upon me?" Lu Yifei smiled, and it appeared that Hinata was somewhat influenced by his cheerful demeanor, her sorrow easing slightly. After a brief silence, Hinata spoke. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu." "It's all right," he replied. "In the past, when I was taught by the Toad Sage on Mount Maiboku, I endured far worse." In order to spare Hinata from worry, Lu Yifei began to weave fanciful tales about his experiences. Hinata, amused by his storytelling, found herself breaking into fits of gentle laughter, her inner turmoil dissipating entirely. As they journeyed along, engrossed in their exchange, it took a considerable amount of time for Hinata to realize, "Lu Gu, what is the matter? What is it, little Hinata? Is my story not captivating enough?" No. Lu Gu, you've just walked too far ahead." "Ah? Ha. I didn't mean to." The beautiful cherry blossoms scattered like confetti, and the crystal-clear pond shimmered with vibrant fish. The courtyard, though not overly expansive, was adorned with tiered terraces and subtly curved eaves of exquisite Japanese architecture, perfectly situated within this space. This was indeed a mansion the likes of which Lu Yifei had never encountered in his past life. Beneath his short, stout legs lay opulent redwood flooring, every element of the structure harmoniously designed. "Little Hinata, is this your private abode?" Lu Yifei's mouth gaped open, his prodigious tongue lolling at his chin, betraying his astonishment. "Indeed, esteemed Brother Lu, is there a matter?" Hinata queried, her tone matter-of-fact, a testament to the transformative power of environment on one's disposition. "Honorable Toad, please accompany me. Your abode is in the adjacent chamber." A member of the Hyuga clan materialized beside Lu Yifei, his deferential manner evoking a sense of the indignity Lu Yifei had experienced in his previous life while seeking employment. "Very well, let us proceed." Lu Yifei responded with a smile, following the Hyuga clan ninja, gesturing farewell to Hinata, indicating he would return upon inspecting his quarters. After examining his room, he returned to spend some time in Hinata's company, but she soon succumbed to slumber. Lu Yifei then retreated to his own chamber. As night descended, Lu Yifei lay upon the vacant tatami, acquainting himself with the genesis of this League of Legends hero transformation system. According to the system's elucidation, it possessed merely two functions, transformation and equipment procurement. The origin of this transformation was by no means insignificant. The system proclaimed that the River King Tom Kinch was merely Lu Yifei's initial hero transformation. By slaying creatures with the strength of a genin, he could accrue both gold and experience. Gold could then be expended to acquire heroes for permanent transformation, mirroring the gold-to-hero ratio in League of Legends, ranging from 450 to 6,300 gold. Freely switching between unlocked heroes was permissible. Regrettably, each hero had to be leveled up from level 6 to level 18, meaning that hero levels were not shared. Each new hero unlocked necessitated a period of frantic leveling. Secondly, regarding equipment procurement, although Lu Yifei at level 6 with River King Tom Kinch, unequipped, could readily vanquish elite Chunin, it was crucial to remember that this elite Chunin had managed to deplete one-third of Lu Yifei's health. Thus, Lu Yifei recognized the importance of equipment. However, the system's exploitative aspect manifested. Equipment was not transferable between heroes. Equipment purchased for one hero was exclusive to that hero. On a positive note, given the arduous nature of accumulating gold, the gold-to-equipment exchange rate was 10-1. A 450 gold Doran's blade could be obtained for a mere 45 gold, and a 3,000 gold god-tier item could be brought home for a paltry 300 gold. This could be regarded as a form of preferential treatment by the system. Alas, while other systems boasted overwhelming power and impressive novice packages, his own paltry system offered nothing of the sort. Lu Yifei reclined on the tatama mat, scratching his belly and pondering aloud. Is the minimum requirement for acquiring gold coins and experience to slay creatures of CH9 caliber? It doesn't seem too formidable. The Forest of Death in Konoha would suffice. Perhaps I shall invite Hinata to explore the Forest of Death with me tomorrow. However, should this come to the knowledge of Hayashi Hyuga, I dare say he would take my life. By the way, the system has rendered Lu Yifei's body into data form. Now, whenever he sustains even the slightest injury, his body will automatically convert into data. This implies that as long as he is harmed, Lu Yifei's corporeal form will transform into mere data, devoid of bloodshed, until his health bar is entirely depleted, at which point he would commence bleeding. Nevertheless, when unscathed, his body remains a regular flesh and blood entity. When he inquired why complete data transformation was not implemented, the system replied, as a system designed to assist the host. I cannot deprive the host of their humanity. Ah, never mind that. It is time for slumber. Ribbit, you wretched creature. At dawn, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from the residence of the Hyuga clan's leader. What could have provoked such fury in Hayashi Hyuga? It turns out that when a servant endeavored to awaken Hinata and Louis Fei, they discovered both were absent from their room, leaving behind a note on the tatami mat. Upon reading the note, Hayashi's rage shattered the table into splinters, for the note contained but 3 lines: gone to the forest of death, taking Hinata with him. Do not worry. Your personally praised Ribbit. The added line, do not worry, incensed him further. Did he intend to lead my daughter to her demise? Grinding his teeth, Hayashi ordered his clansmen, pursue. I demand you pursue. Today, I shall strip that Ribbit of his skin. Bring him back to me at once. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Louis Fei, had already traversed a significant distance with little Hinata, nearing the entrance of the Forest of Death. Brother Liu, are we really going in? It's quite perilous inside, little Hinata fretted, perched atop Louis Fei's head, seemingly relishing the lofty vantage point afforded by the 2-meter-tall giant frog. Rest assured, I shall never allow any harm to befall you, Princess Hinata. Yet little Hinata remained somewhat anxious, contemplating, what if father punishes you upon our return? Tam licked his lips and reassured her, fear not, my little princess, for you are here to protect me. The clan leader would never dare strike me. Well then, that is fine. Little Hinata settled comfortably atop Liu Yifei's head, gradually closing her eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that Liu Yifei's head was the most exquisite place for slumber. Oh, the adorable little princess, Tam mused, gently draping the small hat upon her delicate form as a makeshift blanket. Is this truly the Forest of Death? Yet, there are no ferocious beasts in sight. How peculiar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei wished to take advantage of the currently safe period to first transform his superhero persona before embarking on the planning of his equipment. After all, little Hinata was only 7 years old, granting him 5 years of time. Even if he were to acquire a single gold coin each day, he would be able to exchange for the most inexpensive hero in about a year and a half. Yesterday, Liu Yifei whimsically posed a question to the system: if I transform into a frog, do I truly become a frog? Then, if I metamorphose into a female hero, would I also become a female character? The system retorted, stop dreaming, you reclusive otaku. Since yesterday, he has hardly eaten properly. For now, it would be best to have his breakfast. Liu Yifei ventured deeper into the Forest of Death, recalling the presence of a river within its confines, teeming with fish and shrimp sufficient to satiate both himself and little Hinata. Regrettably, he had erred in his memory. It was the Konoha Forest that harbored a river, not the Forest of Death. Strangely, the further he delved, the more he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. System, activate the minimap. I wish to discern the nature of those who are fixated on me. Ding. The minimap system is now activated. Please observe the surrounding terrain with caution. Damn it. Can I truly survive this ordeal? Liu Yifei cast a fleeting glance at the mini-app, and a cold sweat began to seep from the frog skin on his back. He observed that the mini-map was densely dotted with markers indicating wild monsters, which had gradually encircled him at the center. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not disturb little Hinata. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei turned without hesitation, unleashing a powerful whip-like strike that cleaved the ferocious serpent lunging at him into 2 pieces. Yet, Liu Yifei remained on high alert, anxious about the possibility of further threats emerging from behind him. You have slain a creature, Serpent X1, and earned 4 gold coins. Oh, how intriguing. It seems I must slay more. Come on, bring forth more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei gazed intently at the minimap, only to discover that a beast in one direction had cleared a path, leading to an icon typically associated with the red and blue buffs. Wu exclaimed with exuberance, feeling as though he had ascended to paradise. while simultaneously sensing the impending descent into the depths of the underworld. Liu Yifei pondered to himself. It must be a formidable figure from the forest of death, or rather, a beast of significant stature, gradually approaching him. He thought, I absolutely cannot let little Hinata awaken. She would undoubtedly be terrified. Liu Yifei slowly retreated, while the other beasts gradually converged towards his retreating position, leaving him truly with no escape. Surely, it wouldn't be a ferocious tiger with distinctive markings, would it? Even elite Nin are formidable. If a mighty tiger king were to appear, I would undoubtedly find myself pinned against a tree and mercilessly thrashed. A howl pierced the air, and Liu Yifei didn't even need to glance at the minimap. For before him lay a sea of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. I couldn't help but wonder what was happening. I had thought a formidable opponent had arrived. But it turned out to be merely a show-off accompanied by his lackeys. Liu Yifei wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Gazing at the ravenous pack before him, a grin spreading across his face. At last, the monetary reward had arrived. Princess Hinata, take your time eating. No one is competing with you, and there is plenty to go around. Before long, afternoon had descended. Liu Yifei and little Hinata had ignited a small flame, while a multitude of wolves lay lifeless nearby, forming a small mound. These creatures would soon transform into sustenance for Liu Yifei and Hinata, as well as coins within Liu Yifei's system. Presently, he had amassed 60 coins. However, in the days to come, it was highly unlikely that the creatures of the Death Forest would dare approach him again. The abundance of beasts in this grim forest was remarkable, and indeed, the meat was quite delectable. Liu Yifei opened his mouth wide and devoured a leg of wolf meat. Xiao Hutian, witnessing this, began to doubt her brother Lu's words. However, upon reflection, she realized there was indeed no one competing with her. The one vying for the meat was merely a toad. Host, warning, warning. 2 highly skilled individuals are approaching you. What? Calm down. They are likely here to escort Xiao Hutian home. They pose no threat to me. Princess Hutian, have you finished your meal? Liu Yifei stuffed another roasted wolf leg into his mouth. He had to admit, eating with Tam's mouth was quite convenient. We should head back. If we linger too long, your father will surely chastise me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hutian shoved several pieces of roasted wolf meat into her mouth. Cheeks puffed up as she replied, Let us go back, brother Liu. It is indeed getting late. Swish, swish. With 2 soft sounds, 2 special jonin from the Hyuga clan appeared before Liu Yifei, their expression stern, as if he bore some deep-seated grudge against them. They arrived quite swiftly. Perfect timing. As I was just about to return home with Xiao Hutian. Please, lead the way. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan had already hoisted a person each and commenced their journey homeward. While it seemed rather unfortunate that Liu Yifei could not manage to carry little Hinata, one couldn't help but marvel at how this individual managed to lift a 2-meter-high giant toad. Host, the voice echoed. The members of the Hyuga clan are exceptionally skilled in acupoint striking, which implies that their techniques predominantly involve control states. What a predicament! The 8 trigrams empty palm can repel, acupoint strikes can silence, and they can even induce dizziness. It was intolerable to remain in this wretched clan. On a night a month later, Liu Yifei lay on the tatami, reflecting on the experiences of the past month, which had certainly driven him to the brink of madness. Each day, precisely at 2 in the afternoon, the 2 imposing Hyuga men would arrive before him, rendering him unconscious before carrying him back alongside little Hinata. By the latter half of the month, Liu Yifei had grown accustomed to this routine. Whenever those 2 brothers approached, he would simply lie down on his own, rendering their assistance unnecessary. Hehehe. After being captured alongside little Hinata for an entire month, he had finally accumulated 450 gold coins. Which hero should he choose now? Let me take a look. Liu Yifei understood that the number of heroes that could be exchanged for 450 gold coins was quite limited. However, each one was exceptionally valuable, capable of wreaking havoc in skilled hands. Among them were Wheel Mother, Snowman, Angel, Sword Saint, Bald Mage, Frost Archer, Star Mother, Time Elder, and Poppy. If one were to identify the truly formidable among these 9, it would undoubtedly be Angel, Bald Mage, and Time Elder. Yet, at this moment, Liu Yifei desired a dashing appearance rather than the might of these powerful but unseemly forces. After careful consideration, he concluded that Sword Saint was the optimal choice for him. The Sword Saint, a hero whose ultimate ability rendered him more ferocious than any other, certainly required a degree of skill to wield effectively. Otherwise, this statement would be disregarded. System, exchange for the Wuju Sword Saint, E-Master. He declared, "Today, I shall make a striking impression." In an instant, the system did not afford Liu Yifei a chance for reconsideration, directly deducting 450 gold coins from his account. The Wuju Sword Saint now resided in the hero conversion section, with a luminous icon indicating the possibility of transformation at any moment. With Tom already at level 7.5, it was time to switch to E-Master. With a glint in his beady eyes, Liu Yifei conceived a mischievous notion. He stealthily entered young Hinata's chamber, gently lifting her and placing her upon his ample belly, where they both reclined. The quilt, of course, remained draped over Hinata, while Liu Yifei's stomach was only partially covered. In her slumber, Hinata felt a gentle, rocking motion, akin to being on a ship, yet far more stable. Gradually, she noticed the rhythmic, even cadence of her resting place. Am I perhaps in a cradle? She wondered. Her eyes fluttered open, but she was met with the familiar sight of the ceiling. Ah, it must be a dream, she mused, drifting back towards sleep. But why does the rocking persist? Suddenly alert, Hinata turned her head to find her luggage lying beneath her, oblivious to her movements. Luggage, wake up. The sun will be scorching your bottom if you keep sleeping, she exclaimed, playfully pounding his chest. You big meanie. Her tiny fists, though ineffectual against Liu Yifei's frame, eventually roused him from his slumber. How peculiar, he mumbled. Why is there no sunlight streaming in today? Liu Yifei slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was the pouting face of little Hinata. Oh, how rare it is that you woke up before me, Princess Hinata. Luggage. When little Hinata was angry, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Why are you in my room? Now, my little princess, allow me to explain, he replied. Ah. Please don't roll your eyes like that, and let us not resort to violence. We are civilized beings. In the confines of Hinata's chamber, a playful chase unfolded between the two, one human and one frog. However, it wasn't long before Liu Yifei pretended to stumble, giving little Hinata the perfect opportunity to leap onto his soft belly. Princess Hinata, there is a hidden identity of mine that I have yet to reveal to you. Liu Yifei's frog-like eyes grew solemn, as if on the verge of revealing an astonishing secret, prompting little Hinata to perk up her ears in anticipation. Slowly, Liu Yifei uttered a few words. In truth, I am the Frog Prince. If you kiss me just once, I shall transform into a handsome prince to court you. Dear Princess Hinata, is that really true, Brother Liu? So, you are not a frog? Little Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, taken aback by the sudden request for a kiss. Brother Liu was indeed quite mischievous, yet she found herself not minding this playful banter. Of course, Liu Yifei coaxed gently. If you bestow a kiss upon your brother, I shall break the spell and emerge as a dashing prince. Brother Liu could swear to little Princess Hinata that it would be utterly delightful. Before Liu Yifei could finish his words, little Hinata unexpectedly planted a kiss on his froggy lips. This gesture momentarily stunned Liu Yifei, for Hinata had always left him with an impression of shyness and introversion, one who could scarcely muster the courage to speak. Yet, Liu Yifei had never considered that his presence might have provided little Hinata with a companion. And if one is not alone, who would choose to remain withdrawn? Brother Liu, why haven't you transformed into a prince yet? Are you deceiving me? Little Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, her pure and beautiful Byakugan eyes wide with curiosity, gazing questioningly at the still froggy Liu Yifei. Ahem, this seal requires a bit of time to be lifted. Princess Hinata, please step back. I wouldn't want to startle you when the seal is released. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei executed a transformation reminiscent of a super scion. Gradually, the short, stout limbs of a frog, its plump legs, rotund hands, and necklace head began to fade away, replaced by a lithe and confident physique. Clad in lightweight leather armor, he bore upon his back a striking emerald sword. A peculiar ornament adorned his helmet, obscuring his eyes yet enhancing his allure, imbuing him with an air of mystique. The transformation complete, the River Lord, Tom, had successfully morphed into the Master E, the Wuju Bladesman. What do you think, my Princess Hinata? Is Brother Lu handsome? Wow, exclaimed the lovely Hinata, her beautiful white eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Lu, you truly are a prince. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And surely, you are not tricking me with some transformation technique, are you? What if I had thought you a villain when you first spoke to me? Besides, Brother Lu, you possess no chakra, so how could you possibly use transformation techniques? Lu Yifei began to weave an elaborate web of deceit once again. It is rather effortless to deceive a child, and before long, little Hinata was convinced by Lu Yifei's words. So you are not truly a toad of the Miyaboka mountain clan, are you? Hinata Hazashi inquired, his expression stern. He lifted his goblet to pour himself a drink, and then extended the flask to Lu Yifei, yet he showed no intention of pouring for him. Hinata Hazashi was genuinely exasperated. How could one possibly not discern the transformation technique with their Byakugan? No chakra? What a jest! Which summoning beast devoid of chakra could ever be summoned by a human? The individual before him, who dined and drank without removing his helmet, undoubtedly harbored secrets. I am not a toad from Miyaboka Mountain, but I was indeed a toad just now. Isn't it sufficient for you to know that I once was a toad? Esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan? Lu Yifei's responses were so irrelevant that Hinata Hazashi nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. What did he mean by referring to himself as a frog just moments ago? Now, Hinata Hazashi was increasingly convinced that this individual had employed some extraordinary means to obscure the vision of the Byakugan's chakra pathways. A person capable of such feats could not possibly be an insignificant figure. Oh dear, esteemed elder, no, revered clan leader, please do not maintain such a stern expression. Lu Yifei implored. Look at me, so weak and defenseless. What harm could I possibly cause you? Enough. Hinata Hazashi slammed his hand on the table, startling the timid Hinata beside Lu Yifei. However, Hazashi merely cast a fleeting glance at her before dismissing her entirely. His anger was palpable. Had the tutor he had hired to educate Hinata truly imparted all his teachings to her? How could she so readily embrace someone she had only just met? Even going so far as to plant a kiss on him? Stop your antics and confess promptly, who exactly are you? Esteemed clan leader, Lu Yifei replied, pouring himself a glass of wine and downing it in one go. I am merely a homeless summoning beast summoned by little Hinata. It is not surprising that a summoning beast possesses some unique abilities, is it? What say you, esteemed clan leader? Lu Yifei poured himself another cup and took a sip, stating, moreover, if I intended to bring harm to Hinata, why would I not have acted when she was first summoned? Everything stems merely from your excessive sensitivity. Lu Yifei smiled, as if victory were already in his grasp. The very fact that Hinata Hayashi sought him out for a conversation indicated two intentions. First, to ascertain his true identity, and second, to evaluate his honesty and potential to be recruited for the family's benefit. Whether it was the furious slamming of the table moments ago or the earlier manifestation of tension and impatience, these were merely aids put on by Hinata Hayashi. As the head of a clan, Lu Yifei could hardly believe that Hinata Hayashi's temperament was so limited. Come, allow me to raise a toast to you. Lu Yifei poured himself another glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. At that moment, Hyuga Hazashi's expression softened slightly. Humph, with a cold snort. Hyuga Hazashi took little Hinata by the hand and led her outside. He had no desire to linger in the dwelling prepared for this pretentious toad, nor did he wish for his daughter to remain there. Today is the clan's grand competition. If you are interested, feel free to watch. If not, you may stay here for eternity, Hyuga Hazashi remarked coldly as he guided Hinata towards the arena of the clan's contest. The clan's grand competition? A sinister smile crept across Lu Yifei's face. After all, summoning beasts were part of one's strength. He chuckled to himself, thinking how this stubbornly proud clan leader, despite his words, truly cared for his daughter deep down. Lu Yifei believed that the fact he had transformed into a human was a secret that Hinata Hazashi would never disclose. Thus, after reverting back to a toad within the confines of his dwelling, he leisurely ambled forward on his short legs. Meanwhile, Hinata Hazashi had already activated his Byakugan. Observing the rotund figure trailing behind him, he chuckled to himself, pondering the marvel that this toad truly was. Now, the clan tournament had officially commenced. Hinata someone. Step forward. Little Hinata, seated beside Lu Yifei, knelt in silence, perplexed as to how his short legs managed such a position. Hinata Niji, Hinata ergo, step forward. Hinata Niji, Hinata Tsuewa, step forward. Hinata Niji, Hinata Hanabi, step forward. At the side, Tam opened his previously squinted eyes, aware that the plot was nearing its climax. Thud. With the sound of Hinata Hanabi hitting the ground, Hinata Niji emerged victorious once more. Now, the only participant yet to compete was Hinata Hinata. Hinata Niji, Hinata Hinata. Step forward. Bang. Crack. With just 3 strikes, Hinata Niji sent little Hinata tumbling to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Just as the referee was about to declare the outcome, a resonant voice broke the silence of the arena. Hold on. Louis Fei suddenly raised his chubby little hand and addressed the referee from the Hyuga clan. The summoning beast is indeed a part of one's strength. So allow me to compete with Hyuga Niji. The referee cast a pleading glance toward Hyuga Hizashi, who calmly sipped his tea and replied, "Let us inquire about the opinions of Hinata and Niji regarding this matter." "I have no objections," declared Hinata. "I have no objections either," Niji responded succinctly. In his view, such a corpulent summoning beast must be rather clumsy, and given its size, its acupoints would be quite ample. If he were to strike its acupoints, it would surely be compelled to kneel before him. "Young man, let me tell you, I once defeated an elite chunin with just a flick of my tongue." With a swift motion, Hyuga Niji charged forward, yet Lua Fei remained rooted in place. No matter how talented a child may be, he is still just a child. Niji's current strength could barely match that of a lowly genin, and Lu Yifei observed Niji's speed with utmost clarity. 8 trigrams palm, acupoint strike. A dull thud echoed as Niji's acupoint strike sank deeply into Lu Yifei's toad-like skin, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. "Did you truly use your full strength?" Lu Yifei was taken aback. At this moment, Hinata Niji's palm struck him, yet he felt no harm whatsoever. Hinata Niji was equally astonished. No, it was more accurate to say he was utterly bewildered. He had clearly aimed for the vital point of this rotund toad. Yet it remained completely unmoved. Wait, the meridians of a toad must differ from those of a human. I must have struck the wrong spot. Activating his Byakugan, Hinata Niji swiftly formed hand seals and declared, "Open." What? Their ISNTA trace of chakra meridian? Hinata Niji's eyes widened in disbelief, flicking his giant tongue. No, wait. A regular attack. Slap. Before Hinata Niji could fully prepare, Tam had already delivered a swift blow that sent him into unconsciousness. TCH, their ISNTA single capable opponent. The referee, sweat trickling down his brow, gazed at Lua Fei, who had rendered Hinata Niji unconscious with a mere flick of his tongue. He mused that even he would likely be sent flying by such a strike. Truly, this year, the young lady Hinata had brought an extraordinary advantage to the competition. Ultimately, the victor was Hinata Hanabi. Louis Fei grasped the hand of little Hinata, yet he soon realized that due to his height, lifting her arm would necessitate her entire body being suspended in the air. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he repositioned her hand atop his own head. Wait a moment. Esteemed clan leader, I believe this matter is rather inappropriate. At that moment, a member from the branch family raised his hand. Oh? Hinata Hizashi calmly sipped his tea and inquired, "What do you find inappropriate? The summoning beast is, after all, a part of one's strength. Do you not concur?" Esteemed clan leader, while it is indeed true that the summoning beast constitutes a fraction of an individual's power, the master of the summoning beast ought to engage in battle alongside it for it to truly signify that the summoning beast is an extension of one's strength. The branch family member articulated his viewpoint with great enthusiasm, nearly convincing Louis Fei of his fallacious reasoning. If Lady Hinata were to fight alongside her summoning beast, then the championship would undoubtedly belong to her. However, as she merely observes from the sidelines without exerting any effort, how could this possibly be deemed a victory? Hinata's father, Hizashi, concurred. Indeed, I find merit in what he has stated. As a stone cast into a tranquil pond creates ripples, the discourse began to escalate, and gradually, all members of the branch family began to raise their voices in unison, creating a scene of considerable grandeur. Meanwhile, little Hinata, witnessing such a tumultuous uproar, had already hidden her delicate head beneath Louis Fei's large hat, her slender form trembling in fear. "Silence! You shameless old wretch, how dare you, like a broken-backed dog, bark so defiantly before the main family at such an advanced age?" As soon as Louis Fei spoke, the members of the branch family immediately fell silent. Even those who could contend with Louis Fei found themselves rendered mute, not for any other reason but their aversion to his loquaciousness, which was exceedingly repulsive. A mere droplet of saliva would be utterly distasteful. I am Hinata's summoning beast, and I possess the right to fight on her behalf. Do you have any objections? Louis Fei now relies on Hinata Hyuga's presence on the field, knowing that these branch family members dare not act against him. He hastily attempts to draw all the animosity directed at little Hinata towards himself. The family competition is an affair among family members, and summoning beasts can merely be regarded as livestock. How could they possibly compete with others? Respected patriarch, in my humble opinion, Miss Hinata is not utilizing her true abilities. If it were indeed the young lady who defeated Niji using nothing but her delicate fists, then we would have nothing further to discuss. This silence lasted barely 3 seconds before someone emerged to argue, and these words struck Hinata's ears like daggers. Yet, suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Louis Fei's mind. Subscription complete. System delay concluded. The novice gift pack has been released. The host may choose one hero valued at less than 6,300. Goodness. System brother, your timing is absolutely impeccable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei extended the 3 slender fingers of Tam, casting a disdainful glance at the family members kneeling on the ground. Elder of the clan, what is your perspective on this matter? Meanwhile, without one noticing, Hinata Hinzuki had already begun to indulge in a generous serving of tonkatsu ramen, his mouth full and somewhat incoherent as he mumbled, "Huh? What's this? Training, is it? Then let him be about it." As Lu Yifei chuckled, he remarked, "The clan leader is truly reasonable. You all see this, so do not blame me. It was your leader who consented." Although he found it peculiar where Hinata Hizashi acquired the ramen, he decided to set aside such trivialities for the moment, focusing instead on resolving matters with this branch family. "How can you guarantee that within 3 months, you will be able to match Niji's prowess?" he challenged, his temper flaring. Let us make a wager." The moment Lu Yifei proposed a bet, a member of the Hyuga clan could not help but smile. He had been waiting for this opportunity to ensnare the overweight frog. Should he lose, he would be utterly humiliated, leaving him with no face to maintain his standing within the Hyuga family. If Hinata cannot stand on equal footing with Niji within 3 months, I shall confer with the clan leader regarding the abolition of the caged bird seal. However, if Hinata indeed succeeds, what will you do then? Lu Yifei proposed. Let us agree on this. If the branch family loses the wager, they shall harbor no further resentment towards the main family. What say you? Hinata Hizashi stepped forward to voice his agreement, and without a moment's hesitation, the branch family member acquiesced. Lu Yifei's chubby face broke into a smile, as the Fan family believed they had hooked a plump toad, while in truth, it was Lu Yifei who was fishing. And the ones truly caught were the members of the Fan family. Then it is settled. We shall meet in a month, Hinata Tatsuya. Humph. I am eager to witness what method could possibly surpass the training techniques exclusive to our Hyuga clan, chuckled Lu Yifei. Hiki, Hinata has left. Let us commence our training. A servant from the Hyuga household passed by the entrance of Hinata's courtyard and heard the spring-like sounds emanating from within. Yet, he paid it no mind, for he had grown accustomed to such noises over the past 2 months. Brother Lu, it has been quite some time. But why do I feel that this practice of gentle fist has yielded no results? Asked young Hinata. Trust me, little Hinata, I, Lu Yifei, have transformed into a bald figure adorned with a single braid atop my head, my physique sculpted into a tapestry of muscles. This is to assist you in stretching your tendons and bones. Even with the gentle fist, if your limbs are shorter than those of your opponent, striking accurately becomes a formidable challenge, does it not? Little Hinata mirrored Lu Yifei's movements, and this routine had persisted for over 2 months. In the beginning, each vigorous stretch would elicit sharp cries of discomfort from her, yet thankfully, Lu Yifei was there to support her. Otherwise, she would have likely been confined to her bed for 3 months. Lu Yifei was not merely teasing little Hinata. This set of movements was the most practical and effortless foundation he had discovered within the ancient martial arts knowledge of the blind monk. Although Hinata's words were laced with skepticism, she undeniably felt that during her recent practice of soft boxing, her limbs had become more agile, and the speed of her strikes had improved significantly. Brother Lu, how is it that you seem to know everything? As Hinata followed Lu Yifei, gracefully transitioning through the motions, she struggled to endure the pain, while he executed them effortlessly, without uttering a sound, a fact that left her in awe. Because I am your brother Lu, and thus I possess a wealth of knowledge, he replied with a playful grin. Hearing his words, Hinata's face lit up with joy. In his previous life, Lu Yifei had been a renowned online charmer, easily captivating the affections of young girls with just a few casual remarks. Now, charming an innocent and naive girl like Hinata was a task that seemed almost too simple. Every flirtation was met with success, without exception. All right, little princess, enough laughter. Let us resume your training. The 3-month deadline is fast approaching. Yes, Brother Lu. Listen well, Hinata. We are now in the final fortnight. Your muscles have been sufficiently stretched. Next, I need to assess whether your skills are adequate to confront Hyuga Niji. Lu Yifei assumed a stance, gesturing for Hinata to advance. The depth of his ancient martial arts expertise cannot be easily countered by mere soft punches. I'm coming, Hinata exclaimed. How can you fight me with your eyes covered? Brother Lu? Coughing slightly, Lu Yifei was nearly overwhelmed by Hinata's adorable demeanor. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Simply attack me directly. It matters not that I am blindfolded. Then I shall truly come at you, Hinata declared, positioning herself for the initial stance of the soft fist technique. Offering one last reminder, Brother Lu, be careful. With a swift motion, she activated her Byakugan, aiming a strike at Lu Yifei's knee. Yet, he seemed to have anticipated her move, as he subtly adjusted his posture, raising his leg to deflect her assault with his calf. Your strikes are quite fierce. Continue. Due to her stature, Hinata's hands could only reach his knee and thigh. Any higher would require her to leap. Brother Lu, how do you manage to perceive my attacks without seeing? Exhausted, Hinata reclined on the tatami mat. The afternoon was designated as a time for rest by Lu Yifei. Yet Hinata preferred the companionship of conversation over mere relaxation. It is through sound that I sense your movements. Anyone with even a modicum of martial arts training generates a disturbance in the air with their strikes, creating a sound that reveals your direction of attack, Hinata. With a smile, Lu Yifei explained to little Hinata that this was no secret, nothing that could not be spoken of. If there were to be a secret, it would likely be the system within him, the sole enigma of his existence. Brother Lu, you are already so formidable with the eye patch. Surely, without it, you would be even more powerful, right? Apologies, little Princess Hinata, Lu Yifei replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Removing the eye patch makes no difference. For my eyes are blind, which is precisely how I have honed such formidable skills. Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I didn't mean to bring up a sad topic. Suppressing a chuckle, Lu Yifei thought to himself that despite being a blind monk, within his own perspective, he could still see. He merely wished to fully embody the essence of the blind monk. All right, our rest has lasted long enough. Let us continue our battle. My little Princess Hinata. Yes, Brother Lu, prepare yourself. Gentle fist technique. The fruits of her 3 months of training had already elevated her to a level comparable to Niji Hyuga. Yet, however, little Princess Hinata, there remains a weakness you have yet to overcome. At this moment, Lu Yifei had transformed back into the form of the River Lord. Brother Lu, you can rest assured. I will conquer all my weaknesses. In the past 3 months, Lu Yifei has devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching little Hinata, imparting to her all that he could. As a result, in terms of martial arts proficiency, particularly in the mastery of soft fist, Hinata has significantly outpaced her peers. However, Lu Yifei harbors some concerns. For Hinata possesses a rather critical vulnerability, her reluctance to strike. Shy and timid. It took her over 500 episodes to muster the courage to truly engage in battle with her adversaries. If she cannot overcome this obstacle, even if she were to wield the power capable of vanquishing the Sage of Six Paths, she would still be unable to best Niji. Your greatest weakness lies in your lack of confidence, the fear of genuinely confronting your foes. Remember, Hinata, Lu Yifei's resonant voice stirred something within her heart, urging her not to hesitate in retaliating, for he is merely Hyuga Niji. I will, Brother Lu, she replied. 3 months had passed, and even the leaves in the courtyard had begun to wither and turn yellow. Lu Yifei led little Hinata to the arena, where she timidly gazed at the gritting teeth of Niji across from her, suddenly gripped by fear. What if Niji charged at her and tousled her hair? Would she cease to be beautiful, and would Brother Lu no longer favor her? Unbeknownst to Lu Yifei, the companionship he had provided over these months had planted a formidable seed of affection in the heart of this lovely young girl. Some time had elapsed since the written examination, and Lu Yifei enjoyed a delightful daily routine. He either ventured into the forest with Hinata to vanquish monsters, or shared laughter with her while exercising in the sun-drenched courtyard. Time flew by, and Lu Yifei had fully adapted to life here, no longer reminiscing about the reality he had left behind. One day, he lay comfortably on the cool floor, dozing off, his long, wet tongue hanging out, creating an odd impression of neither a frog nor a dog. Outside, a pair API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei could not resist nuzzling his dark head against Hinata's arm, pleading, go ahead and hit me. I promise I won't sleep with my tongue out again. I would never strike you, she replied with a gentle smile, tenderly patting his head. I am no longer in pain, so please do not dwell on it, Brother Lu. Under Hinata's gentle caress, Louis Fei revealed a blissful smile, however. Upon the realization that he still bore the form of a toad, his grin transformed into an adorably awkward expression, prompting him to discreetly suppress his exuberance. He lifted his gaze to Hinata, the little princess, and inquired, You have come to see me so early today. Is there something on your mind? Typically, it was he who awakened and summoned Hinata to join him in the forest. Initially, she would eagerly praise his prowess, but as he adeptly hunted wild beasts, effortlessly discarding their lifeless forms, she gradually grew accustomed to the grim spectacle. Fortunately, the admiration reflected in her eyes provided a modicum of solace to his sensitive soul. Have you forgotten? She chimed, tilting her head with a beaming smile, her light-hued eyes brimming with anticipation. Today marks the beginning of school in the village, and I must attend. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yifei gradually froze in place. As one who comprehends the trajectory of the Naruto storyline, he was acutely aware of the events that would befall Hinata during her schooling. She would encounter Sasuke, and the boy she secretly admired, Naruto. No, he could not allow so many boys to divert Hinata's attention. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei immediately raised his dark, toad-like claw and declared, I shall accompany you to school. I will escort you every day. You will take me to school? Will it be on this toad-like body of yours? Hinata playfully poked at his claw, her heart brimming with anticipation. With fervent nods, Lu Yifei conveyed his eagerness, seemingly anxious about her potential refusal. I wish to accompany you to school. I yearn to carry you thus every day, sparing you any exertion. Dear Lu, you are truly benevolent towards me. Hinata gazed upon Lu Yifei's narrowed eyes, her heart brimming with delight and gratitude. She held a profound affection for Lu Yifei, should he genuinely escort her to school daily. Many would undoubtedly become aware of her possessing such a magnificent familiar. Lu Yifei tilted his head back with a smile, donning an expression he believed to be quite charming, and said with a playful grin, You are my little princess. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat? Hinata's face gradually flushed, and despite the grotesque grin of the toad beside her, she felt an unexpected shyness. Brother Lu, she playfully pouted, her voice carrying into the courtyard, where it caught the attention of Hinata Hizashi, who had just arrived. Hinata Hizashi's expression stiffened momentarily before he briskly approached, clearing his throat. Hinata, it is nearly time for school. You should hurry and have your meal before heading out. All right, dear father, I don't need you to escort me to school anymore. From now on, Brother Lu shall accompany me. Hinata exclaimed joyfully, nestling beside the toad, brimming with excitement. Hinata Hizashi observed the intimate camaraderie between the girl and the toad, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of tranquility in the moment. After another cough, he conceded, Well, since you have Tam accompanying you, I shall rest easy. With that, he felt a sudden urge to leave and turned away. Hinata then took Lu Yifei to enjoy some ramen. As it approached the time for school, she playfully perched atop Lu Yifei's head, proudly making her way outside. As they walked, Lu Yifei disregarded the curious gazes of passers-by, sauntering leisurely toward the school. He wanted everyone to witness that Hinata had a spirit beast, a black toad, serving as her exclusive mount for school. Along the way, several of Hinata's classmates scrutinized the striking black toad, occasionally casting envious glances. Eventually, one classmate, unable to contain their curiosity, scampered over to the side of the intriguing black toad. Lu Yifei was focused on carrying Hinata when he suddenly noticed a girl rushing towards them. She cast a cold glance his way. Excuse me? Are you talking to me? The female classmate inquired, her mouth agape in disbelief. In Lu Yifei's eyes, the girl with wide, bell-like eyes was far from charming, prompting him to dismiss her with a casual turn of his head. Hinata was taken aback by Lu Yifei's aloofness towards other girls, a sweet sensation blooming in her heart as she thought, This is my spirit beast. He will be escorting me to school every day from now on. Wow, your spirit beast is so well behaved. I envy you so much. The female classmate exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze towards Lu Yifei shimmering with admiration. Lu Yifei pretended not to notice and continued walking ahead. At that moment, Hinata pointed towards the school in front of them, exclaiming, We've arrived. That is where I attend school. Come, let me take you there. Lu Yifei lifted his gaze to the sunlit school, inadvertently breaking into a smile. How could he forget this most familiar institution from the world of Hokage? Just like this village, it would evoke countless memories for Hinata. However, from now on, it would also be the source of shared memories between the two of them. Just then, noticing that Lu Yifei still held her in his arms, Hinata quickly patted his head and said, Brother Lu, please put me down. We have already reached the school gate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted since Lu Yifei acquired the system. His perception of the external world has been significantly heightened. Having traversed this forest numerous times, he is acutely aware of every rustle and movement, more so than anyone else regarding the activities of wild beasts. Yet, the forest is eerily silent today, an anomaly that defies logic. Could it be that I have hunted too many beasts, and they are now aware of my presence, retreating into hiding? Lu Yifei let out a thunderous roar, nearly dislodging his own tongue in the process. No sooner had his voice faded than he felt the ground tremble beneath him. At that moment, a massive black panther emerged slowly from behind, its fierce gaze fixed intently on Lu Yifei, exuding an air of fearless confidence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei endured the embarrassment of a potential collapse and asked, "Can you speak like a human?" To which the reply was, "Of course I can speak. Why wouldn't I?" The Black Panther cast a disdainful glance at him, clearly unimpressed. Lu Yifei scrutinized the Black Panther from head to toe and cautiously inquired, "Where have all the beasts in this forest gone? From whence do you hail? I have never encountered your kind before." He discerned that this panther, in terms of size and prowess, was distinctly unlike any other creature he had previously encountered. If he could triumph over this Black Panther, it could potentially yield a substantial fortune in gold coins. Upon this reflection, Lu Yifei reached a decisive conclusion. This panther was indeed a rare and valuable creature. Regardless of your origins, this forest is mine now. I have endured hunger for so long. Today I have feasted upon the beasts of the mountains to quell my appetite. And now, fortuitously, you appear. Reside here in this forest, and do not depart. Await your fate as my next meal. The panther regarded Lu Yifei with an air of arrogance as it uttered these words. In response, Lu Yifei found the statement utterly ludicrous. "You, a toad so grotesque and dark, what merit do you possess that would entice a panther to feast upon you?" Contemplating this, Lu Yifei retorted, "Do you not think that I would be rather unpalatable? Perhaps it would be wise for you to reconsider consuming me. Nay, you shall be my next banquet. Should you dispute this, I could easily end your existence right now." The panther replied vehemently, exuding an air of dominance. "In my life?" Lu Yifei feigned a nonchalant demeanor, deliberately revealing his slick tongue as he licked his lips. "How is it that you do not recognize that it is I who shall vanquish you, skin your pelt, and repurpose it into a blanket for my slumber? Overestimating your own capabilities, are we? Prepare to meet your reckoning." The panther, incensed by Lu Yifei's provocation, immediately bared its claws and lunged forward. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei was not concerned about whether he could defeat the Black Panther, for he knew that the creature was no match for him. He felt no need to transform. Even in the guise of a mere toad, he could vanquish the panther. However, he feared that the panther's swift movements might cause him harm. As school let out, Hinata noticed his apprehension. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei focused intently, his small, squinting eyes fixed upon the panther's movements. In an instant, as the panther lunged towards him, he crouched low and forcefully thrust his head, sending the panther sprawling to the side. The panther, taken aback by the unexpected strength of the black toad, scrambled to regain its footing, its eyes now reflecting a newfound wariness. Lu Yifei proudly licked the corner of his mouth, asking, "What? Do you consider yourself my rival? Do not be too smug. I have yet to unleash my full potential." The Black Panther snorted, now exhibiting a heightened sense of caution. It had been meticulously observing Lu Yifei's physique as he lay submissively on the ground, allowing it to strike. After all, Lu Yifei was merely a colossal black frog, with short limbs and a robust build, topped with a gleaming, dark head, What was there to scrutinize? The Black Panther fixed its gaze on Louis Fei for a moment, seemingly discovering a flaw or perhaps unable to contain itself any longer. It immediately broke into a sinister grin and lunged forward, swiftly aiming for Louis Fei's head. How dare you launch a surprise attack on my head? Louis Fei had not anticipated the assault from above. He barely managed to evade it and rolled aside. Seizing the opportunity presented by Louis Fei's sluggish movements, the Black Panther pivoted and launched another attack. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Observing his condition, Louis Fei chuckled with glee. A fracture, perhaps? Have you tasted the might of my tongue? Dare you mock the great toad again? You seek to devour me? A mere fantasy. Despite his defeat, the Black Panther struggled to rise, unwilling to display a pathetic demeanor. Since his arrival upon this hill, he had only ever been the predator, never the prey. This unsightly and loathsome toad had thoroughly offended him. He could not rest until this matter was resolved. With such thoughts, the Black Panther endured the pain in his leg and desperately regained his footing. Seeing the Black Panther stubbornly maintain his pride despite the evident agony, Louis Fei erupted in merciless laughter. Even with a broken bone, you still dare to challenge me? Though I may be a toad, this mountain teems with toads. Do not underestimate us. We are spiritual beasts. So what? The panther retorted. Having arrived, I shall reign as king of this hill, the entire forest my dominion. Prepare to meet your end. With that, the Black Panther lifted his head and roared. As he roared, the forest trees quivered. Several trees beside Louis Fei were uprooted and fell to the ground, all toppling towards him. He maneuvered his massive frame, dodging left and right, barely managing to evade their descent. This Black Panther is truly peculiar. Despite being a leopard, it insists on practicing the lion's roar technique. At that moment, the Black Panther, enduring the pain in its legs, sprang into action, descending from the sky and lunging directly towards Louis Fei's head. Louis Fei, observing its gleaming claws descend, felt a profound sense of resignation. He was tempted to inquire of the panther why it harbored such a peculiar predilection for his cranium. Alas, time was a luxury he could not afford. He retaliated by lashing out with his prodigious tongue, aiming to sweep it across the panther's form. I lash. The panther's claws, poised to strike his head, were now on a collision course with his tongue. Yet, the panther remained undeterred. It possessed a keen understanding of the toad's formidable nature. Without a concerted, forceful assault, inflicting injury upon the amphibian would prove an insurmountable task. With unwavering resolve, it brandished its claws, fully prepared to bisect the toad's tongue, should cleaving its skull prove unattainable. Louis Fei, possessed of human intellect, could readily discern the Black Panther's thoughts, given his unexpected arrival in this place. The human mind, after all, is far more astute than that of a mere feline. With a swift flick of his tongue, just as the panther's claws threatened to strike, Louis Fei executed a sudden leap, his tongue coiling around the beast's foreleg. The panther, momentarily stunned, raised its head in disbelief, only to be met by Louis Fei's ferocious grin as he hurled it downward with considerable force. Caught completely off guard, the panther could only succumb to the impact as it crashed onto the earth. Its head collided violently with a stone, resulting in a throbbing pain that rendered it unable to rise. Observing the panther's disheveled state, Louis Fei licked his paw with disdain, swaggering over to stand imposingly over it. You dare attempt to strike me with your claws? Are you truly worthy? Take a good look at your emaciated frame. You are dwarfed by my stature. Your physique leaves much to be desired. As Louis Fei uttered these words, he shamelessly patted his flabby belly. The Black Panther gazed at him in terror. Entirely stripped of his once imposing demeanor, resembling a pitiable, sickly cat at the mercy of its captors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei felt quite content after collecting the gold coins and swaggered away. His duel with the Black Panther, though brief, had caused quite a stir. He knew he must leave the area, otherwise others might mistakenly believe that he was responsible for the fallen trees. After Louis Fei returned, he quietly waited at the school's entrance. After a while, Hinata emerged from the gate, accompanied by numerous classmates. As soon as she stepped out, she began to scan the surroundings for Louis Fei's figure. A lone frog was conspicuously eye-catching, and within mere seconds, Hinata spotted Lu Yifei. She hurriedly trotted over to him, poking his arm with her phone. Lu Gu, you truly waited for me all afternoon? Upon hearing Hinata's uniquely soft voice, Lu Yifei felt a stir in his heart. I just arrived not long ago. I timed it perfectly for your dismissal. How was your day with your classmates? He inquired, carefully lifting her up and placing her on his head. He was aware that on the first day back from school, Hinata would certainly encounter Naruto and the others. He was eager to know if anything unusual had occurred. Hinata tilted her head for a moment, then cheerfully replied, Today, I met many interesting people and teachers. Nothing particularly special happened. I just want to go eat ramen with you now. Ramen, you say? Lu Yifei's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly shook his head. No, I cannot eat ramen with you. I must carry you home. You just enjoy your meal. Although he had developed a fondness for the ramen here, he preferred not to transform in public. It was sufficient for Hinata to eat alone. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt even more touched. All right, I'll save some for you to take home. Just ensure you eat well. I am content to be with you, Lu Yifei replied, feeling elated as he escorted her back. Despite having just come from a fierce battle, he found solace in Hinata's company, allowing him to forget all his troubles. He suddenly realized that he had not come here for any particular reason, but simply to meet Hinata and cherish their time together. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei suddenly looked up and asked, Do you want to be with me sincerely? Why do you ask such a sudden question, Lu Gu? Hinata blushed unexpectedly, seemingly hesitant to respond. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lu Yifei came to understand that Hinata harbored feelings for him as well. Otherwise, she would not be so shy nor so reluctant to refute. The mere thought of this possibility filled Lu Yifei's heart with joy, causing him to hop along the path like a jubilant frog. As Hinata bounced on his head, she poked him playfully, saying, Lu Gu, you're going to jostle me off. I'm sorry. I'll walk properly. Lu Yifei realized his exuberance and steadied himself. Hinata, perched high above, felt the gentle breeze and surveyed the roadside snack stalls. Her gaze landed on a modest eatery, and she clapped her hands in delight. Lu Gu, please let me down. I want to eat ramen here. Lu Yifei lazily leaned down to let her dismount, while he himself huffed and shuffled to a nearby spot to lie down comfortably. Hinata ordered 2 bowls of ramen, her petite face flushed pink from the steam. Captivated by her adorable demeanor, Lu Yifei found himself momentarily entranced, his eyes nearly crossing in admiration. Once Hinata settled down and finished 1 bowl, she picked up the other and, taking small steps, approached Lu Yifei, saying, Brother Lu, you should eat. Is this for me? Lu Yifei exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Hinata had ordered 2 bowls for herself. He had been quietly marveling at how much she seemed to be able to eat, unaware that one was meant for him. Lu Yifei's spirits lifted, and he eagerly opened his mouth like a frog, anticipating his meal. Hinata gently blew on the noodles, her movements tender as she poured them into his mouth. A delightful aroma of ramen instantly filled his senses, and Lu Yifei savored the bowl with gleaming eyes fixed on Hinata. Little Hinata, thank you. There's no need for thanks. If there is food prepared by Hinata, of course, there is a portion for Brother Lu, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she swiftly turned to place the bowl and chopsticks on the table. At that moment, Lu Yifei felt something swift pass by him, which did not venture far but instead paused beside Hinata. Is that you, Hinata? You're eating ramen, a bold voice exclaimed. Lu Yifei quickly glanced over, and the one with the stoic expression was none other than Unanticipated. Hinata turned her head and smiled brightly, saying, I'm enjoying ramen with Brother Lu. The ramen here is truly delicious. Brother Lu? There is no one else around. Unanticipated looked around, deliberately ignoring the large black toad lying nearby like a structure. Lu Yifei gritted his teeth, unwilling to quarrel with such a person. He raised his chin, attempting to draw the attention of Unanticipated. Hinata smiled and pointed at Lu Yifei, saying, This is my elder brother, Lu. However, Unanticipated, following her gesture, fixated her gaze upon an old man basking in the sun by the roadside. Is he truly your elder brother, Hinata? He appears to be as old as your father. Coughing violently and choking on his saliva, Lu Yifei stuck out his tongue in a futile attempt to clear his throat. Was this young man deliberately ignoring him? Lu Yifei, unable to endure any longer, rose to his feet and gazed down upon Unanticipated with an air of authority. Behold, he declared, I am Lu, Hinata's older brother, a spirit beast solely dedicated to escorting her to school. Hinata slowly opened her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Lu Yifei. Unanticipated, taken aback, stepped back a couple of paces, genuinely exclaiming, What a dark frog. However, it is quite large. But Brother Lu is not merely a dark frog. He can transform. After his transformation, Brother Lu is incredibly handsome. Hinata anxiously clarified, as if fearing her classmates might misunderstand Lu Yifei as nothing more than an unattractive, dark amphibian. Lu Yifei felt a surge of joy from her words, growing increasingly proud. It's nothing extraordinary. You must be Yun Vijana, correct? Please assist Hinata well at school, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded. He was aware that Yun Vijana was in the same class as Hinata, and he recognized the Yunf clan's reputation for being composed and steadfast. With a student like Jina by Hinata's side, he felt reassured. I will certainly help classmate Hinata, and we will support each other, Yun Vijana replied earnestly, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Lu Yifei nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, That's wonderful. You should head back now. I need to take Hinata home as well. Yamanaka Shino nodded, glancing back and forth between Lu Yifei and Hinata a few times before leaving, looking back thrice before finally departing. As he watched Shino retreat into the distance, Hinata returned to Lu Yifei's side, remarking on his overly honest nature. I concur, but this is not the time for such discussions. Let us hasten home, Lu Yifei urged, eager to return and ensure Hinata could rest comfortably. He promptly lowered his head, allowing Hinata to climb on. With joy, Hinata mounted and they happily made their way home. Just as they were nearing their abode, Lu Yifei suddenly recalled the corpse of the Black Panther he had vanquished in the forest, which he had deliberately left behind to fashion a cushion for Hinata. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lu Yifei exclaimed in surprise. How did you know I was heading to the forest? Do you somehow possess knowledge of my intentions? What else could I possibly do there? Are you suggesting we slay monsters? Hinata, resting her chin on her hand, displayed no interest in Lu Yifei's proposal. Although she found him quite handsome in battle, the thought of incessantly battling the numerous beasts in the forest seemed rather monotonous to her. Lu Yifei smiled cheerfully, waving his paw. It was not the slaying of monsters that he had in mind, but rather an invitation to accompany him to witness something extraordinary. Wow, that's wonderful, Hinata exclaimed, resting her chin on Lu Yifei's head, her small feet playfully kicking in excitement. Lu Yifei's head was kicked, and instead of feeling pain, he experienced a sensation akin to a delightful tickle. He truly relished the moments spent in the company of Hinata. Lu Yifei carried Hinata into the forest, leisurely placing her down as he gestured ahead. Look, this is what I wanted to show you. Hinata jumped down, gazing at the several fallen trees, taking a moment to process before chuckling. So you've shifted from battling monsters to chopping down trees? Why didn't Hinata glance to the left? Lu Yifei strolled casually to a nearby stone, patting the carcass of a black panther. Hinata's mouth formed an O shape, and she hurried over to observe the massive creature, nearly as large as a black toad. What a huge panther! Did Brother Lu defeat it? Ahahaha, of course. Who else could conquer such a fierce and gigantic beast? Lu Yifei beamed with pride. That is incredible! Brother Lu, how did you manage to defeat the panther? Hinata stood upright, staring at Lu Yifei with eager curiosity, longing to know the details. Under Hinata's adoring and inquisitive gaze, Lu Yifei felt as though he might soar to the heavens with joy. I hardly even struck it. The panther kept trying to swat at my head with its claws, so I simply flicked it onto a rock with my tongue. Who would have thought such a large creature could perish so easily? It tried to swat your head? No. No one should ever harm your head. Hinata vigorously shook her head, her heart aching as she looked at Lu Yifei's glossy, dark head. This big head, already burdened by her sitting upon it, should not have to endure any further harm from anything else. Lu Yifei chuckled. Isn't Hinata concerned for me? Rest assured. It was precisely because it attempted to touch my head that I dispatched it without mercy. Why is that? Do you dislike others touching your head? Hinata immediately tensed, nervously twisting her fingers, rendered speechless. She sat atop Lu Yifei's head daily, not merely perched there, but also playfully meddling. Could it be that Lu Yifei was truly angered? Sensing Hinata's unease, Lu Yifei clarified, No, I simply detest anyone or anything touching me, save for you. Well, that's splendid, Hinata murmured, her voice gradually fading as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lu Yifei noticed her shyness once again and could only shift the conversation to the Black Panther. Today, I intend to take you to see the Black Panther, as I wish to procure its fur to craft a warm cushion for you. Ah, Brother Lu, Hinata exclaimed, her heart touched as she looked up, her eyes gradually shimmering with tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei leaned down beside her and suggested, "Let us engage in conversation. What have you learned at school this afternoon?" "I met the teacher and 2 classmates today," Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "The one you just saw, Zeno, is my classmate. The other one hasn't spoken to me yet, so I don't know him very well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei gazed at the landscape before him and earnestly assured, "Rest assured, I will be by your side as you grow and progress." He realized that he could never return to his previous world. If given the chance, he wished to accompany Hinata for all eternity, until they knew each other intimately and remained together forever. Hinata glanced at the pelt of the Black Panther behind her and said with a smile, "It has already dried. Let us take it back together." "Very well, the day is drawing to a close." Louis Fei rose, looked up at the stars that were barely visible in the twilight, lazily draped the Black Panther's skin over his shoulders, and departed with Hinata. They meandered through the forest at a leisurely pace. But before they reached the foot of the mountain, Louis Fei sensed an unusual commotion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei paced back and forth for a while. Yet he still failed to discern anything unusual. Could it be merely an illusion? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei increasingly felt that something was amiss. At that moment, his keen eyes caught sight of an orange figure behind the large tree. Was that Naruto? As Louis Fei turned his gaze towards Naruto, it was clear that Naruto had also noticed him. Momentarily taken aback, he blinked a few times before immediately signaling Louis Fei to be quiet, as though he were fearful of something. "What are you shushing about? What are you up to?" Louis Fei looked down at Naruto from his elevated position, dismissing his anxious demeanor as trivial. Since childhood, Naruto had always been boisterous, and now, having ventured into the forest, who knew what mischief he might be up to? As Louis Fei pondered, he suddenly heard a rustling sound not far away. The sound was identical to the one he had heard for the second time. At that moment, Hinata evidently also noticed Naruto, who was hiding behind a tree, and curiously tilted her head, asking, "Naruto, what are you doing there? Have you been in the forest all along? Why didn't we see you just now?" Upon hearing Hinata's barrage of questions, Naruto's face turned pale with fright, and he jumped up, repeatedly signaling for silence with frantic gestures. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei raised his head and softly said to Hinata, "You stay up there and do not come down. I will handle this." Hinata nodded, obediently remaining in her position, her small hands tightly covering her mouth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei deftly evaded the onslaught of the giant python, observing Naruto's fearful demeanor. He lamented, "What on earth did you do in the deep mountains? How did you provoke such a creature? I merely came to enjoy a bit of leisure. And who could have anticipated that I would disturb a snake's nest, only to be confronted by this serpent vying for bird eggs?" Naruto pulled out a bird egg, roughly the size of his fist, and proudly waved it at Louis Fei. Upon seeing the egg, Louis Fei couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that Naruto had not shed his mischievous nature, resorting to stealing from the old serpent of the mountains. Indeed, upon catching sight of the object in Naruto's hand, the ancient serpent abandoned its assault on Louis Fei and charged towards Naruto instead. Though the massive snake was stout, it was the long-established ruler of the forest, possessing honed agility, and it swiftly reached Naruto in the blink of an eye. Startled, Naruto hastily leaped into a tree, trembling as he narrowly avoided the creature's gaping maw. Is this truly necessary? It's merely a bird egg. Must it pursue me with such fervor? He lamented, holding the smooth egg in his hands, unsure of how to relinquish it. Louis Fei observed his demeanor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Why don't you relinquish that precious bird egg of yours? Perhaps if you cast it into the jaws of the old serpent, it might spare you. Louis Fei kindly offered a reminder, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with the temperament of the white python. However, he suggested that if Naruto were to obediently return the bird egg to the python, it might spare him. Naruto struggled momentarily, evidently contemplating whether to relinquish the egg. After a pause, he struck a confident pose on the branch, exuding determination. Whatever Naruto desired, he believed was within his grasp. Today, he had resolved to claim that bird egg. Not only did he intend to acquire it, but he also planned to take it home, boil it, and enjoy it in his ramen. Suddenly, as if struck by a jolt, the old snake shot upright at Naruto's proclamation. Hinata, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, whispered a warning. Naruto, it seems like it's going to attack you. Impossible. How dare it? Naruto scoffed, turning his head, only to be met with the sight of the white snake opening its massive jaws, advancing towards him. In Louis Fei's eyes, Naruto's overconfidence resembled a mere grain of rice, while the old snake loomed like a colossal bowl, capable of effortlessly engulfing the tiny morsel beneath its rim. In a moment of panic, Naruto stumbled backward several steps, leaping onto a nearby tree, his hands trembling so violently that he nearly dropped the bird egg. Louis Fei found it amusing and remarked, "So, how will you handle this? Do you need my assistance?" "Absolutely not. It is merely a python, and as a ninja, I have never known fear." Naruto immediately stood upright, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the old serpent, his eyes radiating a resolute determination as if he were prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the python. Louis Fei stood leisurely to the side, observing the unfolding drama without intervening. Hinata, feeling a twinge of concern, could not help but inquire, "Brother Liu, are you truly not going to assist him? What if he is actually swallowed by the python? That is highly improbable. Naruto is a ninja, no matter how aggressive the python may be. It cannot possibly overpower a ninja." "Rest assured," Louis Fei replied, his words alleviating Hinata's worries. He was well aware of Naruto's formidable abilities. Although Naruto's offensive power might not surpass that of the python, should he employ his ninjutsu, this mindless creature would undoubtedly be outmaneuvered. Indeed, no sooner had Louis Fei uttered these words than Naruto executed a shadow clone technique. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, Naruto's form split into 7 identical replicas, each indistinguishable from the original. Wow, how impressive. How did he accomplish that? Hinata gazed in awe, her eyes shimmering with admiration. To think she found such ninjutsu remarkable. If only she could also become a ninja, she might surpass everyone else. Could anyone truly rival my prowess or charm? Louis Fei mused, casting a sidelong glance at Hinata, a pang of bittersweet emotion stirring within him. Hinata beamed, praising, "Brother Liu is still the most formidable, but Naruto has done exceptionally well." "Indeed, Naruto is quite remarkable," Louis Fei said, his tone laden with deeper significance. At that moment, Naruto's clones had already confronted the python. The serpent seemed to comprehend human speech. Observing Naruto's shadow clone technique, it flicked its tongue in confusion, unable to discern the true Naruto among the replicas, yet hesitant to strike recklessly. Naruto, hands on his hips, burst into laughter. As the clones chimed in unison, "You better pay close attention. If you fail to recognize the real me and mistakenly swallow one of my clones, your belly will be set ablaze." Upon hearing this, Louis Fei's lips involuntarily twitched. Such a clumsy threat could surely be discerned even by an old snake devoid of wit. Were he that serpent, he would undoubtedly swallow all 7 Naruto figures in one go, indifferent to which were genuine and which were mere facsimiles, simply consuming them all without hesitation. As Louis Fei pondered these thoughts, he observed the old serpent suddenly retreating, wary and reluctant to approach Naruto's shadow clone. How could this be? Louis Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out at the sight of the old serpent's submissive demeanor. This old serpent truly lacked intelligence. To be so easily intimidated by Naruto. It was no wonder that after so many years in this remote mountain, it could only survive by feasting on bird eggs. Such a large creature, yet so pitifully limited. Naruto, filled with pride, burst into laughter, tossing the bird eggs in his hands. Since you're afraid, you should leave this place quickly. Otherwise, I shall not be kind. Naruto, Louis Fei exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, if he were not still in the form of a toad, he would have slapped his forehead in exasperation. Naruto, in his overconfidence, forgot that he was still in the clone's body. Such reckless actions would be easily discernible to the old serpent. Indeed, the serpent squinted its triangular eyes, discerning the true Naruto among the 7 clones, and charged directly at him. Startled, Naruto realized his blunder and leaped about in a frantic attempt to evade the serpent's assault. Left, go right, Louis Fei anxiously called out, wishing to transform and assist. However, with the old serpent entangled in battle with Naruto, any hasty interference could disrupt Naruto's rhythm, potentially leading him straight into the serpent's maw. Naruto yelled in panic, "Help me! I can't take this anymore." From her perch in the trees, Hinata observed his sweat-drenched state and looked down at Louis Fei. "Brother Liu, please help Naruto. He seems unable to run any longer." "There's no rush. He can still run." "I wish to see how long he can endure," Louis Fei replied nonchalantly, choosing not to intervene just yet. He understood that Naruto had not undergone the training of the academy and lacked combat experience. It was precisely for this reason that he wished to see if Naruto's potential could be awakened. As Naruto dodged the serpent's attacks, he could hear Louis Fei's words. He quickly shouted, "I'm in a hurry. This snake is about to swallow me. At least come and help me. We've met before. We're practically friends." "Who said we are friends? You're just a little brat," Louis Fei retorted without hesitation, amused by Naruto's predicament as the old serpent pursued him relentlessly. "You." Naruto was taken aback by the spirit beast's retort, nearly fainting from anger. Turning to the relentless serpent, an idea struck him. "If you want to catch something, go after that big toad over there. Don't serpents love to eat frogs? The bird egg I have is tiny. A bite of that toad would keep you fed for months." Upon hearing this, the old serpent actually ceased its attack, shifting its gaze towards Louis Fei. Louis Fei blinked his eyes, and only then did he realize that Naruto was setting a trap for him. Naruto elongated his tone with a significant meaning, gazing intently at Louis Fei, who was hiding in the tree and panting heavily. With a guilty conscience, Naruto looked up at the sky, insisting, "What I said is true. Snakes naturally enjoy feasting on frogs. Besides, weren't you just reluctant to assist me earlier?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei was taken aback, lowering his gaze to examine his own physique before casting a glance at the snake's robust form. Could it truly consume such a sizable being? Surely, it would be impossible. It would surely burst. "It can swallow you whole and digest you slowly," Naruto interjected, fearful that the old serpent might hesitate. He even made a playful face at Louis Fei. Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Naruto, how can you continue to speak like this? Fear not. Your summoning beast is quite formidable," Naruto replied nonchalantly, wrinkling his nose as he sat cross-legged on the tree, propping his chin in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei leaped to evade. "Do you truly dare to consume me? Just look at my dark and unappealing exterior. It's evident how unpalatable I am, isn't it? I'm toxic." The old serpent had already been swayed by Naruto's previous antics, and now, upon hearing Louis Fei's declaration, it paid no heed, fixating solely on the rotund, fleshy black toad before it. "Be cautious, Brother Liu," Hinata exclaimed, her eyes wide with anxiety, her concern palpable. Initially, Louis Fei intended to tease the serpent, but upon witnessing Hinata's apprehension, he abandoned the thought, abruptly halting in place. The old serpent mirrored his motion, continuously flicking its tongue as if contemplating how to engulf the toad whole. While the serpent remained motionless, Louis Fei scrutinized it in turn. He discerned that the serpent's most vulnerable area lay beneath its head, as this old creature consistently held its head aloft in a defensive posture. Upon realizing this, Louis Fei grinned mischievously and boldly advanced a couple of steps. "Do you genuinely wish to devour me?" The old serpent retreated a step, then suddenly lunged forward. Jaws agape. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Louis Fei smiled broadly, and as he observed the old snake diving down, he seized the moment when its venomous fangs were revealed to whip out his long tongue, ensnaring the snake's head with a firm grip. The old serpent, caught off guard by Louis Fei's sudden maneuver, found itself gasping for breath, its entire body thrashing wildly. "Well, Hinata, your summoned beast is truly remarkable," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment, so taken aback that he inadvertently dropped the bird egg he was holding. Hinata, her face alight with excitement and pride, clapped her hands and declared, "I knew Brother Lu was extraordinary, far surpassing anyone else. Of course he can defeat this snake." Louis Fei struggled to engage with the old serpent, and upon hearing those words, a smile crept onto his face. Naruto, filled with a sense of defiance, let out a huff, his gaze fixed on Louis Fei, reflecting both admiration and longing. "One day, I too shall possess such formidable strength, effortlessly contending with anything that stands in my way. But that day is still far off." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Louis Fei winked at her, declaring that it was a trivial matter. With just a flick of his fingers, he could effortlessly deal with the snake, without the slightest hint of fatigue. "Hiki, that's reassuring," Hinata replied, her heart finally at ease as she patted his toad-like face. Meanwhile, Naruto, observing the scene from behind, found himself momentarily bewildered. He gradually moved closer, scrutinizing the black toad from top to bottom, unable to fathom why it exuded an inexplicable aura of regality, as though it stood there as the sovereign of the forest. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Louis Fei clicked his tongue twice and deliberately remarked, "Do not let me encounter you. Brother Lu, you will indeed meet him in the future." The teacher mentioned that during our training sessions, we may cross paths with students from the neighboring class. At times, we will even engage in competitions to enhance our abilities. Consequently, your chances of encountering Naruto will multiply, Hinata said with a smile as she approached, playfully poking Louis Fei's froggy face. Louis Fei curled his lips, feigning nonchalance, and said, "I'm aware, I was merely jesting with him. It's time we returned. What shall we do about the serpent?" Hinata inquired, pivoting to indicate the deceased reptile on the ground. Louis Fei remained silent, closing his eyes to summon the system. The voice of the system resonated within his mind. "Master, what are your commands? I have slain an ancient serpent. Surely, I deserve a greater bounty of gold, and please dispose of the serpent's remains." Louis Fei articulated his request in a tone of negotiation. The system paused momentarily before responding in its perpetually monotonous voice. "The beasts of the forest possess their own established criteria for gold drops. Discussing it with me is futile. I can assist you with the disposal of the carcass." "No. Would it truly be so burdensome to grant a few extra coins?" Louis Fei retorted bitterly. After a brief silence, the system emitted a beep, insulting the system, claiming it is unsightly. "You may as well have this ugly toad handle the serpent's remains." With that, the communication ceased entirely. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Louis Fei opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and managed to squeeze out a frog-like smile. "Is everything all right? Can you manipulate fire? Burn this old snake to ashes." Hinata obediently nodded, extending 2 fingers, fire release. Upon uttering this incantation, a flame erupted from her fingertips. The fiery tongue swiftly engulfed the lifeless serpent, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. At that moment, the system that Louis Fei carried lazily and coldly announced, "The white snake has lived in the forest for over 100 years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, resulting in the acquisition of 99 gold coins." 99. Is that truly all? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei looked at it and found it adorable, chuckling softly. Come sit on me, regardless of my dark hair or the Black Panther's fur. I shall offer it all to Hinata. Brother Liu is too kind, Hinata said, as she leaned down, embracing the Black Panther's fur, her face gradually turning crimson. Louis Fei did not notice Hinata's flushed face. He was in high spirits as he carried her home. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the number of coins dropped after defeating Orochimaru, it mattered little to him. He believed that with patience and perseverance, he would soon be able to procure the hero he desired. Accompanied by a frog under the moonlight, he traversed the forest back to the clan. Hinata assumed everyone was asleep and quietly entered with Louis Fei, but before they reached the house, they spotted Hinata Hisashi practicing ninjutsu in the courtyard. Hisashi was taken aback upon seeing them. Why are you two returning so late? What have you been up to? Seeing the expression on Hisashi's face, Louis Fei had to suppress a laugh, reminded of a pig lamenting over Hinata. Hisashi seemed to be distressed, imagining the pair's late-night escapade. Father, why do you look so peculiar? Hinata cautiously inquired, instinctively leaning closer to Louis Fei. Observing her movement, Hisashi gasped. What on earth happened? We went to play in the forest. Brother Liu defeated a Black Panther and gave me its pelt, Hinata proudly declared, lifting the large Black Panther skin from Louis Fei's head. Hisashi was astonished at the sight of such a large pelt. A Black Panther of this size? Yes. Brother Liu defeated it with ease, Hinata replied, nodding like a little chick, beaming with pride for having Louis Fei by her side. Hisashi's expression was inscrutable. And after a prolonged silence, he managed a strained smile. Well, you two should head inside and get some rest. Of course, you should rest early too. Hinata replied with a smile as she entered the room alongside Louis Fei. Louis Fei tossed the Black Panther skin from his head onto the ground, saying, Hinata, you keep it. Make sure to cover yourself with it and sleep warmly. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Brother Liu. Hinata gazed at him with sparkling eyes, radiating a cheerful demeanor. Louis Fei nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Hinata. Brother Liu, tomorrow we have a physical fitness test, and I am quite frightened to face it alone. Would you accompany me? Hinata gazed at Louis Fei with wide eyes, her expression filled with eager anticipation. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Louis Fei reluctantly waved goodbye to Hinata as he departed. Through their daily interactions, he finally grasped the essence of tranquil time. Yet he was acutely aware that Hinata must not become ensnared in his affection. From this moment onward, he vowed to advance alongside her, aiding Hinata in becoming the most capable ninja of the Hyuga clan. The following day, Louis Fei rose early and accompanied Hinata to school. As they arrived, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone, including Naruto, whom they had encountered in the forest the day before. Naruto, casually holding a reed, strolled through the school. But upon spotting the large toad with Hinata seated upon it, he felt an urge to discreetly evade the scene. Louis Fei had long been aware of Naruto. Upon seeing him attempt to flee, he immediately called out, Naruto, halt. Louis Fei's form resembled that of a frog, captivating the curiosity of many classmates. Upon hearing him articulate human speech, they paused, casting their gazes upon him. Hinata, unaccustomed to such collective attention, felt her face flush and lowered her head. Avoiding eye contact with her peers, Naruto abruptly halted, turned, and grinned, addressing Hinata's summoning beast. Hello. We've met a couple of times, haven't we? Why are you running away? Have you committed some misdeed that makes you feel guilty? Louis Fei narrowed his eyes, gazing down with an air of scrutiny. Naruto approached, patting Louis Fei's form as he explained, Frog bro, how could I possibly have done anything wrong? I just didn't see you and Hinata earlier. What brings you to school today? I not only came today, but will continue to come in the future. And please, refrain from calling me Frog bro. Simply address me as Brother Liu, Louis Fei replied, grimacing at the unwelcome moniker. The term struck him as unappealing and reeked of rustic charm, which he found distasteful. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, Okay, Brother Liu, I must thank you for your help last night. I'll take my leave now. With that, he hurriedly departed. As they watched his retreating figure, Hinata fidgeted with her fingers, pondering aloud, It seems like Naruto is a bit intimidated by you. He is not afraid of me, rather. He feels guilty about last night's events. Let us not dwell on him. We should head to class, Louis Fei stated, eager to avoid any further distractions, and led Hinata upstairs. Upon entering their classroom, they encountered a teacher and two male classmates. Teacher Sunset Red turned around and, upon seeing the large frog, was momentarily taken aback before managing a stiff smile. Are you sure you're in the right place? Indeed, this is Class 8, Hinata responded, perched atop Louis Fei's head. Believing the voice emanated from the frog, Sunset Red's expression grew more bewildered. Hinata? How did you turn into a frog? Teacher, I'm here. Hinata straightened up, waving at Sunset Red as she gracefully leaped down from the frog. Sunset Red exhaled a sigh of relief. You frightened me. I thought your true form was that of a frog. A chuckle escaped Inuzuka Kiba as he could not contain his laughter. Hinata, undeterred, composed herself and approached the group. Introducing, this is Brother Lu, my summoning beast. He is exceptionally powerful and can protect me in many ways. So this is your summoning beast? Quite an impressive size. Sunset Red remarked, stepping closer to examine the frog in detail. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei discerned the apprehension in Shi Rihong's expression and promptly added, I will assist my classmates in making progress. Additionally, I have helped Hinata significantly improve her gentle fist technique. You may inquire with her if you wish. Indeed, right? Brother Lu is quite remarkable. He can even provide us with valuable insights, can't he? Teacher Shi Rihong? Please allow him to stay. Hinata eagerly nodded, gazing earnestly at Shi Rihong. With her hands on her hips, Shi Rihong pondered thoughtfully as she regarded Hinata. From the moment she first laid eyes on Hinata, she sensed something extraordinary about the young girl, prompting her to go to great lengths to ensure that Hinata was assigned to her class. It was indeed intriguing to discover that the girl had enhanced her ninjutsu through training with her summoning beast. Is that all right, teacher? Hinata cautiously assessed Shi Rihong's demeanor, anxious that she might not wish for Lu Yifei to remain. All she desired was to attend school alongside Lu Yifei, diligently honing her ninjutsu skills. The absence of his companionship during their studies would significantly diminish her motivation. After a moment of internal conflict, Shi Rihong finally relented. Very well. Let him stay and learn alongside you. Thank you, teacher. I will move over now. Hinata exclaimed with joy, turning to wink at Lu Yifei before scampering over to sit beside young Shino. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei understood that although Sunset Hong had agreed to stay, she could not appear too integrated into the group, lest it impede her teaching. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei simply stood quietly to the side, not uttering a word. After a while, Sunset Hong scanned the students and suddenly spoke. Today marks your first day of learning under my guidance. Since we are just beginning, I must conduct an introductory assessment, after which you will train and hone your skills according to your individual abilities. Assessment? What will the teacher be evaluating? Inuzuka Kiba asked curiously, displaying a hint of anxiety. Beside him, Hinata glanced nervously at Lu Yifei, feeling uncertain about the impending evaluation. Sunset Hong smiled and calmly replied, There's no need to be overly anxious. The introductory assessment is a requisite experience for every newcomer to the ninja school. Therefore, prepare yourselves for the examination scheduled for this afternoon. This afternoon? Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened in surprise, his smile faltering. He had been eagerly anticipating the first day of school, having barely rested the night before, and now he felt far from his best for the evaluation. Sunset Hong nodded, affirming, Indeed, it is this afternoon. I will give you some time to prepare. Once the whistle blows, you must be ready for the assessment. As she spoke, she touched the whistle hanging from her neck and turned to leave the classroom. In the now empty classroom, the three students and a frog sat in silence, all taken aback by the sudden announcement of the assessment. Hinata stood up and uneasily approached Lu Yifei, just as she was about to speak. The classroom door swung open again. Sunset Hong, beaming, looked at everyone and snapped her fingers. Oh, right. The class next door will also be assessed, and our two classes will share the same evaluation venue. Please do not let me down. Initially, Hinata felt somewhat at ease, but upon hearing Sunset Hong's words, her anxiety intensified. Watching Sunset Hong leave once more, Lu Yifei turned to Hinata and encouraged her. Little Hinata, I know you have never undergone such an assessment nor competed with others before, but consider this. If you can defeat your family members with your own abilities, why not seize this opportunity to showcase your skills? Brother Lu is right. but I really do not know what the teacher will be evaluating. It may not just be ninjutsu, Hinata murmured, lowering her head and anxiously twisting her fingers. Louis Fei raised his head and noticed that Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino had begun to adjust their moods, preparing to face the assessment with determination. A sense of urgency filled his heart. He lowered his gaze and gently patted Hinata's shoulder, offering her encouragement. It's all right. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly perform better than the others. I am right here by your side, so what is there to fear? Hinata pressed her lips together, her light-colored eyes brimming with resolve. Louis Fei finally felt relieved, revealing a most unseemly toad-like grin. Cast aside all your worries and focus on adjusting your mindset for the examination. Keep it up. Hinata smiled gently, rising to take her seat. She closed her eyes, striving to calm her breath and achieve tranquility. As time passed gradually, the sun was high in the sky outside. Waihai Kurenai arrived, ushering in the sound of the whistle. Upon hearing it, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba immediately stood up, forming a line facing Kurenai, observing their spirited demeanor. Kurenai nodded in quiet approval. Excellent. It seems you are all well prepared. Now, let us set forth. Hinata glanced at Louis Fei before following the team in an orderly fashion as they departed from the premises. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei could discern the teacher's strong competitive spirit. Hinata nodded, standing tall alongside her two classmates, ready to embrace the upcoming assessment. This evaluation was meticulously crafted by the teacher, encompassing 3 distinct components aimed at scrutinizing their diverse capabilities. Should they succeed, it would be splendid. However, if they faltered, the enigmatic smile of Yuhi Kurenai revealed an unsettling depth. This smile not only unsettled the 3 assessors, but also instilled a sense of apprehension in Louis Fei. He remained uncertain about the nature of the potential repercussions that this newly appointed teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, might impose. The typically composed oil girl Shino, maintaining her stoic expression, inquired, "Teacher, could you disclose the nature of the punishment now?" Revealing it at this juncture would render it utterly mundane. A sense of suspense must be preserved. However, rest assured, this punishment will undoubtedly become your eternal nightmare. Thus, strive diligently to surpass Class 7 and meet my expectations, Yuhi Kurenai responded with another cryptic smile, offering no indication of the impending consequence. Hinata's complexion shifted, her fear palpable as she realized, if that is the case, we must not only complete the assessment but also surpass the students of Class 7? Indeed, Yuhi Kurenai replied, standing with hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of unwavering certainty. Louis Fei wrinkled his nose and turned to gaze at Class 7, lost in contemplative thought. In his view, the overall strength of Class 7 surpassed that of Hinata and her companions. Not only did Naruto possess a multitude of clever ideas and a sharp intellect, enabling him to unleash astounding power at various moments, but the silent Sasuke also demonstrated remarkable proficiency in his ninjutsu. Although they were all genin, there was still a discernible hierarchy among them. Louis Fei approached Hinata, offering words of encouragement. You can do it. You have trained with me for some time, and I believe you will pass the assessment with flying colors. As a girl, you possess a meticulousness that often surpasses that of boys during such evaluations. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Brother Lu. I will not let you down, Hinata replied, clenching her fists, pouring her heart and soul into preparing for the upcoming test. Waihai Kurenai, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but smile softly, thinking that having this toad around was not such a bad thing after all. She lifted her head to see that Team 7 was already getting ready for the assessment and clapped her hands, urging, "Everyone, let us get energized. I will now explain the specific rules of the evaluation." With a serious demeanor, Waihai Kurenai elucidated, the assessment consists of 3 parts. The first is quite straightforward. It will solely assess your ninjutsu. From this moment onward, you will face each other as opponents. Whoever can engage me in 3 battles first will pass the assessment. The last one remaining will face a penalty. Upon hearing Waihai Kurenai's words, Louis Fei felt a wave of calm wash over him. Hinata's gentle techniques were well honed. While she might not be the absolute best in teammate, her abilities undoubtedly met the standard for second place, ensuring she would not face punishment. As Louis Fei pondered these thoughts, Waihai Kurenai had already moved a short distance away, standing tall and firm. Who will step up first? She inquired. Hinata immediately turned to Louis Fei, hesitating as she contemplated whether she should be the first to take the challenge. Louis Fei shook his head, disapproving of Hinata stepping forward as the vanguard. He was still unaware of what gentle techniques Yuhi Kurenai intended to employ against Hinata and the others. If they recklessly launched an attack without discerning Kurenai's plans and tactics, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. I will go first. Inuzuka Kiba, though somewhat anxious, mustered his courage and stepped forward. Liu Yifei noticed his strong personality and smiled faintly. In truth, Inuzuka Kiba showcased impressive abilities and had a penchant for being the first to charge ahead. Thus, Hinata would take the second position. With this thought in mind, Liu Yifei approached Hinata and playfully blinked at her twice. It was commendable that Hinata, despite Liu Yifei's small bulging eyes, could discern the signals he wished to convey. Yuhi Kurenai assessed Inuzuka Kiba and beckoned him with a finger, inviting him forward. As my very first student for this assessment, I shall not let you escape so easily. Inuzuka Kiba widened his eyes, unable to suppress a gulp, yet he stepped forward to face Yuhi Kurenai. Taking a few deep breaths, he assumed an offensive stance and charged directly at her, clearly taken aback by Kiba's impulsive advance. Kurenai hesitated for a brief moment before extending a finger to grasp the collar of his shirt. Before anyone could react, Kurenai swiftly leaped behind Kiba, seizing his shoulder and throwing him to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust erupted into the air, causing Hinata and Aburame Shino nearby to cough from the ensuing cloud. Liu Yifei's eyes narrowed into a slit as he gazed intently at the scene before him. Amidst the slowly descending dust, Inuzuka Kiba lay helplessly on the ground, his face flushed, having been subdued by Hinata's fierce blow. What transpired? Yunya Shino felt a surge of astonishment, instinctively stepping back. They all understood that Kiba had been utterly defeated even before he could engage with Hinata, signaling a failure in the assessment. Hinata, satisfied by the shock reflected in the faces of her companions, finally released Kiba, pulling him up from the ground. Did you see the consequences of overestimating your abilities? This is not a duel between a genin and me. Your feeble tricks hardly qualify as ninjutsu. What? Yunya Shino gasped, her confidence severely shaken by those words. Hinata's expression turned stern. The evaluation is serious to me as well. I shall show no mercy. Nor will I allow you children to entertain the illusion that you can stall with trivial tactics. Reveal your true strength, though it seems you possess little. Who will step forward next? At this, Liu Yifei shifted his gaze toward Hinata, recognizing this as an opportune moment for her to shine. Her gentle fist technique could undoubtedly impress Hinata. Sensing Liu Yifei's gaze, Hinata glanced at Yunya Shino's anxious demeanor and gradually stepped forward, declaring, I will take my turn. Indeed. Hinata, your courage is commendable. Hinata smiled, her eyes shimmering with unmistakable admiration. Liu Yifei was not surprised by this. He understood that Hinata's words would instill a sense of intimidation in any student undergoing evaluation. However, Hinata, undeterred, boldly stepped forward, displaying commendable courage for a young girl. With a nod and a deep breath, she slowly approached Hinata's side. Closing her eyes, she meticulously recalled the techniques taught to her by Liu Yifei during his transformation into a muscular bald man. After a moment, Hinata opened her eyes to meet Hinata's intrigued gaze and respectfully declared, I am Hinata Hyuga, a student eager for your guidance. Please initiate the first move. Hinata waved her hand and squinted towards Team 7 in the distance. Indeed, one of the boys from that team possessed considerable potential. However, as for her own students, upon observing Hinata's apparent disregard for her, Hinata felt a stirring within, realizing it was time to act, and promptly charged forward to throw a punch. Hinata raised an eyebrow, capturing Hinata's small fist in her hand. Your courage is commendable, she remarked, but it seems you lack a certain cleverness. Did you not learn from Inuzuka Kiba's downfall due to sheer brute force? Liu Yifei furrowed his brows, perceiving that Hinata's actions were rather reckless. Hinata was not a brash individual. Having witnessed Inuzuka Kiba's impulsive assault moments earlier, it was perplexing that she would undertake such a course of action. No, he sensed that Hinata's intent was not merely to throw punches indiscriminately. Indeed, after receiving criticism from Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata did not exhibit a look of defeat. Instead, she extended her other hand and aimed to strike directly at Kurenai. With a slight smirk, Kurenai effortlessly blocked the attack from her elevated position. Seizing the moment, Hinata swiftly extended her leg and struck Kurenai's calf. Kurenai, taken aback, felt a twinge of pain from the unexpected kick and promptly pushed Hinata away. Hinata stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground, yet her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. She realized she had succeeded, cleverly employing what appeared to be a foolish maneuver to deceive Kurenai and execute a successful sneak attack. Well done, Hinata. You were truly remarkable. Liu Yifei hurriedly stepped forward, nudging Hinata with his head to help her up. He could hardly believe that Hinata had actually succeeded. It was well known that Kurenai, as a Jonin teacher at the Ninja Academy, could effortlessly thwart any attack, leaving Hinata with no opportunity to retaliate. Liu Yifei speculated that Hinata was able to ambush Yui Kurenai due to Inuzuka Kiba's rather feeble strength. His lackluster skills rendered Kurenai completely dismissive, to the extent that she did not take him seriously at all. Consequently, when Kurenai witnessed Hinata's reckless attack, she regarded Hinata merely as a second Inuzuka Kiba, resulting in a lack of defense and an overabundance of underestimation. Hinata rose to her feet, dusting off her clothes, and smiled brightly at Kurenai. "Teacher? Hinata, you performed admirably." Kurenai responded, coming back to her senses and generously offering praise. Hinata blushed and smiled shyly, cautiously inquiring, "So does that mean I've passed this assessment?" "Consider it passed." Kurenai replied, "But there are still 2 assessments remaining. Do not become overconfident. I underestimated you earlier, but I assure you, I shall be much stricter from here on." Kurenai smiled knowingly. Hinata's cautious intentions were indeed beyond Kurenai's expectations, yet she recognized it as a mere stroke of luck. She would no longer underestimate these seemingly inconspicuous individuals with hidden ambitions. Nodding, Hinata gradually approached Aburame Shino. "Shino, you must do your best. By the way, I forgot to mention that the first assessment for Class 7 is identical to ours. Currently, the 3 of you have only passed 1 assessment. Shino, if you do not pass and 2 members of Class 7 succeed, all 3 of you will face consequences." Kurenai's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of amusement as she observed the unfolding drama. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Liu Yifei could not help but turn his head to observe the situation in Class 7. He noticed Naruto engaged in a confrontation with Kakashi. Yet he was being thoroughly overwhelmed, with no opportunity to retaliate. Nevertheless, Naruto's performance and tenacious spirit far surpassed that of Inuzuka Kiba. Hinata, feeling a bit scared, turned to Liu Yifei and asked, "What should we do, Brother Liu?" "Do not fear. Your performance has been commendable," he reassured her. As for Yamanaka Shino, Liu Yifei lifted his gaze to him, uncertain of how he would fare in the upcoming challenges. Hinata recognized that Liu Yifei did not possess much confidence in predicting the outcome and could only silently stand beside him, watching Yamanaka Shino's assessment unfold. Yamanaka Shino stepped forward, calmly clenching his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Yui Kurenai, who remained unmoving. "Come over," Yui Kurenai beckoned with a flick of her finger, seemingly unperturbed by the notion that he could rival Hinata. Yamanaka Shino furrowed his brow tightly, feeling a substantial weight of pressure in his heart. Liu Yifei discerned his tension and inwardly sighed. Though Kurenai had merely spoken of discipline, it placed an immense burden upon Aburame Shino, the last to be assessed. Verily, only if Shino succeeded would the team evade chastisement, or if but a solitary member of Team 7 were to pass. This implied Shino must genuinely strike Kurenai, as did Hinata, and secure her explicit acknowledgement of his success. "Aburame Shino, press on," Liu Yifei uttered with concern, lest Shino falter, for he desired not to witness Hinata's punishment. Shino nodded, inhaled deeply, and cautiously approached Kurenai. Kurenai, having resolved that the 3 students would not pass the test, merely smiled faintly at Shino's earnest demeanor and said, "Come, let me see if you can prove to be any better than they were." Shino fixed his gaze upon Kurenai, slightly lowered his posture, and assumed an offensive stance. Abruptly, with a burst of strength, he leapt into the air, his left hand, clutching his sleeve, flinging towards Kurenai. Parasitic destruction insect technique. Liu Yifei and Hinata simultaneously craned their necks, their eyes riveted upon Shino's left hand. From within, several fuzzy, diminutive, yellow insects emerged, swiftly hurtling towards Kurenai. What manner of creatures are these? Liu Yifei's frog-like mouth twitched a few times, utterly astonished by the unexpected tactic employed by Oil Girl Shino. If Shino wished to successfully pass the assessment, she would need to catch Hinata off guard in a manner that would compel a newfound respect. Was it not rather overt to resort to such an obvious strategy of attacking with flying insects? Moreover, given the insect's sluggish flight, even if Hinata were afflicted with extreme myopia, she would surely discern their approach. "Be cautious, Shino." Hinata, clearly sensing the peculiarity of the situation, anxiously warned her. Without a hint of restraint, Hinata mocked. "Concealing flying insects in your sleeve? That is indeed a specialty of your Oil Girl clan, but you are woefully overestimating your abilities, little one." With that, Hinata unsheathed a dual-headed spinning blade from her waist and hurled it towards the nearest insect. The sharp edge of the blade cleaved the insect in 2. Yet the spinning knife did not cease its trajectory. It executed a remarkable curve, targeting the other insects. In an instant, all the insects lay lifeless on the ground. Shino stepped back, staring blankly at the carcasses of the insects scattered before her, at a loss for how to respond. Louis Fei swiftly turned his head, unable to bear the sight of Yun Jina's attempt. He could hardly fathom that this assessment would conclude so abruptly. Shi Rihong let out a scoff, gradually crouching beside the lifeless insect. Is it still the toxic yellow feather? Jina, you seem overly confident. Such trivial tricks. Not only can you not approach me in the slightest, but even if I were to be bitten by an insect, it would have no effect whatsoever. I know, however, that if you're bitten, you will lose. Yun Jina lowered his head in disappointment, staring disheartened at the insects scattered on the ground. His primary intention was to control the insects to compensate for his numerical disadvantage, for he understood that such reckless attempts would not suffice to pass the assessment. It was evident that he had failed. Shi Rihong smiled gently, casting a meaningful glance at the three of them. Therefore, I declare that only Hinata has barely passed the assessment, while Yun Jina and Inuzuka Kiba must face punishment. But Hinata lifted her head, perplexed by Shi Rihong's intentions. Shi Rihong looked towards the training grounds of Class 7. I will first inquire about the results of their assessment, regardless of how many passed. As long as Kakashi-sensei asserts that their performance exceeds yours, you shall all face punishment. With that, Shi Rihong walked away without hesitation, watching her retreating figure. Hinata's expression shifted dramatically as she lamented, "What should we do? Why do I feel that teacher Shi Rihong is determined to have us punished?" You are correct. But we cannot yet ascertain what course of action to take. Do not fret. Perhaps the punishment will not be as dreadful as we imagine. Inuzuka Kiba spoke, attempting to reassure himself, though his tone betrayed a lack of conviction. Louis Fei sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Hinata. Little princess, if my conjecture is correct, teacher Yuhi Kurenai's true intention lies not in testing your abilities, but rather in ensuring that you face punishment regardless. Though he wished to shield Hinata from worry, it was imperative to reveal Kurenai's ulterior motive. What should we do now? Are we truly destined to accept punishment? Hinata exclaimed in a flurry, hastening to his side. Observing her hurried approach brought a flicker of joy to Louis Fei's heart. It seemed that when confronted with fear, Hinata instinctively turned to him for support. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing their fearful expressions, Louis Fei could not help but take a step back, waving his hand with a smile. Rest assured. This is merely your first day of assessment. Teacher Ziyuhong will not be too harsh on you. That is not necessarily the case, Yun Jina retorted, shaking her head, her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand, lost in contemplation. Little brat, pretending to be mysterious. Louis Fei curled his lips, inwardly mocking the mature demeanor of Yun Zino. At that moment, the vibrant sunset red approached, swaying her hips as she made her way from the training ground of Class 7. Ahem. Don't you have any questions for me? She surveyed the group, noting their anxious expressions, which only heightened her excitement. Observing her eager demeanor, Louis Fei hesitantly spoke up. Class 7 must have performed better than our class, right? Indeed, the little frog was correct. Class 7's performance was superior. Sunset Red snapped her fingers, reveling in the expressions of her audience. Inuzuka Kiba, drenched in cold sweat, clenched his fists defiantly, exclaiming, "That should be impossible. I clearly saw that guy Uzumaki Naruto not even getting a chance to strike. But you two had no opportunity to act. How do you fare any better than him?" Sunset Red regarded him with a half-smile, unfazed by his retort. Upon hearing this, even Louis Fei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the students of Class 8 had not performed satisfactorily, and even if subjected to punishment, they had no grounds to complain or protest. Kiba's face flushed with indignation, even if I too lacked the chance to strike. Why should it be assumed that the members of their class performed better than us? With his words, Sunset Red finally ceased her playful demeanor, her expression turning serious. She fixed her gaze upon the three of them, enunciating each word clearly. Why? I have witnessed the performance of Class 7 firsthand. As genin, they naturally cannot surpass their genin instructor. However, each of them diligently observed their teacher's flaws and habits, striving earnestly to perform. Well, what about you? At her words, the three fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. Louis Fei squinted, nodding in agreement, truly believing that in this regard, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were inferior to Naruto and his companions. Yuhi Kurenai let out a cold hum, then continued, "Among you, only Hinata demonstrates any sense. Even knowing she cannot defeat me, she bravely steps forward, diligently observing and contemplating strategies. In contrast, you, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, are consumed by thoughts of defeat, entering our battles in a state of self-abandonment. Shouldn't you be punished for this? Upon hearing these words, the group felt an overwhelming sense of shame, lowering their heads with hands behind their backs at a loss for how to respond. Observing their demeanor, Yuhi Kurenai spoke again. Tell me, do you believe you deserve punishment? I and Aburame Shino merit our penalties, but Hinata performed admirably. Shall we exempt her from punishment? Inuzuka Kiba mustered his courage to speak, his eyes filled with guilt towards Hinata. Hearing this, Hinata paused, quickly shaking her head. No, our class's overall performance does not compare to Naruto and the others. I should accept the punishment alongside you. I am not at fault. The fault lies in our lack of ability and unwillingness to strive. Aburame Shino echoed her sentiment, urging restraint. Liu Yifei listened quietly, gradually revealing a smile. He had not anticipated that these individuals would stand up for Hinata. Logically, she should not face punishment. However, he believed that Yugao was not so easily swayed to let Hinata off the hook. Indeed, Yugao narrowed her eyes and coldly declared, as members of the same class, you should understand the concept of shared honor and disgrace. If there is to be punishment, it must be endured together. Upon hearing Yugao's words, Hinata felt a sense of relief. She turned to Liu Yifei and offered a gentle, endearing smile. Brother Liu, please don't worry about me. I'll be fine. You can rest assured. Liu Yifei found comfort in her demeanor, perceiving her as both pitiable and charming. Hinata nodded, and when facing Yugao, she found an unexpected courage. No longer gripped by fear. She had never feared the punishment itself, but merely the uncertainty it brought. Now that the punishment was unavoidable, she resolved to confront it bravely. Inuzuka Kiba took a deep breath and looked up at Yugao, uncertain of what punishment awaited them. Since it's your first day of school, I won't be excessively harsh. Yugao began, but do not expect this punishment to be easy. Come forth and stand before me. She beckoned with a mysterious smile. Upon witnessing her expression, Liu Yifei suddenly felt an ominous premonition, growing anxious for the punishment Hinata was about to face. Hinata stepped forward alongside the others, standing beside Yugao. Just as everyone's attention was focused on her, the three of them were suddenly lifted off the ground, caught off guard, and suspended in midair. Kiba and Hinata screamed in unison, clearly startled. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame remained silent, his expression unreadable, leaving one to wonder whether he was unafraid or simply rendered speechless by the shock. Liu Yifei lifted his head and beheld them suspended from the tree by ropes. Unable to restrain himself from speaking, is this the punishment? How could it possibly be so simple? Ziyar Hong smiled enigmatically, her demeanor shrouded in mystery. Witnessing her expression, Liu Yifei felt an unsettling premonition intensify within him. Teacher, what exactly do you intend to do with them? Have you already begun to feel concern for your little master? She teased. Rest assured, I shall not subject them to excessive suffering. After all, they still have forthcoming assessments to complete. With that, Ziyar Hong gracefully settled onto the ground in a cross-legged position. In a pitiful tone, Inuzuka Kiba gazed at Ziyar Hong and inquired, Teacher, it is quite uncomfortable to be left hanging like this. Of course, I understand that being suspended in such a manner is far from pleasant, she replied. Thus, I have thoughtfully prepared some implements for your punishment. Ziyar Hong clapped her hands and retrieved an object from her waist pouch. At the sight of the item, everyone was taken aback, for none had anticipated that the prop Ziyar Hong had prepared was a bunch of grapes. Behold, a delectable bunch of grapes, Ziyar Hong exclaimed cheerfully, raising the fruit and twirling it in her hand. Liu Yifei twitched the corner of his mouth. So, teacher, your punishment is to eat grapes while watching them hang upside down? No, that seems far too easy. They just mentioned that staying in that position would be quite uncomfortable. I must find a way to help them stretch their limbs. Ziyar wiggled a finger, her expression shrouded in mystery. Liu Yifei furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend her intentions. Hinata, suspended upside down, could only fixate on the cluster of glistening purple grapes. Teacher, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please, spare us the suspense. I counted. There were a total of 56 grapes in that bunch. The first among you to consume 30 grapes may descend, and the next to eat 20 may also come down. However, the last individual must remain hanging from the tree until I am in a favorable mood to release them. After Yugao spoke, she narrowed her eyes, relishing their reactions. Liu Yifei observed their perplexed expressions and finally comprehended what Shi Hong intended. It was indeed a daring approach. Hinata, feeling quite confused, could not help but inquire. Does the teacher mean to sit there and toss grapes for us to eat? But 30 grapes constitute half of them. How could we possibly consume 30? The odds are simply too slim. Although she was not particularly fond of calculating such chaotic matters, she could discern the evident difficulty posed by this punishment. Upon hearing her words, Shina also grasped the situation. Indeed, with one grape contended by 3 individuals, what if each person ended up with a mere handful? Thus, the purpose of this punishment hinged upon their abilities. If they failed to secure 30 grapes collectively, they would remain suspended. This is the first lesson I impart to you. Everything relies on oneself, Shi Rihong asserted, her demeanor exuding an air of authority. Listening to her, Lu Yifei regarded Shi Rihong with newfound respect. He had long heard that before taking on the role of mentor for Class 8, she was merely an ordinary jonin. Initially, he harbored concerns that Hinata might not learn anything of value. However, it now appeared that he had overthought the matter. Yet, this also implied that it was quite possible they would all remain suspended. This method of grappling for grapes seemed to jeopardize their camaraderie. Inuzuka Kiba furrowed his brow, feeling troubled and reluctant to partake in this punitive rescue. How could he compete with Shina for grapes from Hinata? The 2 boys would undoubtedly outmatch the girl. Hinata was so petite that she could hardly keep pace. Shi Rihong shrugged and chuckled lightly. Well, there is nothing to be done then. This punishment is inherently a test of individual capability. You must rely on your own skills to achieve success. If not, the 3 of you shall remain suspended until dusk. What? Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened as he stared at Shi Rihong, who wore a beaming smile, feeling a surge of indignation. Shina chimed in, protesting. Isn't this just playing with us? It's utterly impossible for the first person to seize 30 grapes. Even if successful, the other 2 would likely continue to hang. Ultimately, if they do not succeed, all 3 will be suspended. It's merely a punishment allowing one person to escape by chance. At this point, before Shi Rihong could respond, Lu Yifei suddenly raised his head, as if grasping the crux of the matter. In this punishment, Shi Rihong continually emphasized individuality, repeatedly mentioning punishment and escape. The objective was likely not merely to allow them to flee based on their abilities, for the very premise of this rescue was inherently flawed. Regardless, one individual securing 30 grapes was implausible. However, if she punished the other 2 or kept all 3 suspended, what was Shi Rihong truly aiming for? All these seemingly unreasonable arrangements were, in fact, underscoring the importance of collaboration. Yes, it was collaboration. Only through mutual cooperation could they maximize the number of individuals descending from the tree. Shi Rihong noticed Lu Yifei deep in thought and exclaimed in surprise. It appears our clever frog has grasped the essence of the matter. Lu Yifei looked up and smiled, meeting the curious gazes of the crowd as he slowly nodded. He had indeed grasped the essence of overcoming this crisis, yet in the end, someone had to bear the consequences. Ultimately, this rescue game relied on unity, collaboration, and an indomitable spirit. It was undoubtedly the second trial spoken of by Sunset Red. Upon seeing Lu Yifei seemingly lost in thought, Hinata immediately inquired, Brother Lu, could you please share with us the method to escape? As Lu Yifei was about to speak, he was silenced by a glance from Sunset Red. She turned her gaze to Hinata, warning her, you may formulate your strategies, but do not seek assistance from others. In response, Lu Yifei could only shrug helplessly at Hinata. Although he wished to assist her, this matter could not be casually disclosed, for the assessment was ultimately for Hinata's benefit, serving as a valuable exercise. Hinata felt somewhat disheartened. Yet she mustered her spirits and turned to Wai and Shino beside her, suggesting, let us 3 brainstorm together to find a solution. Wai and Shino and Inuzuka Kiba nodded in agreement, plunging into contemplation. Observing their silence, Sunset Red gradually approached Lu Yifei, scrutinizing him intently. I believe you possess a remarkable intelligence surpassing that of ordinary summoning beasts, she remarked. As Sunset Red drew closer, Lu Yifei quickly stepped back 2 paces, chuckling, really? Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Do not feign ignorance. I know you are not merely a simple summoning beast. After all, I have yet to encounter a summoning beast with such agile intellect. Sunset Red continued to lean in, intrigued by him. This was the first time in a long while that she had encountered a summoning beast that seemed to outshine humans in intelligence. Lu Yifei took a step back, meeting the skeptical gaze of Shihong with a hint of ambiguity. What you have not encountered before does not imply its non-existence. I assure you, I am merely an ordinary spirit beast. With a resigned sigh, Shihong straightened up, scrutinizing the black toad up and down, choosing not to speak further. After all, this toad was merely a clever creature. Lu Yifei let out a sigh of relief and, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, raised his gaze to Hinata, only to discover that she and her companions were in a rather uncomfortable position, yet they continued to endure and engage in fervent discussion. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai, growing impatient, interjected, "I must say, it's been a quarter of an hour, and you still have no solutions? If this continues, I shall hurl the grapes." With that, she picked up a grape, preparing to toss it. In a flurry, Inuzuka Kiba pleaded, "Wait. We will resolve it immediately." Upon hearing this, Kurenai reluctantly set the grape down, urging them to expedite their deliberation. Here, the punishment is akin to a battlefield. The enemy will not grant you such ample time for contemplation. This is your first and last warning. The trio, however, found themselves too engrossed in their hushed whispers to heed her words, their conversation a mystery to all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei shook his head as he watched, internally marveling at the teacher's ingenuity. Even when these individuals sought victory, the teacher would devise methods to ensure their defeat. A few minutes later, Hinata, panting, clutched the grapes in her hand and reported, 12, 9, 10. Upon hearing their counts, Yujito's brows arched, momentarily slowing her movements. She was quite curious whether these three little ones intended to extricate themselves from their predicament through such means. Just as Yujito pondered this, Shino left one grape behind, offering the rest to Hinata, while Kiba, not to be outdone, presented all his grapes as well. "Teacher, Hinata's grapes total 30. Please let her down," Kiba declared, lifting his head in hopeful anticipation. Both Yujito and Luofei were momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that they had indeed stumbled upon the right solution. Regaining her composure, Yujito cast a knowing glance at Kiba and Shino, remarking, "I imagine hanging their isn't a pleasant experience. If you truly wish to part with your grapes, the consequences for you may not be so favorable. It's all right. Hinata is a girl. She should be allowed to descend first, especially since she has performed the best in this assessment. She shouldn't have to suffer alongside us," Shino asserted without hesitation. Louis Fei nodded in satisfaction, holding a deep admiration for Yunvizino and Inuzuka Kiba. In this fiercely competitive and perilous endeavor, the ability of the three to swiftly unite for a common purpose was an unexpected development that both he and Yugao had not anticipated. Yugao gazed appreciatively at the trio and finally drew a dart, severing the rope that suspended Hinata, just as Hinata was about to plummet to the ground. Louis Fei dashed forward, bending down just in time to catch her atop his head. With a resounding thud, Hinata quickly sat up and patted Louis Fei's head, inquiring, "Are you all right, Luan Ai? Did I hurt you? I am tough and resilient. I am perfectly fine now, so please do not worry too much," Louis Fei reassured, eager to alleviate Hinata's feelings of guilt. Observing their interaction, Yugao could not help but interject with a hint of playful sarcasm. "I did not expect your bond to flourish to such an extent. Hinata, you possess an exceptional summoning beast, which is indeed your fortune. Thank you for your kind words. Sensei, however, let us first attend to the grapes. I see that our two classmates are beginning to feel unwell," Hinata said, not forgetting her concern for those still suspended in the air. Yugao smiled, casually picking up a half-peeled grape. "Well then, I am quite eager to see who will be released next." With that, she resumed tossing grapes. In the end, Inuzuka Kiba and Yunvizino found themselves with an abundance of grapes, deliberating on who would descend first. Louis Fei fixed his gaze on the unfolding scene, a twinge of worry gnawing at his heart. He could discern that both Yunjina and Inuzuka Kiba were individuals willing to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of others. Thus, their deliberations were bound to reach an impasse. Indeed, Inuzuka Kiba offered a grape to Yunjina, asserting, "This time, I performed the worst. You should go down. The grape is yours." "No, you should go down instead. I can still hold on, and it was my lackluster performance in the final round that led to this predicament. I recklessly gambled, and it is entirely my fault. You should go down," Yunjina resolutely insisted, transferring the grape into his hands. Inuzuka Kiba shook his head vigorously. "I told you are going down. Do not argue with me. You also must not dispute with me. Otherwise, we shall both remain suspended here. Quickly descend." In a moment of desperation, Yunjina hurled the grapes at Inuzuka Kiba. Reluctantly, he caught them, intending to hand them back, only to find Yunjina entirely averted from him, leaving him frozen in uncertainty. Observing Inuzuka Kiba's helplessness, Sunset Red chuckled. "Well then, Inuzuka Kiba, it seems you must come down, while Jina remains suspended." "No, I want to stay up here with him," Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed suddenly, throwing all the grapes he held onto the ground in a fit of agitation. Louis Fei sensed a slight stiffness in the small body atop his head. Realizing that Hinata must be quite astonished at that moment, Yamanaka Shino turned around, staring incredulously at the grapes on the ground. What are you doing? You could have come down. I refuse to descend. I want to stay up here with you. It is my inadequacy that has led us to this point. How could I abandon you to face this alone? Inuzuka Kiba gazed at him with unwavering determination, showing no hint of regret. Yamanaka Shino widened his eyes, silently observing Kiba for a while before nodding in appreciation. Today, neither of us performed well, so let us both accept the punishment together. Kiba nodded vigorously, enduring the agony of hanging in midair alongside him, resolute in their shared struggle. Witnessing their camaraderie warmed Louis Fei's heart. It seemed that these two had forged a commendable bond of brotherhood on the very first day of their school assessment, choosing to endure suffering together rather than abandon one another. Waihai Kurenai regarded them intently and inquired, "Why are you both so unwilling to come down? You must understand that this is not the time for such disputes. With one less person up here, there would be less suffering." "I understand. But I do not wish to descend. I did not perform well today and must accept the consequences." Yamanaka Shino articulated each word with conviction. Beside him, Inuzuka Kiba affirmed, "I too performed the worst. I am the one who deserves punishment." I cannot bear to see Yamanaka Shino left here alone. Pleased by their responses, Kurenai nodded approvingly. She swiftly drew two shuriken and severed the ropes binding them. Unprepared, Yamanaka Shino and Inuzuka Kiba tumbled to the ground, rubbing their sore backs and grimacing, struggling to rise. Yamanaka Shino queried, "Teacher, why did you let us both down?" "Because you have both passed the second assessment," Waihai Kurenai replied with a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with admiration. She cared little for their individual abilities to pass. After all, skills could be honed. However, the innate qualities within each individual could not be altered by any seasoned ninja. The children of Team 7 displayed remarkable unity, assisting one another in times of peril, selflessly granting each other advantages, and reserving the final punishment for themselves, a rare and commendable trait. This was also the objective of her second assessment, unity and cooperation. Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head, a knowing smile on his face as he remarked, "So, when fighting alongside teammates, one must learn to put others before oneself, prioritizing the team's welfare." Precisely, Kiba's insight was commendable. Waihai Kurenai nodded, generously praising him. A voice of admiration from above caught Louis Fei's attention. "Wow," Hinata exclaimed, successfully diverting his focus. Louis Fei raised his head, surprised. "What's wrong? Did you not expect that we would actually pass this assessment?" "Indeed," he replied. "And I find it remarkable how teacher Hinata devised such a method to challenge us." Hinata cupped her face with her hands, gazing at Hinata with sparkling eyes. Noticing Hinata's adoration, Hinata turned and winked at her. "You performed admirably, Hinata. For the final assessment, give it your all. The last evaluation for Class 7 is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Louis Fei's curiosity piqued, and he turned to see how Naruto was faring. His gaze shifted to another assessment area, where he discovered that Naruto had somehow been knocked down by teacher Kakashi and was unable to rise. "This kid." Louis Fei shook his head, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. Hinata, not focusing on her classmates from Class 7, eagerly inquired, "What is the third assessment?" She was impatient to pass the evaluation alongside her friends. "Let us proceed with the assessment together with Class 7, Hinata announced, snapping her fingers and striding directly toward Kakashi's location. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed in pursuit. Louis Fei leisurely arrived at the examination venue for Class 7, effortlessly becoming the center of attention. "Who is this frog?" Kakashi inquired, stroking his chin, unable to restrain his curiosity. Hinata promptly stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper as she shyly remarked, "This is my summoning beast, accompanying me for the examination. Please do not judge him solely by his appearance. Though the frog may be unattractive, he possesses a kind heart and remarkable abilities." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei lowered his head and immediately recognized the girl with long pink hair as Haruno Sakura. He cleared his throat and, noticing Sakura's curious expression, proceeded to explain, "My name is Louis Fei. You may call me whatever you wish, as long as you remember that I am Hinata's summoning beast." Upon hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed even deeper. "I am Sakura. It is a pleasure to meet you, and this is my classmate, Sasuke." Haruno Sakura cheerfully introduced herself, not forgetting to mention her beloved Sasuke at the end. Startled momentarily, Liu Yifei gazed upon Sasuke's taciturn and frigid demeanor, though he found himself far from surprised. Such was the nature of Sasuke, a youth of aloofness and few words. Sasuke offered a slight nod, a gesture that served as his acknowledgement of Liu Yifei's presence. Liu Yifei nodded slightly, then turned to Naruto. Just now, I saw you utterly powerless against Kakashi-sensei. You must give your all in the final assessment. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in response, appearing somewhat flattered. Liu Yifei felt a sudden wave of complexity within, revealing that he was still but a child, yearning for recognition and praise. At that moment, Sunset Red clapped her hands, declaring that it was time to proceed, emphasizing the importance of time in this assessment. She then invited Kakashi-sensei to announce the details of the evaluation. Kakashi, resting his chin on his hand, surveyed the 6 group members before stating, "The task at hand is quite simple. It can be encapsulated in 2 words, endurance." Endurance? What does that entail? Inazuka Kiba asked, bewildered. As Liu Yifei gazed at the others, he noticed their expressions were filled with confusion, except for Sasuke and Hinata, who appeared relatively unperturbed. Observing Hinata as if she possessed some foreknowledge, Liu Yifei found it intriguing and leaned down to gently inquire, "Little Hinata, do you have any idea what the teacher intends to assess?" "Indeed, it must pertain to tests of stamina and endurance," Hinata replied cheerfully. "Fortunately, I am well fed today and have just consumed several grapes meant for the assessment, so I am brimming with energy." She smiled sweetly while patting her belly, exuding an endearing charm. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Liu Yifei felt an overwhelming urge to lean in and kiss her, yet he resolutely held back, saying, "What you say is quite accurate. Do your best. I will be right here beside you." Hinata nodded, placing her small hand gently upon Liu Yifei's arm. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "Do you believe this is merely a test of endurance?" "No, you are mistaken. This assessment is divided into several smaller challenges that you must complete one by one." "What? But teacher, you clearly stated that there was only one final assessment remaining." "You are not being truthful. This is a breach of integrity," Naruto exclaimed, visibly displeased. Sakura promptly echoed, "Yes? We have been assessed for so long. Why do the tasks only seem to multiply? When did I ever claim that a single assessment corresponds to just one task? You are to accept the examination as it is. Should anyone have objections, they may voluntarily forfeit and directly face the consequences of failing the assessment." Kakashi remarked with a smile, showing no sign of remorse for his words. Sakura was taken aback by his response, but dared not react too strongly. Retreating alongside Naruto into the ranks silently, Kakashi, satisfied with their reactions, nodded and announced, "The first task of the assessment is disguise." "Disguise? What does that entail?" Liu Yifei gazed up, his gaze sweeping across the verdant woods and meadows that enveloped him, a nascent idea taking root in his mind. He understood that Kakashi and Yui Hong were not individuals to adhere to conventional methods. Therefore, this assessment would undoubtedly prove to be more intricate than it initially appeared. "Hinata, you must proceed with the utmost caution and accomplish the task flawlessly." Upon Kakashi's pronouncement, the students exchanged perplexed glances, none quite grasping the essence of the so-called disguise mission. Bear in mind that your adversaries extend beyond the other 5 participants. You must also contend with your own limitations. The task is straightforward. You must conceal yourselves within the forest, evading detection. Hong and I will seek you out, and the duration of your concealment will determine your evaluation. Only 4 individuals will successfully pass the assessment. Kakashi elaborated on the specifics of the assessment. Hinata furrowed her brow, hesitating as she inquired, "What if we are discovered immediately?" Regrettably, Yui Hong elucidated with a smile, "The first 2 individuals to be found will immediately face a penalty. The remaining participants, if undetected, must remain concealed, otherwise, they too will be subject to punishment." Having listened to the instructor's explanation, the students exchanged apprehensive glances. Naruto, however, remained undaunted, rolling up his sleeves as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate to you the true essence of a master of disguise." Rolling his eyes, Liu Yifei drew closer to Hinata, offering words of encouragement. "Don't fret. Your petite frame grants you a distinct advantage in concealment. Above all, maintain your composure. I shall remain by your side throughout." As twilight approached, Hinata gazed skyward, a tremor of apprehension in her heart. "Brother Liu, please stay with me. I'm afraid to be alone," she implored. She feared neither punishment nor the rigors of perseverance, but the prospect of solitude within the darkened, silent forest filled her with unease. Liu Yifei was acutely aware of her thoughts and promptly replied with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to hide alone. I will remain by your side, ensuring that my Hinata is never left to face solitude." With this reassurance, Hinata felt at ease and stepped back, joining the ranks of her companions. Kakashi surveyed the group and, upon noticing that everyone was adequately prepared, expressed his satisfaction, stating, "You shall now disperse and conceal yourselves. We will not disclose the precise moment for you to be found." Upon hearing this, all the students obediently scattered in various directions. Louis Fei naturally had his means to locate Hinata. At this moment, for the sake of fairness in the assessment, he merely remained in the company of the two instructors. Yuhi Kurenai, arms crossed, scrutinized Louis Fei's composed demeanor and thought to herself, "Little frog, I have been observing you since the assessment began. You are remarkably astute, able to discern everything around you. I trust you have grasped the purpose of our evaluation this time. I merely happen to be perceptive." "It is nothing to be concerned about," Louis Fei replied, noticing their collective gaze fixated upon him. He quickly stepped back a few paces, feeling somewhat uneasy under their sudden scrutiny. Both instructors were of the elite Jonin rank, holding significant status within the academy and the village. He wished to avoid drawing their attention, lest it lead to any complications. Louis Fei was constantly contemplating how to ensure Hinata's well-being here. However, he desired to maintain a low profile, simply wishing for Hinata to study diligently, mature gracefully, and ultimately succeed in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Kakashi, preceding Kurenai Yui's response, expressed his curiosity, remarking on his exceptional talent, stating that he was no ordinary summon. "I am merely a common toad with no particular distinction. It's just that my parents were intelligent, so I inherited their intellect, a matter of genetics. Please, do not overthink it." Louis Fei continued to wave his hands, attempting to divert the teacher's attention from himself. Kakashi gazed at him, nodding, lost in thought. Kurenai Yuhi looked towards the forest, pondering aloud. "Everyone should be concealed by now, shouldn't they? Shall we commence our search now? In a short while, they must secure an advantageous hiding spot. Otherwise, we shall immediately perceive their locations upon entry." Kakashi demurred, disagreeing with an immediate search. Hearing Kakashi's words, Louis Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Hinata was meticulous in her actions, carefully considering her camouflage and methods, requiring ample time. Had Kakashi and Kurenai Yui begun their search immediately, they might have been exposed prematurely. He chimed in, "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. This assessment provides them with the freedom to express themselves. Without additional time, how can they fully utilize it?" "You have a point. We shall wait a while longer then." Kakashi glanced at him once more, before settling down to read a book with great interest. Louis Fei felt a surge of curiosity as he approached step by step. Upon glimpsing the contents of the book, he was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Kakashi was engrossed in a rather unspeakable genre of comic books. Noticing the peculiar expression on Louis Fei's face, Yuhi Kurenai paused for a moment and inquired, "What's with that expression? What is Teacher Kakashi reading?" Louis Fei feigned ignorance, turning his head aside, and chose to abandon the topic altogether. Louis Fei harbored a quiet anticipation as Zairong approached, eager to discover what lay before them. True to her inquisitive nature, Zairong could not resist and stepped forward to gaze at Kakashi, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing looking at this?" Kakashi nonchalantly tucked the comic into the pocket of his waist, raising his head with a mischievous grin. Interest. Zairong, unable to finish her sentence, shyly retreated to the side, shedding the authoritative demeanor of a teacher who had just been reprimanding her students. Observing their interaction, Louis Fei felt an inexplicable warmth. After a brief moment, Kakashi clapped his hands and rose from the ground, declaring, "All right, it's been long enough. Zairong and I shall head into the forest to find them. What about you, Frog? You may go ahead. I will wait until nightfall before entering. Hinata might feel frightened alone inside." Louis Fei refrained from voicing his final thought. Yet he was undeniably concerned about Hinata's condition. If he accompanied the two instructors on their search, the commotion would be too pronounced. They would be detected before nearing the team members, prompting them to exercise greater caution in concealing themselves. Conversely, if he were to enter a tad later, he could stealthily locate Hinata without drawing any attention, which would be the ideal scenario. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai expressed no dissent, and together they ventured into the forest, commencing their search for the team members' whereabouts. Meanwhile, the team members were scattered in a secluded corner. Louis Fei remained quietly stationed at his spot. After a brief respite, he began to inch closer toward the forest out of boredom. Within the forest, there were numerous thickets, large boulders, and trees so robust that they dwarfed two individuals. If one were to conceal themselves, Such hiding spots could easily accommodate a person. However, he pondered how. In such an expansive forest, his classmates would cleverly utilize their surroundings to hide. Just as Louis Fei aimlessly meandered through the woodland, he suddenly perceived an unusual sound. Though presently embodied as a toad, Louis Fei retained remarkably acute hearing. The susurrus, akin to the whisper of wind, immediately alerted him to an anomaly. A palpable indication of a concealed presence nearby. Louis Fei pondered this, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. I sense a presence nearby, he mused, and I find myself intrigued as to who might be concealed within the periphery of these woods. After Louis Fei's voice faded away, there was no response, as if he were conversing with himself in the solitude of the forest. However, upon listening intently, Louis Fei discerned the unmistakable sound of hurried breathing, evidently indicating a heightened state of tension. Louis Fei stifled a laugh and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious? Who exactly is concealed here? Are you not aware that this is the essential path for the teacher's entrance? To hide here, do you truly believe that the most perilous location is the safest? You're overthinking it." As he uttered this remark, he immediately heard a disdainful and defiant snort, reminiscent of a girl's voice. Louis flew with understanding, realizing the speaker was either Sakura Haruno or Hinata Hyuga. However, he deemed it improbable that Hinata could produce such a sound. Louis Fei stroked his chin, pacing thoughtfully. He concluded that it would be best not to confront this individual, for doing so would compromise the integrity of the assessment. With this in mind, he cleared his throat softly and said, "Well, since you prefer to remain hidden, I shall not press you further. After all, I have already located you. Should the next instructor arrive, they will undoubtedly uncover your presence immediately. Allow me to offer you this gentle reminder before I take my leave." Having spoken, Louis Fei prepared to depart with an air of confidence. Just then, a sudden rustle behind him signaled the emergence of another person. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei surveyed his cold and proud demeanor, feeling little inclination to engage in conversation with him. He understood that Sasuke had always been this way. Even when harboring doubts, he would not communicate openly. Sasuke grasped the underlying message. He simply wished for a more amiable tone. After a brief pause, he inquired, "May I ask how you discovered my presence?" "That is quite simple," Louis Fei replied nonchalantly. "I possess keen hearing, and thus I could discern your breathing, even if you attempted to conceal yourself." With his tone softened slightly, he felt inclined to share his method of detection. Sasuke nodded in comprehension, pressing his lips together and lowering his gaze as if pondering how he might better conceal himself. Louis Fei observed her standing nonchalantly in place, unable to suppress his curiosity as he approached. "Hey, how did you just walk out like that? Although I've noticed you. It doesn't mean that Kakashi-sensei and Yugao-sensei have seen you. You still had a chance to pass the assessment. By standing out like this, it signifies an automatic failure. The assessment cannot be failed. I believe that after hiding for so long, at least 2 individuals have already emerged," Sasuke replied with a confident smile, standing tall with pride. Seeing his demeanor, Louis Fei was momentarily left speechless. Indeed, Sasuke's meticulous nature meant that even now, stepping out was a calculated and assured move. Louis Fei licked the corner of his mouth and then waved his hand at him. "Since you believe you have already triumphed, you may gather your team. I am now off to find Hinata. I will accompany you," Sasuke surprisingly declared, following closely behind Louis Fei, eager to leave this place together. Louis Fei found it rather peculiar. Wasn't Sasuke usually distant from strangers? Why would he suddenly wish to accompany him? Contemplating this, Louis Fei inquired, "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from following me. What purpose would your presence serve? If the teacher sees you, he might mistakenly believe you are neglecting your assessment and merely indulging in leisure. Regardless of the circumstances, I have no intention of returning there." Yet, Sasuke remained steadfastly at Louis Fei's side, showing no signs of wavering. This only deepened Louis Fei's confusion. "Why are you so unwilling to go back?" he probed. "Because Naruto is there," Sasuke replied tersely, lowering his gaze, conveying an unmistakable reluctance to continue the conversation. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Louis Fei could only chuckle in disbelief. He finally grasped the reason behind Sasuke's reluctance to return. It stemmed from his belief that Naruto would undoubtedly be the one to perform the worst, the first to be singled out by the teacher. Sasuke's aversion to returning was essentially a desire to avoid Naruto's company. After a moment's reflection, Louis Fei continued, "In truth, Naruto's performance is not the worst. He possesses immense potential that simply remains untapped. You must strive to be a true brother to him, in time, You will come to understand. He spoke with an undertone, not expecting Sasuke to fully comprehend. Yet he acknowledged that this would inevitably be a matter they both needed to confront in the future. Sasuke, uninterested in Liu Yifei's musings, interjected curtly, "Let us go." Liu Yifei was acutely aware that Sasuke would not be inclined to listen to the ramblings of a mere frog. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he strode confidently alongside him. He understood that if he led Sasuke to Hinata, her whereabouts would inevitably be revealed. Thus, Liu Yifei feigned a search for Hinata, meandering through the forest, prolonging their journey as long as possible while awaiting the moment when the two instructors would locate their two students before seeking out Hinata. Just as they wandered aimlessly, a gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. "Liu Gige, why are you here with Sasuke?" Upon recognizing Hinata's voice, Liu Yifei quickly looked around. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of her anywhere. At that moment, Hinata's laughter echoed once more. "Hee hee, Liu Gige can't find me. Can you not tell where I am?" Liu Yifei glanced around, indeed failing to spot Hinata's figure. A smile crept upon his face as he once again admired Hinata's remarkable abilities. Although Sasuke was adept at concealment, his aura and intense presence rendered him easily detectable. Yet, despite Hinata lacking Sasuke's prowess, how could she hide so effectively? He had approached without even sensing her presence. "Hinata, where have you concealed yourself? Please come out." Liu Yifei called out cheerfully, continuing to survey his surroundings, yet still finding no trace of her. In his current form as a frog, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to both stillness and movement. It was evident that Hinata remained perfectly still, suggesting either exceptional stamina and stealth or an astutely chosen hiding spot. Though Hinata remained silent, it seemed she had resolved to make Liu Yifei search for her. At that moment, Sasuke spoke up. "How is she able to hide so well? Can't you detect her presence? I can sense it, but Hinata is a young girl, and even if she does not suppress her aura, it is considerably weaker than yours. Coupled with her excellent hiding spot, I cannot discern her location at all," Liu Yifei replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the surrounding trees, still perplexed by Hinata's whereabouts. Sasuke, feeling somewhat dissatisfied and confused, decided to comb through the nearby bushes. Seeing him take such a direct approach made Liu Yifei chuckle. "Do you truly believe that with Hinata's abilities, she should be easily discoverable?" "Indeed," Sasuke readily admitted. Focusing intently on his search, Liu Yifei was momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that Sasuke surely believed that among all the team members, his own abilities were superior, thus he could not fathom that Hinata could conceal her skills better than he could. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei raised his head, only to quickly lower it once more. It was no longer a matter of him seeking Hinata. Rather, it was Sasuke's intention to draw her out. To avoid revealing her whereabouts, he endeavored to refrain from glancing in the direction of Hinata, lest Sasuke detect his awareness. After searching the thicket for a while, Sasuke still failed to catch sight of Hinata, his brow furrowing ever tighter. Where could she possibly be? "Oh dear, would you kindly cease your search? Our Hinata has hidden herself exceptionally well. It is undeniable. Enough is enough. Just stop looking." Liu Yifei stifled a laugh and approached, deliberately stating this. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Sasuke resumed his search, inspecting the grass and peering behind the trees. Observing Sasuke's futile efforts, Liu Yifei sighed. "Why bother? What purpose does it serve to waste time here? You simply cannot find her. I refuse to believe she could conceal herself so effectively." Sasuke lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes widening in disbelief. Following his line of sight, Liu Yifei realized that night had fallen. Hinata had managed to hide for such an extended period. Contemplating this, Liu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy. "Hinata, perhaps it would be best if you emerged on your own. I suspect the teachers have already located everyone else." Hinata remained silent, merely emitting a soft hum to convey her reluctance to come down. Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in a blend of affection and resignation. All right, since you are reluctant to come out, I shall remain here with you until you choose to emerge or until the teacher comes looking for you." With that, Liu Yifei leisurely settled beneath a tree, narrowing his eyes as he began to doze off. Sasuke straightened up, observing Liu Yifei's impending slumber, momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to continue searching. Just as he was caught in his dilemma, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. How are they hiding so well? We still haven't found them. And I am nearly starving. I wish to go home for a meal. Sakura's weary voice drifted in from the west. Lu Yifei opened his eyes. Realizing that the assessment had concluded, he stood up. At that moment, Naruto's voice echoed once more. I never expected Sasuke to hide for so long. Sakura Haruno retorted mercilessly, you should consider how formidable Sasuke is. You can't even compare. Naruto, infuriated, inhaled deeply, but before he could respond, Inuzuka Kiba cautiously interjected, please. Let us not quarrel. Not only Sasuke, but Hinata from our class is also incredibly skilled, and she hasn't revealed her abilities yet. Kiba's words resonated with Lu Yifei. Indeed, Hinata had undoubtedly performed the best in this assessment, truly deserving of the title of his little princess. Ahem. Kakashi suddenly cleared his throat, sensing movement ahead, indicating that the target might soon be discovered. Silence, he commanded. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yifei rose without hesitation, raising his voice to call out, come over here. We are right here. Upon hearing the croaking of a frog, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, and with a silent understanding, hastened towards him. Upon seeing Sasuke and Lu Yifei standing in place, Kakashi expressed some surprise, stating, your teacher was discovered by a summoning beast at sunset and jumped out on his own. As for Hinata, she is nearby, but we cannot locate her. Without waiting for Lu Yifei to speak, Sasuke proactively reported his achievements. Naruto immediately burst into laughter, remarking that Sasuke was not faring much better. Shut up. I'm still doing much better than you. Sakura quickly retorted, unwilling to hear Naruto's comments. Yuhi Kurenai cast a glance at them, signaling for silence. She approached Lu Yifei and Sasuke, giving Sasuke's shoulder a reassuring pat. Well done. Enduring until sunset is quite impressive. Do not lose heart. I am now quite intrigued by Hinata. I did not expect her to secure first place. First place? Lu Yifei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked around and realized that all the classmates had been located. Wow, Hinata is first. Realizing this, Lu Yifei's spirits soared. Hinata, did you hear that? You are first. Come down quickly to accept the teacher's praise. Yet, after he spoke, there was no response from the air. Lu Yifei felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Hinata simply did not wish to emerge? Perhaps she had fallen asleep while hiding? After a few moments of silence, Kakashi suddenly chuckled, suggesting that Hinata intended for US to discover her, preferring not to reveal herself. This was quite commendable. At the outset of the assessment, we made it clear that if one remained undiscovered, they must continue to conceal themselves. Hinata did not betray her position, despite her ranking, which was quite impressive. Yuhi Kurenai nodded in satisfaction, generously offering her praise. Upon hearing Kurenai's commendation, Lu Yifei felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if the praise were directed at him. Haruno Sakura, having overheard, huffed in slight indignation, asserting that had she not been startled by a bug, she certainly would have chosen a more concealed hiding spot, thus avoiding her current predicament. You have already been found. Did you not consider such factors while disguising yourself? Kakashi retorted without hesitation, clearly dissatisfied with her remarks. Sakura paused, realizing the truth in her teacher's words, and lowered her head in silence. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, addressing Hinata. Since you are so well hidden and refuse to come out, I shall come to find you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yifei felt a twinge of concern. Unlike Shiri Hong, both she and Hinata were ninjas, possessing a heightened sense of awareness amongst their kind. Perhaps Shiri Hong could effortlessly coax Hinata out of her hiding place. Just as Lu Yifei pondered this, Shiri Hong smiled and declared, I found you, Hinata. Come out. After speaking, she picked up a small stone and tossed it into the air. The towering trees around them, robust and lush, provided ample concealment. As Shiri Hong's stone soared toward the broad leaves of a nearby tree, a rustle emanated from a branch nearby. Hinata, her face flushed, leaped from behind the foliage, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm here, she exclaimed. Hinata, how clever of you to hide in such a secretive spot. No wonder no one could find you. Wyan Shino remarked, gazing at Hinata with evident admiration. Upon hearing this, Hinata shyly smiled, explaining, I'm a bit shorter, so it's easier for me to remain unnoticed up there. You performed splendidly, Shiri Hong commended, not just in your ability to camouflage and conceal yourself, but in your understanding of the purpose behind this assessment. You are the first among your peers who has truly grasped the essence of disguise. With that, Shiri Hong stepped forward and gently patted Hinata's shoulder. At that moment, Naruto, brimming with impatience, interjected, if that is the case, then Hinata must be in first place. The rankings should be announced next. The student responsible for announcing the results continued. The two students who ranked at the bottom are Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba. The two of them stepped forward, their expressions marked by embarrassment as the rest of the group had successfully passed the assessment. Kakashi stood upright, casting his gaze upon the two students in the lineup. Haruno Sakura's face turned crimson as she and Inuzuka Kiba silently stepped forward, clearly feeling humiliated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that while he was searching for Hinata's position, she had likely discovered him. He couldn't help but admire her attentiveness and smiled as he admitted, "In truth, I had already surmised your location. However, since I could not observe it, it hardly counts as having found you. In any case, you have performed exceptionally well in this assessment. I share the same sentiment, yet I shall not become complacent. I will continue to strive for excellence," Hinata replied, her face flushed with excitement. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai interjected, interrupting their conversation. "Sakura Haruno, you were the first to be discovered. Pray tell, why did you choose to abandon your hiding place so soon?" Sakura lifted her gaze briefly to glance at Sasuke, appearing somewhat embarrassed to disclose her reason. Kakashi cleared his throat and urged, "Do enlighten us. What compelled you to abandon the assessment, disregarding the potential consequences?" "It was because I encountered a rather large beetle hiding in the bushes. Its body was entirely black, quite unsightly and terrifying. Thus, I hastily fled," Sakura explained, quickly averting her eyes from the group. Everyone was taken aback, not having anticipated such a reason, and for a moment, they were rendered speechless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Louis Fei pondered, a hand suddenly rested upon him. Hinata, noticing that Louis Fei seemed somewhat lost in thought due to their conversation, promptly offered her consolation. "Do not be disheartened. I find you handsome in any form, and you are quite adorable as you are now." "Really? As long as my little princess thinks I am not unattractive, that is all that matters," Louis Fei replied, his face lighting up with joy. Although he anticipated Hinata's encouragement and praise, her words still filled him with excitement. After a moment, Kakashi turned his attention to Inuzuka Kiba and asked, "And you? Why did you choose the most conspicuous cave? Surely you know that when people are searching for something, they tend to look in caves? You not only failed to disguise your location but merely sought a place to hide." Upon hearing this, Kiba lowered his head in shame, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, scrutinizing Kiba as she inquired, "I initially thought that since both Shino and Hinata had been discovered, you would manage to remain hidden, particularly after your previous lapse in caution. Why did you not hold your ground?" Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present varied widely. "I was lacking in perseverance. I had an upset stomach and needed to use the restroom. I was afraid the odor would give me away. So I went to the cave to relieve myself. I didn't expect you all to arrive just as I finished," Kiba explained awkwardly, his head nearly touching the ground. After a brief silence, Naruto burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha! Who would have thought it was a stomachache that revealed you? Ha ha!" At the sound of his laughter, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, nearly breaking into laughter themselves. Kakashi shot Naruto a glare and cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, "Kiba, why don't you return to the group?" Once Kiba rejoined the others, Kurenai stepped forward to observe each student, lost in her thoughts. Hinata felt a sense of unease and quickly glanced at Kurenai, noting her somewhat somber expression. Kurenai approached Haruno Sakura and asked, "Are you afraid of insects?" "Yes, very much so. I have been afraid of beetles since childhood," Sakura quickly nodded, admitting her fear. Ever since she was bitten by a beetle as a child, she had lost the courage to face them. Had it not been for the beetles this time, she could have remained hidden for a considerable time. Kurenai nodded and continued. "So, being afraid of beetles gives you the right to abandon this assessment, to leap out in a panic, disregarding everything, correct?" "I did not mean to. I am genuinely terrified," Sakura responded, her voice trembling as she nearly burst into tears. She did not wish to abandon the assessment, knowing full well the severe consequences from the two instructors. However, her fear of beetles outweighed her concern for punishment. Kurenai scoffed, bluntly stating, "You treated this assessment as if it were inconsequential, allowing your fear of insects to compel you to abandon it. But let me ask you, if this were not an assessment and an enemy were pursuing you, would you still leap out to meet your demise?" Sakura bit her lip, at a loss for words. Standing at the back, Lu Yifei nodded in agreement, harboring no dissent for Kurenai's words. True excellence lies in treating each assessment as if it were a genuine battle. If one falters at the sight of a mere insect, what would happen in the face of real danger? In the grand scheme of life, who truly holds more weight? A human or an insect? Kurenai snorted and walked over to Kiba once more, stating, "Everyone experiences urgency at times. Since you chose to disguise yourself, no matter the circumstances, you must not reveal yourself. How can you be certain when your enemy might catch up with you? Whether this was mere coincidence or if we have discernible patterns. You know in your heart." "I apologize, Sensei. It is my fault for not being prepared," Kiba admitted, feeling utterly humiliated, unable to raise his gaze. Seeing that both students bore expressions of contrition, Kurenai chose not to press further. She stepped to the forefront and articulated clearly, "Since you all acknowledge your mistakes, you should accept the punishment with dignity." "What punishment? Please don't be too harsh on Sakura," Naruto immediately interjected, his eyes filled with concern for Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath, turned, and firmly stomped on Naruto's foot, exclaiming, "Be quiet. If I did not pass, I must face the punishment, so stop talking." Naruto puffed his cheeks, nearly crying out from the pain. Lu Yifei nodded silently, appreciating Haruno Sakura's commendable attitude of courageously admitting her mistakes and willingly accepting punishment. "Very well. Since you are ready to accept the consequences, step forward alongside Inuzuka Kiba." Waihai Kurenai clapped her hands, making space for them to emerge. As Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba stepped forward, Hinata cautiously approached Lu Yifei's side, her voice laced with concern. "What sort of punishment do you think they will impose on us? It shouldn't be too severe, right? The sky has darkened, and everyone is weary from the day's toil. Surely the teachers will not be excessively harsh?" As Lu Yifei concluded his thought, uncertainty crept into his voice. He speculated that considering the personalities of the two instructors, the punishment would not be overly lenient, yet too severe might be unbearable for Sakura and Kiba. Hinata's brows knitted in worry. After all, Sakura and Kiba had already endured considerable hardship. However, she hoped that upon learning of this incident, they would amend their views towards assessments. Indeed. "Let us hope they learn a valuable lesson and face each evaluation with the same diligence as you do," Lu Yifei remarked, admiringly gazing at Hinata and offering her sincere praise. If every student could embody Hinata's earnestness and meticulousness, they would surely excel in all assessments, thus improving the teacher's spirits as well. Yet, he found such a notion rather improbable. On the second day of school, it was unlikely that students would undergo significant growth. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward and announced, "Since you are willing to acknowledge your errors and accept the punishment, I hereby declare the consequence: starvation." "What? Surely not? This is the punishment?" The students exchanged bewildered glances at the revelation. What kind of punishment was starvation? Did it merely entail skipping dinner? Waihai Kurenai cleared her throat, observing the varied reactions of the students, and spoke. "Do you think the punishment is that simple? It is not merely a matter of skipping tonight's meal. You shall also endure hunger during tomorrow's assessment." Upon hearing this, Haruno Sakura felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. Each assessment tested both stamina and capability. Facing it on an empty stomach would drastically diminish her chances of success. Indeed, you heard correctly. Do not forget the instructor's words. This assessment comprises several smaller components. And this is merely the first. Given the time constraints, you must participate in tomorrow's evaluation as well. Do you understand? Waihai Kurenai stood with her hands clasped behind her back, seemingly satisfied with the reactions from Sakura and Kiba. Lu Yifei furrowed his brows, perplexed by their actions. If they truly allowed Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba to go hungry, their performance the next day would undoubtedly suffer, making it exceedingly difficult to accomplish the assessment. Hinata, unable to bear the thought, stepped forward and murmured, "Teacher, perhaps we should consider an alternative punishment. Allowing them to starve will leave them devoid of energy for the evaluation tomorrow, ultimately punishing them unnecessarily, which is unfair to both them and us." "Indeed. Let's propose a different form of punishment. This one could severely impact tomorrow's assessment. It seems rather unreasonable." Naruto quickly voiced his concerns, eager to shield Sakura from hardship. Waihai Kurenai frowned, taken aback by the unexpected dissent. She surveyed the group and, with an air of authority, stated, "Let us not forget that this assessment is merely a routine exercise, which many of you seem to have dismissed. I find this punishment entirely justified. Consider this. If this were a real combat scenario, would the consequences merely be hunger?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei grasped her intent. Kurenai was determined to ensure everyone remembered the significance of this assessment. She aimed to instill the understanding that every evaluation, every trial should be approached with the seriousness of a live combat situation. Otherwise, one could not engage earnestly. Inuzuka Kiba fell silent for a moment before stepping forward. Very well. I accept the punishment without any objections. Good, and what about you? Kakashi nodded in approval, turning his gaze towards Sakura, lowering her head. Sakura remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right, I too am willing to accept the punishment and will participate in tomorrow's assessment on an empty stomach. Despite Sakura's agreement, Hinata remained anxious. Sakura had not eaten since that afternoon, and she wondered how she would endure until tomorrow. If you are concerned, you may take her place in the punishment, Kurenai remarked, turning to Hinata with a knowing smile. Louis Fei hurriedly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Hinata, who was merely concerned for her classmates without any ulterior motives, urging the teacher not to hold it against her. Why Kurenai scoffed lightly and chose not to regard them any further. At that moment, Kakashi clapped his hands, announcing that it was quite late, and everyone should return to rest, gathering here again early tomorrow morning. After delivering this message, he and Kurenai departed, leaving behind 6 students and a solitary toad, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Upon noticing that both teachers had moved far away, Naruto dashed to Sakura's side. Sakura, if you sneak a bite to eat tonight, you'll have the strength for tomorrow's assessment. Don't worry, we won't tell a soul, he reassured her. Is that even a punishment? Sasuke interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto, clearly disapproving of his approach. Sakura was taken aback and pushed Naruto aside. Forget it. Since I have accepted the punishment, I certainly won't eat. Please refrain from such suggestions. Naruto pursed his lips, nodding in silence. Receiving such a punishment left both Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba in low spirits, prompting them to leave dejectedly. Naruto jogged after Sakura, while Sasuke lost any desire to linger, departing with his hands in his pockets. As everyone began to disperse, Oil Girl Shino waved at Hinata, saying, I'll head home first. Hinata, your performance today was quite impressive. It truly opened our eyes. Thank you. You should head back, Hinata replied with a warm smile, waving goodbye as she watched him leave, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Seeing her in good spirits, Louis Fei couldn't help but chuckle. You really did well today. I was quite surprised. He had originally thought that Hinata's assessment would be challenging, considering she was the most delicate among all the students. To his astonishment, Hinata not only excelled but also effectively utilized her physical advantages to achieve success, truly broadening his horizons. Was it really that great? It was merely luck. Tomorrow will bring even greater challenges, and as we approach the end, it will undoubtedly become more difficult. We should head back, Hinata responded, her tone tinged with concern. She was still quite fearful of potentially facing more arduous assessments, worrying that her performance might falter compared to today. Louis Fei turned his head and noticed her troubled expression, promptly offering comfort. Though this assessment consists of several components, it is ultimately the overall performance that matters. Clearly, your execution surpasses that of your peers, so there is no need to fret about passing the evaluation. If only that were true, let us hurry back, Hinata replied, mustering a semblance of energy, although fatigue still lingered in her demeanor. Sensing her exhaustion, Louis Fei quickly offered to carry her back. As a girl who had undergone a full day of assessments, Hinata, despite her remarkable performance, was physically drained. Without proper rest, she might struggle to keep pace with future evaluations. The following morning, Louis Fei awoke early, his first action being to check on Hinata's condition in her room. In the courtyard, Hyuga Hizashi was engaged in physical training. Upon noticing Louis Fei approaching, he inquired, You returned late yesterday. I didn't have the chance to ask about the situation. How did Hinata fare in her assessment? The little princess excelled, being the only student to receive praise from the teacher. Rest assured, father-in-law, Louis Fei responded with a beaming smile. Hizashi's lips twitched at the sight of him, prompting him to turn away to avoid the sight of Louis Fei's unsightly grin. That's wonderful. My daughter truly embodies the hope of the Hyuga clan with such outstanding performance. I believe so as well, Louis Fei acknowledged, realizing his expression was overly exuberant and quickly closed his mouth. He was unperturbed by Hizashi's potential disdain for his appearance, rather. He feared that a glimpse of his disheveled state might dampen Hizashi's appetite for breakfast. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei nodded with satisfaction and relief, observing that your early awakening must indicate a restful night. Are you confident about passing the assessment today? Of course, I am confident. I feel in excellent condition. However, Brother Lu, I am somewhat concerned about Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba, as they have yet to eat. I returned last night and devoured a large bowl of ramen. Hinata lowered her head and rubbed her belly, deeply worried for them. Lu Yifei understood that Hinata possessed a kind heart, always considering others in times of trouble. After pondering for a moment, he consoled her, saying, "Do not be afraid. In truth, Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka are not in such dire straits. Although they may be hungry, they will certainly rest well at night, and the instructors have not stipulated that water is prohibited during this punishment. Ah, indeed. Even if they are quite hungry, they can quench their thirst with water. How could I have overlooked such a detail?" Hinata's eyes sparkled with realization, her earlier worries dissipating entirely. Seeing her anxiety diminish, Lu Yifei nodded and smiled. "Thus, Hinata, your concerns are unwarranted. You should quickly change your clothes so we can eat. We must arrive early for the assessment." "All right, I shall go change now," Hinata replied, nodding before turning and entering the room, closing the door behind her. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lu Yifei felt delighted upon seeing her and accompanied her to the front yard for a meal, subsequently carrying her back to school. As they approached the entrance of Konoha School, Hinata suddenly spotted Sakura Haruno, who was walking with her head bowed. "Sakura, why are you just arriving at school? How did you sleep last night?" Hinata inquired with genuine concern, carefully observing Sakura. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei, who had been focused on walking, also lifted his head and indeed saw Sakura not far away, lost in thought with her head down. Sakura raised her gaze and, upon noticing a person and a frog quietly traversing the path, paused for a moment before recalling that it was Hinata from Team 8. With a cheerful tilt of her head, Hinata asked again, "Sakura, are you all right? Did you rest well last night?" "I did rest well, but I am simply too hungry," Sakura replied, rubbing her stomach as she gazed longingly at the various food stalls lining the roadside, nearly salivating. Lu Yifei found it amusing, yet he restrained himself from laughter. He too had experienced hunger. During his time in that world, he often frequented internet cafes to play games, spending his breakfast money. Each time he walked down the street and caught a whiff of enticing aromas, he bore a similar expression. Hinata sighed softly, furrowing her brow, and said, "Just bear with it a little longer. Inuzuka Kiba hasn't eaten either. You should drink more water to gather your strength." "I understand. Thank you," Haruno Sakura replied weakly, nodding her head, devoid of any interest in conversing with them. She was so hungry that her stomach was growling. Speaking felt laborious, let alone breathing. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, observing her feeble demeanor, yet he refrained from offering assistance. He decided it was best to let things be. The position on his head was solely reserved for Hinata, and he could not permit Haruno Sakura to intrude. Moreover, should they arrive at the evaluation site and be seen by the instructors, it would only exacerbate their discontent towards Sakura. The trio walked in silence for a while until they finally reached the assessment area. Everyone had arrived, yet the two instructors were conspicuously absent. Naruto, cradling a bowl of hot soup, eagerly approached Sakura upon her arrival, exclaiming, "Sakura, this is the soup I made for you. Please have some to warm your stomach." Sakura nodded repeatedly, ravenous, as she grasped the bowl, gulping down the soup in a few hurried swallows. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino also offered soup to Inuzuka Kiba. Watching as he drank it down, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lu Yifei nodded in understanding, his heart warming with the realization. He had not anticipated that these classmates, whom he had only recently met, would exhibit such a spirit of mutual assistance. It seemed that everyone in Konoha village was genuinely kind. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly snorted coldly, lifting his head to stare ahead with an expressionless face. "Isn't this considered cheating?" His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Sakura pouted in indignation, while Kiba found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite awkward. Noticing the discomfort among her peers, Hinata quickly interjected, "This does not constitute cheating. The teacher did not explicitly prohibit drinking water or soup. We are all classmates, and considering our health is certainly reasonable." Sasuke frowned at her remarks but chose not to voice any further objections. Lu Yifei cast an appreciative glance at Hinata, marveling at how remarkable his little princess truly was, not only in her abilities but also in her considerate manner of speaking. Inuzuka Kiba looked up, offering Hinata a grateful smile. Before he could utter a word, two figures appeared in the distance. Kakashi yawned widely, meandering slowly alongside Yuhi Kurenai until they reached the gathering. Noticing their evident signs of having just awakened, Haruno Sakura twitched her lips and exclaimed, "You two can't possibly have just woken up, can you?" "No, no. We simply arrived a bit later," Kurenai quickly interjected, attempting to dispel the assumptions of the group with a nervous laugh. Naruto skeptically turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "Sensei, you must have just woken up, right?" "Not at all. I came along with Kurenai-sensei. We merely took our time." Kakashi hastily shook his head, refusing to admit that he had indeed just risen from slumber. Louis' face squinted, his bulging eyes clearly discerning a speck of eye discharge glimmering at the corner of Kakashi's eye, illuminated by the sunlight. Could it be that Kakashi had neglected to wash his face? Or perhaps a long-hidden remnant had suddenly re-emerged? Naruto felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. "Sensei, you have something in the corner of your eye." "It's futile to make excuses now. I discharge," Kakashi exclaimed, widening his eyes in disbelief. He swiftly raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye, flicking the discharge onto the ground. "You must be mistaken." Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Kakashi's composed demeanor, rendered speechless in that moment. Louis' stifled a laugh, refraining from expressing any disrespectful amusement. Indeed, Kakashi was an unconventional individual, and the occurrences he orchestrated were nothing short of extraordinary. Beside him, Yuhi Kurenai felt a tinge of awkwardness. She clapped her hands and declared, "All right, everyone, today is the assessment day. Let us not dwell on trivial matters and focus our spirits." Upon hearing her words, all present straightened their posture, gazing at the two instructors with a determined expression, ready to embrace the examination. Yuhi Kurenai scanned the room and inquired, "Those two students who were punished yesterday, please step forward." Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged glances and slowly made their way to the front. Noticing their silence as they bowed their heads, Yuhi Kurenai approached, gently placing her hand on Haruno Sakura's abdomen, then on Inuzuka Kiba's, and suddenly burst into laughter. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis couldn't help but smile, feeling quite reassured by Hinata's fighting spirit. He lifted his gaze to observe Naruto and Sasuke, noticing that Naruto's condition today was particularly exceptional, even before the teacher had announced the assessment details. Naruto was already brimming with eagerness. As for Sasuke, it was needless to say that he appeared even better than yesterday, clearly determined to earn the teacher's admiration. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame, though lacking the exuberance of Naruto and Sasuke, showed some improvement compared to the previous day. Witnessing the impressive states of his peers, Louis couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Hinata's performance in today's assessment. Regardless of the outcome, even if Hinata were to pass the evaluation smoothly, it was certain that there would be those who outshine her, and undoubtedly, Sasuke would outperform Hinata today. That was a given. Louis felt that Hinata would undoubtedly not be as relaxed as she was yesterday. However, he was also willing to believe that with Hinata's clever mind and considerable abilities, she would not disappoint the teachers. Just as Louis was lost in his thoughts, Yuhi Kurenai spoke up. "Is everyone prepared? If so, I shall commence the announcement of the assessment content." "We are ready," the crowd responded in unison. Yuhi Kurenai nodded, observing the spirited expressions of everyone, and continued, "As you all remember, when Kakashi-sensei and I announced the assessment content yesterday, the final task was endurance. Endurance does not merely refer to the ability to persist. It encompasses much more. Today, there will be 2 additional tests concerning endurance." "What tests?" Naruto immediately inquired, appearing somewhat impatient. Kakashi stepped forward, stroking his chin as he assessed the group. "The first minor test is the ability to remain calm under pressure." "Calmness? What does that mean?" In a moment of bewilderment, Louis lowered his head, immersed in silent contemplation. The examination of one's resolve is undoubtedly intricate and multifaceted, if he were to select from this. Louis truly could not fathom the methods his 2 instructors intended to employ for the assessment. "Brother Lou, do you know what they intend to test?" Hinata inquired softly, clutching Louis' hand. Louis shook his head and said helplessly, "To be honest, I cannot fathom what the teachers intend to evaluate. I am unsure how to assist you." "It's all right. Truly, it's perfectly fine. I only need to listen to what the teacher has to say." Hinata hurriedly waved her hand, wishing to prevent her elder brother from misunderstanding anything. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Louis face squinted. Sensing that the smile on Kakashi's face bore an unsettling resemblance to a hidden scheme rather than mere reassurance, Kakashi cleared his throat before continuing. This assessment is quite simple. The 6 of you will form a circle, and regardless of what transpires, you must remain silent and motionless until we declare the assessment concluded. The group was momentarily taken aback upon hearing such a task. After a brief pause, Naruto, filled with disbelief, scrutinized the 2 instructors. Is it really that simple? Just sitting here? He inquired. Indeed. As long as you remain still, you will pass the assessment, no matter what occurs. Wai Kurenai replied with a light-hearted nod. Her tone relaxed. However, upon witnessing Naruto's sudden sense of relief, Louis Fei was acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. How could such an evaluation be so effortlessly accomplished? As assessments progressed, they invariably grew more challenging, given that even the masquerade tasks posed significant difficulty. This particular task was undoubtedly laden with unforeseen complexities. Louis Fei lowered his head, pursing his lips in contemplation. Yet he remained uncertain about what unforeseen circumstances could lead to their failure. After much deliberation, a sense of unease prompted Louis Fei to approach Hinata's side. This mission would undoubtedly prove more challenging than the last, and one must remain vigilant. Otherwise, failure would be inevitable. I understand, Brother Liu. Rest assured, no matter what transpires. As long as I remain still, all will be well, Hinata replied, nodding in agreement, her seriousness evident. Observing Hinata genuinely internalizing the gravity of the task alleviated Louis Fei's worries, preparing him to await their instructor's announcement to commence the assessment. Regardless, the outcome of this evaluation remained uncertain, with no one able to predict who would succeed. Louis Fei did not wish for Hinata to exert herself to the utmost, nor to force herself in pursuit of excellence. He merely hoped that she would perform adequately, securing a position in the middle ranks. Observing the animated discussions among the students, Yui Kurenai clapped her hands and announced, "All right, everyone, it's time to commence the assessment. Please gather in a circle and take your seats." Upon hearing her words, Sasuke was the first to stride confidently to the center of the assessment area, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sakura hastily followed, taking a seat beside him, followed by Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba, and then Shino Abure. Hinata brought up the rear. She glanced at Louis Fei before hesitantly making her way over to sit down. "Have no worries. I have faith in you," Louis Fei mouthed encouragingly, wishing to alleviate Hinata's insecurity. She nodded in response, refraining from further words, and took a deep breath as she settled onto the ground. Once everyone was in position, Kakashi nodded and declared, "The assessment has now begun. Remain seated, and no one is permitted to leave their place without my command." All the students nodded in unison, sitting quietly in their spots. Time seemed to stand still as they remained motionless. Some were lost in thought. Others gazed at the ants on the ground, while a few exchanged glances, creating an atmosphere so tranquil that only the sound of the wind could be heard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei shook his head in resignation, indicating that he too could not comprehend the situation at hand. After a brief moment, Zirihong stepped forward a couple of paces, noticing that everyone appeared somewhat bored. She then turned to Kakashi and nodded, suggesting that the time had come for action. "So, who should we capture first?" she pondered. "I truly have no idea who might lack the resolve." Kakashi advanced, observing the expressions of the group, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Having overheard their conversation, Louis Fei could not suppress his growing concern. To this day, he had yet to decipher the intentions of the 2 teachers, leaving him feeling unsettled. Louis Fei understood that at this moment, he could neither offer reminders nor lend assistance. He could only stand quietly by, hoping that Hinata would successfully navigate her trial. He did not wish for Hinata to achieve remarkable results. He merely hoped she could pass the assessment without incurring any penalties. After a while, Kakashi seemed to have selected his target and approached Sakura Haruno directly. Although Sakura remained seated and motionless, she could still sense Kakashi's presence behind her. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she swallowed hard and asked, "Teacher, what are you going to do?" Kakashi responded with a light chuckle. How could I possibly inform you in advance? Remember, no matter what happens, you must not move. Otherwise, you will forfeit the assessment. Upon hearing this, Sakura's nervousness intensified. With tears welling in her eyes, she lamented, Kakashi-sensei, why must I go first? Because you performed the worst, and I want to see if you can improve. Kakashi candidly revealed the unvarnished truth. Taken aback, Sakura quickly glanced at Sasuke, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. It was undeniable that she had indeed performed the poorest. Louis Fei watched with a disapproving click of his tongue, feeling that Kakashi's words were rather hurtful. After all, Haruno Sakura was also a girl. How could one be so critical? Sensing Louis Fei's thoughts, the nearby Yuhi Kurenai turned her head and remarked earnestly, in the eyes of our teacher, there is no distinction between male and female among these students, only strength and weakness matter. So that was it. However, to select the weakest during a trial seemed rather cruel. Louis Fei nodded in understanding but felt that their actions imposed significant pressure on others. Just as he was contemplating this, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, gesturing in the air for a moment before placing it atop Haruno Sakura's head. The surrounding classmates stood frozen, terrified to make a sound, uncertain of what would unfold next. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Louis Fei observed Kakashi's movements and quickly grasped his intentions. Suddenly, the previously tense Sakura Haruno closed her eyes, murmuring indistinctly, her words unclear. Hinata, wide-eyed, stared at Sakura's peculiar demeanor, perplexed by the unfolding situation and anxious about her own forthcoming assessment. After a moment, Sakura, who had been muttering, abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed ahead, her face a mask of fear and trepidation. What was happening? What was wrong with her? Witnessing Sakura's entranced reaction, Louis Fei began to suspect that his initial assumptions might have been misguided. He had presumed that Kakashi, in testing her composure, would apply some form of physical discomfort to Sakura, inducing sensations of extreme itchiness or pain. However, Sakura's response evidently stemmed from something beyond mere physical sensations. Yuhi Kurenai smiled gently and turned to Louis Fei, remarking, did you not just deduce what Kakashi-sensei intended? Why inquire now? No, I miscalculated, Louis Fei sheepishly admitted. Yet his curiosity regarding Kakashi's actions remained piqued. What could possibly have caused Sakura to react in such a manner? Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Kurenai merely crossed her arms, replying, that's a secret. How stingy. He thought, yet he could discern the truth regardless. Louis Fei silently pondered, intently observing the reactions of Haruno Sakura. After a moment, Sakura's fear transformed into panic as she cried out, no, don't treat him that way. Sasuke. Upon hearing her words, everyone's gaze shifted to Sasuke, questioning him with their eyes about the situation. Sasuke, unusually, felt his ears flush with warmth and softly denied, I don't know what is happening. You must be the one tormenting Sakura. Naruto regarded Sasuke with skepticism, sensing something amiss. Sasuke, disinterested in engaging with him, merely turned his head aside. Meanwhile, Sakura was already in tears, pleading, no, I beg you, let him go. I don't want to go over there. Louis Fei listened attentively to Haruno Sakura's words, and upon observing her speaking with her eyes closed, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He finally comprehended the nature of the assessment. How surprising it was that Kakashi had devised such a strategy using this particular ninjutsu to challenge his students. After a short while, Sakura's body began to writhe incessantly, as if she were attempting to rise and flee to some unknown destination. Noticing her struggle to stand, Hinata quickly urged her, hang in there, just a little longer, and you will succeed. Unfortunately, Sakura was unable to hear Hinata's encouragement as she continued to fight against her restraints, desperately trying to rise. Louis Fei furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh. He understood that Sakura Haruno's current state signified a failure in the assessment. As expected, Sakura abruptly rose to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she stumbled forward, collapsing onto the ground. This fall seemed to jolt her into clarity. As she opened her eyes wide and gazed around in bewilderment, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and before anyone could react, his hands descended upon Naruto and Kiba's heads. Instantly, they bowed their heads and closed their eyes, mirroring Sakura's initial response. Hinata lifted her gaze, observing Sakura gasping for breath on the ground, and hurriedly inquired, are you all right? Sakura, how do you feel now? I'm fine. I've just failed the assessment, Sakura replied, her head drooping in disappointment as she glanced at Sasuke. Seeing her demeanor, Louis Fei could not help but approach her, asking, what did you witness in the Jinjutsu? Wait, you know this is a Jinjutsu? Kakashi interjected suddenly, interrupting Sakura just as she was about to speak. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei inhaled sharply. His little princess. How could she still have the leisure to concern herself with others just before her assessment? Yet, despite this thought, Louis Fei's curiosity got the better of him. He cleared his throat and inquired, "What exactly did you witness in the illusion? After enduring for so long, why did you ultimately flee?" I saw Sasuke being tormented, and just as he was on the brink of death, that person demanded I come over. Only if I did would Sasuke be freed. Haruno Sakura stammered, clutching her chest, clearly shaken. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei exclaimed in surprise and turned to look at Sasuke. "I didn't expect you to sacrifice this assessment for Sasuke. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Sakura blushed at his words, while Sasuke merely turned his head away and replied coolly, "Making such a choice before the assessment is nothing worthy of admiration." Louis Fei raised his gaze, noting the stubbornness in Sasuke's demeanor, yet the faint blush on his ears elicited a gentle smile from him, feeling a twinge of shame from being called out. Sakura quietly stepped aside, choosing not to speak. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto also dashed away, their expressions revealing a mixture of sweat and terror. Louis Fei's curiosity about what they had witnessed intensified. Kakashi had not crafted a specific scene for the illusion, so each individual confronted their most vulnerable fears during the experience. Sakura's affection for Sasuke manifested in her vision of him in peril, but Louis Fei was particularly intrigued by what Naruto and Kiba had dreamt of. Naruto plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gradually regained composure. "That was terrifying, truly terrifying," he repeatedly muttered, clearly still ensnared in the false illusion. Observing his state, Louis Fei leaned closer, eager to hear, "Come now, do share what you witnessed in the illusion." Louis Fei was overcome with curiosity. What could possibly frighten someone like Naruto? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Naruto replied, "I just saw that I failed every exam, always coming in last, with Sasuke perpetually ahead of me." Upon hearing this, Louis Fei could not contain himself and burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that Naruto's fear was rooted in being outperformed by Sasuke. Wasn't he at the truth? "You were never my equal," Sasuke scoffed, crossing his arms and delivering a blunt remark. Naruto immediately bristled, rising to his feet with a defiant spirit, declaring, "I will defeat you one day. The outcome is yet to be determined." Just as their argument was about to escalate, Yugao promptly intervened, waving her hands. All right. Neither of you managed to endure through the final examination time. You have both failed. Next up are Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino." Upon hearing the teacher call the roll, Louis Fei hurriedly glanced at Hinata, only to find her taking a deep breath, visibly tense. Curiosity piqued, he pondered what could possibly frighten her at this moment. Given Hinata's tender age, it seemed unlikely that she harbored any significant fears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei could not comprehend what Hinata was witnessing within the illusions, nor did he believe she could hear his words at this moment. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to utter a few encouraging phrases to uplift her spirit. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Hinata, you are my most wonderful little princess. You must endure. I have faith that you can do it." Hinata remained oblivious to his comforting words, lost in her own realm, grappling with the phantoms that surrounded her. Observing her increasing distress, Louis Fei's anxiety intensified. "Hinata, dear Hinata, you will be all right. Do not fear." "Alas, she cannot hear what you are saying," Yuhi Karina interjected as she approached the two, offering a gentle reminder. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Louis Fei nodded with a hint of skepticism, then turned to observe Hinata's transformation. As time ticked by, everyone remained in hushed anticipation. Suddenly, Sasuke and Shino, both drenched in sweat, opened their eyes and retreated a few steps. Hinata, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing her in such a state stirred a pang of sympathy in Louis Fei, who who gently nudged her with his head, inquiring, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Hinata gazed vacantly at the sky, slowly turning her head to behold a familiar visage, which prompted her to wail and seek refuge in Lu Yifei's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of her distress drew the attention of the others, who turned to look at her with concern. Kakashi clicked his tongue in surprise, exclaiming, "Who would have thought?" "What did you see?" Ino asked curiously, aware that the caster of an illusion could witness the same visions as the victim. Kakashi merely smiled, replying, "You'll find out if you keep watching." In confusion, Ino turned back to see Hinata softly recounting her experience. "I had a dream, a very frightening dream." What was so terrifying about it? Lu Yifei pressed on, his worry evident. He had never witnessed Hinata in such a fragile state. Surely it must have been something deeply unsettling. Through her tears, Hinata recounted, "I dreamt that Brother Lu fought against bad people to protect me, and in the end, he had to leave me for another world." At these words, Lu Yifei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had not anticipated that Hinata's dream would revolve around him, nor could he believe she envisioned another world. Could it be that through the illusion, Hinata glimpsed the 21st century before he arrived here? While Lu Yifei was lost in contemplation, Hinata clutched his arm, asking, "Brother Lu, you will never leave me, will you?" "Of course not. I will forever protect my little princess, living and dying for you," Lu Yifei assured her earnestly. Regardless of what transpired, he vowed to safeguard Hinata. With that, Hinata's tears transformed into a smile as she softly replied, "That is such a relief. Without Brother Lu by my side, I would surely feel frightened and heartbroken." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the cough, Lu Yifei realized that his conversation with Hinata had drawn everyone's attention, causing even his frog-like face to flush with embarrassment. However, his dark complexion made the blush appear even more pronounced. At that moment, Naruto suddenly leaned toward Sasuke and asked, "Hey, why did you fail as well? What did you see in the illusion?" "Nothing," Sasuke replied curtly, turning away as if reluctant to discuss the matter. Naruto, undeterred, followed his gaze and continued. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Everyone fails, it's perfectly normal. Besides, the things in the illusion are mere fabrications. You might as well treat it as a joke and share it." "Go away, I do not wish to converse with you," Sasuke shot back. His disdain evident as he glared at Naruto, who appeared taken aback and ultimately turned away, no longer wishing to press the issue. Observing Sasuke's response, Lu Yifei paused. Sensing that he harbored a genuine fear and a secret he wished to conceal from others. At that moment, Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward and scanned the group. "Everyone has failed the assessment, without exception. Who would like to explain the reasons behind this?" Upon hearing her words, the group fell silent, heads bowed in shame, for they were all failures, and the lessons drawn from their shortcomings were far from glorious. Seeing the lack of response, Kurenai called out to Kiba Inuzuka, "Kiba, you managed to last the longest. Perhaps you could share why you failed?" Kiba, though feeling embarrassed by the attention, reluctantly stood up. "Because I found the things in the illusion to be terrifying. It felt as if whatever we feared most manifested before us, driving us to flee." His head hung low as he uttered these words, feeling quite ashamed. His greatest fear was for his beloved dog, and indeed, that very scenario had materialized in the illusion, leaving him profoundly shaken and leading to his inevitable failure. Kurenai nodded thoughtfully and gestured for him to return to his place. "Indeed, whatever you fear the most does appear. Yet, why is it that none of you were able to conquer such illusions?" At her probing question, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, observing the reactions of his peers, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. After witnessing Haruno Sakura's failure, compelled by the illusions, he realized that there was little chance for anyone to succeed in this assessment. These students were merely children. Expecting them to confront and conquer their deepest fears was a daunting task, one that even the average adult might struggle to achieve. Thus, Lu Yifei deemed the disheartening results of this evaluation to be understandable, albeit regrettable. At that moment, Naruto suddenly lifted his gaze towards Yuhi Kurenai and stated, "I believe the illusions manifest our greatest fears. If they did not evoke our deepest terrors, we would all be able to overcome them." His words left the others wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Naruto would articulate such a notion. Was he not merely crafting an excuse for his failure? Surely, Kakashi-sensei and Yuhi Kurenai would disapprove of such sentiments. Kakashi indeed stepped forward, scrutinizing Naruto as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that the assessment was inherently too challenging, rendering it impossible for you to succeed from the onset?" "I think so. Naruto boldly replied, meeting Kakashi's gaze unwaveringly. However, I exerted every ounce of effort to face the challenge. So I do not harbor any regrets or dissatisfaction regarding this evaluation. Kakashi nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. What you say holds some truth. But do you not feel there is a need for self-reflection? With this question posed, the group lowered their heads once more, at a loss for how to respond. Liu Yifei furrowed his brow and glanced at the several classmates behind him, finally grasping the meaning behind Kakashi's words. Among these students, aside from the notably weaker Sakura Haruno, the others should not have succumbed so swiftly. From the moment Sakura awakened, they all realized that their teacher's tactic was an illusion. Yet, despite this awareness, each individual inevitably fell victim to it. Was this not a case of knowingly transgressing? Nevertheless, while Liu Yifei held this perspective, he did not harbor any ill thoughts towards Hinata. Her overwhelming reliance on him stemmed from a profound sadness that led her to forsake the assessment, rendering her entirely different from the others. Seeing that no one responded, Kurenai Yuhi continued, "Are you unable to articulate your thoughts? Then let me express mine. I believe you have not genuinely endeavored to complete the assessment. Knowing that the content is an illusion, you should refrain from nurturing any belief in it, yet you chose to do so regardless." Upon hearing these words, the group lowered their heads even further. Liu Yifei anticipated what the teachers were about to say, merely nodding in agreement, devoid of any significant surprise. At that moment, Hinata discreetly tugged at Liu Yifei's flesh, asking, "Brother Liu, do we really perform that poorly?" "Indeed, we have not fared well. But I am aware that you have all exerted your utmost effort. Moving forward, as long as you exercise caution and learn from your mistakes, it will suffice." Liu Yifei refrained from deceit, candidly appraising their performance before offering Hinata a reassuring word. Hinata nodded, lost in contemplation, before turning back to listen to the teacher's discourse. Kurenai surveyed the reactions of the group, and after a brief pause, she stated, "Actually, this is the final project. If you execute it successfully, both Kakashi and I will provide rewards. However, it is disappointing to discover that none of you have passed the assessment, hence the rewards will be rescinded and a punishment." As she spoke, Kurenai deliberately elongated the final word. Punishment? What further punishment could there be? Liu Yifei raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the unsmiling expression of Sunset Hong, sensing that this punishment was not merely a hollow threat. Naruto, sulking, mumbled weakly, "Teacher, grant us some clarity. What is the punishment? For now, I shall not disclose it to you. Reflect upon your conduct over the past 2 days," Sunset Hong replied, deliberately withholding the details of the punishment. The group exchanged glances, each perplexed by the ambiguity of her words. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Haruno Sakura inquired, "Teacher, what exactly is the punishment? If you choose not to reveal it now, at least tell us when it will be administered. Who can say? Perhaps on a day when the teacher is in a foul mood, punishment may be imposed. Now, return to school. The teachers must evaluate your performances." Sunset Hong chuckled lightly before turning to leave. Liu Yifei wrinkled his nose in confusion, not expecting that there would be a rating following the assessment. Wasn't this merely a standard entrance examination? Why would there be a rating? Did the rating hold significant importance for the students? Just as he pondered these thoughts, Hinata suddenly leaned closer and inquired, "Given that everyone performed poorly in this assessment, the rating must be the worst, right?" "Regardless, Hinata, your performance was certainly better than the others. It's all right. We just need to face it with determination." Liu Yifei quickly offered words of encouragement, wishing to alleviate Hinata's worries. Surely, this rating could not be of great consequence. Otherwise, the instructors would have mentioned it prior to the assessment. As Liu Yifei pondered, he led Hinata back to the classroom alongside the others. In the spacious and well-lit room, 3 students sat neatly together, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of what the teacher intended to do. Yui Kurenai, with a furrowed brow, was diligently scribbling on a piece of paper. Beside her, Inuzuka Kiba grew restless, questioning why they had not performed well and why the teacher had been writing for such a long time, complicating the grading process. "Who knows? Let us wait and see what the teacher says," he replied. Oil Girl Shino straightened her posture, intently observing Kurenai's continuous movements. After a moment, Kurenai glanced down at the paper before lifting her gaze to address the class. "Do you know why the teachers initially refrained from informing you about the grading?" At her words, everyone shook their heads in confusion. Kurenai chuckled softly, explaining, "It was to prevent you from feeling pressured. The ultimate goal of the initial assessment was not to evaluate your abilities, but rather to allocate tasks based on those abilities." "Allocate tasks?" Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in surprise. bewildered by the notion of what tasks might be assigned. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow as he observed the smiling visage of Sunset Hong, instinctively sensing that the forthcoming assignments would be anything but simple. Indeed, Sunset Hong continued, based on your evaluations, I shall assign tasks of varying difficulty. Those who have performed admirably will undertake the more challenging assignments, while those with lesser performances will be assigned tasks of easier nature. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's concerns deepened, for he knew without a doubt that, when considering the recent assessments, Hinata clearly stood out as the most exceptional among them. If the difficulty of the assignments were truly to be determined by ability and performance, it was inevitable that Hinata would be entrusted with the most arduous of tasks. Hinata. Lu Yifei cast a worried glance at Hinata, only to find her seemingly unperturbed. Instead, she turned to him with a sweet smile. TSK. It appeared that Hinata remained blissfully unaware of the daunting task that lay ahead. Teacher, the best performer in our class is Hinata. Are you really assigning her the most challenging task alone? Inuzuka Kiba could not restrain himself from asking. Yuhi Kurenai shot a glance at Hinata before lowering her head to scrutinize the contents of the paper, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. The task assigned to Hinata is the most difficult. Teacher, may I inquire about the nature of these tasks? What adversaries will we face? Is there any risk to our lives? Lu Yifei interjected hastily. He was acutely aware that these instructors often deviated from conventional methods. Hence, the current arrangement of tasks was unlikely to be easily surmountable, potentially even more challenging than an examination. Kurenai smiled once more, nodding as she replied, since these are tasks, they will undoubtedly differ from the assessments. However, rest assured, while there is danger involved, the assignments are tailored to your abilities. Even in the case of mutual defeat, I have faith that you will not be vanquished. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease permeated the hearts of the students. They understood that despite the teacher's reassurances, the reality would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Observing their reactions, Kurenai appeared quite pleased. It was precisely this fear and trepidation that would drive them to approach their tasks with utmost dedication. Now, please proceed to collect your respective task cards. With that, she tore the paper in her hand into 3 pieces. It turned out that Kurenai's incessant scribbling had been in the service of task allocation all along. Lu Yifei gazed thoughtfully at Hinata as she approached to receive her assignment, a sense of concern washing over him regarding the potential difficulty of the task she might undertake. Hinata, having taken the mission details handed to her by Yuhi Kurenai, stepped directly in front of Lu Yifei, her voice trembling with anxiety. Brother Lu, could you please take a look at it for me? I'm too nervous to read it myself. Little Hinata, I am even more anxious than you are. Lu Yifei replied with a resigned shake of his head, yet he hesitated before accepting the paper from her. He was undoubtedly the most fearful of the consequences should anything happen to Hinata. Witnessing her visible distress heightened his apprehension regarding the contents of the document. Hinata quickly reassured him, it's all right, I can handle any task. I just want to know if I possess the capability to complete this one. Very well, Lu Yifei said, his heart aching at the sight of her fear. He swiftly scanned the contents of the paper. After reading it, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced back at the document once more. Hinata, observing his startled reaction, felt her anxiety escalate. Brother Lu, what exactly does it say? I think I might be seeing things. Please help me rub my eyes. Lu Yifei stared incredulously at the paper, convinced that he must have misread it. Hinata, seeing his disbelief, found herself lacking the courage to examine the document, instead obediently leaning closer to Lu Yifei, gently rubbing his eyes with her delicate little hands. Lu Yifei widened his eyes once more, fixating intently for a while, before finally lifting his gaze towards Sunset Red. Teacher, is the task truly as simple as this? Of course. Do you have any objections? Sunset Red nodded, gazing at him with a perplexed expression. Lu Yifei quickly shook his head and handed the paper to Hinata. My dear princess, perhaps it is best if you read it yourself. The task seems rather peculiar. Peculiar? Hinata cautiously took the paper, glanced at its contents, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The incredulous expression on Hinata's face mirrored that of Lu Yifei, prompting Yuhi Kurenai to stifle a laugh. Hinata swallowed nervously and uncertainly read aloud the task. Seek an apple tree near the small creek to the south of the village. Procure a large, red, sweet apple. Sensei, is this truly our mission? She found it hard to believe that the task could be so straightforward. It seemed utterly bizarre. If it were merely a matter of picking apples, she could easily accompany Lu Yifei without it even qualifying as a mission. It is indeed a mission. There must be a reason for assigning you such a task. Simply focus on its completion. Yuhi Kurenai reassured them with a firm nod. seemingly unfazed by any implications of the task's simplicity. Lu Yifei gazed upon the radiant smile of Hinata Hyuga, feeling that this task was far from simple. If it were merely about picking apples, why go to such lengths to utilize an assessment for task allocation? At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba inquired, "Sensei, are we to undertake these tasks independently? If we encounter any dangers, must we resolve them on our own and then bring back the assigned items?" "Indeed. You must act independently, Kiba. You may accompany Hinata, but during this mission, you cannot intervene to assist her in confronting any dangers. Otherwise, it would result in mission failure. As her summoning beast, you should understand that sometimes, refraining from action can be beneficial." Hinata gazed at Lu Yifei, her expression earnest and sincere. Lu Yifei slowly nodded. Having finally mustered the resolve within himself, convincing himself not to intervene, he was acutely aware that Hinata was a bird gradually gaining strength. Only by letting go could she soar high and far. If he continued to shield her, it would only result in her stagnation, hindering her progress. Upon receiving Lu Yifei's agreement, Yuhi Kurenai expressed her satisfaction, stating, "All right, everyone has received their missions. Let us act swiftly. By tomorrow afternoon, I expect to see you return with your objectives accomplished. I will be observing you from a distance, unseen. Good luck." "Good luck," Hinata echoed, nodding as she waved goodbye to everyone before departing from the school. Lu Yifei followed behind in silence for quite some time. "Brother Lu, what are you pondering? Would you care to share with me?" Hinata turned her head to look at him, her grip tightening around the mission paper in her hands. Lu Yifei regained his composure and gazed at her with concern, saying, "We are all aware that the task is formidable, but with Teacher Sunset Red overseeing it, I fear I can offer you little assistance." "It's all right. I do not require your help. Since Teacher Sunset Red has entrusted me with this responsibility, it signifies that I can exert myself fully to accomplish it. Trust me, this time, it is I who will protect you," Hinata resolutely declared. Upon seeing her determination, Lu Yifei could not help but chuckle. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Although he was accompanying Hinata, should any trouble arise, he would merely watch as she resolved it. In that moment, he truly felt as though he were the one being safeguarded by her. With this in mind, Lu Yifei smiled warmly and remarked, "Indeed. It seems you are the one protecting me today. I shall rely entirely on you to resolve everything, but you must handle it well. I am confident you will accomplish the task successfully." "All right, I will do my best," Hinata replied with a firm nod as they left the school together. Once outside, they walked along the bustling street, making their way deeper into the mountains. Lu Yifei cast a glance at the woods to the south. After traversing through this thicket, he would soon reach the outskirts of the village. He had never ventured that way before and was unaware of what lay beyond the village. Hinata, filled with trepidation and anxiety, swallowed hard, apprehensive about the journey ahead. Observing her nervous demeanor, Lu Yifei chuckled reassuringly, "Do not be afraid. The fact that we must cross through the woods suggests the presence of wild creatures within. Some animals are no match for you, so rest assured." His words imbued Hinata with newfound courage. She nodded vigorously and pressed forward, fear dissipating. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at a tranquil forest. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds and the sound of crickets, silence enveloped the surroundings. Hinata cautiously stepped along the path and whispered, "Lu Gij, why is it so quiet here? It's quite frightening. Why aren't there any small animals around? Perhaps we have not ventured deep enough into the forest yet. The absence of wildlife might be a blessing, indicating safety from unruly beasts. So, do not worry." Lu Yifei offered a carefree reassurance as they continued their trek. He noticed the exquisite scenery surrounding them. The forest was refreshingly cool, likely due to its infrequent visitors. The ground was carpeted with dried leaves, remnants from who knows how many years past. Lu Yifei admired the scenery as he walked, suddenly pointing ahead. "Look, why are there no small animals around? Over there, a few little birds are resting on the tree." Hinata lifted her gaze and indeed spotted a large tree with a nest, where several adorable chicks were chirping merrily. "Well, they are white little birds. Let us go give them something to eat. I brought sushi." Hinata, enchanted by the birds, quickly retrieved a box of sushi from her bag. Observing her excitement, Lu Yifei opened his mouth, but ultimately followed her with a tender smile. "Oh well, it's just a routine task. Feeding birds is unlikely to lead to any mishap. I just need to keep a close watch on Hinata," he thought as he walked alongside her to the base of the great tree. Upon reaching the tree, they noticed the curious little birds had already taken flight. With a beaming smile, Hinata placed a piece of sushi on the ground to entice them. Yet, the birds showed no interest in the offering, merely circling in the air above. Lu Yifei found it peculiar and couldn't help but softly inquire, "Hinata, What is the matter with these little birds? Why won't they come down to eat? Do they perceive the food as toxic? It shouldn't be that they think it is poisonous. But I am uncertain as to the exact reason, Hinata replied, shaking her head in confusion, her gaze fixed anxiously on the fluttering birds. It was evident that these birds were awaiting their mother to bring them sustenance, yet they refused to partake of her offerings. Seeing Hinata's puzzled and disheartened expression caused Lu Yifei to feel a sense of urgency as well, yet he found himself utterly helpless. As a giant toad, he could neither lure the birds down to eat nor, indeed, would his presence likely do anything but frighten them away, rendering him of no assistance to Hinata. After watching for a while, Hinata gritted her teeth and declared, "You must support me from below. I intend to place the sushi in their nest." "Really?" Lu Yifei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked up at the nests above. The nests, constructed high by the mother birds, would require considerable climbing for Hinata to reach them, which posed a significant risk. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei hurriedly interjected, "Perhaps we should reconsider. The birds are surely frightened of us. Let us leave the sushi here. Once we depart, they will come down to eat." "No, they do not know how to eat it. I must deliver the sushi to them. Brother Lu, will you please assist me?" Hinata pleaded, her eyes filled with anticipation as she earnestly sought to ascend. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei gently placed Hinata atop his head, supporting her as she leaned against a tree. With determination, Hinata climbed up the tree, using both her hands and feet as she steadily made her way toward the bird's nest. As she ascended higher, Lu Yifei, standing below, opened his arms wide, reassuring her. "Do not fear, I shall catch you with my body." Hinata, too focused to respond, merely nodded and continued her ascent. Breathless, she finally reached the vicinity of the nest, carefully placing the sushi from her pocket inside, and descended with a sense of fulfillment. "Now, when the birds return, they shall feast upon delicious sushi," Hinata exclaimed, clapping her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the nest above. Captivated by her innocent and beautiful demeanor, Lu Yifei found himself spellbound. "Hinata, how can you be so wonderful?" he marveled. "I am simply doing what I can," she replied, her voice tender and playful. "Moreover, Brother Lu, you are also very kind. Your help ensures the birds are well fed, making you one of the best people in this world." With a light-hearted bounce, Hinata approached him, expressing her sentiments in an endearing tone. Lu Yifei felt his heart soften and nodded repeatedly. "That is because I have a lovely little Hinata by my side. Now, you should feel at ease, right? We must continue our journey. Let us go." "All right," Hinata responded, shouldering her backpack as she walked alongside him. After they had taken a few steps, a sudden shrill cry of birds pierced the air from behind them. Hinata was struck by an ominous premonition and swiftly turned around, instantly frozen in shock. Observing Hinata's expression, Lu Yifei also turned to see what lay behind them, his eyes reddening with fury. He bellowed, "Who did this? Show yourself." On the ground, several small birds lay twitching helplessly, their bodies bloodied and battered, on the verge of succumbing to their injuries. Lu Yifei was nearly driven to madness, utterly perplexed by the malevolence of an unknown perpetrator who had callously taken the lives of several innocent birds. These creatures were vibrant embodiments of life. Hinata trembled as she clutched Lu Yifei's arm. "Brother Lu, I am frightened." She could hardly fathom the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, the birds had been chirping merrily, and now they lay lifeless. Who could possess such cruelty, fixated on these fragile beings, unwilling to spare even the smallest of lives? "Do not be afraid, I am here, and I shall protect you," Lu Yifei reassured her, patting her shoulder, yet his anger simmered beneath the surface. He was determined to uncover the identity of whoever lurked in the shadows, committing such heinous acts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei turned his head and cast a puzzled glance at Hinata before threateningly declaring, "So you refuse to come out, do you? Then I shall swiftly find you and ensure you lose your way home." After uttering these words, Lu Yifei huffed and puffed as he approached the edge of the grass, meticulously searching for his elusive target. He felt no fear whatsoever, for he understood that such tedious and malicious antics could only be the work of mischievous children from the village or perhaps some ferocious beasts. However, the patch of grass was too small to conceal any formidable creatures. Observing Lu Yifei half buried in the undergrowth, Hinata inexplicably felt a surge of fear and exclaimed, "Lu and I. Please be careful. Don't let yourself be ambushed." "I know, don't worry," Lu Yifei replied as he carelessly rustled through the grass, determined to find the culprit who had yet to reveal themselves. He was aware that Hinata was likely distressed over the plight of several little birds. If he failed to capture the perpetrator today, neither Hinata nor he would leave without a sense of dissatisfaction. Just then, a strange sound suddenly erupted from the opposite side of the thicket. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei was taken aback, witnessing the swift disappearance of a figure clad in dark green attire, vanishing so quickly that he could scarcely discern anything, save for a glimpse of exposed skin marred by age spots and wrinkles. He surmised that this individual must be an elderly person. However, the notion of an old man idly lurking in the woods, having just dispatched several small birds, seemed utterly incongruous with the behavior of a sane individual. As Lu Yifei pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard a startled exclamation from Hinata. He immediately looked up to see her stepping back in fear, her gaze fixed intently on something on the ground. Lu Yifei hurried over, only to discover that the ground was completely empty. "What happened? Did you see something?" he inquired with concern, gazing at Hinata. Trembling with fear, Hinata pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "There, just a moment ago, a hand emerged from the earth, but now it has vanished. What is going on?" Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the peculiarity of the situation. Observing Lu Yifei's bewildered expression, Hinata assumed he doubted her words. She hastily reassured him, "Brother Lu, you must believe me. Everything I said is true. There was indeed a hand here, but it disappeared all of a sudden. I would never deceive you. I understand, of course. I know you would never lie to me. However, I cannot fathom whether that thing was human or something else entirely." Lu Yifei lowered his gaze, fixating intently on the ground littered with fallen leaves. His belief in Hinata stemmed not only from the trust he placed in her honesty, but also from the undeniable moment he caught sight of something ominous disappearing from the earth just as he looked at her. Lu Yifei was suddenly beset by an ominous feeling, sensing that the series of peculiar events occurring at present were not without reason. Hinata, bewildered by the transient nature of the phenomenon, tugged at Lu Yifei's sleeve, urging, "Shouldn't we leave quickly? That noise just now did not seem to originate from a human." "Do not be afraid," he reassured her. "I believe it is merely someone attempting to instill fear in us. Worry not. I shall find out what it is." Lu Yifei gently patted Hinata's arm and stepped forward resolutely. Regardless of what that entity might be, they could not simply walk away today. Returning without resolution could invite danger, and it was entirely possible that the indistinguishable creature might follow them. Upon hearing this, Hinata, though frightened, nodded in agreement. "Very well, but it has already vanished. We may not be able to find it." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei observed the hand recklessly approaching and merely squinted his eyes before lifting his forelimb to stomp down heavily. After doing so, Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback. The pain he had anticipated did not manifest. He lifted his foot to inspect and discovered that the hand had vanished. What on earth was happening? Where had that hand gone? Startled, Lu Yifei swiftly turned around to search for any anomalies in the surroundings, only to find that hand suddenly reappearing at Hinata's feet, gripping her ankle with an iron hold. "Ah, Brother Lu, save me," Hinata exclaimed in a state of panic, clinging tightly to Lu Yifei as she desperately kicked her legs in an attempt to free herself from the grasp. The hand was both stiff and dry, exerting an unexpectedly immense strength, and Hinata felt as though her foot might be wrenched from her body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei realized that if this continued, Hinata's ankle would surely sustain an injury, so he had to act swiftly. He tightened his grip with his tongue around the hand, compelling it to release Hinata. For Lu Yifei understood that regardless of the monstrous nature of the hand's owner, it was still a living entity, one that could feel pain. Indeed, the hand gradually lost its strength and ultimately conceded, letting go of Hinata's ankle. Hinata fell to the ground, rubbing her swollen ankle, on the verge of tears. She feared nothing, neither beasts nor other ninjas. As long as they fought her openly, she would confront them without hesitation. However, the mysterious creature before her instilled genuine fear. Seeing that Hinata was relatively unharmed, Louis Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly hide. I will deal with this monster, he urged. Hinata nodded repeatedly. Retreating behind a nearby tree, crouching down as she anxiously observed the unfolding situation. Free from distractions, Louis Fei turned his attention back to the struggle. Channeling all his strength into his tongue, desperately attempting to pull the hand from the ground. No matter what, he was determined to uncover the entity concealed beneath. The hand possessed immense strength, yet it was no match for the might of a giant toad, and gradually, a pale, wrinkled arm was drawn out. Upon seeing the arm, Hinata's mouth fell slightly agape, unsure of how to articulate her astonishment. The skin appeared both like that of a newborn and an elderly person, wrinkled and decrepit, but upon closer inspections, Hinata discerned that the skin was merely withered, devoid of any other peculiarities, akin to a skin ailment. What could this possibly signify? Furrowing her brows, she anxiously called out to Louis Fei, "Brother Liu, be cautious of its attack on your tongue." Though she recognized the robustness of Louis Fei's tongue, having just experienced the sharpness of the hand herself, she feared that he might truly be harmed. "It's fine, just watch me." Louis Fei grunted as he exerted force to pull the arm away, murmuring reassurances to Hinata. Thus, a standoff ensued between the toad and the arm until the latter could no longer withstand the effort and suddenly relented, pulled free by Louis Fei. As dirt and leaves flew about with the emergence of the figure from the ground, Hinata coughed amidst the chaos. She waved her hand to brush aside the swirling leaves, only to find Louis Fei facing off against a pale, wrinkled man. The man, obscured by a mask, stared at Louis Fei with astonished eyes, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. "Your toad strength is quite formidable. What's it to you? Speak. Who are you, and why have you harmed innocent birds?" Louis Fei retorted, his patience wearing thin. With Hinata's task incomplete, he was unwilling to squander time and sought to teach this senseless aggressor a lesson. The man scoffed, declaring, "My actions are my own concern, and my current objective is to eliminate you and this little girl. Is that so? What exactly are you?" Louis Fei questioned, finding amusement in the man's audacity. He didn't regard the man as a threat, yet he was intrigued by the source of his confidence. The man straightened proudly, proclaiming, "I am Jingmu Ing, the heir of the Jingmu clan. Do you now believe I possess the strength to vanquish you?" "The Jingmu clan? What is that?" Louis Fei asked, bewildered, glancing to Hinata for clarification. Having spent considerable time in this place, he had never encountered mention of the Jingmu clan. Was it a formidable ninja family? After a moment of contemplation, Hinata replied, "The Jingmu clan specializes in earth release techniques. They have not been seen in Konoha for a long time. It is said that those of this clan are adept at blending with the earth, particularly skilled in evasion." "Oh, so you excel at hiding. No wonder I had trouble locating you earlier," Louis Fei mockingly exclaimed, intentionally ridiculing Jingmu Ying's specialty. The latter's face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Louis Fei. "You, who are you calling a coward? Was it not you who hid among the grass and beneath the earth, reluctant to emerge? Am I mistaken?" Louis Fei maintained his mocking gaze on Jingmu Ying, eager to witness the man's prowess and whether he could indeed match him. Enraged, Jingmu Ying's face turned crimson, his eyes narrowing with fury as he shouted, "You are utterly unaware of your own limitations. Believe me, I will soon demonstrate my strength. I've already seen it, just hiding, is that it? Do you think I lack the means to conceal myself?" Louis Fei provocatively replied, unable to tolerate Jingmu Ying's arrogance. Having killed innocent birds and now threatening their lives, he was truly insufferable. As Louis Fei's taunts intensified, Jingmu Ying's temper flared, his head nearly steaming with rage. Before he could retort, Hinata interjected nervously, "Brother Liu, perhaps it would be wise not to provoke him further. What is there to fear? Did you not hear him declare his intent to kill us?" Louis Fei scoffed, continuing to provoke Jingmu Ying with his insouciance. Driven to a breaking point, Jingmu Ying let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the forest. "Ah, I will kill you." With that, he suddenly crouched low and burrowed into the ground. Louis Fei squinted, observing the barren ground beneath him, a sense of vigilance stirring within. He understood that the Jingmu eagle was far from ordinary. Should any complications arise, he might find himself entangled with this individual for a time. Hinata gazed at the empty ground, her voice trembling with fear. Has that person vanished again? Where could she be now? "Hinata, step back. I shall confront this individual." Louis Fei gestured with his claw, urging Hinata to retreat. She nodded and hurried a few paces away. At that moment, The voice of the sunset red drifted down from the sky like a whisper. Frogs, you haven't forgotten my words, have you? Regardless of the circumstances. Hinata must handle this alone. Your presence is already a considerable act of leniency. Teacher, our lives are at stake, and you still expect Hinata to face this alone. Louis Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to accept that such words came from Sunset Red. If he refrained from intervening, Hinata would undoubtedly be no match for the Jingmu Eagle, and could he truly stand idly by, knowing she was outmatched? Sunset Red chuckled lightly before responding. That is the stipulation of the task. Should you contravene it, I shall revoke Hinata's eligibility to study at the academy. You cannot do this. The appearance of this individual is beyond the scope of the task. Why must I refrain from assisting? Louis Fei protested, his voice rising in agitation. He could not bear the thought of Hinata grappling with the Jingmu Eagle alone, for in sheer strength, the Jingmu Eagle far surpassed her. Sunset Red paid no heed to his objections, reiterating that all dangers encountered during the task must be resolved by the students themselves, and he must not interfere. After delivering her decree, she fell silent, leaving no further room for discussion. Louis Fei gazed at Hinata, who appeared lost in thought, and then raised his head in protest. This is unacceptable. Such an arrangement will only bring harm to Hinata. As soon as his words fell, silence enveloped them, for it was evident that Yuhi Kurenai had resolved to disregard their plight. Louis Fei shook his head and approached Hinata's side. Do not fear. This time I shall surely protect you. Hinata, initially taken aback, immediately shook her head in reflex upon hearing his words. No, I cannot allow you to assist me, otherwise I would risk losing my right to attend school. At that point, my family would mock me, and I would become a mere joke. I must conquer Jingmuing on my own. Hinata clenched her fists and bravely stepped forward 2 paces. Louis Fei glanced around. Realizing that Jingmuing had vanished without a trace, undoubtedly lurking in wait for the opportune moment. Anxiously, he exclaimed, you cannot possibly contend with Jingmuing alone. He seeks our very lives, and you are bound to encounter peril. I am unafraid. Let him come. Brother Liu, there is no need for concern. I firmly believe I can triumph over Jingmuing, for teacher Shiri Hong would never stand idly by and allow me to be slain. Hinata shook her head, resolutely rejecting Louis Fei's offer of assistance. A determined expression graced her delicate face as she fixed her gaze upon the ground ahead, intent on discovering Jingmu-Ying's whereabouts. Witnessing Hinata's unwavering determination, Louis Fei opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words of restraint. Indeed, on one side stood Jingmu-Ying, and on the other, the prospect of academic qualification. Hinata was undoubtedly unwilling to forfeit her opportunity for education. Louis Fei let out a sigh and stepped aside. Very well, I shall not impede you any further. However, should you find yourself in genuine peril, do not blame me, your elder brother, for taking matters into my own hands. He was confident that the situation would not escalate to such extremes. Hinata turned her head and offered a gentle smile. The sight of her tender yet resolute gaze filled Louis Fei with an overwhelming sense of compassion, and at that moment, he could do nothing but allow her to take the lead. Hinata stepped forward into the open space and declared, come forth, do not hide in the shadows. As long as you reveal yourself, I shall engage you in a fair fight, and no one shall dare to label you a coward who only knows how to cower. Upon hearing these words, Louis Fei felt a sense of relief. He understood that if Hinata's assertions could indeed coax Jingmu-Ying out of hiding, it would be far preferable to the prospect of a stealthy ambush. After all, Jingmu-Ying excelled in concealment and possessed immense strength. A sudden surprise attack on Hinata would undoubtedly result in her injury. After a brief pause, Hinata observed that there was still no response from Jingmu-Ying and continued. I am weak, lacking your strength. If you continue to hide in fear and refuse to face me openly, then I will truly look down upon you and your Jingmu clan. When I return, I shall inform everyone that the members of the Jingmu family are nothing but cowards. Do not slander my family in such a manner. You insolent girl. A sudden roar erupted, startling Hinata, who quickly turned to see a figure springing forth from the ground, standing infuriated before her. Witnessing Jingmu-Ying's wrathful demeanor, Hinata exhaled in relief. See, I told you that lurking in the shadows would only invite ridicule. Now, let us engage in a fair fight. You have forced my hand. Prepare to experience my true strength. Jingmu-Ying clenched his fists and charged directly at Hinata. Louis Fei observed everything with clarity from the side, and when he witnessed Jingmu-Ying take decisive action, a spark of realization illuminated his expression. Louis Fei had not anticipated that, aside from resorting to ambush tactics, Jingmu-Ying's combat style would rely heavily on close-quarters engagement. It became evident to him that Jingmu Ing possessed limited knowledge of ninjutsu, apart from the earth release technique. He was left with no choice but to confront his adversaries up close. Intriguingly, Hinata's signature technique was the gentle fist, which would undoubtedly allow her to counter Jingmu Ing effectively. With this thought in mind, Liu Yifei felt his earlier tension dissipate, and he settled comfortably onto the ground, observing Jingmu Ying's frantic approach with a sense of amusement. As Jingmu Ing charged towards Hinata, he shouted vehemently, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll annihilate all of you who speak ill of me." It was not that they spoke ill of him. Rather, his furtive demeanor naturally invited disdain. Hinata let out a cold snort, stepped back, and extended her fist to meet Jingmu Ying's impending attack. The moment their fists collided, a fierce gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Liu Yifei squinted his eyes for a closer inspection and observed that Hinata had been pushed back 2 steps, while Jingmu Ing was scarcely in a better position, barely managing to maintain his footing. It seems you are still slightly weaker than I am." Jingmu Ing looked at Hinata with an air of arrogance, completely dismissing her presence, having never engaged in a fight before. Witnessing Hinata's retreat filled him with a sense of pride. Seeing Jingmu Ing so self-satisfied, Liu Yifei shook his head and mocked. "Is a mere slight advantage enough to make you so conceited? Just look at your height, weight, and age, and then compare them to our little Hinata. It is utterly unjust to take advantage of her. Of course, her strength pales in comparison to yours. How embarrassing for you. What did you say? Dare you repeat that?" Jingmu Ying's eyelids twitched in anger as he turned to glare fiercely at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei clicked his tongue. "Am I not speaking the truth? Your strength is merely a shade superior to ours. What is there to be proud of in whether you can win or not?" Bah! His words incited Jingmu Ing to the brink of fury as he pointed at Liu Yifei and exclaimed, "Are you speaking nonsense again? This is a fair contest. If you keep babbling, I'll make you pay. Come on, come on. I'm terrified of you." Liu Yifei had been waiting for this retort, and promptly flicked his tongue in a taunting manner at Jingmu Ing. Liu Yifei understood that he could not intervene while Jingmu Ing and Hinata were engaged in battle. However, if he could provoke Jingmu Ing into targeting him, the situation would become considerably more manageable. In this way, Hinata would remain unharmed and avoid expulsion. Jingmu Ying's teeth ground together in frustration as he glared at Liu Yifei. "Fine, since you believe I am bullying her, let us have a contest." With that declaration, he lowered his hands, ceasing his assault on Hinata. Hinata, witnessing the exchange, felt perplexed and anxious. "Brother Liu, why are you doing this?" "Don't worry. I will deal with him." Liu Yifei flicked his tongue, preparing to meet Jingmu Ying's attack. Yet, at that moment, Jingmu Ing abruptly halted. He was not foolish. He recognized what would benefit him and what would lead to his own detriment. Having already engaged in a verbal skirmish with Liu Yifei, he was acutely aware of Liu Yifei's formidable prowess. Thus, he resolved that confronting Liu Yifei would be unwise. Instead, he should continue his aggression towards the young girl. With this realization, Jingmu Ing turned back, sneering, "Do you think I would fall for your trick? You are unwilling to see your little mistress suffer in combat with me. Are you? Very well, today I shall ensure your little mistress's demise." Following this proclamation, Jingmu Ing launched himself towards Hinata, taken aback by his sudden assault. Hinata swiftly darted behind a tree, narrowly evading his strike, only to brace herself for the impending onslaught. Liu Yifei let out a sigh, anxiously gazing at the figures engaged in combat, realizing that he had overacted in his pretense. Initially, his intention was to lure Jingmu Ing closer, but after revealing his tongue, it was clear that Jingmu Ing had perceived the threat it posed and chose instead to continue battling with Hinata. A miscalculation indeed. Now, all he could do was observe Hinata's prowess. Liu Yifei gazed ahead with a sense of frustration, hoping that Hinata would remain unharmed. As Hinata bent down to evade an attack from Jingmu Ing, she rolled on the ground and swiftly regained her footing, panting, "Now it's my turn to strike." Without hesitation, she charged forward, lifting her fist to aim at Jingmu Ying's face. Jingmu Ing instinctively dodged, but little did he anticipate that her attack was not aimed at his visage. Seizing the opportunity presented by his evasive maneuver, Hinata quickly extended her other fist, delivering a powerful blow to Jingmu Ying's abdomen. Caught off guard by this unexpected move, Jingmu Ing staggered back a few steps, reeling from the impact. Liu Yifei, watching from the sidelines, could hardly contain his laughter. He had not anticipated that Hinata's clever ruse would be so effective. It had not only secured her success in Yuhi Kurenai's assessment, but had also compelled Kinomoto Taka to retreat several steps now. It appeared that this tactic was universally advantageous. No matter the circumstance, Liu Yifei suddenly felt an influx of confidence. He raised his hand and shouted to Hinata, Go for it, Hinata. I firmly believe you can defeat him. Who says otherwise? She is hardly a match for me. She is merely a little girl. Jingmu Ing was so infuriated that he began to stomp his feet, his face flushed with embarrassment. He never anticipated that he would be forced to retreat several steps by a mere child, and that he would have to endure a direct hit. This was utterly humiliating. Enraged and ashamed, Jingmu Ing let out a furious roar and charged directly at Hinata. This attack was evidently much stronger than his previous attempts. Lu Yifei sensed a palpable aura of menace and quickly warned, Hinata, be careful. He is using his full strength now. Hinata, unwavering, fixed her gaze upon Jingmu Ying's movements, showing no signs of tension or fear. As he rushed toward her, she steadied herself, grounded her breath, and extended her hands to meet his assault head-on. Lu Yifei never anticipated that Hinata would choose to confront Jingmu Ing head-on. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a profound sense of anxiety and tension. Please, Hinata, do not get hurt. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences. As Lu Yifei contemplated this, he suddenly heard two swift sounds. Instinctively, he looked up and saw Jingmu Ying's hands, bloodied and pierced by glinting throwing knives, poised to strike Hinata. Jingmu Ying's eyes widened in shock. And after a few agonizing seconds, he cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts. Who ambushed me?" After uttering these words, he collapsed to the ground, trembling, unable to voice another word. Lu Yifei and Hinata both stared wide-eyed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence at this moment. Lu Yifei and Hinata exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the writhing figure of Jingmu Ing on the ground, at a loss for words. They had not anticipated the sudden appearance of two flying daggers. Who could have orchestrated such an ambush? Jingmu Ing trembled on the ground for a moment before managing to rise, seething with rage. Who dares to attack me? I will hunt you down, he cried. You? You can't even defeat a girl. How can you threaten anyone else? The ninjas of the Jingmu clan are hardly formidable, came the mocking voice of Sasuke from a short distance away. Lu Yifei recognized the voice of Sasuke and was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected appearance of Sasuke in this location. The members of Team 7 also had their own missions. What could possibly account for Sasuke's sudden presence here? Was it merely a coincidence that their tasks led them to the same place, resulting in this encounter? Jingmu Ing, infuriated by Sasuke's words, retorted fiercely, "You little brat. Where are you? Come out at once." To which Sasuke coldly mocked, "Can't even locate me. You truly lack any real skill." Lu Yifei was at a loss for words, never expecting Sasuke to maintain such a sharp tongue and aloof demeanor wherever he went. At that moment, Hinata gently tapped Lu Yifei on the shoulder and asked, "Brother Lu, I can't seem to spot Sasuke anywhere." "Over there," Lu Yifei replied, pointing towards a large tree not far off. Hinata focused her gaze and, sure enough, she discovered Sasuke leaning against the tree, albeit obscured by overgrown grass that stood over a meter tall, making it difficult to discern his location at first glance. Lu Yifei was unaware of how long Sasuke had been watching the spectacle unfold, but with Sasuke's assistance, he no longer had to worry about Hinata facing the challenge alone. As they conversed, Jingmu Ing finally caught sight of Sasuke and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "What is there to be proud of in hiding over there and launching surprise attacks? Come out. We shall fight to the death." "Fight to the death? Your hands are already injured. How do you intend to duel me?" Sasuke stepped forward, regarding Jingmu Ing with a frigid gaze. Hinata, hesitating for a moment, finally spoke up. "Thank you for your help, Sasuke, but Jingmu Ing is after me. Let me handle this. I do not wish to burden you." "Hinata, what are you saying?" Lu Yifei stared at her in disbelief. Even though Jingmu Ing was injured, he still possessed greater strength than Hinata. If a confrontation ensued, it was unlikely that Hinata could match him. How could she ask Sasuke to refrain from intervening? Understanding Lu Yifei's concerns, Hinata turned to him with a reassuring smile. "I believe I can defeat Jingmu Ing. Brother Lu must have faith in me." At a loss for words, Lu Yifei turned to Sasuke, who frowned and stated resolutely, "If I witness this matter, I must intervene." "But Teacher Yuhi Kurenai said that we must resolve any issues ourselves during a mission." Hinata voiced her apprehensions. Sasuke's expression remained steadfast as he replied, "I am also on a mission, and Kakashi-sensei instructed us to handle any challenges that arise." Hinata, taken aback by his words, found herself at a loss, observing their indecision. Jingmu Ing trembled with rage. "What is there to argue about? Do you truly think you can defeat me? Dream on. Who do you look down upon? Today, I will show you my true power." "You have repeated that several times already," Hinata remarked disdainfully, showing no signs of fear. Unable to contain his amusement, Lu Yifei laughed. Finding Hinata's demeanor amusing, Jinmu Ying, unable to bear their mockery any longer, bellowed, "You little brats. Prepare to face me." With that, he burrowed underground, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Another earth release technique? Lu Yifei frowned, intently observing the ground for any signs of movement, not daring to overlook any detail. He still did not fully comprehend the nature of the earth release technique, nor the potential harm it could inflict, especially since it was a secret technique of the Jinmu clan. Hinata and Sasuke remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for Jinmu Ying's whereabouts. "Since you don't want to mess things up, let us work together. This is a challenge we both face. It is best to tackle it as a team," Hinata cautiously suggested, unsure of Sasuke's thoughts on the matter. Sasuke showed no objection to this proposal, merely casting a fleeting glance at Hinata. "Just don't get hurt. Otherwise, you'll be a liability. Rest assured, I am not as weak as you think." Hinata's expression turned resolute. Just as they were discussing their strategy, Lu Yifei suddenly spotted a bloodied hand emerging behind them and shouted, "Watch out. Hinata, jump aside." Having grown accustomed to Lu Yifei's warnings, Hinata leaped aside without hesitation. However, Sasuke was not as quick to react, and Jinmu Ying, moving rapidly beneath the ground, seized Sasuke's ankle. With immense strength, Jinmu Ying pulled Sasuke down, rendering him immobile. "Don't let him succeed. Quickly, use your knife to sever his grip," Lu Yifei shouted, urging Sasuke into action. He could see that the Jinmu Ying lurking underground was vastly different from the one above. This version had a grip as firm as iron, holding Sasuke's ankle tightly. If drastic measures were not taken to release Sasuke, he would surely be in peril. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's command, Sasuke regained his composure, drawing a throwing knife and aiming to strike Jinmu Ying's hand. Both Hinata and Lu Yifei widened their eyes in disbelief as the knife merely grazed the skin, while Sasuke was hurled several meters away, crashing into a tree and collapsing to the ground. "Impressive," Lu Yifei exclaimed, astonished by Jinmu Ying's prowess underground. Jinmu Ying's voice echoed from beneath, "Of course. Today, I shall make you who look down upon me aware of my strength." His voice resonated as if emanating from the depths of the earth, menacing and ghostly. A shiver ran down Hinata's spine as she turned to Lu Yifei. "Brother Lu, this Jinmu Ying is formidable. Can you devise a plan? Get out of the way." Lu Yifei had not yet responded when he saw the hand lurching towards Hinata. Instinctively, she recoiled and hid in the bushes. The hand stopped before the foliage, seemingly unable to locate Hinata. At that moment, Lu Yifei sensed something amiss. It appeared that Jinmu Ying was not as invincible underground as he had thought. It became clear that Jinmu Ying could only sense Hinata's position through specific vibrations in the ground. Now that she was concealed, he had no means of discerning her whereabouts. To test his hypothesis, Lu Yifei took a few steps forward and stomped on the ground. Sure enough, Jinmu Ying's hand redirected towards him. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not your target. If you come any closer, I'll pull you out myself," Lu Yifei shouted, threatening Jinmu Ying to keep his distance. He realized that Jinmu Ying could only determine his position based on ground vibrations. What an odd technique, he mused, clearly wary of Lu Yifei's tactics. Jinmu Ying hesitated to advance, left without a target and spinning in confusion. Meanwhile, Hinata, concealed in the bushes, recognized Jinmu Ying's weakness. She cautiously stood up and beckoned to Sasuke, urging him to climb the tree. Sasuke understood and swiftly ascended. As Jinmu Ying sensed his presence, he rushed forward, only to find the sensation vanish once more. In a fit of desperation, he shouted, "Where are you? Stop hiding like cowards. Isn't that you? Hiding underground." Sasuke taunted from his vantage point in the tree, looking down at the hand. Upon realizing that Sasuke was speaking from above, Jinmu Ying seethed. You climbed a tree. Despicable." His earth release technique was only effective against those on the ground, and now that Sasuke was above, he found himself powerless against him. "What is the matter? You can hide underground, but I can't take refuge in a tree? If anything is despicable, it is your cowardly ambush." Sasuke retaliated without mercy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei found himself both amused and bewildered. Wasn't Sasuke typically aloof and reserved? Why was he so loquacious today? Perhaps his prolonged companionship with Naruto had influenced him to engage more in conversation even amidst battle. Just as Lu Yifei was pondering this, Jinmu Ying suddenly chuckled. "Well, what if you choose to hide? That little girl must still be on the ground, right? Where are you? I hope I don't find you." Jinmu Ying gradually shifted his hand towards several towering trees, adopting an offensive stance, intent on preventing Hinata from leaping onto the path alongside Sasuke. Lu Yifei spotted the hand at the edge of the grass. He knew that the moment Hinata moved, Jingmu Ing would instantly detect her presence. With a hiss, he realized the dire consequences if Hinata were to be caught by that hand, and he hastily exclaimed, "Hinata, you must stay hidden. Do not come out. And ensure that Jingmu Ing cannot find you." Hinata nodded silently, making no sound. "Be quiet. Today, I shall certainly capture her and slay her for your eyes to witness." Jingmu Ing shouted, his hand twitching with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's mind suddenly illuminated with an idea. Since Jingmu Ing relied on sound and footsteps to ascertain their whereabouts, perhaps if he continued to speak and disrupt Jingmu Ying's focus, he might truly remain oblivious to any target. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei boldly approached the hand, taking a deep breath. Seeing his actions, Sasuke inquired, perplexed, "What are you doing?" Hinata cautiously peeked out and noticed Lu Yifei moving closer to Jingmu Ying's hand, which made her anxious. Jingmu Ing sensed Lu Yifei's proximity and nervously shifted his hand. That formidable tongue of the great toad was indeed something to be wary of. He had no desire to be ensnared by it once more. With a dismissive snort, Lu Yifei quickly declared, "Today, you shall not find my little princess. After all, you are relying solely on sound and footsteps to discern your surroundings. I shall remain by your side, creating a cacophony, and let us see whom you can locate." Upon uttering these words, Lu Yifei began to prance around Jingmu Ying's hand, incessantly babbling a jumble of words, causing an uproar in the vicinity. Witnessing his comical antics, both Sasuke and Hinata widened their eyes in astonishment, surprised by Lu Yifei's ingenious approach. Meanwhile, Jingmu Ing sensed the commotion beneath, and upon hearing the clamor, he bellowed, "It's deafening. Get away from me. I refuse. If you have the guts, come and strike me. You hit me, and I will hit you back. My little princess and Sasuke will remain unharmed. You cannot slay anyone. You are but a worthless fool." Lu Yifei relentlessly provoked him, continuing his energetic jumps. Jingmu Ing, overwhelmed by the noise, found it impossible to discern the positions of others, infuriatedly shouting, "You insufferable toad, are you courting death? It is you who is seeking demise. You hide because you cannot fight, and even in hiding, you are still outmatched. My cacophony will throw you into disarray. You possess no wit at all. Go back and spare yourself the embarrassment." Lu Yifei stuck out his tongue, further inciting Jingmu Ing. After this, Lu Yifei leaped with even greater fervor, waving at Hinata beside him. Understanding his intent, Hinata quickly rose from the bushes and swiftly climbed a tree. Jingmu Ing, of course, sensed this anomaly. But before he could act, he lost the previous sensation. "Ah, I have taken refuge in the tree. You cannot reach me." Hinata clapped her hands joyfully. Perched at the highest point of the tree, looking down at Jingmu Ying's hand, Jingmu Ing, nearly losing his composure in fury, suddenly dashed to the base of the tree where Hinata resided, violently shaking the massive trunk. His strength was formidable. Even an ancient tree trembled violently, as though it might topple at any moment. Both Hinata and Lu Yifei were taken aback by his actions, momentarily at a loss. Hinata quickly wrapped her arms around the trunk, securing herself tightly before the next jolt. However, in his rage, Jingmu Ing was resolute and, with immense force, uprooted the tree, determined to dislodge Hinata. With a startled gasp, Hinata lost her balance and began to fall uncontrollably. Lu Yifei realized that if she truly fell, she would undoubtedly be harmed by the spirit wood eagle. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward and positioned his head beneath Hinata, securing her firmly atop it. Once Hinata settled herself, she exhaled in relief, having escaped the immediate danger. Before she could utter a word, a massive tree crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. I didn't expect this spirit wood eagle to be quite clever. Are you all right?" Lu Yifei swiftly inquired about Hinata's well-being. Hinata affectionately patted Lu Yifei's head, smiling brightly as she replied, "Brother Lu has protected me well. I am perfectly fine." Coughing lightly, Sasuke interjected, "Now is hardly the time for you two to be displaying affection." It was his first time witnessing such a close bond between a person and a summoning beast, and he found it utterly astonishing. Lu Yifei regained his composure, only to find Jingmu Ying's hand lunging towards him, exuding an air of desperation. With a resigned shake of his head, he attempted to stomp down on Jingmu Ying's hand, intending to subdue him. However, as soon as Lu Yifei's foot made contact with the ground, his expression shifted dramatically, leaving him frozen in place. The air hung in silence for 2 seconds, during which Hinata, filled with trepidation, glanced at the ground and asked, "Brother Lu, what is wrong?" "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My foot's cramping." Lu Yifei cried out in anguish, lifting his foot and stumbling backward, his face contorted into a grotesque grimace that rendered him even more unsightly. Sasuke quickly turned his head away, fearing that a glimpse of Lu Yifei's dark and horrifying visage would compel him to retch. Meanwhile, Hinata hurriedly patted Lu Yifei's shoulder, soothingly inquiring, "Is everything all right, Brother Lu? Did he attack you?" Lu Yifei leaned against the tree, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. "No. It truly hurt me." He uttered these words, filled with a sense of helplessness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei could hardly fathom what would transpire if his frog legs were to cramp. At that moment, Jingmu Ing let out a smug snort, proclaiming, "Now you comprehend my prowess, do you not? Frog, this is for you." Sasuke paid no heed to Jingmu Ying's words, and simply tossed an object to Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei glanced at the object and discovered it was a gleaming flying dagger. He was taken aback and raised his head in astonishment. "Just how much do you conceal on your person?" "Not much, merely a handful," Sasuke replied, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he found nothing peculiar about the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei swallowed hard. "I truly admire you." "What do you mean? What are you holding?" Jingmu Ing inquired anxiously, his hands instinctively retreating. One would not have expected that Jingmu Ing could shift from timid to furious so swiftly. Lu Yifei shook his head, still pondering how to use the flying dagger against the Jingmu Eagle, when the dagger was snatched away by Hinata. She perched upon Lu Yifei's toad-like head, gazing at the hand on the ground. "Brother Lu, have you forgotten? Teacher Sunset Red said you must not intervene. Allow me to handle this matter." With that, she leapt down from Lu Yifei's head. As Lu Yifei sought to intervene, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as Hinata leaped down, exclaiming, "Hinata, be careful." No sooner had he spoken than Hinata landed on the ground, her gaze fixated on the hand of Jinkumiya. Naturally, Jinkumiya sensed Hinata's approach and, without hesitation, lunged towards her. His ferocious demeanor instilled a sense of urgency in Sasuke, perched in the tree above. Without a moment's pause, he leapt down, drawing a throwing knife, declaring, "I will assist you." Hinata did not refuse. Her focus remained unwavering as she prepared to counter the oncoming hand with her knife. Although Jinkumiya's hand sustained little damage, the ferocity of Hinata's assault momentarily thwarted any attempts he made to approach her. Sasuke, now racing forward, swept his knife across Jinkumiya's wrist. The latter let out a muffled grunt as he swiftly retreated 2 meters away. "Oh, you truly are fearless, recklessly charging at me as if you underestimate my power. Is that so? Jinkumiya, we are unafraid of you." Hinata retorted with a scoff, brandishing her knife and advancing to attack. Sasuke, equally undeterred, surged forward, and the two of them relentlessly assailed that hand. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate where neither could inflict harm upon the other. While Hinata and Sasuke had shed their earlier disadvantage, Lu Yifei observed that their situation still appeared far from optimistic. Lu Yifei understood that although the current Jinmu Eagle posed no threat to the two of them, it also did not require much effort to evade their attacks. If Hinata and Sasuke continued to engage in this manner, they would inevitably exhaust themselves, leaving them vulnerable to a counterattack. With this in mind, he urged, "Do not linger in battle. Strike at his wrist swiftly." Lu Yifei perceived that Jingmu Ing was not without flaws. Every ninjutsu bears its own advantages and disadvantages. He surmised that Jingmu Ing's hand must possess a weakness, either in the 5 fingers or at the wrist. Perhaps it was Sasuke's illusion. But as he heard Lu Yifei utter these words, he also noticed the toad's hand flinch suddenly, as if it feared they might indeed strike at its wrist. Recalling his earlier attack on Jingmu Ying's wrist, which elicited a muffled grunt, Sasuke instantly conceived a strategy, directing each assault towards Jingmu Ying's wrist. Jingmu Ying held in pain, compelled to unleash a powerful technique. His hand abruptly contorted and stiffened, resembling a genuine iron hook, reaching for Hinata's calf. "Hinata!" Lu Yifei exclaimed. But it was too late to intervene. He was acutely aware of Jingmu Ying's immense strength. This attack was executed with considerable force, and should Hinata be caught by the calf, she would undoubtedly be dragged down. With this thought, Lu Yifei's heart tightened, and instinctively he shut his eyes. However, instead of the anticipated cry of pain, a clear, resonant clang echoed, akin to the sound of 2 weapons colliding. As Lu Yifei lifted his gaze and opened his eyes, he beheld Hinata, her face flushed with fervor, exerting every ounce of strength to firmly counter the assault of Kyomakiyu. Yet, her power paled in comparison to that of Kyomakiyu. Even if she momentarily held her ground, she was incessantly pushed back. "Do not fear, Hinata. I shall assist you." Louis Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes ablaze with an intense fury as he yearned to rush to her side. After all, she was the cherished princess of his heart. How could he allow her to be so brazenly bullied? Kayamaki's ruthless attack was utterly reckless. "Do not come any closer." Louis Fei's advancing figure suddenly halted as he beheld Hinata fiercely contending against Jingmu. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. Fearing that Louis Fei might genuinely come to her aid, Hinata quickly interjected, "No, don't come over. Otherwise, even if you assist me, it won't matter." Louis Fei, troubled, furrowed his brow and gradually retracted his outstretched foot. Indeed, Yakumo had clearly conveyed to them that he could not intervene. If he were to assist Hinata, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. Yet, even so, he could not simply stand by and watch as Hinata faced peril, could he? As Louis Fei contemplated the situation, a sense of unease washed over him. He instinctively moved forward, yet hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. Sasuke, reacting swiftly, brandished his kunai and charged ahead, declaring, "I'll handle him." With that, he launched a rapid and precise assault on Jingmu wrists, each strike like a tempestuous downpour. Jingmu, unable to withstand the onslaught, cried out. Relinquishing his attack on Tengua, one of his seemingly impenetrable hands drooped, seemingly devoid of strength. It was then that Louis Fei realized Jingmu was not inexhaustible. Regardless of the ninja's formidable ninjutsu, he was, at his core, merely a ninja. Prolonged subterranean concealment would inevitably deplete his stamina, dispelling the illusion of invincibility. With renewed resolve, Louis Fei commanded, "Don't relent. He's weakening. Force him out." Spurred by his words, Hinata and Sasuke redoubled their efforts, pressing their attack to drive Jingmu from his hiding place. Louis Fei, holding his breath, watched intently as Hinata and Sasuke targeted Jingmu wrists, observing whether it would have an effect. The kunai relentlessly struck Jingmu wrists, causing him to stagger backward until, with a final roar, he burst from the earth. The hand that had once been unyielding now lay limp on the ground. Hinata, startled, gazed at the severed hand and stammered, His hand was severed? "No." Sasuke replied, his face grim as he eyed the fallen Jingmu in the distance, clearly wary. Hinata followed his gaze and saw Jingmu writhing in pain on the ground, yet both his hands remained firmly attached to his arms. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, How does he still have a hand?" Not only Hinata and Sasuke, but even Louis Fei was bewildered. He stared at Jingmu clutching his hand, blinking repeatedly, yet he distinctly saw that Jingmu possessed two intact hands. What was happening? Louis Fei's astonishment was beyond words. He had never encountered a ninja with three hands. Hinata, equally perplexed, glanced down at the hand on the ground and noticed something amiss. "Brother Liu, come quickly and take a look." Louis Fei hurriedly approached and observed alongside the two, soon realizing that the hand was decidedly unnatural. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not a human hand at all, but rather a rigid prosthetic crafted from a peculiar material. "What on earth is this?" Disgusted, Louis Fei kicked it, perplexed as to how this object had been so convincingly affixed to Jingmu arm. At that moment, Jingmu struggled to rise, using his other hand to hurl several hexagonal flying knives towards Hinata and Sasuke. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Louis Fei's heart tightened, without a moment's hesitation. He leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hinata and Sasuke. "Get back," he commanded, before Hinata and Sasuke could fully comprehend the situation. Louis Fei's formidable frame had already pushed them aside. Louis Fei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and lowered his gaze to discover a gleaming flying dagger embedded within him. It was indeed a lethal strike. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Louis Fei collapsed onto the ground. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never been harmed by such hidden weapons. The sudden injury today made him acutely aware of the agony. Although the wound was small, it caused him to break out in a cold sweat, making his skin appear even more lustrous. Brother Liu, frog," Hinata and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously, rushing over to support Louis Fei. Louis Fei shook his head and smiled, saying, "I am fine, so do not worry about me. I am tough and resilient. Even if I were to be stabbed, it would not be the end." "What are you saying about life and death? You are not going to die?" Hinata suddenly burst into tears, wiping her eyes as she pulled the knife from Louis Fei's body. Louis Fei let out a muffled groan, fearing that Hinata might worry, and thus he forced himself to remain silent. He chuckled softly, observing Hinata's tear-streaked face, feeling a mix of heartache and profound admiration. To witness my Hinata so concerned for me after suffering an injury is indeed a worthwhile experience. No more words. I shall avenge you. Hinata's expression suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination as she turned and strode directly towards the direction of Kayamaki Eagle. Louis Fei was taken aback and hurriedly intervened, saying, Hey, Hinata, do not act recklessly. However, before he could finish his words, Sasuke followed Hinata and walked past him, leaving him standing there alone. Louis Fei stared wide-eyed at the sight of them rushing forward, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Hinata paid no heed to Louis Fei's words. Her mind solely focused on avenging him. Her brother, Liu, was so kind and had never been harmed. Today, in his attempt to protect her and Sasuke, he had been ambushed by Jingmu Ying. She was determined to seek retribution. Jingmu Ying, having lost his weapon, was already incensed and thus resorted to a sneak attack. However, upon seeing that both Hinata and Sasuke were unharmed, he began to panic. As he observed the two approaching with fierce expressions, his fear escalated, prompting him to retreat while feigning composure. What do you want? You were the ones who severed my weapon. Shouldn't I be allowed to retaliate? He stammered. Enough of your nonsense. Today, we shall determine who lives and who dies, Sasuke declared, clenching his fists and assuming an aggressive stance. Hinata, too, extended her fist, ready to employ her gentle fist technique. Aware that he could not overpower them, Jingmu Ying swallowed hard and contemplated fleeing. Seeing him turn to escape, Sasuke dashed forward, sweeping his leg toward Jingmu Ying's knee. Ah! Jingmu Ying cried out in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Hinata swiftly followed, delivering a punch to Jingmu Ying's body, murmuring, For brother Liu, vengeance, vengeance. Only then did Liu Yifei feel a sense of relief, realizing that Jingmu Ying's ultimate technique was merely a form of earth escape. Without that weapon resembling a hand, he stood no chance against Hinata and Sasuke. Jingmu Ying, battered and bruised, spat out a mouthful of blood. His once formidable presence diminished to nothing. Upon witnessing Jingmu Ying's spillage of blood, Hinata hastily retreated several steps to avoid being splattered. In that moment, Jingmu Ying seized the opportunity, grasping a handful of sand and flinging it towards the eyes of Hinata and Sasuke. Liu Yifei's expression turned cold as he watched Hinata and Sasuke simultaneously cover their eyes and retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Jingmu Ying swiftly burrowed into the earth to escape. A cloud of dust settled, and soon there was no trace of Jingmu Ying, leaving only the three of them exchanging glances. Hinata was the first to regain her composure, hastening to Liu Yifei's side. Brother Liu, how are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? It's not as painful anymore. My skin is tough, so it's really no bother. Liu Yifei replied, swaying as he stood up, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance. In truth, he was in considerable pain, but the blade was not an insurmountable issue for him, and he wished to spare Hinata any undue worry. Hinata, however, was not convinced by his words. She scrutinized him repeatedly, her brow furrowing in doubt. Really? You're absolutely fine. There's nothing to worry about. Trust me, I will be all right, Liu Yifei insisted, striving to maintain an appearance of indifference. After all, he could simply rest for a few days when he returned. It was nothing of great consequence. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's assurance, Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on him, his expression peculiar as if he had something to say, yet found himself at a loss for words. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Liu Yifei was taken aback, gazing at Hinata in confusion. He noticed Hinata was pursing her lips in a smile, and he suddenly comprehended Sasuke's intention. So this fellow was expressing gratitude, albeit in a manner that suggested someone owed him money. Only Sasuke could exhibit such an awkward demeanor. Liu Yifei shook his head, clicking his tongue twice. Enough, enough. What is there to discuss about repayment? If someone were to ambush me again, would you really step in to shield me? You aren't equipped with the same protective layers as I am. Your fragile frame would be gravely harmed by a mere blade. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Liu Yifei's words, his irritation palpable. He had expressed his gratitude. Yet this frog had begun to spout nonsense, which was truly exasperating. Noticing that Sasuke was rendered speechless by his provocation, Liu Yifei recognized the need to temper his banter. He stuck out his tongue and declared, All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. We've wasted enough time here without resolving the matter of the Cleanwood Eagle. I shall join Hinata to complete our mission. What is your task? Liu Yifei inquired with curiosity, eager to uncover the nature of Sasuke's mission that led him here. After all, This place led beyond the village. Could it be that Sasuke's task lay in the vicinity? Sasuke did not rush to respond. Instead, he posed a question in return. What is your mission? Our mission is merely to pick apples outside the village, Lu Yifei replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by revealing this information to Sasuke. Just as Sasuke turned away, he paused upon hearing Lu Yifei's words and turned back, asking, You are also going to pick apples? Are you really going to pick apples? It can't be, Lu Yifei exclaimed, astonished by the improbable coincidence. Hinata, equally surprised, looked at Sasuke with a furrowed brow, saying, I find that hard to believe. Surely, Irika-sensei and Kakashi-sensei would not assign us the same task? Sasuke remained silent, and instead pulled a note from his pocket, presenting it to Hinata and Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei leaned closer to examine the words above and discovered that they indeed referred to the same location for apple picking. How could this be? If we are assigned the same task, does that imply we can collaborate? Could it be that the teachers mistakenly assigned us the same task? Hinata, somewhat incredulous, returned the note to Sasuke and voiced her speculation. Lu Yifei also nodded, sensing that the matter was far from simple. He did not believe that the two teachers had coincidentally assigned the same task. It was highly likely that it was a decision made in consultation. Otherwise, when Tsunade had appeared earlier, she would not have prohibited him from assisting Hinata, as she must have been aware that Sasuke would also be present. Lu Yifei increasingly felt that there was a distinct possibility. Observing Lu Yifei lost in thought, Hinata could not help but inquire, Brother Lu, do you possess a different perspective? No, he replied. Since our mission is the same, it becomes much more convenient. We shall proceed together and ensure we bring the apples back before tomorrow. Shaking his head, Lu Yifei dismissed those chaotic thoughts and followed them as they departed. The trio set forth on their journey, weaving through the forest until they emerged outside the village. After departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Lu Yifei realized that everything here was not as it seemed. Although there were mountains and forests, the lack of human presence allowed the flora to grow wildly, evoking a sense of insecurity. It felt as though lurking within were untamed beasts. Lu Yifei was enveloped by an unsettling feeling, yet he pondered whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. At that moment, Hinata, with her keen eyesight, spotted a small stream not far away. Look, isn't that the stream our teacher mentioned? She exclaimed. If we follow the stream, we are bound to find the apple tree. Let us hasten, as we may return today. We cannot afford to waste time. Eagerly, Lu Yifei moved towards the stream, treading against its current. Hinata quickly caught up, perplexed. Why don't we start searching from that direction? If we go upstream, it must be nearby. Once we locate the source, we can return downstream and effortlessly find the apple tree. This is the quickest method, Lu Yifei patiently elucidated as he continued to guide them upward. Hinata listened intently, nodding in understanding. The trio walked in silence for a while until they reached the end of the stream, only to find a waterfall nestled between two mountains. With nothing else in sight, Hinata felt a tinge of disappointment. It seems there are no apple trees here. We should proceed downstream. Do not lose heart. If there are none upstream, there must be some downstream. Our teacher assured us that apple trees exist in this area. Lu Yifei quickly reassured her, unwilling to let Hinata remain despondent. Their foremost priority was to complete the task and return, necessitating a steadfast spirit at all times. Upon hearing this, Hinata merely nodded and retraced their steps. Lu Yifei followed closely behind, acutely aware that Hinata was undoubtedly feeling disheartened. Yet, there was no alternative, after all. To locate a diminutive apple tree, this was the only method available. Sasuke, perceiving Hinata's despondency, remarked gently, We will surely find it. The mission can be accomplished. Hinata lifted her gaze and cast a wan glance in his direction, merely responding with a subdued before lapsing into silence once more. The trio pressed onward, eventually arriving at the spot where they had previously discovered the babbling brook. All right, there must be an apple tree ahead. I assure you, Lu Yifei exhaled with relief, confident that their mission would soon reach a satisfactory conclusion. Upon hearing this, Hinata revitalized her spirits and continued forward. After a brief interval, her keen eyes spotted an apple tree not far off, and she exclaimed joyfully, I see it. The apple tree is right there. Lu Yifei followed her gaze and indeed spotted an apple tree. Let us hurry. Once we pick the apples, we can return home. Lu Yifei felt his spirits lift, eagerly trailing behind her. After such a lengthy time away, he longed for a restful slumber at home, and with the apple tree now in sight, he felt a sense of relief. Hinata and Sasuke walked ahead, hastening to the apple tree, only to discover something amiss. Sasuke, do you see any apples? Hinata inquired, lifting her gaze to the surrounding foliage, perplexed by the situation. How could such a robust and grand apple tree bear no fruit? Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion. I have no idea what's going on. What's wrong? Where are the apples? Louis Fei panted as he caught up, sharing their bewilderment. A tree so lush should undoubtedly be laden with apples, yet it stood barren, devoid of any fruit, let alone the large, crimson apples their teacher had requested. Hinata frowned in distress, softly murmuring, I knew the task assigned by our teacher would not be simple. Now, with no apples on this tree, neither Sasuke nor I can complete the assignment. Perhaps this isn't the tree our teacher referred to? Should we explore elsewhere? Louis Fei stepped back, scrutinizing the tree with a sense of unease. This tree appeared to be one that should be brimming with apples. Its current emptiness suggested that the teachers had harvested them prematurely or that birds and animals had feasted upon them. Perhaps seeking out another apple tree might yield the desired fruit. Upon hearing his suggestion, Hinata nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us quickly find another apple tree. This one has clearly been tampered with. There won't be any other apple trees. This is the only one, Sasuke interjected, crossing his arms with a tone of certainty. Liu Yifei gazed at his unwavering confidence, intrigued as he inquired, Why do you say that? How do you know there is only this one apple tree? Because there is a mark upon it, Sasuke replied, raising his hand to indicate the trunk. Liu Yifei and Hinata approached and were greeted by the sight of the Konoha Academy emblem carved into the trunk, indicating that this tree was designated for students to complete their tasks. Could this be real? There was clearly nothing on the apple tree. Liu Yifei widened his eyes in confusion. He saw nothing at all. There were no apples, nor even the remnants of a core discarded by some creature. Liu Yifei perceived that this was a deliberate challenge posed by Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi, rendering Hinata and Sasuke incapable of completing their task. Hinata nodded in agreement, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, The deadline set by our teacher is tomorrow. She must be aware that there are no apple trees here. She is urging us to think creatively, hence the generous timeline. We must resolve this matter swiftly. She remained at a loss regarding where to find another apple tree, and even more perplexed about how to conjure a few apples from thin air. Do not fret. There must be a solution, Liu Yifei reassured, striving to calm Hinata. Yui-sensei would not allow us to return empty-handed. This predicament was not without hope. Otherwise, there would be little purpose in Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi sending them here. Surely there were hidden methods awaiting their discovery. At that moment, the taciturn Sasuke approached the apple tree, beginning to tap on the trunk with his fingers, seemingly in search of something. Liu Yifei and Hinata stood quietly to the side, utterly perplexed. After a moment, a muffled thud suddenly emanated from within the tree trunk. Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped forward and inquired what might be contained within. It could very well be an apple. We must find a way to peel back the bark. Sasuke nodded in agreement, drawing a throwing knife from his waist, intent on opening the tree's skin. As Liu Yifei observed from the side, his keen eyes suddenly caught a glimmer of cold light emanating from the crevice of the severed tree bark. Instantly astonished, he grasped Sasuke's shoulder and said, Do not move. It is not an apple inside. What is it? Hinata, noticing his grave expression, felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Liu Yifei took a deep breath and waved his hand at Sasuke, urging him to step aside. Allow me to handle this. No, Sasuke promptly rejected, refusing to budge even an inch. Liu Yifei was taken aback for a moment, then let out a sigh. He had been so preoccupied with discussing the matter that he completely overlooked the teacher's instructions. Even though he was aware of the impending danger, he could only allow Sasuke to proceed. Liu Yifei pondered for a moment and suggested, Why not refrain from cutting it open? It is certain that it does not contain an apple. I cannot resign myself without discovering what lies within. What if it holds a clue to the apple? Sasuke retorted, singularly focused on the desire to peel back the bark. Liu Yifei opened his mouth, realizing he had no grounds for counsel and could only silently protect Hinata, retreating to the side. It was then that Sasuke took a step forward, diligently using a throwing knife to slice through the bark. As the fissures in the bark widened, Liu Yifei discerned what lay within. His eyes widened in shock, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he alerted, There are several needles. Do not cut any further. By the time Liu Yifei uttered his warning, Sasuke had already removed a whole section of the bark. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's caution, Sasuke instinctively darted aside without pondering the nature of the discovery. Simultaneously, several needles shot out, narrowly missing Sasuke's shoulder as they zipped past. Wow. This must be a trap set by the instructors, deliberately designed to mislead and cause injury, Liu Yifei exclaimed, impressed that Sasuke had evaded the silver needle's ambush. He had not anticipated that the instructors would leave no room for error, directly establishing a trap. Although these needles were unlikely to inflict serious harm on Sasuke, they could certainly impede his movements. It remained a mystery what their intentions were. Sasuke took a deep breath, his complexion slightly flushed, appearing startled. "I'm fine. Let us continue searching," he said, before moving to the opposite side of the tree to resume his probing. Louis Fei felt that this situation was unsustainable. It was highly unlikely that Hong, the setting sun, and Kakashi would merely set one trap on a single tree. There must be other hidden dangers. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei cautioned, "Sasuke, be vigilant. There may be unexpected traps lurking." Sasuke nodded slightly and crouched down to continue his work. Near the base of the tree, a dull thud echoed. "Is there something inside?" Hinata inquired, peering curiously at the tree's roots. The bark at the base of the tree clearly displayed a circle of seams, suggesting it had been cut open and then replaced. Louis Fei recognized that it was either an apple or a trap inside, and quickly pulled Hinata aside, urging her not to approach as danger lurked. This time, Sasuke did not remain defenseless as before. Instead, he shielded his face with his arm and cautiously used a throwing knife to slowly carve open the original crevice. Louis Fei widened his eyes and gazed intently, spotting a pair of gleaming eyes, the size of a grain of rice, peering from behind the trees. Could it be a snake? Quickly, block the bark. Louis Fei swallowed hard and hastily directed Sasuke to cease his actions. Although Sasuke remained unaware of what Liu had seen, he could not ignore the palpable tension etched across Liu's froggy visage, prompting him to abandon his task of peeling the bark. Hinata, equally puzzled, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Liu, why are you so frightened? What have you seen?" "I saw it. It is a venomous snake." Louis Fei nodded, feeling a sense of unease. He could not identify the species, but its cold, malicious gaze bore resemblance to the most venomous snake in existence, leaving him feeling anxious. Hinata bit her lip, noticing the beads of sweat forming on his brow, and nervously remarked, "It's fortunate that we didn't release the snake. Otherwise, Sasuke would surely have been attacked." "Yes, I have thoroughly examined everything. There are no other concealed threats in the tree." Sasuke stood up, seemingly indifferent to the snake, yet voiced his own concerns. Louis Fei furrowed his brow, acutely aware that twilight was fast approaching. Should they linger here in search of the apple, they would inevitably be forced to spend the night in this unfamiliar terrain. Once darkness enveloped the forest, distinguishing directions would become nearly impossible, rendering them susceptible to getting lost. Yet, to remain here could expose them to unforeseen dangers. After much contemplation, Louis Fei recognized that the wisest course of action was to swiftly lead them to the apple and then depart. As Louis Fei contemplated this, he began to circle the tree trunk in observation. He looked up and noticed that the branches and leaves of the apple tree had all converged upwards, forming a canopy akin to an umbrella, obscuring their view of the situation above. Louis Fei pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Have you ever encountered an apple tree before? Do the branches of other apple trees also grow upwards?" "There are a few apple trees here. I have seen them before, but I lack a clear memory of them." Hinata shyly smiled, feeling somewhat vexed about her poor memory. Sasuke, standing nearby, added, "I have never seen an apple tree." Louis Fei nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed intently on the apex of the apple tree, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He turned and sauntered a short distance to examine another tree, discovering that unlike the apple tree, this one thrived boldly in the sunlight, growing freely without constraint. Louis Fei sensed that there was something amiss with the situation. An apple tree, like any ordinary tree, could not possibly grow in such a uniform manner, all inclined upwards. He approached the top of the apple tree, a bold thought forming in his mind. Observing Louis Fei's restless demeanor, Hinata could not help but approach him. "Liu, have you made a new discovery? Please share it with us. Look at the top of this tree. Doesn't it seem quite different from the others? Apple trees shouldn't grow like this, should they?" Louis Fei finally voiced his confusion, gesturing towards the tree's apex. Upon hearing this, both Hinata and Sasuke turned their gaze, also noticing this peculiar phenomenon. Although they had seldom encountered apple trees, they understood that no tree could grow in such an unusual fashion, almost as if it were deliberately reaching upwards to conceal something from them. Deliberately growing? Hinata pondered, and a thought struck her. Could there be apples at the top? The branches appeared to be stretching skyward, as if to obscure something. "Yes, I believe so," Louis Fei exclaimed, excited that Hinata had reached the same conclusion. Sasuke raised his head to observe for a moment before declaring, "I'll go up and take a look." With that, he swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree, gaining a view of whatever lay atop the apple tree. "Well, are there apples up there?" Louis Fei inquired eagerly, his impatience evident. after searching for so long. If there truly were none at the top, they would return empty-handed. Sasuke nodded and reached out, retrieving 2 large, ripe apples. Found them. Wonderful. Your mission is accomplished. We can finally head home. Louis Fei exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, they had located the apples. There was no need to linger any longer. It was crucial to secure the apples and depart at this juncture. Sasuke jumped down from the tree and handed 1 apple to Hinata. Here, our task is complete. This is the result of our mutual assistance. Thank you for your help along the way, Sasuke, Hinata said with a bright smile as she accepted the apple. Sasuke glanced awkwardly at Louis Fei and muttered, I appreciate it too. What do you mean by I appreciate it too? Louis Fei feigned ignorance, pressing for more. He understood that Sasuke was reserved and often struggled to express gratitude, yet he was eager to witness Sasuke's earnest acknowledgement. Sasuke hesitated, taken aback that Louis Fei would pursue the topic, and after a moment, he finally said, I am grateful for your assistance as well. No need for formality. This was a shared endeavor, and completing it together is no great feat, Louis Fei replied, his satisfaction evident in his smile. He was unsure why, but witnessing Sasuke's awkwardness and attempting to express gratitude brought him great joy. At that moment, Hinata recognized that Louis Fei had been playfully teasing Sasuke. She cleared her throat gently. Let us hasten and take the apples. We must exit this forest before nightfall. She was still apprehensive about the possibility of encountering any rogue ninjas or beasts lurking within the woods, as such encounters could spell danger for them. Hinata was uncertain whether the appearance of the purewood eagle was a mere coincidence or something else entirely, but she was resolute in her desire to avoid encountering another. Louis Fei was acutely aware that it was not the opportune moment to linger, so he hastily suggested, let us promptly retrace our steps and refrain from lingering in the woods. Otherwise, we cannot predict what may befall us. He pondered the simplicity of this task, which, despite the omnipresent dangers and traps, could be evaded with a modicum of caution. This seemed rather uncharacteristic of the 2 instructors, given the stringent nature of previous assessments. Could it truly be that a task assigned based on one's abilities would be so straightforward? Louis Fei's thoughts spiraled as he sensed that something unforeseen might occur, driving him to desire an escape from the woods. Hinata and Sasuke shared no inclination to linger further, hastily following Louis Fei along the path they had taken to leave. The trio navigated through the eerily silent forest, occasionally interrupted by the distant chirping of crickets, with no other sounds to accompany them. As Hinata grew increasingly bored, she could not restrain herself from speaking. I wonder what the outcome of this mission will be. Surely the teachers will be satisfied, right? They merely specified the timeline for task completion. As long as we bring back the apples, we would have fulfilled our obligation ahead of schedule. Perhaps your thoughts are a tad simplistic. I am uncertain what methods the 2 instructors employed to assess your performance during the task. It is plausible that the ultimate objective of this mission is to gauge your adaptability in various situations. Louis Fei promptly articulated his perspective. He could not believe that the teachers had assigned the task merely for the sake of completion. Otherwise, how could such an unusual task as apple picking have been devised? Ultimately, this mission might serve as a test of each student's ability to respond to diverse circumstances. Upon hearing this, Hinata could not suppress her anxiety. We merely set out to pick apples, yet we encountered so many perilous situations. I wonder how Inuzuka Kiba and the others are faring. Do not fret. Even if they are in danger, their lives are not at risk, Louis Fei reassured her, wishing to alleviate her concerns. There are certainly various turning points in these matters, which is why each individual's encounters with danger differ, as do their solutions. In the end, there will be no life-threatening issues. Hinata nodded, then turned to observe the silently contemplative Sasuke. Your expression seems rather grim. Are you worried about something? Sasuke remained furrowed in thought, an air of mystery surrounding his preoccupations. Louis Fei understood that Sasuke was always taciturn, lost in his own thoughts, so he merely smiled without concern. Sasuke had always maintained such an expressionless demeanor. It was not as if she were unaware of it. There was no need for worry. He should be allowed to ponder his own troubles. All right, I understand. Hinata replied with a sigh, nodding in resignation. She glanced at Sasuke several times before finally turning away in silence. Louis Fei strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing at the surrounding scenery. The evening forest exuded a peculiar sense of desolation, more oppressive than the night that followed. Louis Fei felt increasingly uneasy as he walked, sensing that the profound silence was somewhat unsettling. He longed to depart from this place, finding solace only in the sound of laughter and chatter from the villagers. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly halted, gazing down the narrow path ahead and inquired, shall we continue to retrace our steps? Upon hearing these words, Louis Fei raised his gaze to the front and realized that traversing this narrow path would lead him to the very spot where he had engaged in battle with Jingmuing. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Sasuke, surely you do not believe that Jingmuing remains there? He has long since fled, and moreover, his signature skills have been rendered ineffective by our efforts. Even if he were present, there would be no cause for concern. You need not worry. Louis Fei felt that Sasuke was excessively cautious. Although Jingmuing was intent on teaching them a lesson, he was certainly no match for them. If Jingmuing were indeed still around, it would be tantamount to courting death. Contemplating this, Louis Fei could not help but shake his head, recognizing that this was simply Sasuke's nature, always overly prudent and wary. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Sasuke did not concur. Instead, he shook his head and replied, regardless. Jingmuing has already been injured by us, and he will not let this matter rest easily. Even if he wishes to let us go, it matters not. He cannot defeat us. We should leave swiftly. Night falls quickly, and I have no desire to linger in the woods. If you are unwilling to take this path, we can certainly seek another route. Louis Fei, dismissive, urged them onward. He understood that Sasuke was somewhat obstinate. His reluctance to proceed down this path did not warrant opposition from him. Regardless of the route chosen, the priority was to exit swiftly. At that moment, Hinata surveyed their surroundings and, with a hint of distress, stated, Sasuke, there are no other paths here. We must traverse this way to reach the woods and then descend the mountain. Otherwise, we will only waste time and be unable to leave by nightfall. Upon hearing these words, Louis Fei raised his head and observed that he was surrounded by dense weeds and trees, with no discernible paths in sight. Moreover, it was quite possible that various flying insects or wild creatures lurked within the thickets. He glanced at Sasuke, impatiently waiting for him to propose a solution. Sasuke, noting their anxious expressions, took a moment before suggesting, let us proceed directly through. Indeed, that seemed more reasonable. Surely there was nothing of concern in the vicinity. Besides, with the three of us combined, what could possibly pose a challenge? Louis Fei promptly stepped onto the narrow path, speaking as he advanced. Having completed their mission, their primary focus should be on the potential traps set by their instructors, rather than fretting over a defeated purewood eagle. Hinata nodded in agreement, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, Brother Liu is right. Together, we can surely conquer several purewood eagles, so do not worry. No, you are mistaken, Sasuke replied, his expression unchanging as he continued onward, abruptly countering her optimism. Louis Fei and Hinata exchanged a glance, both perplexed by the meaning behind Sasuke's words. Louis Fei could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, What are you saying? Do you really think the three of us lack the strength to contend with a few Jingmu eagles? At this point, Louis Fei felt a twinge of defiance. His frog technique had been honed to perfection, and with his innate four abilities, he believed that in a real confrontation, the Jingmu eagles would not stand a chance against him. In response, Sasuke shook his head and remarked, I am not referring to strength, but to you. You are not human. Hinata should have said that two people equate to one frog. Louis Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sasuke, incredulous at such words. Was this truly something Sasuke would say? Wasn't he supposed to be aloof? When had he become so sharp-tongued? A myriad of questions left Louis Fei speechless, merely staring at Sasuke's impassive expression while racking his brain for a chance to retort him in the future. Noticing Louis Fei's discomfort, Hinata couldn't help but giggle softly, observing that her brother was evidently affected by Sasuke's remarks. No, that's not it. I simply find Sasuke to be overly talkative. Not suitable for friendship with me, Louis Fei hastily denied, casting a light glare at Sasuke. He refused to let Sasuke's words weigh on him. Although he was currently a frog, he could transform into other heroic forms, could he not? Moreover, his true self was a fine young man of the 21st century. Hinata chuckled gently again. Well, if you feel that way, then so be it. But Sasuke harbors no ill intent. He doesn't even realize how dashing you truly are. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had been walking ahead, turned to look at Hinata seriously, as if to ascertain the sincerity of her words. Feeling the intensity of Sasuke's gaze, Louis Fei immediately bristled. What kind of look is that? Am I not handsome? Even as a frog, I am a handsome frog, charming and dignified. After Louis Fei finished speaking, he lowered his head to gaze at his shiny, dark belly, nodding affirmatively. In the entirety of Konoha village, could one find another toad as resplendent as he? So, you believe that being unique equates to being handsome. I comprehend now. Sasuke stifled a laugh and replied in a nonchalant tone. Lu Yifei took a deep breath, forcing himself to refrain from losing his temper in the woods. Otherwise, if any unwitting passerby happened to overhear, they might mistakenly believe this place was haunted. Brother Lu, I find you the most handsome. Do not heed what Sasuke says, he is merely jesting. Hinata admires you the most. Hinata quickly reassured, her smile radiant. Lu Yifei blinked, struggling to prevent himself from drooling. Hinata, you are truly beautiful. No, you are simply wonderful. You understand me best. Beside him, Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, deliberately avoiding Lu Yifei's frog-like visage, forcing himself to suppress any feelings of disgust. The three of them engaged in conversation, and the journey felt neither dull nor frightening. As they neared the location where the Jingmu eagle was said to appear, Hinata fell silent, her gaze anxiously scanning the surroundings. There's no need to be so tense. The Jingmu eagle wouldn't be waiting here, would it? That would be courting death unless it brought someone along, Lu Yifei reassured them dismissively. Sensing that their reactions were somewhat excessive, there was nothing here, let alone an injured Jingmu eagle. Upon hearing this, Sasuke abruptly halted, saying, "Don't speak. Stop being so paranoid, all right? There is truly nothing here." Lu Yifei sighed in resignation, muttering a complaint before falling silent. If he, with his keen senses, had detected no sign of danger, then surely Sasuke and Hinata would not be more attuned to any imminent threat. Sasuke scanned the vicinity, his expression darkening. I believe something is definitely ahead. What could possibly be there? Come on, there is no one around. Are you overthinking this? You weren't this frightened when dealing with the Jingmu eagle, Lu Yifei retorted without hesitation. There was no one lurking. He could tell with a mere flick of his ear that no other presence lingered nearby. Sasuke was being excessively suspicious. Hinata, influenced by Sasuke's words, felt a twinge of fear. She unconsciously edged closer to Lu Yifei, sensing that Sasuke wouldn't suddenly change without reason. He must have sensed something. How could that be? I haven't detected anything. Lu Yifei firmly believed that Sasuke could not possess such heightened awareness, yet he continued to observe with those bulging eyes. He had always held the conviction that silence signified an anomaly, that tranquility often concealed greater peril. However, he could not accept the notion that the Jingmu eagle still lurked nearby, preparing for an ambush. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed to a tree below. Look there, it's gone. Lu Yifei followed his gaze and was momentarily stunned. He distinctly remembered that this was the spot where the fake hand of Jingmu Ing had been severed. When they left, that repugnant hand lay quietly here. How could it have vanished upon their return? Hinata looked around, her fear intensifying. No, could it be that Jingmu Ing returned to retrieve it? Or perhaps he had never left, waiting until they departed to pick it up and flee? This was a possibility. So they should hold on to the belief that Jingmu Ing merely took his possession, for it was indeed the weapon he employed for his ultimate technique. There should be nothing else. I have not sensed any other presence, indicating that aside from us, there are no other living beings here. Lu Yifei joined in to offer reassurance, not wanting them to be overly anxious. Initially, there was nothing here, since the fake hand was gone. It must have been taken by Jingmu Ing. They had already identified Jingmu Ying's flaw, and he had been injured by them. Even if he sought revenge, lurking here would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Sasuke suddenly turned his head and looked intently at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei was startled by his sudden gaze and couldn't help but curiously inquire, "What kind of look is that? Did I say something wrong? I merely wish to ask." When Jingmu Ing was concealed underground, could you sense his location? Sasuke, undeterred, promptly voiced his concerns. Lu Yifei was rendered speechless by the question, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, while he had observed the confrontation between Jingmu Ing and Hinata, he felt anxious yet powerless to assist, for Jingmu Ing had employed earth-based ninjutsu to conceal himself entirely, leaving only a solitary hand visible, as if he had vanished from existence. If Jingmu Ing were indeed hidden underground now, they would naturally be unable to perceive him. However, Jingmu Ing was acutely aware of their positions. Lu Yifei took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings as he pondered. Hinata, Sasuke, I believe it is imperative for you to descend from the tree at once. It is better to be safe than sorry, should the purewood eagle be lurking nearby. An unexpected ambush could result in injury. Hinata, feeling increasingly anxious, pressed herself closely against Lu Yifei, unsure of how to proceed. I cannot ascertain the presence of the purewood eagle at this moment, but for the sake of caution, it would be wise for you to leave the tree. Lu Yifei hesitated before articulating this thought. Given the current circumstances, they must exercise greater vigilance. If the purewood eagle were indeed in close proximity, any sudden move could jeopardize Hinata and Sasuke's safety. Lu Yifei understood that regardless of what transpired, he could not allow harm to befall either of the two. Otherwise, they might never emerge from the woods that night. Hinata obediently nodded, glancing swiftly at Sasuke, suggesting, "Let us traverse the trees." "And what about you?" Sasuke suddenly turned his head, gazing expressionlessly at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei cast a glance at him. Although the visage before him remained as stoic as ever, he could discern a hint of concern etched upon that icy countenance. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he teased. "Oh, are you worried about me? Enough with the nonsense. How are you planning to leave?" Sasuke replied, his impatience evident as he sought to mask his own discomfort. Lu Yifei extended his powerful hind legs, exclaiming, "Do you see? With these 2 legs of mine, I fear neither the hands of a purewood eagle nor the sharpness of a blade beneath my feet." Sasuke observed his robust limbs for a moment before silently leaping onto a tree. Noticing this, Lu Yifei gently patted Hinata's shoulder, encouraging her. "All right. It's your turn to ascend." With a note of concern, Hinata replied, "Please be careful," before turning and springing up to the branches. After witnessing their effortless leaps into the air, Lu Yifei finally exhaled in relief and swaggered forward. However, before he could proceed far, a startled cry from Hinata reached his ears. Lu Yifei quickly looked up, but he could not see Hinata's petite figure. "Hinata, what happened to you? Where are you?" A boisterous voice echoed from the tree above. Lu Yifei recognized the voice of Jingmu Ing and immediately felt a surge of tension. "What have you done to Hinata? Come and face me yourself," Jingmu Ing provocatively retorted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yifei looked up to see Jingmu Ing perched on a tree branch, idly toying with a flying knife. "If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will surely kill you." Lu Yifei's eyes burned with rage. He had never anticipated that Jingmu Ing had not departed, but instead lay in wait, meticulously setting a trap for them to fall into. With a cold snort, Jingmu Ing gritted his teeth and declared, "You have destroyed my treasure. You shall pay with your lives today." He continued, "I warn you, if you so much as touch Huitian, I will ensure that your entire Jingmu clan learns the true taste of annihilation. Do you believe I can crush your weapons underfoot with a single step?" Lu Yifei responded in kind, unfazed by Jingmu Ying's threats. He cared not for Jingmu Ying's intentions, as long as Huitian remained unharmed. He would storm the Jingmu clan and eradicate them all if she were in danger. Jingmu Ing clicked his tongue, glancing down at Huitian's unconscious form. "You think she has fainted, and I cannot act?" Lu Yifei, eyeing the glinting knife in Jingmu Ying's hand, hesitated to advance even a single step. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been focused on their journey, sensed something amiss and sprinted back. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he too stood in shock. "Don't act rashly. He has a knife." Lu Yifei urgently intercepted Sasuke, intent on preventing any impulsive actions that might endanger Huitian. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Jingmu Ing, his voice cold and steady. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Jingmu Ing retorted. "You 3 have ganged up on me, leaving me severely injured, and now you ask what I plan? Very well. I shall tell you. I want each of you to lose a hand before I will consider sparing you." Jingmu Ing spoke through clenched teeth, his words laced with malice. As the heir of the Jingmu clan, he was once poised to become the finest ninja among them, but now, his ultimate technique had been thwarted. How could he return and fulfill his role as the successor? Lu Yifei took a deep breath, thinking to himself how naive. Did he truly believe that his counterfeit hand held any real value? To suggest that the 3 of us exchange hands for it, what a fanciful dream. "Very well. If you are unwilling, then I shall take the life of this little girl." Jingmu Ing understood that Lu Yifei would refuse without hesitation, yet he did not waver. Directing the blade's tip towards Hinata, he had discerned that this Hinata was of great significance to the toad, as long as she remained in his grasp. He had nothing to fear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei's expression grew grave as he exchanged glances with Sasuke, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. They would never relinquish Hinata so easily, nor would they truly resort to self-mutilation. A solution must be devised without delay. Observing their silence, Jingmu Ing felt a surge of satisfaction. Weren't they formidable just moments ago? Hadn't they been bullying him? Why were they now rendered speechless? "Shut your mouth." Lu Yifei snapped through clenched teeth, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Jingmu Ying's confidence swelled. "I won't be silenced. The girl is in my grasp, and I shall do as I please. If you concede, You must sever your hands immediately." At this declaration, Lu Yifei could only fret, unsure of how to remedy the predicament. Suddenly, Sasuke spoke up. "I understand your intent. You desire a hostage to leverage. Yet, Hinata has done you no harm. I am your true adversary. Why not exchange Hinata for me? Do not play tricks. I will not fall for your ruse." Jingmu Ing retorted, offering no room for negotiation. He was no fool. He recognized that this invincible frog held the girl in high regard and would not relinquish her lightly. At this moment, even Lu Yifei could not comprehend Sasuke's approach. "Sasuke, this is not the way to resolve the issue. It will only make Jingmu Ing more cautious." The notion of exchanging hostages was patently foolish. As long as Jingmu Ing remained careful, he would dismiss Sasuke's proposition. "I have been the one attacking you, and I am your greatest source of suffering. Do you truly not wish for me to be the hostage? Do you not crave vengeance?" Sasuke disregarded Lu Yifei's words and continued to provoke Jingmu Ing. Hearing Sasuke's taunts intensified the hatred in Jingmu Ying's gaze. "I am fully aware that you have inflicted more harm upon me, but if I capture you, I shall not release this girl. Such an unnecessary act is beyond me. Do not harbor illusions of a hostage exchange. Sever your hands now." Jingmu Ing remained resolute, insistent on the grim ultimatum. In contrast to the notion of a hostage exchange, he yearned to witness Sasuke and the frog sever their hands. Sasuke regarded him intently. "You must understand that hands are vital to a ninja. We will not sever ours. Nor will you harm Hinata." "Oh, is that so? Then let us see if I can indeed harm her." Infuriated by Sasuke's words, Jingmu Ing raised his flying knife, aiming it threateningly at Hinata. Lu Yifei was taken aback, unable to suppress his thoughts on Sasuke's nonsensical remarks. He hastily extended his tongue in an attempt to ensnare the flying dagger. In that moment of peril, Sasuke inexplicably produced a stone from somewhere and hurled it towards the dagger. The dagger and the stone collided, emitting a metallic clang, before both tumbled to the ground. Lu Yifei retracted his tongue, secretly wiping away a cold sweat. This Sasuke was on the verge of terrifying him. What exactly was he intending to do? Upon seeing the flying knife had already left Jingmu Ying's grasp, Sasuke immediately turned his gaze to Lu Yifei, urging, "Why are you still dazed? Hurry and save Hinata." Lu Yifei regained his senses and hurriedly rushed over, gently placing Hinata's head on the ground. Jingmu Ing stood bewildered on the tree, evidently still processing how the situation had escalated. Sasuke wore a cold smile, leaping forward to attack Jingmu Ing. The latter skillfully evaded the assault, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, with no clear victor in sight. On the ground, Lu Yifei paid no heed to their clash, crouching down to nuzzle Hinata's body with his head. "Hinata, are you all right? Can you awaken? Brother Lu has been by your side all along. Please, wake up soon." Lu Yifei understood that Hinata's unconsciousness at this moment could pose a significant problem. Should Jingu Eagle prove unable to contend with Sasuke, he might unexpectedly turn his attention to Hinata. As Lu Yifei called her name, Hinata slowly opened her eyes, seemingly adjusting to her surroundings. Upon witnessing her awakening, Lu Yifei was overwhelmed with joy. "You're awake? How do you feel? Are you injured anywhere?" "Hinata, what happened to me just now?" she murmured, still somewhat disoriented as she gazed at the darkening sky, struggling to comprehend the situation. It appeared she had just experienced a peculiar dream, one in which she was traversing through the trees when she unexpectedly stepped on a broken branch, plunging her into darkness and leaving her with no recollection of what transpired thereafter. Lu Yifei sought to alleviate Hinata's anxiety and fear, hastily explaining it was merely a dream. "Please step aside. I must confront Jingmu Ing alongside Sasuke." Today, Jingmu Ing had caused his little princess to suffer and faint, and he resolved not to let this despicable man escape unscathed. "Jingmu Ing." Hinata suddenly lifted her gaze, finally noticing the fierce clash between Jingmu Ing and Sasuke. Lu Yifei nodded slightly and explained, "He has long been ambushed here. I will go and eliminate him. You must be cautious." After speaking, Lu Yifei stood up abruptly and strode purposefully towards Jingmu Ing. At that moment, Sasuke and Jingmu Ing had already descended from the trees to the ground. Jingmu Ing, panting heavily and gradually losing strength, was no match for Sasuke, especially since he was injured. Upon seeing Lu Yifei charging towards him, a wave of fear washed over him, and he shouted, "Don't come any closer. Are you really going to gang up on me?" "Gang up? Were you not the one who set traps to threaten us just moments ago?" Lu Yifei's gaze fixed fiercely on Jingmu Ing, his heart brimming with murderous intent. This was the first time he had ever contemplated taking a life. He could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if Hinata were truly harmed. This Jingmu Ing had nearly inflicted harm upon her. Had it not been for Sasuke's timely intervention, Who knows what might have transpired with Hinata? Lu Yifei dared not ponder further. Jingmu Ying sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lu Yifei and immediately shuddered, extending his hands as if to initiate the earth release technique once more. Sasuke and Lu Yifei felt a tightening in their hearts and swiftly intervened. A tongue and a hand seized Jingmu Ying's leg and shoulder, rendering him utterly immobile. Jingmu Ying's earth release technique was typically executed with remarkable speed, capable of burrowing into the ground in the blink of an eye. However, due to his injuries, the execution of his ninjutsu was exceedingly challenging. Now, firmly grasped by Sasuke and Lu Yifei, he found himself with no means of escape. In that moment, genuine fear washed over Jingmu Ying. "Please, spare me. I did not intend to confront you." He trembled, his voice a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed moments before. Lu Yifei clenched his teeth, producing a sound that echoed ominously. "Are you frightened now? Just a moment ago, when you harmed Hinata, weren't you feeling triumphant? Didn't you intend to take her life?" He continued, "Regardless of my previous bravado, I have now been defeated by you. I shall no longer oppose you. Please, grant me my freedom, and in the future, the members of the Jingmu family will surely express their gratitude towards you." Jingmu Ying found himself at a loss for words, resorting to relentless pleas for mercy. How could Lu Yifei possibly be moved by his words? He extended his massive, robust tongue, tightly ensnaring the body of Jingmu Ying. Bound by Lu Yifei's tongue, Jingmu Ying found himself utterly immobilized, his eyes wide with terror as he pleaded, "No, please, don't kill me." Yet, it was too late. Lu Yifei tightened his grip, forcefully slamming Jingmu Ying to the ground. The impact, compounded by the constriction around him, rendered Jingmu Ying unable to breathe, and he collapsed, unable to rise. Observing his near-lifeless state, Lu Yifei let out a cold snort and extended his tongue once more, menacingly declaring, "Die." With that, his tongue struck Jingmu Ying like a heavy stone. Jingmu Ying's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood, gradually succumbing to darkness. Only upon witnessing his demise did Lu Yifei retract his tongue with satisfaction, reflecting on the fate that befell those who provoked Hinata. He would show no mercy to anyone. Lu Yifei turned around and observed the stunned expressions on Sasuke and Hinata's faces. He quickly reassured them, "Do not be afraid. Nimue Eagle has perished. Let us continue our journey." Sasuke cast a profound glance at Lu Yifei, his eyes filled with astonishment and apprehension. A summoning beast with such formidable abilities, surpassing even some of the nin he had encountered, was truly astonishing. He felt compelled to investigate thoroughly what kind of being Lu Yifei truly was. Lu Yifei was unaware of Sasuke's thoughts, merely assuming he had yet to react. "Hinata, it's all right. Let us continue our journey," Lu Yifei said as he turned and cheerfully approached Hinata. Hinata, having recovered from her astonishment, stared blankly at Lu Yifei. "Brother Lu, you actually killed Jingmu Ying. I thought you would teach him a lesson and then let him go. Hinata, do you think me heartless?" Lu Yifei's expression fell, and he gazed at Hinata with a hint of trepidation, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. It was not that he was unwilling to spare Jingmu Ying. Rather, the latter, despite his injuries, was determined to seek revenge, clearly intent on their demise. The unyielding law of survival among ninjas dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If Lu Yifei did not deal with Jingmu Ying, the latter would inevitably find a way to retaliate in the future. Moreover, Jingmu Ying had harmed his Hinata. How could he tolerate such a person existing in this world? Seeing Lu Yifei's somewhat aggrieved expression, Hinata quickly shook her head. "No, Brother Lu, you misunderstand. I merely believe that Jingmu Ying is the heir of the Ningmu clan, and thus, killing him seems somewhat inappropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate about it. I believe the frog acted rightly. Jingmu Ying deserves to die," Sasuke suddenly interjected, surprisingly endorsing Lu Yifei's actions. Lu Yifei was taken aback and turned to look at Sasuke. He contemplated that Sasuke's willingness to speak on his behalf might stem from their shared approach to handling matters. Having witnessed the malevolence of Jingmu Ying, Sasuke surely recognized that such a person should not be afforded a second chance to escape. Otherwise, he would not have intervened when Jingmu Ying employed Earth Release moments ago. Hinata glanced at Sasuke, her expression tinged with confusion. "It seems you both are aware of something I am not. You didn't seem to harbor such intense animosity towards Jingmu Ying before. Was she still unaware?" Sasuke looked at Lu Yifei in surprise, realizing that Hinata had completely forgotten what had just transpired. Lu Yifei nodded, hesitating for a moment before speaking the truth. "Just now, you were ensnared in a trap set by Jingmu Ying, who threatened us with either dismemberment or your demise. How could this happen? How could he be so malicious?" Hinata's anger flared, and any sympathy she had for Jingmu Ying vanished. Such a despicable villain was hardly deserving of her compassion. Noticing Hinata's difficulty in accepting the situation, Louis Fei helped her to her feet. This matter has been resolved, and you are safe now. Let us return and get a good night's sleep. All right, Brother Liu. You weren't hurt, were you? Hinata suddenly became anxious, her gaze turning to Louis Fei's body. Louis Fei shook his head with a smile, saying, I won't be harmed by a mere little shrimp like the Jingmu eagle, so rest assured. With that, they hastened their pace. Hinata, feeling reassured, nodded and continued on with them. The forest remained tranquil, the only sound being their footsteps as they journeyed together. However, Sasuke and Louis Fei were no longer as vigilant as before, for they were aware that no dangers lurked within the forest any longer. Louis Fei walked for a while and, feeling bored, turned to look at Sasuke. Hey, I have a question for you. Go ahead, Sasuke replied, gazing at him in confusion. Unsure of what prompted his sudden inquiry, Louis Fei chuckled lightly, remarking that they had just fought side by side, and he had lent a hand. Did that mean she would still call him Toad? Such a lack of courtesy was rather surprising. Upon hearing this, Sasuke remained unresponsive, while Hinata stifled a soft laugh. She understood that Louis Fei's words were a clever bait for Sasuke, who would undoubtedly be oblivious to the underlying intention behind them. Thus, Sasuke shrugged. Unable to comprehend Louis Fei's meaning, yet instinctively grew wary. Louis Fei coughed lightly twice and remarked, Even though I am a spirit beast, I possess a name. I am called Louis Fei. Oh. Sasuke nodded, offering no further comment. Observing Sasuke bow his head as he continued on his journey, Louis Fei was taken aback. Oh? Is that all you have to say? Louis Fei felt a twinge of disappointment within. After all, he was a formidable spirit beast. Could it be that Sasuke was not even curious about his name? This was quite peculiar, considering they had already established some acquaintance. What do you wish to convey? I am already aware that you possess a name. Sasuke halted his steps, gazing at Louis Fei with a look of confusion. He believed he had articulated himself quite clearly. Louis Fei was taken aback and said helplessly, Aren't you even curious about what my name is? We are partners in completing this task, after all. I already know your name, Louis Fei, Sasuke replied coolly, then continued to walk ahead. Louis Fei widened his bulging eyes, gazing at his retreating figure, and hurriedly pursued him, exclaiming, You know my name, yet you still call me Frog? How incredibly impolite. Behind them, Hinata stifled a gentle laugh, finding Louis Fei's reaction utterly adorable. She understood that Louis Fei's frequent references to this matter were an earnest plea for Sasuke to abandon the unflattering nickname. Am I mistaken in calling you a frog? Sasuke turned his head, surveying Louis Fei with a look of genuine confusion, as if seeking confirmation that he had not erred in his observations. Louis Fei felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood in frustration, exclaiming, How can this person be so obstinate? Though I may be a frog, I possess a name, and you ought to address me by it. We are acquainted, yet you incessantly refer to me as Frog, as if to imply we are not familiar at all. In response, Sasuke showed no hint of consideration, bluntly stating his words. Louis Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike Sasuke, and gritted his teeth, saying, All right, very well. After speaking, he fixed a dissatisfied gaze upon Sasuke, remaining silent. Sasuke glanced at him with slight surprise before turning his head to focus on the journey ahead, choosing not to speak further. Thus, after a prolonged period of scrutiny from Louis Fei, Sasuke finally reached his limit. He endeavored to disregard Louis Fei's mournful eyes, asking, What do you want me to call you? Weren't you ignoring me? At that moment, Louis Fei felt a surge of triumph. Seeing Sasuke's reluctant response filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Sasuke pinched the bridge of his nose, exclaiming in exasperation, Just say it. What do you want me to call you? How about Brother Liu? Louis Fei suggested with a grin. Sakura calls me Brother Liu, but I think it would be better to distinguish it. Or you could simply call me Elder Brother. Upon hearing this, Sasuke merely cast a blank glance at Louis Fei, showing little reaction. Observing his silence, Louis Fei eagerly prompted. Choose one. What will it be? Louis Fei does not necessarily require Sasuke to address him in a particular manner. Rather, it is the fact that Sasuke is the most formidable ninja to contend with. If he could persuade Sasuke to call him brother, it would undoubtedly bring him a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon returning to school, Louis Fei would have the opportunity to share this experience with a few classmates, particularly Naruto, who would surely be filled with envy upon hearing it. Louis Fei found himself inexplicably exhilarated. Sasuke halted his steps, observing Louis Fei's incessant chatter and excitement, and simply stated, Louis Fei, you're calling me by my full name. Louis Fei took a moment to process this, appearing somewhat disappointed. Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance before resuming his pace, as if to imply that addressing him as Lu Yifei was already a significant concession. At that moment, Hinata couldn't contain herself and rushed to Lu Yifei's side. All right, let us not dwell on this anymore. We'll soon be out of the woods and back to the village for some sleep. Yes, it's already dark now. Our teachers certainly want to wait for you. We should deliver the apples first thing tomorrow morning, don't you think, Sasuke? Lu Yifei set aside his playful mood and turned to look at Sasuke, who merely nodded in agreement, indicating his lack of objections. The trio departed the woods and parted ways at the village entrance. Upon returning home, Hinata placed the apples on the table and, yawning, washed up before retiring for the night. The following morning, Lu Yifei awoke, roused by the innate biological clock within him. Stretching languorously as he stood, suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind with a sharp ping. Friendly reminder, Master. You have not earned any gold coins for a considerable duration. Could you refrain from appearing out of nowhere? I thought I was being haunted. I'm not in a hurry to earn gold coins, so please, just retreat, Lu Yifei exclaimed, startled, his body trembling as he nearly cried out. If the system continued to address him so abruptly, he feared he might become utterly unnerved. Lu Yifei no longer concerned himself with the pursuit of gold coins. His foremost priority was witnessing Hinata's school life fall into a steady rhythm. Otherwise, he would find no solace in any of his endeavors. With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei strode confidently towards Hinata's courtyard, and before even pushing the door open, he called out, Little princess? Time to rise. After Lu Yifei finished speaking, he was met with an unsettling silence. A note of confusion escaped his lips as he pondered the unusual absence of response. In previous mornings, when he arrived here, Hinata would always greet him, so why was there now an eerie quiet? Surely, Hinata was not such a heavy sleeper. Hinata? Little Hinata? The sun is high. And you still haven't tea risen? Surely you haven't forgotten that we have a mission to turn in today? Lu Yifei leaned against the doorway, tentatively calling out a few more times. To his surprise, there was still no reply. He clicked his tongue in bemusement and leaned closer to the crack of the door. Hinata, if you are intentionally remaining silent, I might just have to come in. I truly will come in. Lu Yifei tentatively called out once more, only to be met with silence. What could possibly be the matter? Hinata was never one to indulge in excessive slumber. Could it be that she was simply exhausted from yesterday's endeavors, leading her to sleep so soundly today? With this thought in mind, Lu Yifei extended his hand and slowly pushed the door open. Imagining Hinata clad in delicate pink pajamas, he felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering, however, he discovered Hinata snugly wrapped in her blankets, sleeping peacefully. Indeed, she must have been utterly worn out, for no amount of calling could rouse her. Lu Yifei glanced at Hinata, murmuring softly to himself before quietly stepping inside. Wishing to allow her a little more rest, he refrained from disturbing her and instead took the opportunity to observe the contents of her room. Noticing that her clothes were neatly hung, he nodded in satisfaction and continued to inspect the other items in the room. After surveying the room, Lu Yifei's expression abruptly changed as he belatedly realized that the red apple brought back by Hinata was mysteriously absent. This was inconceivable. Hinata must have placed it somewhere in the room. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he anxiously began to rummage through the space in search of the apple. Hinata had always been meticulous and cautious. Such a significant item could not simply vanish. Surely, she must have hidden it away. With this thought racing through his mind, Lu Yifei grew increasingly frantic in his quest, yet despite his thorough search, he found nothing. Could it be tucked away in Hinata's bedding? He pondered softly, cautiously approaching the slumbering Hinata. He drew near her side, extending his hand to feel beneath the covers for the elusive apple, but then hesitated. Realizing that if Hinata awoke and witnessed his actions, she might misinterpret his intentions. What to do? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, standing rigidly as he managed a stiff smile at Hinata. Hi, good morning. Brother Lu, what are you doing here? Hinata exclaimed, startled as she quickly sat up and gazed at Lu Yifei in astonishment. Although she found his transformation into a frog endearingly silly and thought it suited him well, she could not help but feel taken aback by his sudden appearance. Lu Yifei awkwardly retracted his claw and hastily clarified, Please do not misunderstand. Brother Lu is not that kind of person. He would never do anything to you, nor does he harbor any intentions while you are asleep. Is that so? Hinata gazed at him with skepticism. Initially, she had not overthought the situation, But upon hearing Lu Yifei's flurry of words, she suddenly felt as though he indeed wished to do something to her. With this thought, her face flushed a deep crimson. Observing that Hinata was still misinterpreting his intentions, Lu Yifei quickly waved his claw, eager to prove his innocence. Please, do not read too much into this. This is truly a misunderstanding. I merely wanted to check if your red apple was nestled beneath the blankets. Isn't the red apple on the table? I have none here. Hinata yawned, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. Lu Yifei, unable to spare a glance at the sleepwear worn by Hinata, exclaimed nervously, What did you say? Where's the apple? It's right on the table, isn't it? Wait, where's my apple? Hinata turned her head to look at the table, only to discover that it was completely empty. Lu Yifei felt a sinking sensation in his heart and hurriedly replied, There is nothing at all. I didn't see any apples when I arrived, which is why I came to look for them. He observed Hinata's suddenly changed expression, and an unsettling tension began to rise within him. Lu Yifei never anticipated that after completing the task, such a situation would arise. Could it be that the apple has been stolen? Hinata hurriedly got out of bed and circled the table, but she lamented, I distinctly placed it here last night. How could it possibly be gone? Witnessing Hinata's distress, which nearly brought her to tears, Lu Yifei swiftly turned to lift the blanket, only to discover that, indeed, there was nothing atop it. He hesitated and said, Do not fret. Take a moment to reflect. Is it possible that you inadvertently left it somewhere else upon returning yesterday? It cannot simply vanish without a trace. I brought the apple straight into my room yesterday. It was only in the room that I had the apple. I didn't place it anywhere else. So how could it have disappeared? Hinata's brow furrowed tightly, her small face etched with fear. Seeing Hinata in such a state tugged at Lu Yifei's heartstrings. The apple had chosen this moment to go missing. Even if they were to search now, it would be too late. Moreover, it was inconceivable for the apple to disappear without reason. There must surely be someone who had done this intentionally. Although Lu Yifei felt anxious, he compelled himself to remain calm. Hinata, come with me. We shall inquire with your father. He understood that, aside from Hinata, the only other individual likely to have entered the courtyard was Hyuga Hizashi. Perhaps he had seen the large red apple and taken it for himself? Though the possibility seemed slim, Lu Yifei still held onto the notion. Hinata was at a loss as to how to resolve the matter. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's suggestion, she followed him into the courtyard. They found Hyuga Hizashi engaged in his morning exercises, prompting Hinata to rush over. Father, since my return, have you seen a large red apple? I left it on the table. No, I haven't entered your room. Hizashi replied absently, resuming his morning routine. Hinata, struggling to believe his response, pressed further. Are you certain you haven't seen it at all? Absolutely not. We have plenty of apples at home. If you wish to eat one, feel free to take it. Do not disturb my practice. Hizashi waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to entertain Hinata's seemingly baseless concerns. Defeated, Hinata turned back to Lu Yifei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I can't find it. That's all right. Let us ask others and see if perhaps the kittens or puppies might have taken it, Lu Yifei offered, trying to instill hope as he reached for Hinata's hand to lead her to ask others. To his surprise, Hinata pulled away, tears streaming down her cheeks. She crouched on the ground, quietly sobbing. The kittens and puppies cannot enter the room. The red apple has indeed been taken. I have failed my task. Seeing Hinata in such distress, Lu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy and knelt beside her. How could this be? The apple is in your room. Who would take your red apple? The only ones who need it are you and Sasuke. Sasuke already possesses a red apple. He would never sneak in at night to steal yours. As for anyone else, they would not take your apple, especially not during the night. Lu Yifei felt increasingly uneasy and could not help but suggest, Please stop crying. I cannot bear to see you in such distress. Shall we go to the school and inquire about it? He continued, You and Sasuke went apple picking together, even if we cannot find them. Sasuke can attest that you indeed collected the red apples. This seemed to be their only option. Hinata nodded, obediently allowing him to lead her away. The two arrived at the school and, as expected, found Sasuke sitting on a bench, lost in thought with his arms crossed. Upon noticing their empty hands, he inquired, Why are you here so early? Where are the apples? Sasuke, where are your apples? Hinata quickly asked, expressing her utmost concern. She glanced around, realizing that Sasuke did not possess any red apples either. Sasuke lifted his gaze to meet theirs and, after a prolonged silence, remarked, Please do not tell me that the red apples are lost. How do you know? Is it possible that your apples are also missing? Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing the grave expression on Sasuke's face and hearing his words, he became increasingly convinced that Sasuke had encountered some predicament as well. Sasuke nodded, offering no denial. Liu Yifei and Hinata were both taken aback, exchanging a glance that rendered them speechless. After a moment, Hinata stammered a question. How did you lose your apple? It vanished upon waking in the morning. As Sasuke recounted this, a palpable anger enveloped him. Liu Yifei understood the source of his anger. After all, the time to deliver the apples was fast approaching, and it was indeed unfortunate that an issue arose at such a critical moment. Sasuke must be feeling quite distressed. With this thought in mind, he turned to Hinata and gently reassured her, do not worry. Since your apples have been lost, it may not be such a grave misfortune after all. Not a grave misfortune? Hinata pondered, recalling her teacher's words about the severe consequences that would ensue if one failed to complete their tasks. She could not comprehend Liu Yifei's reasoning and voiced her concerns softly. Liu Yifei smiled gently, refraining from offering an immediate explanation, instead directing his gaze towards Sasuke. For he was confident that Sasuke would comprehend the situation. If Hinata's lost apple was merely an accident, then Sasuke's missing apple was unlikely to be a mere coincidence. It was highly probable that someone had deliberately stolen their apples to thwart their mission. However, who could this perpetrator be? At that moment, Sasuke spoke, asserting the necessity of locating the apple, regardless of who had concealed it. This task must not falter. I am certainly aware that we must recover the apple. Liu Yifei replied, furrowing his brow, yet we must also devise a clear strategy for resolution. Without a definitive target, it is virtually impossible to locate the apple. He was perplexed, unable to fathom who might be targeting Sasuke and Hinata. This mission was independent, with each individual assigned their own tasks, devoid of any interconnections. It was inconceivable that fellow classmates would resort to stealing apples, and Liu Yifei held no belief that Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto would engage in such an act. Who could this person possibly be? Just as Liu Yifei was engulfed in confusion, Sasuke suddenly raised his head and suggested, could it possibly be the teachers? That seems unlikely. Hinata retorted in disbelief. The teachers are eager to see our performance and would surely wish to witness us accomplish our tasks. They would not steal the apples. Yet, Liu Yifei, having heard Sasuke's words, remained silent, contemplating the implications. He considered that Sasuke's assertion held a semblance of truth. Only two teachers were privy to Hinata and Sasuke's mission. When they emerged from the forest, each returned home, leaving only those two teachers with the capacity to know. Therefore, as the sole individuals aware of Hinata and Sasuke's task, Waihai Kurenai and Kakashi-sensei could undoubtedly conspire to pilfer the apples without detection. Liu Yifei pondered the situation, increasingly convinced of its possibility. Rather than speculating here and yielding no resolution, perhaps we should hasten to inquire with our teachers about the circumstances, he suggested. However, the two teachers will not arrive before the appointed time. Where shall we seek them? Another voice interjected. Let us first investigate the clues. The individual who absconded with the apple last night is unknown to the two teachers. Hinata remained skeptical, unable to connect the incident with the teachers. Observing her disbelief, Liu Yifei felt a twinge of exasperation. Did he truly wish to believe that the teachers could engage in such conduct? Yet, when all was said and done, only the two teachers possessed the capability to orchestrate such an act. That was the crux of the evidence. With this realization, Liu Yifei promptly declared, let us not linger here. Hinata is correct. It is improbable that the two teachers are the culprits. We should seek out our classmates to ascertain their situation and determine whether they too have failed to fulfill their tasks. In such a brief span of time, locating the apple seems utterly implausible. Liu Yifei understood that the two teachers would not specifically target Hinata and himself. Perhaps there were other clues awaiting them. By simply inquiring with their classmates, they could uncover the information they sought. Both Sasuke and Hinata nodded in agreement and followed Liu Yifei as they departed from the location, heading towards the classroom to seek out their peers. Liu Yifei and a few others arrived at Class 7's classroom, only to find Naruto slumped over his desk in a deep slumber, while Haruno Sakura was conspicuously absent, her whereabouts unknown. Liu Yifei strolled over, gently tapping Naruto on the shoulder. Hey, don't fall asleep. Who has stolen my ramen? Naruto, drooling, rose to his feet. Dazed and bewildered by Liu Yifei's presence, taking a moment to comprehend the situation, Liu Yifei cast him a sidelong glance. Have you completed your task? To speak of ramen in such a casual manner, how audacious. It's you all, Naruto remarked, smacking his lips and scratching his head as he nonchalantly took a seat. Maintaining an air of indifference, Liu Yifei and Hinata exchanged a glance, observing his reaction, pondering whether Naruto had successfully completed his mission. Liu Yifei could not restrain himself any longer and inquired, May I ask you something? Have you completed your task? No, I have failed in my mission, Naruto abruptly replied. His teeth clenched and his tone brimming with indignation. Louis Fei was taken aback, perplexed by the meaning of his words. How did your mission fail? Was it too challenging? Or is there another reason? He was eager to ascertain the nature of Naruto's task. For only then could he determine whether the failure stemmed from a lack of ability or if someone had intentionally interfered. Naruto's expression was somewhat grim, yet he answered candidly. My mission was to locate a type of herb called family hemp, but it was stolen last night. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei and the others were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that Naruto would encounter the same predicament. This matter was evidently more complex than they had initially thought. As they stood in astonishment, unsure of what to say, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino appeared at the entrance. The two entered with their heads hung low, exuding an air of disappointment. So, you all are here too? Kiba glanced at them and added, our teacher instructed us to regroup when the mission time was up. So Shino and I came to find you. Louis Fei nodded and hurriedly inquired, what is your current situation? Have you not completed the mission? We accomplished the task. But the items required for it went missing. We have no idea who might have stolen them. As it stands, we have failed the mission. And it remains a mystery as to which unscrupulous individual is responsible. If I ever encounter that person, I shall surely crush their skull, exclaimed Oil Girl Shizen, her fists flailing in the air in indignation. No one paid heed to her vengeful outburst. Instead, they were all in a state of shock. How could this be mere coincidence? Everyone had completed their missions, yet all had lost their essential items that very night. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly looked up and stated emphatically, there's no need to ponder further. This matter was orchestrated by the teachers. Sasuke, you mustn't speak so carelessly. The teachers instructed us to complete our missions. How could they possibly steal our achievements? Inuzuka Kiba questioned skeptically. Sasuke scoffed. That is the truth. He had no desire to engage in further explanations, yet the reality remained unchanged. Observing Sasuke's indifferent demeanor, Kiba swallowed his words and retreated, unsure of what to say next. Louis Fei then spoke thoughtfully. Sasuke has a point. We all completed our missions last night, yet the required items vanished on the same evening. This situation is undoubtedly peculiar. We must deliberate thoroughly, for it is likely that the teachers are responsible for the theft. If it truly is the teachers who have stolen our belongings, then the issue becomes much simpler. They intended for us to fail the mission as a form of punishment. If we all accept our penalties or seek clarification from the teachers regarding this matter, all will be resolved. Indeed, if it was Kakashi-sensei who took them, I shall not let him off easily, Naruto declared, rising and rubbing his wrists, appearing ready to confront Kakashi. Seeing Naruto's determination, Louis Fei could only shake his head in amusement. Let's just wait here for the teachers to arrive. They will provide us with an explanation. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their earlier urgency dissipating. After a considerable amount of time, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai appeared at the entrance. As the two teachers entered, all gazes turned towards them, sharp with indignation. Kurenai paused, noticing the restless demeanor of the students, and awkwardly smiled. Are you all waiting for something? Has Sakura not arrived yet? She hasn't come yet. She should be here shortly. However, do you think that is the priority at the moment? What truly needs resolution is our situation, Naruto replied, suppressing his anger and sounding quite defiant. Kakashi stepped forward. What do you wish to ask? Did you complete your mission? Not at all. We all failed. Teacher, isn't this something you already know? Kiba glared at Kakashi, his frustration evident. He could not comprehend why the teachers would deliberately act in such a manner. They had strived diligently to complete their tasks, hoping to prove their abilities to their instructors. Yet the teachers seemed intent on orchestrating their failure. Kakashi appeared taken aback, confused as he asked, what are you talking about? The failure of the mission is your own fault. Why speak to the teachers in such a manner? How long will you continue to feign ignorance? This was clearly a scheme devised by you and Kurenai-sensei, so why treat us this way? Naruto stood up, staring incredulously at Kakashi. Kurenai rose with a serious expression. What is going on here? Why are you speaking to us in this tone? Do you truly believe that the failure of your mission was due to the teacher's interference? Upon hearing this, Louis Fei looked up and beheld the perplexed expression on Shi Yuhong's face. Louis Fei observed the expressions of the two teachers and realized their confusion regarding the students' reactions. Wasn't the objective of the task something the teachers had surreptitiously taken away? Before Louis Fei could voice his thoughts, Naruto, in a state of agitation, interjected, Teachers, do you intend for us to be punished or to complete the task? Why did you secretly take our belongings? We haven't taken anything. Please clarify this matter. Why Kurenai wore a tense expression, appearing quite serious. Naruto, looking at them with disbelief, was about to say more when Sasuke seized him by the collar and pulled him back. Stepping forward, Sasuke explained. The objectives we received for the task were all stolen last night. Stolen? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning the veracity of the situation. Hinata, noticing his skepticism, became anxious and exclaimed, Teachers, we cannot possibly be lying. It truly is missing. My red apple was on the table, and it was gone when I woke up this morning. However, the teachers insisted, we did not take your belongings. We genuinely wish to see you complete the task. Kakashi shrugged, offering a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, I turned to meet Hinata's gaze. Both of us convinced that the teachers were not the type to fabricate stories at this point. So what exactly was going on? Louis Fei turned away and stepped aside, beginning to contemplate quietly. In the original narrative of Naruto, this particular task did not exist. Perhaps his presence beside Hinata had altered the original design of this World S storyline. From the moment they embarked on their mission, everything became shrouded in uncertainty. Louis Fei felt that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. If the overarching plot was being altered due to these minor interludes, then everything had become uncontrollable. The pressing question was, who had stolen the mission target? What significance did these targets hold for that individual? As Louis Fei pondered these matters, he suddenly heard Kakashi's voice. Why hasn't Haruno Sakura arrived yet? Indeed, it was already nearing noon, and the time for task completion had surpassed the halfway mark. Why had she not reported in? Inuzuka Kiba chimed in with concern. Upon hearing this, everyone began to worry about Haruno Sakura. At that moment, Aburame Shino unexpectedly interjected. Could it be that Haruno Sakura is the one who has taken the mission targets? Impossible. Do not unjustly accuse Sakura, Naruto exclaimed passionately, raising his voice in defense of Sakura. Louis Fei also felt that this speculation was somewhat excessive. Haruno Sakura did not strike him as the type of person capable of such actions. After all, it was implausible for her to have pilfered from 5 classmates in a single night. Kakashi nodded in agreement, remarking that Shino's conjecture was rather unrealistic. Haruno Sakura could not possibly engage in such behavior, nor did she possess the means to do so. Her absence could simply be attributed to an unfinished mission. Exactly. How can you so casually suspect someone else? Naruto instantly chimed in, casting an irritated glance at Aburame Shino. Aburame Shino offered an awkward smile, acknowledging, Yes. My apologies, I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. Observing their conversation, Yuhi Kurena's brow furrowed increasingly, as if contemplating how to address the situation. She turned to Kakashi, gently patting his shoulder, signaling him to speak first. As the two made their way to the door, Kakashi suddenly glanced back at Louis Fei, saying, Hey, little frog, are you coming too? Me? Louis Fei exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that Kakashi had invited him as well. Kakashi nodded. Let us discuss this together. Louis Fei did not hesitate and immediately followed them to discern the subject of their conversation. This matter was undoubtedly not instigated by Kakashi and Yuhi Kurena, however. If it were the doing of others, it could lead to significant trouble. Perhaps they believed in his capabilities, prompting them to seek his counsel. As Louis Fei contemplated, he followed them to the outside of the classroom. Ahem, frog, what is your perspective on this matter? Yuhi Kirin gently coughed, taking the initiative to inquire about Louis Fei's thoughts. Louis Fei did not anticipate that they would first seek his thoughts. After a brief moment of astonishment, he replied, This matter must have been premeditated. The orchestrator behind it is aware of each student's respective assignments, which is why the target was stealthily taken during the night. Thus, you should consider who, besides the students, is privy to these tasks. He understood that the students primarily suspected the teachers, as only the 2 instructors, in addition to the students, were informed of the details. These assignments were not determined by us. Rather, their content was the outcome of discussions amongst several senior teachers at the school, which means that many are in the know. Kakashi interjected promptly. It was precisely because he recognized that the tasks were not strictly confidential that he found it perplexing to ascertain who could be responsible for such actions. Louis Fei nodded thoughtfully and continued. In this case, everyone who is aware of the task could potentially be the mastermind behind it. However, I find myself perplexed. What could that individual hope to achieve by meticulously stealing the task's objective? Is their intention merely to ensure the failure of the students? If the task does indeed fail, what consequences await? Logically, failure should be an unlikely outcome, as our focus lies on the process of task completion, with the difficulty tailored to the student's capabilities. Even if the results are less than favorable, our response would merely involve a mild reprimand, never causing harm to the students. Shi Rihong then elaborated further. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yifei felt even more bewildered. If the failure of the task holds no significant repercussions for either the teachers or the students, what could the hidden mastermind possibly desire? Engaging in acts of sabotage seems to have little consequence as well. Lu Yifei was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Kakashi continued, since the mission has completely failed, there shall be no punishment for the students. In my opinion, it would be best for the students to unite and investigate the individuals behind this matter, so that everyone can truly understand what has transpired. I concur, this issue cannot simply be overlooked, whether it involves the teachers within the school or others. I must thoroughly investigate to provide the students with a proper explanation. Sunset Red clenched her fists, visibly enraged. She had never encountered such a situation before, especially since this was her inaugural year as a teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to uncover the truth for her students. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei promptly suggested, let us hasten to mobilize our classmates. However, Haruno Sakura has yet to make an appearance. Is it possible that something has indeed happened to her? I believe we should search for Sakura first. Kakashi's expression darkened at Lu Yifei's proposal. The assailant was likely at Sakura's residence, possibly pilfering items. Perhaps Sakura was currently pursuing her mission target or had stumbled upon the perpetrator. We must instruct our classmates to commence the search. Wai-Hai Kurenai nodded in agreement and immediately pushed open the classroom door. Lu Yifei closely followed, observing the students in the classroom engaged in animated discussions, yet still unable to discern the underlying issue. All right, everyone, let me speak, said Ziyuri Hong, clapping her hands to silence the chatter. All heads turned towards her, puzzled about what she intended to convey. As of now, we have yet to see Haruno Sakura. It is unclear whether something has befallen her. We must search for her immediately. Once we locate her, we can investigate the culprit responsible for our mission's failure. Do you have any objections? Ziyuri Hong surveyed the group, outlining the forthcoming arrangements. The students exchanged glances, none voicing dissent. Satisfied, Ziyuri Hong instructed the students from Class 7 and Class 8 to split into 2 teams to search for Haruno Sakura, agreeing to reconvene here in the afternoon. Upon hearing her words, several students instinctively divided into 2 groups. At that moment, Lu Yifei could not contain his curiosity and asked, where are the teachers going? Aren't you coming with us to search? This matter is likely connected to the teachers at the school. We must investigate. It would be inconvenient for you to accompany us, so it is best for you to focus on finding Haruno Sakura, Kakashi explained briefly before turning to leave. As the 2 teachers exited the classroom, the students exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Lu Yifei discerned their sense of helplessness and promptly stepped forward, saying, since we have already divided into 2 teams, one shall search near Haruno Sakura's residence, while the other will investigate the places she frequents. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Let's search her home. Naruto immediately raised his hand to express his agreement. Lu Yifei nodded, observing the sight of Naruto and Sasuke standing together, feeling a sudden pang of headache. Why was he so uneasy about Naruto and Sasuke acting alone? Seemingly sensing Lu Yifei's concern, Sasuke stepped forward, reassuringly stating, do not worry. I will not hold anything against him. Hold anything against whom? What are you talking about? Naruto chimed in, eagerly pressing for answers. Lu Yifei's lips curled slightly as he chuckled. Oh, it's nothing, really. I didn't quite grasp what Sasuke was saying either. You all should proceed with your actions. Naruto nodded and, taking Sasuke by the hand, exited the classroom. The room was left with only 3 students from Class 8. Observing Hinata's worried expression, Lu Yifei reassured her. It's all right. Let us hasten to find her. All right, let's go, Hinata replied, beckoning Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino to leave the classroom with her. The trio, accompanied by a frog, meandered out of the school and along the path to the food stall frequently visited by Sakura Haruno. Are you all familiar with Sakura Haruno? Do you know where she often goes? Lu Yifei inquired with concern, feeling that they might not know her well enough. Hinata pondered for a moment before responding hesitantly. I only know a few places where she often dines. One of them is by the river in the forest, where she likes to play. Beyond that, I'm not aware of much else. Lu Yifei visited the other 2 classmates and found them both shaking their heads in unison. Observing their reactions, Lu Yifei suddenly realized that it would be more advantageous for Class 7 and 8 to exchange their actions. Lu Yifei shook his head and continued forward with them. When they arrived at a sushi restaurant, Lu Yifei, wishing not to diminish others' appetites with his peculiar frog-like physique, sent Inuzuka Kiba inside to inquire. Kiba emerged shortly after, shrugging his shoulders as he relayed the old lady selling sushi had mentioned that Haruno Sakura had not visited for several days. Indeed, it was likely that Sakura was preoccupied with completing her assessments and missions, leaving her no time to indulge in sushi. Hinata nodded in understanding, not surprised by this revelation. Liu Yifei was acutely aware of the underlying reason and continued, "Let us venture into the forest. I wonder if Haruno Sakura might be there." Although he expressed this thought, Liu Yifei was cognizant that there was a high likelihood Haruno Sakura would not be present. Today was a day designated for task completion. It was unlikely she would wander to the banks of a forest stream for leisure. Such behavior was not characteristic of Haruno Sakura. Nevertheless, with her absence now a reality, they felt compelled to search for her, regardless of their understanding of her usual tendencies. The group proceeded slowly forward, eventually arriving in the forest. Yet they encountered no one along the way. Liu Yifei slowed his pace and cautioned, "Be vigilant, for there are wild beasts in this area. Though they typically remain dormant during the daylight hours, there are those that, driven by hunger, may roam in search of prey. Exercise caution. Fear not, they are merely beasts." Inuzuka Kiba replied dismissively, "We have grown up here, encountering them only a handful of times. It's unlikely we will meet them now, and should we? We are more than capable of defending ourselves." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Hinata, both expressing a sense of resignation. Hinata, having witnessed Liu Yifei's encounters with wild beasts, understood well that the creatures lurking in the forest were often ferocious. If they were to cross paths with one, it was entirely possible that someone among them might sustain injuries. As they approached a small river ahead, Yunushino remarked, "Let us not proceed further. We can observe from here, as there seems to be no one across the river. Even in the absence of others, we must investigate for clues. What if Haruno Sakura vanished over there?" Liu Yifei continued onward without pausing. Haruno Sakura had yet to make an appearance, and the possibility of an unforeseen mishap could not be dismissed. Even if they knew there was no one around, it was prudent to search for any leads. Acknowledging the validity of Liu Yifei's reasoning, Yunushino nodded in agreement and refrained from further commentary. Upon reaching the riverbank, they commenced a meticulous search for any belongings that Haruno Sakura might have left behind amidst the stones and grass. After a brief period, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly straightened up, becoming as motionless as a statue. Yunushino, engrossed in her search, nearly collided with Kiba's back. He quickly patted Kiba's shoulder and urged, "Hey, you need to search faster. Time is of the essence. Why are you standing there like that? Do you not notice something amiss ahead?" Kiba stammered, fear evident as he pointed towards the trees in front of them. Yunushino peered ahead, her eyes widening in alarm. Liu Yifei sensed their unusual behavior and hurriedly approached them. "What are you doing? Have you discovered something?" As he spoke, he turned to look in the same direction, and upon seeing what lay there, his body suddenly went rigid. Liu Yifei took a deep breath, for there distinctly lurked 3 leopards nearby, their keen eyes fixated upon them. What should they do? It seemed the leopards were poised to spring into action. Inuyasha stepped back, fear evident in his demeanor as he observed the leopards' restless movements. Liu Yifei quickly reassured, "Do not fear. Step back. I shall deal with them." In response, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino nodded promptly, cautiously retreating. Not far away, Hinata noticed nothing unusual. Seeing the two retreating so carefully, she inquired, "What is it? Has something happened?" "There are leopards," Kiba whispered, fear evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Hinata not only remained unafraid but smiled instead. "Do not worry, Brother Liu will handle them. Let us continue our search." With that, she bent down to continue searching for clues. Kiba and Shino exchanged glances, perplexed by Hinata's unwavering confidence in her summoning beast. After all, they were facing 3 ferocious leopards. Even the mightiest of toads would struggle against such formidable opponents. At that moment, Liu Yifei had already entered a battle stance, activating all of Tam's skills while contemplating how to confront the trio of leopards. The leopards were ravenous, and if he charged at them, one of the starving beasts would undoubtedly pounce on Hinata and the others. Thus, he needed to resolve this swiftly. "Go, Brother Liu. Show Kiba and Shino just how remarkable you are." Hinata, noticing Liu Yifei's tension, cheered him on. Her words invigorated him, and he focused his fierce gaze on the leopards, daring them to come forth. Though the leopards could not comprehend human speech, they could not withstand the provocation of the grotesque black toad and charged at him. Ha! Giant tongue whip. Liu Yifei unleashed his skill, extending his long tongue to strike at the leopards. The leopards, unaware of his technique, bared their fangs and extended their claws in a futile attempt to counter the attack. However, before their claws could reach Liu Yifei's tongue, they were struck by its accompanying force and fell to the ground. Wow, incredible, isn't it, Shino? Kiba exclaimed, giving a nudge to the silent Shino. Aburame Shino offered no response, as he was utterly captivated, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yifei. The leopards, enraged and undeterred, lunged at Lu Yifei once more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lu Yifei tightly shut his mouth, holding his breath as 3 leopards wrestled within. Given his robust physique, his mouth was sufficiently large to accommodate even 5 leopards, rendering the commotion of 3 insignificant. Did he truly swallow the 3 leopards whole? Inazuka Kiba gasped, taking a couple of steps back in fear. Witnessing his reaction, Oil Woman Shino also widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that this summoning beast, which had always accompanied Hinata, possessed such extraordinary prowess. Lu Yifei paid no heed to the chatter of the 2 individuals behind him. It was only when he sensed the 3-headed leopard in his mouth gradually losing its vitality that he opened his mouth and expelled it with a gasp. Observing the leopards now lying motionless on the ground, damp and defeated, Lu Yifei could not suppress a triumphant hum. Had it not been for your intentions of devouring humans, I would not have employed my skills. A few basic strikes would have sufficed to bring you down. After expressing his delight, he turned around and was met by the starry-eyed gazes of Oil Girl Shino and Inazuka Kiba, who clearly regarded him as their idol. Lu Yifei strode over with an air of confidence, feigning ignorance to the adoring gazes directed at him. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and search for clues. Oh, fine. Inazuka Kiba snapped back to reality, glancing at him with unspoken words lingering on his lips. Unable to voice the thoughts swirling in his mind, Hyuga Hinata bounced over to Lu Yifei's side, smiling brightly. Brother Lu, I knew these leopards would be no challenge for you. Why were you so anxious just now? Although they are not my adversaries, there are 3 of them. What if one of them pounces while I'm distracted? You would all be in danger, Lu Yifei expressed his earlier concerns. Given Hinata's current capabilities, she was still insufficiently equipped to safeguard herself against leopards, necessitating Lu Yifei to act swiftly and decisively. Upon hearing this, Hinata nodded in understanding. At that moment, Yamanaka Shino approached, gazing at Lu Yifei with wide eyes. Why are you so formidable? Because I am the summoned beast of Princess Hinata. Her excellence elevates my prowess. I will protect you all, rest assured. Lu Yifei nonchalantly fabricated an excuse without a change in expression. Yamanaka Shino nodded obediently, proclaiming, Brother Toad is truly remarkable. I have never encountered such a powerful summoned beast before. Ah, is that so? In truth, I am merely average in strength. Please do not idolize me too much. Lu Yifei chuckled modestly, but then a thought struck him. Yamanaka Shino's eyes widened in curiosity. But what is it? Since you all find me impressive, refrain from calling me Brother Toad. Though I am a summoned beast, I do have a name. You may call me Brother Lu, Lu Yifei eagerly declared. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, he longed for camaraderie with his classmates. His greatest desire was for them to refer to him as their elder brother. In doing so, Lu Yifei would become the elder brother of the future Hokage. Lu Yifei, increasingly exhilarated by his thoughts, could not help but place his hands on his hips and burst into hearty laughter. Hinata, standing nearby, stifled a giggle, aware that Lu Yifei longed for others to refer to him as Big Brother, which prompted his exuberant declaration. Upon hearing this, Inazuka Kiba enthusiastically responded, Big Brother Lu. With such an impressive summoning beast by our side, we have nothing to fear in our encounters. One day, we shall also attain such excellence. Of course, you all will be exceptional too. Lu Yifei nodded, imparting this sentiment with a weighty significance. In the future, who among them would not achieve greatness? Yet, despite their potential, Lu Yifei understood that they still had much to learn and grow. Hinata quickly interjected, urging them to cease this line of conversation. All right, enough of that. Let us hasten our efforts to seek out clues. Lu Yifei nodded slightly, but as he turned to depart, he was unexpectedly tripped by a stone. His substantial figure toppled to the ground, producing a resounding thud. Lu Yifei's face met the ground in an intimate encounter, causing him to grimace in pain as he struggled to rise from the earth. Observing the dust that clung to his visage, Hinata promptly produced a small handkerchief and offered it to him. Brother Lu, she said, please wipe your face. Coughing slightly, he replied, I'm fine. What a wretched stone. How could I have tripped over it? In his frustration, Lu Yifei raised his foot to kick the offending rock. However, upon displacing it, something else captured his attention. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes and pointed to a piece of paper on the ground, inquiring, what is this? Let me see. In a hurry, Inuzuka Kiba crouched down to pick up the paper. After reading it, his expression changed drastically. Observing his reaction, Hinata and Shino simultaneously leaned in, their faces also reflecting a shift in emotion. Louis Fei gazed at everyone with a perplexed expression and inquired, "What is the matter with you all? What is written on the paper?" "Brother Liu," Hinata stammered, her voice trembling with fear, "it states here that Sakura has been taken away, just outside the village." Louis Fei widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? You cannot be serious. Sakura Haruno has been captured?" "Indeed, it is clearly stated on this paper. We must think of a solution quickly." Hinata nodded vigorously, her face flushed with urgency. Louis Fei understood that the situation was far from simple. First, the mission target had gone missing, and then Haruno Sakura was kidnapped, indicating that all of this was orchestrated by someone with unknown motives. Upon realizing this, he immediately said, "Do not rush. We cannot act recklessly. We must return and regroup with the other students, allowing the teacher to devise a plan to resolve this matter. Indeed, we must hasten to rescue Sakura. Let us return swiftly." Shino Aburame nodded in agreement and took Inuzuka Kiba by the hand as they departed. Louis Fei and Hinata followed closely behind, their expressions grave. The sudden turn of events left Louis Fei somewhat bewildered. He realized that certain occurrences were quietly diverging from the trajectory of the Naruto narrative. The abduction of Haruno Sakura was unprecedented in the world of Naruto. Could it be that his presence had instigated these alterations? How then was he to resolve this predicament? Louis Fei's mind grew increasingly troubled as he walked, burdened by his thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the school. Before Louis Fei entered the classroom, he noticed that Sasuke and Naruto were already waiting inside, alongside their two teachers. Upon entering, Louis Fei was perplexed by the gathering of everyone. Sasuke promptly revealed a piece of paper, stating that Sakura had been abducted. "Where did you find this paper?" Louis Fei inquired. "We have one too." Hinata, taken aback, produced a similar piece of paper from her pocket and approached Sasuke to compare. Discovering that the handwriting was identical, a sense of foreboding once again washed over Louis Fei. He was acutely aware that the individual who had abducted Haruno Sakura had left similar notes at several locations, clearly intending to lure them into a rescue mission. What awaited them, however? Yuin Hong stepped forward, articulating, "Regardless of who has taken Sakura, we must hasten to her aid. Otherwise, she is surely in grave peril. Teacher, let us proceed swiftly. I cannot bear the thought of her coming to harm." Naruto exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves, exuding a fervent determination to take action. Louis Fei understood that Naruto was deeply concerned about Haruno Sakura. However, rushing in directly might lead them into a trap set by someone with ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we should approach quietly, avoiding any unnecessary commotion, to evade potential snares." The words of the frog rang true. This matter required subtlety. It would be unwise for all of us to go together. Let us leave a few behind. Yui Kurenai turned to the group. Observing their eager expressions, pondering whom to retain, Naruto quickly stepped forward, declaring, "I must go save Sakura." Sasuke, though silent, also positioned himself beside Naruto, his intentions unmistakable. "Then let Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino remain behind. We shall proceed together," Kakashi decided, recognizing that none of them were inclined to stay behind willingly. Upon hearing this, Kiba and Ino, despite their desire to join, obediently acquiesced without protest. The group promptly set off, heading towards the location indicated on the map, outside the village. As they traversed the path, Hinata voiced her concern. What could this person possibly want by capturing Sakura? Even if we go, we will certainly rescue her. He stands to gain nothing. It is not merely about gain, Kakashi interjected swiftly. There are many deceitful ninjas among us. The one who has taken Sakura may simply wish to sow discord. Louis Fei found the reasoning quite compelling, for the incident had transpired so abruptly and peculiarly. If someone had indeed abducted Sakura and subsequently alerted them to her plight, it would suggest a sinister plot directed at all of them. Yet, Louis Fei could not fathom the true intentions of this individual. Was it possible that Sakura's abduction and the ensuing chaos were orchestrated by more than one person? Lost in such musings, Louis Fei followed the group to the outskirts of the village. Hinata, spotting Sakura suspended from a tree in the distance, exclaimed, "Look! Sakura is over there." Everyone turned in the direction of her gaze and indeed beheld Haruno Sakura bound to a tree, appearing unconscious. "Sakura, I'm coming to save you," Naruto suddenly cried out, attempting to rush forward to rescue Sakura. Observing his reckless charge, Louis Fei swiftly grasped his collar, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You must not rush in like that. It would be disastrous if you were discovered." Can't you see that there is no one else around Sakura? Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, everyone realized that apart from Sakura, who was tied up, there was an eerie silence and absence of others nearby. Everyone refrained from acting impulsively. There is certainly a trap ahead, especially you, Naruto. Stay back. Kakashi commanded sternly, positioning himself in front of Naruto. Although Naruto felt discontented, he refrained from further protest. Understanding that the paramount task at hand was to secure Sakura's rescue, the two teachers advanced cautiously, drawing nearer to Sakura, while the others followed quietly, scarcely daring to breathe. Considering his larger stature might complicate the rescue effort, Lu Yifei chose not to rush forward, instead opting to attentively scan the surroundings for any signs of unusual occurrences. Lu Yifei understood the significance of his mission. If he failed to identify the anomalies in a timely manner, both teachers and classmates might fall victim. A few individuals cautiously approached, their footsteps remarkably light, as if they feared disturbing something unseen. Yet, such sounds did not even stir the butterflies in the grass. What could they possibly alert? As they drew near to Haruno Sakura, Naruto suddenly relaxed his guard and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of here. Let's quickly rescue Sakura." "Your words seem rather simplistic," Sasuke retorted, casting an irritated glance in his direction, as if he found Naruto's chatter excessive. At that moment, Kurenai Yui stepped forward, brandishing a sharp knife, intending to sever the ropes binding Sakura. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei remained vigilant, and at last discerned an unsettling detail. He perceived distinct sounds emanating from the surrounding grass, suggesting that someone lay in ambush, more than one individual. In fact, it appeared these individuals were waiting for the others to rescue Sakura, ready to ensnare them all. Realizing this, Lu Yifei swiftly ascended a few steps and shouted, "There's someone nearby, be cautious." Kurenai's knife had yet to touch the ropes on Sakura when she abruptly turned at his warning and indeed spotted something lurking in the grass. "Who is there? Step forward." Kakashi barked immediately, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. Despite his usual stern demeanor, in this critical moment, he instinctively shielded his classmates, seeking to ensure their safety. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, resonating with a sense of familiarity for Lu Yifei. "What is that sound?" he pondered, feeling it resembled the noise made by a Nezumi hawk lying in wait within the underbrush. As Lu Yifei pondered, two figures suddenly sprang from the underbrush, launching an assault towards Kakashi and the nearest Hinata. "Hinata, be careful," Lu Yifei shouted, his heart racing as he observed the unfolding chaos. Realizing that it was too late for him to intervene, in a critical moment, Sasuke pushed Hinata aside, allowing her to narrowly evade the attack from one of the assailants. Meanwhile, Kakashi, undeterred, seized the attacker's arm and effortlessly hurled him away. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, before Lu Yifei could fully comprehend the situation. The two men had already crashed to the ground. The sight of the assailants left Hinata, who had been the first to notice, utterly astonished, her hand covering her mouth as she turned her gaze towards Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei sensed something amiss and immediately rushed over, only to be struck dumb as well. It turned out that the two men were exceedingly pale, their bodies covered in bark-like wrinkles, eerily resembling the previous Jingmuing. It was plausible that they belonged to the Jingmu clan. How could it be them? Lu Yifei furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Are you members of the Kinu family? What on earth do you intend to do?" Upon hearing his words, Kakashi and Hinata exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected presence of the Kinu family, who had captured Haruno Sakura. "Of course, it's for revenge, you foul toad. We have finally awaited this moment. Today, you shall meet your demise." One of the men spat through clenched teeth. The other man glared at Sasuke and Hinata with palpable hatred. At that moment, Lu Yifei realized that not only were they indeed members of the Kinu family, but they also bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely being siblings. Yet, Lu Yifei found himself utterly perplexed. Since it was he who had slain Kinuing, why did these two not confront him directly? Why go through the trouble of stealing everyone's mission targets and abducting Haruno Sakura to lure them here? Such convoluted efforts seemed counterproductive to their quest for vengeance. Were these two individuals perhaps lacking in mental acuity? Lu Yifei found himself increasingly perplexed. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly stepped forward and inquired, "What is going on? How did you become entangled with the Jingmu family? Why do they seek vengeance?" Lu Yifei rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to articulate a clear explanation. Seeing Lu Yifei's confusion, Hinata quickly interjected, "When we were on a mission outside the village, we encountered the heir of the Jingmu family. We ended up in a confrontation, during which we damaged his weapon. That Jingmu-ing lay in wait to kill me that night, but was subsequently slain by my elder brother, Lu. That is the crux of the matter. They likely seek vengeance for Jingmu-ing." One of the others added, We are avenging Jingmuing. He was our brother. Kakashi nodded in understanding and turned to the toad. So, you killed Jingmuing? Indeed, Liu Yifei affirmed with unwavering conviction, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. After all, Jingmuing attempted to harm Hinata. Did he not deserve death? Even had they let Jingmuing go, his vindictive nature would have compelled him to retaliate. It was far wiser to eliminate the threat at its root rather than invite future troubles. This was Liu Yifei's rationale at that moment, and he saw nothing amiss with it. The man sneered, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Yifei and bellowing, "Then you shall all perish today. To accompany my brother in death." Hold on, hold on. No need to shout, my ears are pained. I ask you, if you seek vengeance, why have you summoned us all here? Why specifically abducted Haruno Sakura? Liu Yifei inquired, clearing his ears before posing these pressing questions. He was genuinely curious about their motives for gathering so many individuals, wondering if they feared the possibility of being killed instead of achieving their revenge. The man faltered, waving his hand dismissively. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. Are you still in denial? Were the 2 notes found by the river and at Haruno Sakura's home not placed there by you? Was our mission target not stolen by you? Are the members of the Jingmu family merely cowards who dare not take responsibility? Liu Yifei's anger flared as he observed their refusal to acknowledge the truth. It was entirely reasonable for these 2 to seek vengeance against him. However, the involvement of others and the resulting harm made their denial all the more reprehensible. The man clenched his fists in response to Liu Yifei's remarks, shouting, "What do you mean by being cowards? We know nothing of what you speak. Nor have we stolen any mission targets. We lost track of you while following you, and upon hearing this girl mention your names, we took her." Humph. If you have not stolen any mission targets or left any clues, how did you know to lie in wait for us here? Liu Yifei continued to press, crossing his arms in skepticism. He was convinced the theft of the mission target had no connection to the 2 men, as they were unaware of either the target or where his classmates resided. However, the abduction of Haruno Sakura and the subsequent notes were undoubtedly their doing. The man's face reddened with frustration as he continued to explain. We had only just knocked this girl out and brought her here when my brother alerted me that someone was approaching from the mountain. That is why we hid. What notes? What mission targets? We know nothing. Liu Yifei fell silent, realizing that most of what the man had said was likely the truth. This incident might not solely be the doing of the Jingmu brothers. There was certainly someone behind the scenes who was well acquainted with them and their teachers. Upon learning that the Jingmu brothers had abducted Haruno Sakura, this person had deliberately left such notes to summon them. As Liu Yifei contemplated this, he could not help but turn his head to meet Kakashi's gaze, inquiring, "What do you believe we should do about this matter? There may still be others lurking, keeping a watchful eye on us." "I am aware," Kakashi replied, his expression darkening further. He turned around and noticed that Sunset Red had successfully rescued Haruno Sakura, which provided him with a measure of relief. Kakashi then stepped forward, scrutinizing the 2 men, and asked, "May I inquire about your names?" "The one who has been speaking is Jinmu Tsong. He is my brother Jinmu Feng, and Jinmuing is our elder brother," the man indicated towards his silent companion, patiently introducing them. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yifei lightly cleared his throat and said, "Enough, enough. No one is interested in discovering your true identities. Your elder brother committed a grave error and, rather than seeking resolution, chose to harm us. Thus, I took it upon myself to end his life. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me. It has nothing to do with anyone else." With that, Liu Yifei boldly stepped into the open space, adopting an aggressive stance. "You are not alone. I challenge the other 2 as well. Step forward." Jing Mutsong glared angrily at Sasuke amidst the crowd, his intent unmistakable. Liu Yifei was unaware of the prowess possessed by these 2 brothers. Upon hearing their remarks, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "It was I who dispatched Jingmuing. What purpose do you have in seeking vengeance upon them? Does Jingmuing possess 3 lives? Were we to slay him in turns?" "Silence. My brother was not the sole victim of your actions. There were 2 others, and we witnessed it all clearly." Jing Mutsong bellowed once more, angrily pointing at Liu Yifei's glistening dark forehead. Liu Yifei was taken aback, unable to fathom that the 2 individuals had been present at that moment. How could it be possible? These 2 had repeatedly claimed they would avenge their elder brother, yet they stood by and watched as he perished without intervening. As this realization dawned on him, Liu Yifei couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming how amusing they were. Did they truly intend to seek vengeance at this juncture? "When I dispatched Jingmuing, where was your courage then?" He had never encountered such absurdity. Witnessing one's own brother's demise while remaining passive, were they truly siblings? "It was when we arrived that you had already taken my brother's life and departed, leaving us only with your retreating figures. We had to deal with his remains before hastily making our way here. Jingmu Song hurriedly explained, anxious not to be misconstrued as a coward. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei scoffed dismissively, declaring that regardless of how they had arrived, he alone had slain Jingmu Ying, and if they sought retribution, they should come for him. Come for you? I assure you, I witnessed it all clearly. It was indeed you who acted in concert. Those two stepped forward. Jingmu Song took a step forward, pointing towards some figures in the crowd, yet he could not discern who among them was involved. Lu Yifei instinctively glanced at Sasuke, preventing him from stepping forward. Meanwhile, Kakashi turned his head to look at Sasuke and positioned himself in front of him. Lu Yifei understood that at this moment, it was not the most prudent course of action for Sasuke to step forward, for he was no match for Jingmu Ying, let alone capable of confronting both of them together. Although Lu Yifei was aware that with Kakashi and Hinata at their side, there would be no chaos instigated, he still yearned to vanquish these foes through his own endeavors, without any interference from others, including Sasuke. Contrary to the counsel of his companions, Sasuke gradually emerged, declaring, "It is I, and I have also engaged Jingmu Ying. You little rascal, today marks the day of your demise. Yet, I am cognizant of another girl, either one we have captured or that little lass standing in the back. Who could it be?" Jingmu Song cast a glance backward, scrutinizing both Hinata and the still unconscious Haruno Sakura. Lu Yifei abruptly turned around, desperately signaling Hinata not to step forward. This predicament was one he must resolve alone. Sasuke had already emerged, and if Hinata were to join, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity. After all, both Sasuke and Hinata lacked the requisite strength. And should they both enter the fray, the likelihood of being inadvertently harmed by the Jingmu brothers loomed large. Observing the silence among his peers, Jingmu Song shouted again. Come out, come out. Is it that girl we captured earlier? You all are the ones who dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge it, aren't you? What is this commotion about? That girl is no longer with us. She remained at the school. You can seek revenge on me. But spare the talk of other girls or boys. She did not assault Jingmu Ying. Rather, it was Jingmu Ying who confronted her. Lu Yifei, fearing that Hinata might be provoked by his words, quickly spoke up. Upon hearing his remarks, Jingmu Song was incredulous. Are you saying this to protect that girl? What a coincidence that she is not here now. Bring her out. Who is she? Really? At this, Hinata instinctively took a step back, uncertain whether to reveal herself. She did not wish to appear cowardly. Indeed, Jingmu Ying's demise was intrinsically linked to her, and she yearned to step forward and confess everything. Yet, her brother Lu had advised against it, and Hinata felt compelled to heed his counsel. Meanwhile, Jingmu Song, sharp-eyed, noticed her retreat and immediately pointed at her. Hey, why are you stepping back? Are you the girl from that night? Hinata found herself at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Lu Yifei, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Yifei was taken aback, stepping in front of Hinata. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not frighten the little girl. It wasn't her. That night involved someone else. Is it necessary for you to speak on her behalf? Ah, that little girl. You tell me, was it you that night? A girl should be bold and accountable. Speak the truth. Did you venture into the woods outside the village last night? Jingmu Song, unwilling to heed Lu Yifei's further words, turned his head to look at Hinata. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward, displeasure etched on his face, addressing Jingmu Song. I have already stated it was not her. She is my student. Do not frighten her. Upon hearing this, Jingmu Song continued to stare blankly at Hinata, unable to fathom that the girl had not appeared today. Beside him, Jingmu Feng gently patted his arm and shook his head, observing Jingmu Feng's demeanor. Jingmu Song understood that he meant to cease the inquiries and simply seek vengeance against the two individuals. Jingmu Song scrutinized Lu Yifei and Sasuke, undeterred as he declared, You two, step forward. Prepare to face me. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped out, his expression remaining inscrutable, devoid of any fear or anxiety. Witnessing Sasuke's bravery, Lu Yifei nodded in satisfaction and followed suit. Just then, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, I'm going to help. You should refrain from causing more chaos. Came the retort, as Kurenai seized Naruto by the collar, pulling him back. Although Naruto felt somewhat aggrieved by Kurenai's claim that he would only complicate matters, the sight of the Jingmu brothers, resolute in their quest for revenge, rendered him silent and subdued. Lu Yifei observed the vigilant demeanor of the Jingmu brothers and lightly cleared his throat. You aren't contemplating employing some earth escape technique, are you? That is our Jingmu family's signature skill, he remarked. Do your words imply that you consider the earth escape technique to be lacking in prowess? Jingmu Song glared fiercely at Lu Yifei, as if the mere acknowledgement of such a notion would provoke him to strike without mercy. Lu Yifei clicked his tongue and nodded. remarking, "Indeed, I find it rather unimpressive, especially considering that the earth-style techniques of the Jingmu clan were easily countered by Sasuke and Hinata." It was not his intention to provoke these two. Rather, their abilities were comparable to those of the Jingmu clan, rendering them unworthy of his esteem. Upon hearing this, Naruto, who was behind him, inquired with curiosity, "Earth-style? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Is it formidable?" The Jingmu family has forged a pact with the earth, allowing them to meld into the soil without external disturbance. However, they cannot remain concealed indefinitely, as they require air. Kakashi scrutinized the Jingmu brothers closely, while also taking the opportunity to explain to Naruto. Naruto nodded, dismissively replying, "It's not that impressive. I can't even hide myself yet. You little brat. Do not underestimate our ninjutsu." Jingmu Tsung exclaimed, turning abruptly to shout. Startled, Naruto lost his balance and spectacularly fell to the ground. Louis Fei immediately erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Naruto, you were frightened by Jingmu Tsung's voice, and yet you still wished to offer assistance." "I wasn't truly scared. It was merely that his voice was too loud," Naruto stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, no one seemed to believe his words. Louis Fei turned around, his expression no longer as carefree as when he had mocked Naruto. "Jingmu Tsung, if you wish to defeat me, you would need to return and practice for several decades. Consider this carefully. Should I take action, I shall show no mercy. Spare us your bravado. We shall not go easy on a clumsy, hefty toad like you. Prepare to receive my attack." Jingmu Tsung retorted without hesitation, immediately diving underground with Jingmu Feng using their earth-style technique. Seeing the two truly vanish from sight, Naruto exclaimed, "Where did they go? How did they suddenly disappear?" "Pay close attention to the ground. Sasuke, remember the attack methods I taught you. Do not allow yourself to be caught off guard by any sudden strikes," Louis Fei urged, his eyes scanning the ground anxiously. In truth, Sasuke was more than capable of handling the two, and there was no need for worry. However, with Sasuke now part of the team, Louis Fei felt the need to ensure his safety against any potential ambush. After all, Sasuke's physique was not particularly robust at the moment, and if the Jingmu brothers were to launch a surprise attack, he could certainly sustain injuries. Sasuke understood Louis Fei's concerns and nodded, remaining vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Observing Sasuke's cautious demeanor, Louis Fei felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yet, apart from their conversation, the silence surrounding them was palpable, leaving them unaware of when two iron-hard claws might emerge. Hinata, watching with bated breath, could not help but inquire, "Teachers, can you discern where Jingmu Tsung and the others might be? They are likely concealed, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After all, they are underground. Their presence exceedingly faint, rendering us unable to detect them." "This is indeed the Jingmu clan's signature technique," Kakashi explained, a hint of caution evident in his tone. Though he did not regard the two as formidable opponents, Kakashi acknowledged the potency of their earth-style technique, regardless of Jingmu Tsung and Jingmu Feng's individual abilities. It afforded them excellent concealment. Hinata's worry deepened. Then, Sasuke and Brother Lu are surely in peril. They must exercise utmost caution. Just as Hinata spoke, Louis Fei's acute hearing detected a faint rustling from the bushes to his left, akin to something breaking through the earth. Louis Fei realized that it was the iron hand of one of the Jingmu brothers. He immediately shouted, "I have a hand over here. Be cautious of the other one around you." He understood that the Jingmu brothers would never strike at a single individual simultaneously, allowing the other to escape even if one was overpowered. Therefore, upon sensing movement on his side, he anticipated that Sasuke would soon be in peril as well. Sasuke nodded, drawing his blade and aiming it at the ground, poised to strike at the hand that might emerge at any moment. At that moment, the rustling in the underbrush intensified, and an iron hand swiftly darted out, hurtling towards Louis Fei with alarming speed. Louis Fei let out a cold snort, unfazed as he extended his tongue, ensnaring the hand with remarkable dexterity. Jingmu Feng, having never witnessed the fierce clash between Louis Fei and his elder brother, was unaware of the formidable prowess of Louis Fei's tongue. In a moment of folly, he attempted to seize Louis Fei's tongue, much like Jingmu Ing had done previously. Observing this move, Louis Fei let out a disdainful snort and exerted force with his tongue, effectively immobilizing the hand in an unyielding grip. Jingmu Feng, taken aback by the extraordinary strength of Louis Fei's tongue, found himself in a state of panic, desperately seeking to break free. How could Louis Fei possibly grant him this opportunity? He resolutely clutched that hand, attempting to forcibly extract Jingmu Feng. Wow, is this frog's tongue truly so formidable? Naruto, watching from behind, was left in awe, exclaiming with genuine admiration. Hinata chuckled softly, proudly asserting, "Of course, Brother Lu is the most formidable summoning beast. This frog is indeed impressive." Kakashi stroked his chin, offering a remark filled with surprise, clearly astonished that a summoning beast could withstand the formidable techniques of the Jingmu clan. Just as Louis Fei and the hand were locked in a stalemate, Sasuke suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to see a hand lunging ferociously towards the two legs he had carelessly left on the ground. Louis Fei observed the scene and promptly, with great effort, articulated, "Attack the wrist." Sasuke nodded, taking a step back and raising the dagger in his hand. Just as the hand was about to seize Sasuke's calf, he summoned all his strength and struck downwards. The blade drove directly into the wrist of that hand, followed by a pained cry from Jingmu Tsung that echoed through the air. "Wow, we did it!" Naruto exclaimed, noticing the hand recoil slightly. He clapped his hands in excitement, yet remained eager to join the fray. However, without the command of their two instructors, none were permitted to charge forward. Louis Fei desperately clung with his tongue to that hand, striving to pull both the hand and the body of Jingmu Feng out. After engaging with the Jingmu family for such an extended period, Louis Fei had discerned what was fatal for them. As long as the Jingmu family lacked their earth escape technique, no matter how formidable they were, they could not rival him and Sasuke. As Louis Fei appeared on the verge of success, Hinata shouted encouragement, urging him to swiftly extract Jingmu Feng. Initially struggling, Louis Fei, upon hearing Hinata's words, summoned his strength to pull Jingmu Feng out. Observing Louis Fei's exertions, Sasuke did not remain idle. He continued to assault the approaching hand of Jingmu Kong. The duo, a man and a frog, engaged in a harmonious battle against their respective adversaries. After a brief interval, panting heavily, Sasuke retreated to the side, casting a glance at the nearly severed iron claw. In a low voice, he commanded, "Come out quickly. Otherwise, I shall render your special technique useless." Upon hearing this, even though Jingmu Tsung felt reluctant, he had no choice but to emerge from the earth, clutching his bleeding wrist, glaring at Sasuke with animosity. "Let the real contest commence." Sasuke scoffed, beckoning Jingmu Tsung with a gesture. Aware of his own inadequacies, Jingmu Tsung could not back down in front of so many witnesses. Even knowing the peril that awaited him, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. As he advanced, Sasuke immediately retaliated with a punch, engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, Louis Fei finally succeeded in uprooting Jingmu Feng from the ground, much like pulling a stubborn radish. Jingmu Feng's body fell heavily to the ground, taking a considerable time before managing to stand up unsteadily. Louis Fei, aware of Jingmu Feng's silence, let out a cold snort and smugly declared, "What do you think? Have you witnessed my prowess? Who emboldened you to launch a surprise attack against me? Do you believe I would strangle you with my tongue?" As he spoke, Louis Fei flicked his tongue, feeling a slight ache at its root. "Damn it, I nearly tore my tongue off. This earth escape technique is indeed extraordinary." Jingmu Feng gritted his teeth, fiercely glaring at Louis Fei, before lunging forward to initiate an assault against him. Louis Fei stood motionless, observing Jingmu Feng's determined stance. Rather than exhibiting fear, he leisurely cleaned his ears. On the sidelines, Hinata, anxious, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Lu, please be careful. Don't get hurt. Rest assured." "Let him strike," Louis Fei replied, standing confidently with his hands on his hips, bracing himself for Jingmu Feng's assault. Jingmu Feng, unable to articulate words, approached every adversary with a degree of rationality, exhibiting more caution than Jingmu Kong. Witnessing Louis Fei's unflinching demeanor, Jingmu Feng, in earlier times, would have paused to assess the situation. However, both brothers had now been pushed to their limits, losing their composure. In this moment, Jingmu Feng was solely intent on devising ways to attack Louis Fei, determined to defeat him. Clenching his fists, Jingmu Feng charged forward, relentlessly pounding his abdomen in an effort to strike at Louis Fei. Louis Fei puffed out his cheeks and invited the attack, not only remaining unscathed but also squinting his eyes in delight. He was, after all, a toad. No matter how formidable the Jingmu bee might be, its force could only emanate from its own body. If the Jingmu bee resorted to sheer brute strength, Louis Fei merely needed to inflate his belly and allow the bee to strike as if it were merely a tickle, utterly unharmed. Observing Louis Fei's unperturbed demeanor, the Jingmu bee, which had been relentlessly attacking, ceased its assault and retreated, gazing at Louis Fei in perplexity, as if unable to fathom why he remained completely unharmed. Louis Fei gazed at the perplexed expression on Jingmu Feng's face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Are you curious as to why I'm unscathed?" Jingmu Feng nodded. candidly admitting his confusion. Although Lu Yifei intended to clarify the situation, especially since Jing Mufeng was on the brink of death, he did not wish for him to perish in ignorance. However, a thought struck him. Why not frighten Jing Mufeng and deceive Kakashi and the others a little? With this in mind, Lu Yifei cleared his throat and explained, "It is because I have mastered a technique akin to a ninjutsu, known as the frog technique. When I unleash this ability, all attacks directed at me are repelled. No weapon can harm me, thus rendering you no match for me." Wow, Brother Lu is so formidable, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hinata, aware of Lu Yifei's intentional exaggeration, refrained from exposing him, merely adding with a smile, "Perhaps he has inflated his belly, making him invulnerable to blades. I can't say for certain if it is indeed the frog technique." "Hinata, your summoning beast is truly extraordinary, is it not?" Kakashi remarked with a knowing tone. Hinata, not fully grasping Kakashi's implication, nodded in agreement. "Of course. Brother Lu is the most powerful summoning beast I have ever encountered. With him by our side, we shall surely be safe." Kakashi nodded in silent approval, choosing not to elaborate further. "What are you all talking about?" Sakura Haruno's voice suddenly broke the tension, startling the nearby Yuhi Kurenai. Seeing Sakura awaken, Kurenai quickly reassured her, "Do not fear. We will resolve this matter shortly." "Are you hurt?" "What do you mean? My head is throbbing. Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did I end up here? Why are you all fighting?" Sakura rubbed her temples, bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon seeing her awake, Naruto hurried over to explain, "You were knocked unconscious by two villains and brought here. But you're safe now. We are here to protect you. Why is Sasuke fighting someone? Who is that?" Sakura straightened up, her concern for Sasuke evident as she observed the fierce clash between him and Jingmu Kong. Naruto, noticing her worry for Sasuke, retorted with irritation, "Don't fret about him. Jingmu Song is no match for him." Sakura disregarded his words, her gaze fixed anxiously on Sasuke's figure. Meanwhile, Jingmu Feng was drenched in cold sweat, uncertain how to confront the towering figure before him. Lu Yifei crossed his arms, exuding an air of triumph as he taunted, "What is the matter? Are you not going to continue fighting? Do you think too highly of yourself?" Jing Yufeng clenched his fists tightly, incensed by his words, and charged forward, eager to retaliate. "Oh, you're truly angry? With those meager skills, do you really believe you can seek vengeance? It's a miracle if you manage to save your own life." Lu Yifei mockingly laughed again without a hint of mercy. He allowed Jing Yufeng's attacks to grow increasingly rapid, choosing not to offer any resistance, knowing that Jing Yufeng would eventually tire himself out while he remained unscathed. After several minutes, Jing Yufeng concluded his flurry of strikes, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted and at a loss for what to do next. Observing his breathless demeanor, Lu Yifei clicked his tongue and remarked, "So, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Jing Yufeng, filled with fury yet devoid of any strength to advance, Lu Yifei chose to disregard him and turned his attention to the fierce battle between Sasuke and Jinmu Kong. Sasuke relentlessly assaulted Jinmu Tsung's face, leaving him bruised and battered, with no room for retaliation. "Have some mercy, will you? Look at how pitiful Jinmu Tsung is. Utterly helpless under your onslaught." Lu Yifei jeered from the sidelines, eager for Jinmu Tsung to strike back. For Sasuke, consistently being in the lead was not necessarily advantageous. Only through counterattacks and enduring pressure could he truly unleash his strength, signifying growth. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Jinmu Tsung let out a furious roar and launched into a frenzied assault. Even though Sasuke was quick to evade, Jinmu Tsung landed a few punches. Sakura watched with concern, shouting, "Sasuke, be careful. Don't let him fight back. Don't give him a chance." Upon hearing this, Sasuke swiftly dodged an incoming attack and delivered a powerful punch to Jinmu Tsung's forehead. Jinmu Tsung staggered back, eyes widening in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing him lie there, Naruto gasped in surprise. "He can't be dead, can he?" Suddenly, Jinmu Feng, unable to contain himself, shouted in despair as he rushed to Jinmu Tsung's side, visibly distraught. Hinata felt a pang of sympathy, thinking they were merely avenging their brother and had not committed any wrongdoing. Perhaps they should show mercy to Jinmu Feng. "Hinata, why are you so kind-hearted?" If he had overpowered, Lu Yifei felt a mixture of joy and gratitude, intending to offer some heartfelt words of encouragement to Hinata, when he suddenly noticed two tears glistening in her eyes, cascading down onto his wound. Unable to suppress the sharp sting radiating from his arm, he let out a cry. He had not anticipated such excruciating pain. It felt akin to salt being poured onto his injury, rendering him momentarily speechless. Upon witnessing his grimace of pain, Hinata quickly understood the situation, flustered as she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm fine. I can endure this. Please, take care of the Jingmu bee." Despite breaking into a cold sweat from the agony, Lu Yifei restrained himself from further cries, recognizing that displaying his suffering would only deepen Hinata's guilt and sorrow. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Hinata turned, her gaze fiercely fixed on the Jingmu bee. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "Quickly take the frog back to tend to your wounds. I shall handle this Jingmu bee." "All right, students, follow me." With a prompt agreement, Yui Kurenai organized a few individuals to leave in an orderly manner. Naruto, having witnessed Sakura's near peril, was utterly alarmed. As he approached the Jingmu bee, he could not resist the urge to twist its form with force, declaring, "How dare you ambush? You're on the brink of demise and still resort to such tactics." Observing Naruto's childlike antics, Sakura, unable to bear it any longer, grasped his arm, saying, "Enough already, let us hurry along." She preferred that Sasuke, not Naruto, be the one to stand up for her. Lu Yifei walked at the rear, unable to resist offering a smile to Hinata. "Do not worry about me. I shall be fine. I do not wish to see you distressed." "I am not distressed. I am merely concerned for Brother Lu," Hinata replied, quickly lowering her head and shyly uttering these words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei chuckled, aware of Hinata's tendency to blush, and chose to remain silent. However, he understood that had he not intervened in time to thwart the attack of the Jingmu bee, Hinata might have faced significant peril. The thought still sent a shiver down his spine. Upon returning to school, the group refrained from attending to their individual tasks, instead patiently awaiting the teacher's return after dealing with the Jingmu bee. Lu Yifei lay on the cold ground, engrossed in play, when he noticed Hinata lost in thought. Unable to resist asking, "Little Hinata, what occupies your mind?" "It's nothing," she replied, lifting her head with a gentle smile. "Your wound has healed, hasn't it?" Lu Yifei shook his head. Noticing her evident preoccupation, he leaned closer and softly remarked, "Let me ponder what weighs on your mind. Do you feel that the matter at hand remains unresolved?" Jingmu Tsung had explicitly acknowledged that the theft of the mission target was unrelated to them. "I believe they would not speak falsely. There must indeed be others involved in this affair." Hinata furrowed her brow, articulating her concerns. Lu Yifei found the reasoning quite sound, as it was evident to anyone that this matter was far from ordinary. Yet, who could be the one that deliberately absconded with the mission objective? Was this individual seeking to create chaos, or did they have ulterior motives? Lu Yifei found it quite perplexing. He believed that another group must have sabotaged their efforts, fearing that their performance would surpass that of others, which led to the theft of their mission objective. Naruto, unaware of when he had approached, interjected with his gossip-laden speculation. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke scoffed dismissively, asserting that no other group possessed the capability to steal the mission objective without his notice. "What do you mean by that? Do you think you are the only one among us who is formidable?" Naruto frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Sasuke. Sasuke shot him a disdainful look, retorting, "At least you are not as formidable as I am." With that, he turned and walked away. It took a moment for Naruto to process Sasuke's words, after which he glared at the blonde-haired youth, indignantly rushing towards Sasuke to continue the debate. Lu Yifei observed the two adversaries and, with a resigned shake of his head, stepped aside to await the arrival of the teachers. After a brief interval, Yui Kurenai and Kakashi appeared at the entrance, punctual as ever. Upon their arrival, all students ceased their conversations, eagerly anticipating their words. Noticing the intense gaze of the students, Kurenai finally spoke. "The Jinmu brothers have perished. Are you satisfied with this outcome?" The students exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. They had never held the Jinmu brothers in high regard, and upon hearing the news of their demise, they felt a sense of relief, especially considering the Jinmu clan's intent to harm their peers. Kurenai smiled with satisfaction and continued. "The recent mission you undertook encountered some unforeseen complications. As you are aware, there was deliberate sabotage involved. While we have yet to identify the individual or individuals responsible, we must address the situation as it stands." "What do you mean by addressing it? Do we consider this mission a success?" Naruto inquired, eager to ascertain the outcome. Kakashi raised a finger, shaking his head. "No, your mission cannot be deemed successful. Although there was intentional interference, you did indeed lose sight of your target. Are the teachers going to punish us for the actions of a malicious individual?" Sakura asked cautiously, fear evident in her voice. Naruto quickly echoed her sentiment, emphasizing their ignorance of any plot to steal the mission objective. Thus, securing the mission target could be regarded as a successful completion of your task. We will neither reward nor punish you for this incident. The responsibility of uncovering the mastermind lies with me and Waihai Kurenai, Kakashi declared, addressing Naruto's protests. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei couldn't help but admire the eloquence of the two teachers. Their resolution left the students feeling content. A period of silence followed, broken suddenly by Sasuke. So, what is our next course of action? You will officially become ninjas of Konoha Academy. Kurenai and I will tailor our training to your individual needs. Are you prepared? Starting tomorrow, you will be assigned genuine missions. Kakashi proclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. This announcement ignited excitement among all the students, who eagerly speculated about the forthcoming tasks. Only Hinata discreetly tugged at Liu Yifei's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Liu, I've heard the teachers assign quite challenging missions. Are you looking forward to it?" "Me? I am quite eager," Liu Yifei replied, momentarily startled as he recalled the trivial yet exasperating tasks Kakashi had once orchestrated in the original narrative, nearly eliciting a laugh. If he was correct, Kakashi would soon be setting up those inconsequential yet maddening assignments. However, Liu Yifei felt fortunate that, despite all the deviations from the original storyline, everyone's collective efforts had ultimately restored the situation to its rightful course. After a while, Kakashi suddenly turned to Liu Yifei. "Frog, step outside with us." "Step outside again?" Liu Yifei exclaimed, taken aback, scrutinizing Kakashi and Kurenai, unsure of their intentions. For some reason, their expressions seemed oddly peculiar to him. Kurenai offered him a gentle smile, reassuring him, "No need to be anxious. Let us go." Liu Yifei could only nod in agreement, following them as they departed. Just before stepping out, he cast a curious glance at Hinata. Hinata shrugged her shoulders, indicating her own bewilderment at the situation. Upon reaching the classroom, as Liu Yifei was about to stifle a yawn, he noticed that Yujido and Kakashi were intently scrutinizing him, as if he were some peculiar creature. Liu Yifei stifled a yawn, forcing it back down into his stomach, and offered an awkward smile. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I'm too unattractive?" He had always been aware that Tam's appearance was hardly remarkable, but the gaze of these two teachers was rather piercing, was it not? Liu Yifei genuinely wishes to convey to them that his true form is, in fact, quite appealing. No, it is merely that we believe you possess an extraordinary prowess. Typically, spirit beasts do not exhibit such remarkable abilities, and you are truly the most exceptional among them. Shiri Hong hastily refuted this, not wanting Liu Yifei to misunderstand. Liu Yifei nodded thoughtfully and inquired with curiosity. "So, you summoned me here simply to ask why I am so formidable?" Upon uttering these words, he found himself questioning the peculiarity of the situation. Tsukihime shook her head and glanced at Kakashi, urging him to speak. Observing their discreet exchange, Liu Yifei's confusion deepened. What were these two truly contemplating? After a brief pause, Kakashi finally elucidated, "We wish for you to participate in the tasks alongside your classmates, as we believe your capabilities are commendable and you could provide invaluable guidance to help them grow." Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Kakashi and Tsukihime harbored such intentions, inviting him to partake in the assignments. Yet, he pondered, could he truly perform well in this role? Liu Yifei cleared his throat and inquired, "You don't intend to merge the small groups of Chibao and Bagua, do you? Are you suggesting that 6 students should act together? That would be far too chaotic. It would undermine the essence of grouping and violate the school's regulations. Our intention is for you to rotate between the 2 groups, observing your classmates' performances and abilities. Would you be willing to do that?" Kakashi articulated his explanation, gazing at Liu Yifei with anticipation. Upon witnessing Kakashi's earnest demeanor, Liu Yifei found himself at a loss for how to decline. To be candid, he felt a tinge of delight, as the teacher's invitation signified the acknowledgement of his abilities. However, should he acquiesce to such a request, it would mean he could no longer spend every day alongside Hinata. Noticing Liu Yifei's prolonged silence, Yugao spoke again. "I trust you would be keen to witness everyone's growth, wouldn't you? Having spent so many days with your classmates, you should recognize that they are all good-hearted individuals. Would you not wish to assist them with your insights?" "Well, I suppose I can consider it." Liu Yifei hesitated but ultimately resolved to acquiesce to their request. Liu Yifei understood that both teachers had the students' best interests at heart. If he could genuinely assist Naruto and his friends, he would be more than willing to do so. In that case, wouldn't he be considered a quasi-mentor? The thought suddenly filled him with excitement. To Naruto and the others, he was merely a frog. And now he had unexpectedly become their half-mentor. One could only imagine the turmoil this would evoke within them, especially Sasuke. His expression would surely be quite remarkable, wouldn't it? Liu Yifei, increasingly exhilarated, found himself grinning foolishly in front of the teachers. Observing his ridiculous smile, Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, both taken aback. Clearing her throat, Kurenai interrupted Liu Yifei's daydreaming, stating, "While we welcome your suggestions, you must ensure that, regardless of the circumstances, you remain a mere observer and refrain from intervening in their tasks and training." "What is the point of that?" Liu Yifei scratched his head, somewhat displeased with such an arrangement. Being a complete bystander seemed exceedingly dull. He wished he could command the students' attention like Kakashi and Kurenai did. Noticing Liu Yifei's disappointment, Kurenai inquired more earnestly, "Can you abide by this?" "Of course I can." However, Liu Yifei quickly responded, "I must emphasize that if any ninja or adversary were to attack me, I will defend myself." He readily agreed, while also expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged another glance and nodded in unison. With a sense of satisfaction, Liu Yifei pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside, winking at Hinata. The others looked on with curiosity, puzzled by the unfolding events and unaware of what Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi had conveyed to him. Liu Yifei looked at the 6 individuals with a smug expression. "Are you all curious about what the 2 teachers said to me?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Liu Yifei chuckled softly, choosing to keep his secrets. "You will find out in due time." Naruto clenched his teeth, taking several deep breaths to restrain himself from confronting the Black Toad. In truth, he feared that he would be outmatched and end up on the receiving end of a lesson. Soon after, 2 teachers entered the room. Observing the students standing in neat rows, yet appearing fatigued, Yuhi Kurenai clapped her hands to capture their attention. "Everyone has been quite concerned about Sakura's situation for a long time. Now that it has been resolved, you may all head home. Our formal training will commence tomorrow." Upon hearing her words, the students shouldered their bags and left the classroom. On the way back, Hinata could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "Brother Liu, what did the teachers say to you when they called you out today? Are you more eager to know than they are?" Liu Yifei replied with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Hinata with keen interest. Hinata nodded shyly. "As long as it pertains to you, I wish to be the first to know. But if you prefer to keep it to yourself, I shall wait alongside everyone else for the outcome, regardless of the circumstances." "You can be certain that I will be the first to share with you," Liu Yifei assured her. He swallowed hard, aware that Hinata deserved to be informed first. He longed to remain by her side, yet he understood that accepting this mission might prevent him from spending every day with her. Liu Yifei was genuinely apprehensive about Hinata's potential displeasure. Contemplating this, he felt increasingly uneasy. Observing Liu Yifei's agitation, Hinata became concerned and asked, "Liu Onizen, what exactly is the matter? Is it something unpleasant?" "Well, to some extent, yes," he replied. 2 instructors have invited me to alternately assess your group's task completion. This means that starting tomorrow, I will be observing Class 7 for a few days, and then it will be your turn. Essentially, I will serve as a judge, responsible for evaluating your performance and fulfilling the tasks." After offering this brief explanation, Liu Yifei immediately turned away, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Hinata's reaction. Hinata remained silent for a considerable time, lost in her thoughts, leaving one to wonder what was occupying her mind. Liu Yifei felt increasingly anxious as he waited and could not help but ask, "Hinata, are you feeling sad? Is it because you think I cannot be by your side every day that you are unhappy?" "No, not at all. If you could truly take on the role of an observer, I would be very pleased. It's just that I believe you need to assist the teachers. And without your company while I complete my tasks, I might feel a bit out of sorts." Hinata expressed her thoughts with a hint of melancholy. Wasn't Liu Yifei also feeling a sense of discomfort? He longed to be by Hinata's side each day, witnessing her growth and burgeoning strength. Yet, he recognized that some experiences must be faced by Hinata independently, otherwise, she would never truly evolve. Hinata ought to become accustomed to navigating challenges with her companions alone. Reflecting on this, Liu Yifei couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. "You have never been a sheltered butterfly of the Hyuga clan. You are a free eagle. You should learn to thrive without my constant presence. Besides, I will return in just 2 days." "All right, I will wait for Brother Liu, and I want he feels sad." Hinata replied, her spirits lifting as she understood his intention. She realized that she could not cling to Liu Yifei forever, as he had said. She must cultivate strength and independence, while he needed ample time to broaden his horizons instead of always remaining by her side. With this thought, Hinata no longer felt weighed down. Seeing her newfound clarity brought joy to Liu Yifei. "Then it is settled. You must rest well tonight." aiming to be in excellent condition to complete our tasks tomorrow. Okay. Hinata cheerfully agreed. Under the setting sun, the duo, a young man and a toad, strolled along the path, exuding an indescribable harmony. The following day, Louis Fei, brimming with energy, roused Hinata for school. As today marked the commencement of the 7th team's mission, he reluctantly waved goodbye to Hinata before entering their classroom. Upon his arrival, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. All right, everyone is here. Let us commence the real mission. The real mission? Louis Fei squinted at Kakashi's serious demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Little did they know how much he wished to reveal to Naruto and the others what Kakashi's assignment truly entailed. However, he dared not spoil the surprise, as it would be a grave offense. Noticing Louis Fei's peculiar expression, Kakashi suddenly felt an unease, as if Louis Fei could effortlessly see through certain matters, causing a chill to creep into his heart. Clearing his throat, Kakashi glanced at his 3 bewildered students. Do any of you have objections? None at all. Let us get started with the mission. We can hardly wait. Naruto exclaimed earnestly as he rolled up his sleeves. Satisfied with his response, Kakashi nodded. Then let us proceed. Thus, a toad accompanied the 4 of them as they left the school in a grand procession. Upon reaching a desolate area, Naruto eagerly inquired, "What is the mission?" "Please tell us, teacher. Given the significance of this task, it must surely be perilous. Why are you so excited?" Louis Fei feigned seriousness, attempting to spook Naruto. Before he could respond, Sakura, feeling apprehensive, interjected, "Toad, do you know what this mission entails? Can you give us a hint? Want me to divulge the details of the mission? Very well, you must all call me Brother Lou first." Louis Fei detested being called Toad, as it made him feel as though he were an ugly frog himself. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances before simultaneously calling out, "Brother Lou." Hearing their earnest address, Louis Fei smiled with satisfaction. "That's much better, but I truly cannot reveal too much. I can only tell you that Kakashi-sensei's missions entail life-threatening risks. However, if you succeed, your abilities will greatly enhance." At this, Sasuke suddenly lifted his gaze, intently scrutinizing Louis Fei as if seeking confirmation of the truth in his words. Louis Fei clicked his tongue twice and sauntered in front of Sasuke, assuring him, "What I say is entirely true. You must remain vigilant." Haruno, Sakura, and Naruto nodded repeatedly, clenching their fists in anticipation of Kakashi's mission announcement. At that moment, Kakashi approached, observing the trio's spirited demeanor, and smiled contentedly. "It appears you are all prepared to undertake a new mission. Therefore, I hereby declare the mission officially commenced." "What kind of mission is it?" Sakura inquired, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Kakashi, nervously swallowing. Kakashi, with a mysterious smile, gestured toward the forest behind them. In that thicket lies a missing target, marked by the distinctive insignia of the Hokage. Your objective is to locate it and bring it back. That will constitute a successful mission. Is it really that simple? Naruto queried, scratching his head in disbelief as he stole a glance at Louis Fei. Louis Fei pursed his lips, his expression grave, as if to convey to Naruto that this task would not be an easy one. Naruto, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the challenge that lay ahead. Kakashi observed their exchange, a peculiar smile creeping upon his face. Sasuke, catching sight of Kakashi's smile, furrowed his brow in confusion, choosing to remain silent. The trio commenced their journey, making their way into the woods. As Louis Fei was tasked with reconnaissance, he trailed leisurely behind, occasionally pausing to admire the scenery, his boredom so profound that he felt he could doze off while walking. He considered this mission a sheer waste of time. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei glanced at Naruto beside him and said, "Hey, don't you find this tedious? Don't speak. We must remain focused on locating the target." Naruto promptly turned his head, anxiously silencing Louis Fei. Louis Fei took a deep breath, suddenly regretting having frightened Naruto and the others to such an extent. Now, it seemed that even Naruto, who was rarely at a loss for words, had fallen silent, rendering the atmosphere utterly dull. Louis Fei walked forward for a while, feeling rather uninspired, only to discover that Kakashi, who was at the forefront, suddenly halted his steps. Kakashi turned his head and, lowering his voice, said, "The target is nearby. Remain vigilant." After he spoke, the 3 classmates froze in place, anxiously scanning their surroundings, fearful of any lurking dangers. At that moment, Kakashi beckoned to Louis Fei, signaling him to follow as he prepared to leave the area, allowing the 3 classmates to proceed on their own. Louis Fei could only obediently follow Kakashi as they departed, settling beneath a nearby tree. Did you already know that this mission would be exceedingly simple, hence deliberately misleading Naruto and the others? Kakashi leaned against the tree, turning his head to regard Liu Yifei with a knowing smile. Liu Yifei did not anticipate that Kakashi would so effortlessly perceive his thoughts, and could only manage an embarrassed smile. Indeed, he hoped that his classmates would approach this task with the utmost seriousness. Isn't this a form of deception? I wonder how they would react if they discovered the true objective of the mission. Would they feel an urge to strike you? Kakashi stretched lazily, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Liu Yifei shrugged, questioning whether they could truly contend with him. After all, it was they who had approached him, and it was their own choice to place their trust in him. Thus, he felt no responsibility for the outcome. Kakashi, exasperated, shook his head, pondering how to deal with Liu Yifei's nonchalant demeanor. After a while, Sasuke and his companions gradually arrived at the location Kakashi had mentioned, hearing the sounds around them. Naruto felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Why can't I hear anything?" he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei leaned in with a look of amusement, eager to witness how Naruto and the others would resolve the situation. Sakura nodded in agreement, her voice trembling with fear. "I can't hear anything either. Where is our target now?" "Silence," Sasuke hissed, narrowing his eyes as he gestured for them to remain quiet. Naruto and Sakura nodded, quickly crouching behind their respective trees, intent on discovering what lay ahead. Moments later, a sudden rustling erupted from the nearby bushes. Naruto immediately pointed towards the foliage. "Shall we move?" Sasuke nodded, and the three of them dashed towards the underbrush with urgency. Suddenly, piercing the tense silence, came a distinct sound, meow. Liu Yifei's lips twitched as he turned to cast a glance at Kakashi, his expression silently conveying his awareness of the task Kakashi had orchestrated. "Ahem. This is also intended to hone their skills," Kakashi remarked, somewhat awkwardly, yet he remained convinced that his assignment was devoid of any faults. Naruto, gritting his teeth, pointed to the task objective nestled in the grass, exclaiming, "Is this truly the task assigned by Kakashi-sensei?" Indeed, the little cat bears his mark. I had anticipated a formidable adversary, not this mere creature. Sakura, on the verge of tears, found it difficult to accept the presence of the adorable kitten before her. They had all assumed their opponent would be formidable, which accounted for their cautious demeanor, only to discover that their efforts were directed towards a mere kitten. This was utterly absurd. Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent, evidently displeased. Observing their reactions, Liu Yifei couldn't help but glance at Kakashi with a hint of sympathy, sensing impending public outrage. "Do not forget, you deceived them earlier as well." Kakashi stepped forward, blocking Liu Yifei's attempt to depart. Liu Yifei took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he watched Naruto and his companions approach with an imposing demeanor. Indeed, Naruto swiftly closed the distance, brandishing a cat in his hand. "Is this the objective of our mission? Congratulations on assisting the elderly woman from the west side of the village and finding her lost kitten." Kakashi feigned ignorance to their simmering anger, instead opting to applaud them encouragingly. Upon hearing this, Sakura could not contain herself and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Teacher, what kind of mission is this? We toiled all morning, enduring such tension, merely to locate a cat? This hardly constitutes a mission." Naruto echoed her sentiments, expressing his dissatisfaction. Kakashi paused, glancing awkwardly at Liu Yifei, seemingly at a loss for how to gracefully navigate the situation. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, Liu Yifei could only step forward to clarify, "Please, do not be overly agitated. This matter, in fact, holds considerable value for you. It serves to awaken your awareness that aiding others is indeed a noble endeavor, is it not? What kind of task is this that revolves around helping others? We are all aware that assisting others is commendable, yet it should not be trivialized into a training exercise. It is far too simplistic. Did you not previously inform us that this mission would be perilous and arduous? Why would you deceive us?" Naruto immediately retorted, glaring fiercely at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei felt a twinge of guilt, for it was he who had deliberately uttered such words to instigate a sense of urgency among everyone. With a mischievous grin, he clarified, "I honestly had no idea what the task entailed. I merely intended to heighten your alertness to ensure the task was completed with diligence. Who could have anticipated that it would be so straightforward? Is that so? Were you not conspiring with Kakashi-sensei to deceive us?" questioned Haruno Sakura, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Liu Yifei with skepticism. Liu Yifei sincerely shook his head, insisting, "No, I am not deceiving you. It is merely a task. What I express to you are my own thoughts. Moreover, it is prudent for you to remain vigilant regardless of the tasks you undertake. And this is indeed a positive aspect." Upon hearing Liu Yifei's words, the three individuals exchanged glances, at a loss for words to counter his statement. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Kakashi, unable to tolerate the tension any longer, stepped forward and cleared his throat, saying, "There is a reason behind the teacher's arrangement of this task. Let us proceed with another training session and not dwell on this matter." Upon hearing the mention of training, Naruto's earlier indignation vanished in an instant. What training? Louis Fei observed their eager expressions, remaining silent. He understood that Naruto and Sasuke yearned for strength. Yet such transformation could not be achieved overnight. The three classmates still had much to refine. Climbing trees, Kakashi solemnly uttered those two words. Louis Fei's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he turned to gaze at Kakashi in astonishment, taken aback by the nature of the training he had just proposed. Naruto, who had been filled with anticipation moments ago, instantly erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "What kind of training is this? We've been climbing trees since childhood." Kakashi, however, maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, but your speed is still insufficient. In the face of danger, relying on tree climbing for self-preservation is simply not viable. Therefore, today, I shall focus on enhancing your tree climbing speed." His expression remained earnest, as if he were entirely oblivious to any absurdity in his words. Louis Fei took a deep breath, noticing that everyone was nearing their limit of patience, and he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He understood that if Kakashi continued speaking in such a manner, it would undoubtedly provoke public outrage. At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly stepped forward and said calmly, "We do not need to climb trees. Our speed is already sufficient. If you are not as fast as I am, how can you claim to be fast enough? Enough talk. Quickly take your positions under the tree, for I am about to assess your speed." Without further ado, Kakashi commanded them to take their places. Louis Fei quietly observed from the side, recognizing that Kakashi's training methods, while not entirely ineffective, did not fulfill the genuine desires of his classmates for authentic missions and rigorous training. If this continued, Naruto would undoubtedly be the first to express his dissatisfaction. As Kakashi gave the command, the three students swiftly ascended the trees. Yawning, Louis Fei lazily wandered over to a large tree, settled down, and began to rest. He understood that today's training would likely follow this pattern, leaving little to observe, so he decided to indulge in a refreshing nap instead. Louis Fei leaned against the tree, gradually closing his eyes. When he awoke, he was astonished to find Naruto and the others still climbing the tree, his bulging eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be? After an entire day, you are still climbing trees? Louis Fei could hardly fathom what he was witnessing. Has Kakashi lost his mind? While such relentless training might enhance their speed in tree climbing, persisting in this manner would undoubtedly lead everyone to their breaking point. Louis Fei found himself increasingly perplexed, questioning the efficacy of Kakashi's actions. He feared that this approach would only leave everyone more bewildered about how to proceed. Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Naruto grit his teeth and ascended the tree, muttering resentfully, "What on earth is Kakashi-sensei planning? Forcing us to climb like this feels less like training and more like punishment. What did you say? Climb a few more trees." Kakashi, with keen ears, caught Naruto's complaint and promptly imposed a minor penalty. Despite his dissatisfaction, Naruto had no choice but to obediently silence himself and focus on climbing the tree properly. Louis Fei shook his head listlessly. As dusk approached, he walked over to Kakashi and remarked, "I believe our training is nearly complete and there's little left to observe. Perhaps I should return. Hinata is still waiting for me at school." Kakashi turned his head, gazing intently at Louis Fei, and inquired seriously, "What are your thoughts on the student's performance today?" Louis Fei anticipated that Kakashi would pose such a question and replied straightforwardly, "I believe there isn't a significant issue. Although they may feel dissatisfied, they are diligently fulfilling their tasks and training. Perhaps we should assign them some challenging tasks tomorrow." Kakashi scoffed softly, observing his three students, pondering what thoughts occupied their minds. Louis Fei shrugged nonchalantly, "Yet if you continue down this path, Naruto's temper will surely prevent him from training so obediently." After uttering these words, he waved his hand and strode away with an air of confidence. Louis Fei had been thinking about Hinata, whom he had not seen for a day, and thus hurriedly made his way to school. Upon arriving, he spotted Hinata standing with two classmates and stealthily approached her. It seemed she sensed his presence, for she suddenly turned her head and caught sight of Louis Fei inching closer. With a gentle smile, she said, "Lugu, why didn't you wait for me to finish school before coming over? Has the training for Class 7 concluded?" "Well, it has, in a manner of speaking. We merely completed some trivial tasks, which is why I came to find you. What did you learn today?" Louis Fei leisurely stood beside her, curious about the whereabouts of Yuhi Kurenai. Before Hinata could respond, Inuzuka Kiba eagerly interjected, "Teacher Kurenai has already left. She made us stand still here, imagining ourselves as trees, until the sun sets before we could return. Then you are not the most unfortunate and bored of all," Louis Fei remarked, feeling a wave of sympathy for Naruto and the others. Standing still was certainly far easier than climbing trees. By the time Naruto and his companions finished their training, their legs would likely be trembling. Hinata's eyes widened with curiosity. "Lu Gu, since you spent the entire day with Class 7, do you know what their training involved? Please tell us about it. Do you truly wish to know?" Louis Fei smiled, captivated by their eager expressions, suddenly feeling a sense of what it was like to be a teacher. Louis Fei still recalls the times he was often dragged back by his teachers from the internet CF, a period when he harbored a deep disdain for them. Yet now, having experienced the essence of being a teacher himself, he finds the sensation utterly delightful. The three nodded in agreement, and Hinata smiled as she remarked, "Surely this can be shared? It's not classified information. Revealing their training tasks would certainly enlighten us all." Louis Fei could hardly tolerate Hinata's tone of playful coaxing. He promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall speak." The eyes of Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino instantly sparkled with anticipation as they eagerly gazed at Louis Fei. Eager to learn about the circumstances of Team 7, Louis Fei leisurely approached the three individuals and remarked, "Their task is not particularly simple, yet it is rather tedious. It involves assisting the elderly woman at the west end of the village in locating her missing cat, followed by an afternoon of tree climbing drills under Kakashi Sensei's instruction. Catching cats and climbing trees? What peculiar training activities are these? How utterly dull." Inuzuka Kiba immediately expressed his thoughts. Louis Fei nodded in agreement, expressing his own boredom, which led him to take a nap. Upon awakening, he observed Naruto and his companions still struggling to ascend the tree, their bodies drenched. Noticing Hinata's furrowed brow, he inquired, "What troubles you? You appear rather discontent." Hinata softly voiced her concerns. "I fear that our training outcomes may not measure up to Naruto and the others. Their regimen, though seemingly simple, has indeed enhanced their stamina and speed, while we have yet to learn anything on our first day." Understanding her worries, Louis Fei empathized, recognizing that their classmates harbored a competitive spirit and a desire for substantial training. After contemplating for a moment, he reassured her, "Do not fret, regardless of the circumstances. Both instructors have distinct training plans. Furthermore, you have yet to engage in formal training. Indeed, I am quite eager to witness what the structured training will entail," Hinata affirmed, her demeanor brightening once again. Observing their alleviated concerns, Louis Fei settled onto the grass, encouraging, "Complete your tasks diligently. I shall await your return. Though teacher Yuhi Kurenai has departed, she undoubtedly has means of keeping an eye on you. Persevere." "I will. I do not feel tired at all, especially with you here." "Brother Lu," Hinata declared, standing resolutely as if determined to accomplish her tasks. Witnessing her steadfastness, Louis Fei felt a surge of relief. "Very well. Remain here and I shall watch over you." Hinata nodded, flashing him an adorable smile. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, Louis Fei stifled a yawn, engaging in casual conversation with the trio, making the passage of time more bearable. Eventually, as the sun hovered just above the horizon, Louis Fei squinted, urging, "Hold on. There is but a little time remaining. My legs have gone numb, but thankfully, we are close to completing the task," Hinata remarked, her excitement evident as she gazed towards the sun. When the final rays of sunlight vanished behind the clouds, Louis Fei rose, exclaiming, "Congratulations on completing your task. Wonderful. We have finally finished all our assignments," Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, visibly exhausted. Hinata also sat down, rubbing her calves with a smile. "Brother Lu, my legs are trembling and feel quite stiff, yet we persevered, and I am truly delighted. Allow me to massage them for you. You must be worn out." Louis Fei offered, squatting down to tend to Hinata's legs. She accepted his help gratefully, reclining comfortably on the grass. Observing this interaction, Kiba couldn't help but comment, "Hinata, I envy you for having such a powerful and obedient summoning beast. Envy won't change anything, but I can assist you with a leg massage if you'd like." Louis Fei replied with a peculiar grin, raising his hand theatrically. Kiba, sensing a twinge of apprehension, quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no, I think I'll pass." Louis Fei chuckled softly and continued to assist Hinata by massaging her legs. In his heart, he never considered himself merely a summoning beast. Rather, he willingly embraced that role solely for Hinata. However, Louis Fei did not wish for others to perceive him as just an exceptional and obedient summoning beast. devoid of any other captivating qualities. Hinata, feeling comfortable, closed her eyes and after a while sat up, exclaiming, "I no longer feel any discomfort. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Let's head back. You've had a tiring day, and it's essential to rest well," Lu Yifei replied with a grin, gently patting her shoulder. Hinata nodded obediently and followed Lu Yifei as they departed. On the grass, Inuzuka Kiba observed Hinata perched upon Lu Yifei's frog-like head. His eyes filled with envy. Their bond seemed so strong. He mused, "How I wish I could have a summoning beast like that." "Stop daydreaming and go home to rest properly," Yamanaka Ino remarked, playfully patting his shoulder before leisurely making her exit. Realizing Yamanaka Ino's subtle mockery, Kiba took a deep breath and said nothing as he followed suit. As Hinata accompanied Lu Yifei home, she reflected on the day's events and could not help but ask, "Brother Lu, will you still observe Naruto and the others on their missions tomorrow?" "Yes, Kakashi is likely to assign new tasks tomorrow, and I must see it for myself. However, I believe he will still assign some minor tasks," Lu Yifei mused, recalling Kakashi's peculiar smile, anticipating that tomorrow would mirror today. Kakashi was not the type to quickly acclimate his students to genuine missions. Perhaps the trivial training would persist for a few more days. Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Lu Yifei's words. "I was hoping you would stay by my side. Since you must attend to missions tomorrow, let us forget my wishes. Do not fret. Once Kakashi assigns real missions, I will return to train with you. At least I can still pick you up from school every day," Lu Yifei reassured her with a smile, wanting to lift her spirits. Hinata nodded, remaining silent thereafter. Upon arriving home, she washed up and prepared for bed. Lu Yifei understood that she was too fatigued during the day, so he refrained from disturbing her and returned to his own residence to prepare for sleep. The following day, Lu Yifei awoke early, picked up Hinata, and took her to school before heading off to observe the situation in Class 7. As Lu Yifei approached the classroom door, he was struck by an unusual silence within. Naruto and the others were seated quietly, not a word exchanged among them. Observing their demeanor, Lu Yifei inquired curiously, "What is the matter? Have you all been quarreling?" Typically, Naruto was quite loquacious, and at this hour, Lu Yifei would have expected to hear the familiar chatter of his friend upon entering the classroom. However, the stillness today was decidedly unsettling. Responding to Lu Yifei's question, Naruto turned his head wearily, his energy evidently depleted. "We haven't been fighting," he murmured. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Lu Yifei asked, astonished by the exhaustion etched on Naruto's face, struggling to reconcile this lifeless version of his friend with the vibrant Naruto he knew. Naruto nodded vaguely, then shook his head. "Is something the matter?" he queried. "No, but what has happened to you all?" Lu Yifei pressed on, incredulity coloring his tone. "After I left yesterday, you didn't spend the entire time climbing trees, did you? Is that why you're also fatigued?" Lu Yifei continued to regard them with astonishment, clearly unsettled by their lack of vitality. Lu Yifei could not comprehend what Kakashi had tasked these children with, as they appeared utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. At that moment, Kakashi entered the classroom, interrupting Lu Yifei's erratic speculations. Upon witnessing his entrance, Lu Yifei promptly inquired, "What have you done to these students? Look at their appearances." Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing much. They've merely been practicing tree climbing. Their stamina simply cannot keep pace, resulting in their fatigue. However, today presents a new challenge, and regardless of your exhaustion, you must persevere." He scrutinized the three students, displaying not the slightest concern for their plight. Lu Yifei's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Are you serious? Given their current state, can they continue training? I fear they may lack the strength." "Is that so? Do you truly have no strength left?" Kakashi fixed his gaze intently on the trio, his expression somewhat grave, observing his seemingly irate demeanor. Lu Yifei found himself perplexed about Kakashi's intentions and could only stand silently by. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly rose, his face devoid of expression. "I can continue training without issue." "So can I. I want to train alongside Sasuke," Sakura exclaimed, hastily getting to her feet as well. She was determined not to appear incapable, fearing Sasuke's disdain. Witnessing Sakura's evident fatigue masked by her bravado, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head and turned his attention to Naruto, who was casting several glances at Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone. "Count me in. I want to train too. Even if I'm tired, I can persevere." Upon hearing this, Sasuke glanced back at Naruto, merely letting out a dismissive huff. Observing the trio brimming with determination, Lu Yifei clicked his tongue in admiration, then turned his gaze to Sasuke. "This is your allure, the ability to inspire an entire group to commit to their training resolutely. Truly remarkable." Sasuke paused, meeting Lu Yifei's meaningful gaze, then merely shrugged. Opting for silence, Kakashi stepped forward and inquired, "Are you all genuinely resolved to complete the tasks at hand? I assure you, the challenges I present will be more arduous than yesterday's." "Splendid. I shall rise to the challenge," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement and eagerness to tackle the tasks. Sasuke too clenched his fists, embodying the spirit of determination. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Lu Yifei couldn't decide whether to pity them or stifle a laugh. He knew Kakashi was quite serious. However, the tasks would likely remain unchanged, for that was quintessentially Kakashi's style. Kakashi smiled, satisfied, and declared, "Then, my students, follow me." Upon hearing this, Naruto bounced eagerly after him, visibly thrilled. In the forest, Naruto crossed his arms, glancing around. "Teacher, are we really starting training in this grove? What could possibly be so challenging? Are we going to have to climb trees again?" "Indeed, we can hardly manage that," Sakura replied, fearfully seated on the ground, dreading another tree-climbing exercise. Seeing their expressions, Lu Yifei suppressed a laugh, refraining from revealing his amusement. He understood that the upcoming tasks would likely provoke a strong reaction from his classmates, yet he felt it prudent to keep this knowledge to himself in the moment. Lu Yifei suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto and the others. Kakashi cleared his throat, observing their wary expressions, and quickly offered reassurance, "Do not be afraid. My dear students, I assure you, there will be no more tree-climbing exercises. This time, the task remains to locate a target. As for what that target may be, I cannot divulge, but I can assure you it is certainly not a cat. It is quite likely to be another creature." Lu Yifei gazed skyward, uttering this with a hint of jest. He was aware that if he continued to speak recklessly, it would surely incite their displeasure. So he opted instead for a moment of kindness, offering a gentle reminder. Whether or not Naruto and the others comprehended his words was their affair. Upon hearing this, Sakura Haruno waved her hand dismissively. "Huff, it cannot possibly be an animal. It's already the second day of training. There is no way there would still be any animals left. I trust Kakashi-sensei would not assign such a tedious task again." Kakashi coughed lightly, urging them, "So, you should hasten to search. I have marked the area." He waved his hand, appearing somewhat guilty. Hearing this, everyone promptly ventured deeper into the forest. Watching them leave without even a hint of suspicion, Lu Yifei couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a fleeting sympathy for the three youngsters for a brief moment. Noticing Lu Yifei's sympathetic gaze, Kakashi inquired, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing much," Lu Yifei replied. "I merely feel that they have been deceived by you once again. And it won't be as easy to fool them as it was yesterday. Good luck with that." He cast a more sympathetic glance at Kakashi. Given Naruto's boisterous nature, if he were to truly catch the target, it would undoubtedly lead to some uproar with Kakashi. Lu Yifei felt a subtle anticipation within him. Curious about the expressions on Naruto and the others' faces upon encountering their mission objective. With this thought, he rose and ventured deep into the forest. Before he could observe what everyone was engaged in, he heard a bark. To his surprise, it was not a dog but a cat. It seemed Kakashi had quite the challenge ahead. Lu Yifei nearly burst into laughter, astonished that Kakashi had assigned such a simple task. However, upon reflection, he understood Kakashi's reasoning. After all, Naruto and the others were not yet equipped to undertake significant missions, and this approach would allow them to gradually hone their skills and mature. Meanwhile, Naruto stood in a clearing, gritting his teeth as he glared at the dog before him. The fierce creature fixed its watchful gaze on Naruto, baring its fangs, ready to pounce if he dared to approach. Was he really expected to bring this dog back? It was far too large to transport. He had always been afraid of dogs. Haruno Sakura hid behind a tree, cautiously peeking out, too frightened to reveal herself. Sasuke, nearby, furrowed his brow, clearly uncertain whether this dog was an ordinary canine or a special summoning beast summoned by Kakashi for their training. At that moment, Naruto, hands on his hips, pointed aggressively at the dog and demanded, "What are you looking at? Turn around and let me see if you're the dog assigned to this mission." To his astonishment, the dog did not comply. Instead, it lunged toward Naruto with increased ferocity. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Naruto scrambled up a tree, trembling and too scared to descend. Why was this dog so fierce? It appeared truly terrifying. "Sasuke, do you have any ideas?" Naruto clung to the trunk, watching helplessly as the large dog barked furiously beneath him, his legs trembling with fear. Lu Yifei observed the scene from a distance but did not rush over. He understood that, given his current form, if he were to approach hastily, he would undoubtedly frighten the dog away. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. recalling who had boisterously claimed they could handle the dog. I thought this dog was just an ordinary one. Dogs are usually quite obedient, aren't they? Who could have known this one would be so unreasonable? If I hadn't fled swiftly, I would have lost a piece of flesh. Naruto retorted defiantly, anxiously fixated on the dog. He even feared that the creature might suddenly launch itself up a tree to bite him, which would spell doom for him. Sakura swallowed hard and couldn't resist glancing at Sasuke. We must devise a proper plan. Keeping Naruto perched on the tree is not a viable solution. If he exhausts his strength and falls, he could truly become the dog's meal. What else can we do? That dog is ferocious. Anyone who approaches will be bitten. Sasuke crossed his arms, his brow furrowed tightly, clearly at a loss. They could confront formidable ninjas openly. Yet they found themselves unable to face a rabid dog that could not distinguish friend from foe. Seeing their calm demeanor only fueled Naruto's frustration. I ask you, are you devising a plan to rescue me, or merely chatting? I have no time for your idle talk. I can barely hold on. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei looked up and indeed saw Naruto clinging to the tree trunk, slowly sliding down. Soon enough, he would be in danger of losing a chunk of flesh to the dog. Quickly, think of something. Sakura muttered repeatedly. Yet she remained uncertain about how to confront the vicious dog. Just as everyone found themselves in a stalemate, Louis Fei realized that they could not linger any longer. He stepped closer, ensuring that Sakura and Sasuke could hear him, and whispered, "Do not attempt to confront the dog with brute force. It can be resolved effortlessly through alternative means. Remain calm." Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, clearly puzzled by his suggestion. Louis Fei understood that he was merely an observer and could not directly guide them. Otherwise, even with the best intentions, their task would inevitably fail. In such a scenario, the three students would not experience any growth. Therefore, he could only offer a subtle reminder, prompting them to reflect on their course of action. Naruto strained to climb higher, exclaiming, "You all need to think of a solution. I really can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing this, Sakura Haruno nervously swallowed and replied, "Don't panic. We'll figure it out right away." Just as Sakura was at a loss, Sasuke suddenly had a moment of clarity and pointed to her small backpack. "Is there any food in your backpack?" "Yes." "What do you intend to do?" Sakura responded, nodding eagerly, yet puzzled about the necessity of food at that moment. Sasuke then gestured towards the dog. Observing Sasuke's actions, Louis Fei smiled with satisfaction, realizing that the situation was being resolved. Thankfully, Sasuke's quick thinking allowed the task to be successfully completed. Sakura stared at Sasuke's hand for a moment, then suddenly grasped his meaning. She hastily retrieved several pieces of sushi from her backpack. The menacing dog, fixated on Naruto, caught the scent and turned, slowly approaching Sakura. In a flurry, Tsunade turned to Sasuke and inquired, "What should we do now?" "Throw the food away to buy Naruto time to escape," Sasuke calmly instructed, his demeanor remarkably composed. Hearing this, Sakura nodded promptly and tossed a piece of sushi onto the ground nearby. The ravenous dog immediately lunged for the food. Meanwhile, Sakura waved at Naruto, urging, "Hurry and run. Climb the tree." Naruto nodded, realizing the urgency, and leaped onto the tree. At that moment, Sakura threw another piece of sushi further away. The dog, now entirely focused on the food, obediently followed the scent. Once the dog was sufficiently distracted, both Sakura and Sasuke climbed into the tree, securing a temporary safety. The three of them collectively exhaled in relief, yet a new dilemma emerged. How would they bring this ferocious dog before Kakashi-sensei? Breathing heavily, Naruto gazed at the dog and declared, "We need to find a way to knock it out or coax it to follow us." "It's impossible to coax it to follow us. Didn't you see how it chased after you to bite?" Sakura immediately countered, asserting that taming the dog was out of the question. Louis Fei nodded in agreement from the side. This ferocious dog was evidently summoned by Kakashi from some location, brought here through a unique method, with the intention of compelling Sasuke and the others to devise a solution. If they could not conquer this beast, their mission would remain forever unfulfilled. At that moment, Sasuke turned to Haruno Sakura and inquired, "How much food do you have left in your pocket?" "Not much," she replied. "There are 5 pieces of sushi. I didn't bring much, initially thinking we wouldn't complete today's task. If our teacher punishes us, I could sneak a bite." Sakura explained shyly, retrieving her small pouch to show them the contents. Sasuke nodded. "You will toss the food from the tree to lure the dog away. Naruto and I will stealthily approach and ambush it. We need to find something to knock the dog out cold." Naruto agreed, scanning their surroundings until his gaze fell upon a fallen branch. It was thick and sturdy, and with one good strike, the dog should be incapacitated. Sasuke, unusually, did not dispute Naruto's suggestion. He took the branch, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Naruto. The two descended the tree silently, inching closer to the ferocious dog from behind. Sakura, clutching the sushi, jumped onto the path closest to the dog and tossed down a piece. The dog devoured it eagerly, oblivious to the approaching figures behind it. As Sakura tossed the final piece of sushi, Naruto and Sasuke were already poised behind the dog. They exchanged a glance and raised their makeshift weapon, striking accurately at the dog's head. The beast let out a pitiful yelp and convulsed before collapsing, soon rendered unconscious. Observing the dog lying still, Naruto promptly discarded the branch and approached, kicking the dog forcefully. "This is what you get for trying to bite me. Do you recognize my strength now? Do you dare challenge me again? All right, don't get carried away. You weren't the only one who defeated the dog. We need to figure out how to bring it to Kakashi-sensei and complete our mission." Liu Yifei interjected, relieved, and urged everyone to act swiftly. Upon seeing Liu Yifei emerge, Sakura turned and smiled at him. "Thank you for suggesting that plan earlier. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for how to deal with the dog. It's no trouble. It's your cleverness that brought about the solution. Next time, remember to engage your minds more." Liu Yifei humbly waved his hand, downplaying their praise. At that moment, Naruto interrupted, "Let us not dwell on that. We should think of a way to carry this dog. It's so large and heavy. Dragging it to Kakashi-sensei would exhaust us. Regardless of how tiring it may be, we must carry it. What other options do you have?" Liu Yifei observed them with a hint of amusement. The sight of these three attempting to transport a dog would indeed be quite comical. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly grinned at him. "Liu, you're quite strong. Why don't you just balance the dog on your head and lead us back? You overestimate my capabilities. My head is only meant for Hinata to sit upon. I can't manage a dog. Hurry and carry it back, or we'll exceed the task's time limit," Liu Yifei said, glancing at the sky to remind them of their deadline. Upon hearing this, Naruto scratched his nose and fell silent. Accepting his fate, he grasped the dog's hind legs. "I'm strong, so you two lift the front." Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio staggered off, carrying the dog. By the time they reached Kakashi, they were panting heavily, while Liu Yifei strolled leisurely behind them, a stark contrast to their exhaustion. Kakashi widened his eyes in surprise. "I didn't expect you to resolve this ferocious dog so quickly. I thought you'd be battling it for 3 days and nights. Did you underestimate us, sensei? This dog was relatively easy to handle. We just didn't anticipate that it would be a dog-related task. Your assignments are rather peculiar," Sakura remarked, brushing the dog's fur off her hands as they dropped the beast onto the ground. Seeing the dog motionless, evidently knocked out, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. "Well, you've completed this task. Is there another task for today? Are we heading back now?" Sakura asked, puzzled by Kakashi's prompt declaration of task completion. Kakashi nodded, confirming there were no further tasks. "Let us go. We'll resume training tomorrow." As everyone started to move forward, Naruto suddenly halted and exclaimed, "Wait." His unexpected shout startled everyone, prompting Kakashi to turn back. "What's the matter? Do you have something to say?" "Of course I do. Yesterday's task involved a cat, and today it's a dog. What awaits us tomorrow? We don't want to undertake such tasks anymore. What do you think, Sasuke?" After speaking, Naruto turned to Sasuke. Sasuke pursed his lips, expressionless as he glanced at Kakashi, slowly nodding in agreement. Liu Yifei understood that both of them yearned to undertake thrilling and challenging missions. Thus, it was inevitable that they would feel a sense of dissatisfaction upon completing such tasks. Kakashi turned his head, regarding them with a bemused expression. "Oh, you do not wish to carry out such missions. Then what exactly do you desire?" "We seek more challenging tasks, perhaps something of a higher caliber?" Naruto scratched his tousled blonde hair, articulating his discontent with fervor. He had always aspired to engage in high-difficulty missions or combat tasks, believing that such experiences would enhance his abilities. Kakashi scoffed, "Am I the teacher, or are you? All training decisions rest with the instructor. You must obediently execute the assigned tasks. Any grievances can only be addressed once your skills have genuinely improved. Is that understood? If we do not comprehend this, I find our efforts meaningless. Whether it's dealing with trivial matters or engaging in tree climbing drills, when will we ever learn to protect ourselves in real combat?" Naruto retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Seeing his demeanor, Sakura quickly patted him on the shoulder. "Do not say such things. We should simply follow whatever tasks our teacher assigns us. With hard work, more challenging missions will await us in the future. Kakashi-sensei has never intended to train us seriously. If he truly wished for us to improve, he would not assign us such mundane tasks." Sakura, if we continue with these assignments, our skills will remain stagnant. For the first time, Naruto countered Sakura's words, visibly upset. Sakura, feeling helpless, turned to glance at Sasuke, who remained expressionless, silently observing Kakashi without uttering a word. At this juncture, Louis Fei could no longer tolerate the situation and interjected, "Enough of this futile chatter. Let us proceed with our current tasks. Kakashi-sensei has his reasons for training you in this manner." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Sakura promptly agreed, eager to quell the escalating tension. Observing their attempts to persuade him, Naruto plopped down onto the ground. "Regardless, I refuse to engage in such tedious tasks. They are utterly devoid of challenge. I doubt the students of Class 8 are subjected to such drudgery. Class 8 is much the same. Just yesterday, Irika-sensei had all students stand motionless until sunset. Do you think there is any distinction between that and the task you completed yesterday? Everyone endures similar training, and the instructors have their own strategies." Louis Fei quickly rebutted, feeling a headache coming on as he watched Naruto's stubborn and defiant expression. Once Naruto set his mind on something, he was not easily swayed. His insistence on causing a scene stemmed from a desire for Kakashi to assign them exceedingly difficult tasks. However, Kakashi undoubtedly had his own training agenda. It was improbable that he would alter his plans solely due to Naruto's dissatisfaction. It seemed unlikely that this matter would be resolved today. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei stepped forward to Naruto, extending a hand toward him. "Come back with us now. Let us train for a while. I am confident that Kakashi-sensei will eventually assign you more challenging tasks. But at this moment, it is unrealistic to expect you to undertake high-difficulty missions." "How long have you been enrolled?" Upon hearing Louis Fei's words, Naruto remained furrowed in thought. He stubbornly glared at Kakashi. "That does not justify these trivial tasks. They are utterly useless and merely waste our time. I will continue to assign you tasks suited to your current abilities, whether you like it or not. Now, hurry back with me." Kakashi dismissed Naruto's protests and departed without a backward glance. Seeing Kakashi walk away, Sakura hastily followed suit. After a brief pause, Sasuke also turned to leave. Only Naruto remained seated on the grass, staring defiantly at Louis Fei. Louis Fei gave a light cough, approached, and gently patted his shoulder. "Do not be upset. Let us proceed. It is imperative to follow orders and complete the task at hand." "You go ahead. Do not mind me," he replied. Naruto, in a fit of anger, shrugged off his hand, unwilling to entertain such futile discussions. Louis Fei understood that Naruto was currently in a fit of anger, and could only sigh and take his leave. He was aware of the events that would unfold next and was not particularly concerned that Naruto would harbor dissatisfaction towards Kakashi. Louis Fei swayed slightly as he exited the training forest and returned to school. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Hinata had finished her day's tasks and was seated. So he approached her with a smile. "How did your tasks go today?" "Quite well," she replied. "We didn't engage in training. We merely listened to the teacher discuss some skills and assignments." "How about your class, Luigi? Did the 7th squad manage their tasks smoothly?" Hinata beamed with a bright smile. "Very smoothly. They all completed their assignments. Both your class and mine performed exceptionally well," Louis Fei affirmed with a nod as he took a seat beside Hinata. As the narrative unfolded, he realized that it was highly likely he would soon embark on a mission with Kakashi and the others, possibly not seeing Hinata for 2 days. Observing the pensive expression on Louis Fei's face, Hinata couldn't help but feel curious. "What is troubling you? Is there something weighing heavily on your mind?" She had a remarkable ability to effortlessly detect when something was amiss with him. Louis Fei, wishing to spare Hinata any worry, chose not to elaborate and simply accompanied her home as he usually did. The following day, Louis Fei arrived early in the forest, where he found Naruto and the others already assembled, awaiting Kakashi for a new round of training. Upon noticing Louis Fei's arrival, Naruto merely averted his gaze and nodded slightly, his demeanor reflecting a palpable sense of discontent. Louis Fei discreetly winked at Haruno Sakura. What was troubling him? It was none other than the task assigned by Kakashi-sensei. Since yesterday, he had been in such a somber mood. If Kakashi were to assign a similar task today, one could only wonder how Naruto would react. Haruno Sakura shrugged her shoulders, casting an exasperated glance at Naruto. After a while, Kakashi approached them, stating that since everyone was present, they might as well commence with today's task. "Kakashi-sensei, perhaps it would be best if you simply revealed the task for today," she suggested, glancing anxiously at Naruto. She was genuinely concerned that Naruto might become upset over the assignment and cause a significant uproar. Kakashi nodded, flipping open the task list. "For today's first task, we are to assist Granny Wong, who sells sushi in harvesting sweet potatoes. What? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his teeth, fixating his gaze on Kakashi. Unable to fathom what he had just heard, Kakashi affirmed, raising the task list for everyone to see, saying, "You may read it for yourselves." As Liu Yifei observed Naruto's astonished and furious demeanor, he preemptively seized the mission scroll. He feared that Naruto, upon glimpsing the assignments, would impulsively tear the scroll to shreds. After acquiring the scroll, Liu Yifei swiftly perused its contents, nearly choking on his own saliva. What manner of absurd tasks are these? Brother Liu, what exactly are the assignments? Speak them aloud. Naruto implored, his impatience palpable. The moment he caught sight of Liu Yifei's expression, an unsettling premonition gripped him. Fearing that they were indeed those trivial tasks once more, Liu Yifei coughed twice, stating that the tasks included digging sweet potatoes, climbing trees, and helping to watch over the home of the uncle who had gone out to work. And what else? Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Liu Yifei raised the mission book in his hand, exclaiming that it was empty. Must we endure such tedious tasks? We yearn for challenges of greater magnitude. Kakashi-sensei, are you deliberately toying with us? Naruto was nearly ready to leap from his anger, his wild yellow hair in a disarray. Observing his state, Liu Yifei promptly stepped back, eager to leave this mess for Kakashi to handle. After all, he was merely an observer in this affair. And it was certain that Naruto and the others would be displeased. Since it was Kakashi who had assigned the task, let him deal with it. Kakashi, clearly exasperated by Naruto's incessant chatter, remarked, "Do not forget, although I devised the mission, its level is determined by Hokage-sama. As new recruits, your ranks only allow for the most basic of tasks. Your complaints are futile." "Fine. Then I shall take this matter up with Hokage-sama," Naruto retorted, spinning angrily on his heel to leave. Witnessing his determination, Liu Yifei pointed at Naruto's retreating figure. "Wait, is he serious? Aren't you going to follow him?" "Naruto, do not be foolish. It would be pointless to seek Hokage-sama." Kakashi swiftly caught up to Naruto, grasping his collar. With his feet dangling in midair, Naruto flailed, shouting, "How would we know if we do not try? Let me go. I must speak with Hokage-sama." "Let him go," Liu Yifei interjected. "If he believes approaching Hokage-sama will yield results, so be it. After all, Hokage-sama will undoubtedly find a way to persuade him." Liu Yifei hurriedly moved to pull Naruto back. He understood that the anticipated drama was inevitable. Kakashi could not halt it, nor could he. Naruto crashed to the ground, defiantly glaring at Kakashi before sprinting back toward the village. Kakashi and Liu Yifei exchanged glances and followed suit. They arrived at Hokage-sama's residence, where they found Naruto passionately recounting recent events. "What kind of tasks are these? Even an intern would balk at such mind-numbingly dull assignments. I request that Hokage-sama assign us more challenging tasks," Naruto complained, seated on the ground in evident dissatisfaction. Seeing his demeanor, Hokage-sama's wrinkled face broke into a smile. "What sort of tasks do you desire?" "Anything but these monotonous assignments." Naruto gritted his teeth in response. Realizing the situation was escalating, Liu Yifei quietly stepped aside, sensing that someone was about to intervene. Under Naruto's persistent persuasion, Hokage-sama produced a mission scroll. "Understand this. Your abilities are merely that of a genin. You lack the qualifications for higher-level missions. Yet the tasks we are currently assigned are excessively simplistic. We possess the capability to undertake more demanding missions, not necessarily of a higher rank." Naruto continued to protest. One of Hokage-sama's attendants, visibly irritated, slammed a hand on the table, declaring, "These tasks, though easy, are designed to build your experience. Should you insist on undertaking more challenging missions, your skills must first be enhanced." Witnessing the attendant's brusque demeanor, Liu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy for Naruto. He stumbled forward, standing before them. "Naruto has a point. While these tasks may serve to accumulate experience, our abilities are not lacking, and we are fully capable of handling more demanding assignments. Why must discussions be so abrasive? And who might you be, you wretched frog? Utterly hideous." The attendant sneered at Liu Yifei. Naruto pointed at the attendant, indignantly exclaiming, "Hey, why are you insulting my brother Liu? We're discussing our tasks here, and you have no reason to call him ugly." It's fine. I do indeed have an unappealing appearance, yet I can still articulate my thoughts. Naruto's demands are not unreasonable. You could simply assign him some more challenging tasks." Liu Yifei quickly waved his hands, hoping to prevent Naruto from escalating the situation. Deep down, however, he felt a twinge of gratitude for Naruto's defense of him. The boy still had a sense of loyalty. The attendant huffed disdainfully, taking a step back and remaining silent. Hokage-sama scrutinized Liu Yifei, intrigued. You, frog, possess quite a perceptive nature. As a summoning beast, how could I lack perception? Liu Yifei internally rolled his eyes, finding Hokage-sama's remark superfluous. Hokage-sama awkwardly chuckled, explaining, the criteria for task levels are strictly based on ability standards. As you are all genin, you cannot undertake higher-level missions. However, since you seem to have objections, I shall assign you a task. What task? Is it one of a higher level? Naruto asked eagerly, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Hokage-sama nodded, elaborating, the missions you are currently performing are indeed low-level. Nevertheless, if you truly wish to undertake more challenging tasks, it is not impossible. Today, there is a C-rank mission that is yet to be assigned to any ninja. It shall be entrusted to you. What is the task? Please, tell us. Naruto rushed forward, eager to learn about this new assignment. Hokage-sama explained, you are to escort a certain Dazuna to the Land of Waves. This will be your inaugural C-rank mission, and should you accomplish it well, it will demonstrate that you possess the capability to handle tasks of this level. Dazuna? Who is that? Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. Seeing Naruto's ignorance, Liu Yifei shook his head in resignation. Dazuna, the renowned bridge builder from Japan. How could he not know this? Hokage-sama chose not to respond, instead clapping his hands. Suddenly, a door behind him swung open, revealing a figure whose scent of alcohol wafted through the air. A disheveled old man with a white beard stumbled forth, clutching a bottle, his cheeks flushed from intoxication. Naruto blinked in astonishment. Who is this drunken old man? You want us to escort him? The old man took another swig, squinting at the group. These little brats? Can they really escort me? What little brats? Why do you speak so rudely? Who exactly are you? Naruto stomped his foot, anger surging within him. Kakashi, shaking his head in exasperation, tapped Naruto's forehead. Is this how you address our charge? This is Dazuna, a renowned bridge builder. Ah, I see. Hello, sir. Sakura stepped forward politely to greet Dazuna. Dazuna nodded, surveying them with a skeptical gaze. Can these kids really handle my escort? You underestimate us. We are more than capable of ensuring your safety, Kakashi, as a Jainin, stated with some irritation. Liu Yifei observed from the side, unable to suppress a secret smile. Yet soon a wave of concern washed over him. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead during the escort mission to Dazna and couldn't help but worry for several of the team members. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared exceedingly excited, exclaiming, Great! We must swiftly embark on this mission. It is our very first task outside the village. With that, he urged, let us hurry and not waste any more time. Liu Yifei turned and ambled out. After stepping outside, he seemed to recall something and promptly turned back to the group. Could you all wait for me? I wish to meet someone. Let us convene at the village entrance. I know, Brother Liu wants to speak with Hinata, doesn't he? Sakura Haruno chimed in, her face alight with a cheerful smile directed at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, expressing uncertainty about how long the task would take to complete. He felt compelled to inform her, lest she wait for him anxiously upon her return home in the evening. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded in agreement and gestured for him to hasten on his way. Liu Yifei hurried to the school and saw Hinata sitting in the classroom, listening attentively to the teacher. He waved at her with urgency. Why hi Karinai, noticing Liu Yifei's apparent urgency, permitted Hinata to step outside. Hinata excitedly dashed to the door, observing Liu Yifei's expression that hinted he had something to convey. Unable to suppress a smile, she inquired, has the task for Class 7 been completed? Why have you come so early today? I have something to tell you. Today, I cannot accompany you home, and perhaps I won't return tomorrow either, as I must join my classmates from Class 7 on a mission. The duration of this task remains uncertain, Liu Yifei explained gently, raising his hand to affectionately ruffle Hinata's hair. Hinata's eyes widened, and her smile vanished. Why will you be gone for so long? This mission is quite challenging. We are tasked with escorting a very important individual to safety, which necessitates my presence. While I am away, I need you to focus on your responsibilities and take good care of yourself, understand? Liu Yifei anticipated Hinata's distress and quickly softened his tone to comfort her. He, too, was reluctant to be apart from Hinata for such an extended period, but the significance of this mission was paramount, especially as events had begun to deviate from their intended course during his time here. Liu Yifei was apprehensive about the unknown changes that might occur in his absence. Observing Liu Yifei's resolute determination to accompany him, Hinata felt a pang of sadness, yet obediently nodded in agreement. I understand. I will diligently complete the task on my own and await your return here. Please take care. I know, you need not worry. I shall take my leave now. They're all waiting for me. Lu Yifei replied with a smile before turning to depart. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he suddenly heard Hinata's voice calling out from behind. Brother Lu, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lu Yifei found himself at a loss for words, as if his surroundings were enveloped in pink bubbles. At that moment, Hinata emerged from the classroom and, noticing Lu Yifei's silly grin, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What's going on? What are you laughing about all by yourself?" "Nothing much. I'm off to carry out a mission. I'm not sure how long I'll be away. So I've asked the teacher to help look after Hinata for the next few days," Lu Yifei replied, snapping back to reality and quickly concealing his infatuated smile. Upon hearing this, Hinata nodded in understanding, then leaned in with curiosity, asking, "What kind of mission are you going on? I've never heard of a lower ninja being assigned a task that takes several days." "It's an escort mission, one that Naruto specifically requested from the Hokage. And it wasn't easy to obtain," Lu Yifei whispered, aware of the need for discretion regarding the details of the task. He understood that this mission was to be kept confidential, and divulging too much could lead to complications. Hinata nodded in comprehension, recognizing that if Lu Yifei had mentioned it was special, then it must indeed be significant, and she refrained from pressing further. Lu Yifei waved goodbye to her and turned to leave. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lu Yifei joined the others and set off together. The group departed the village in high spirits when Naruto suddenly turned around to glance at the village sign, exclaiming with excitement, "I've never left the village in my entire life. Today, I can finally do so. You have no idea how happy I am." "You've never left the village? During our last mission, weren't you assigned to a task outside?" Lu Yifei inquired with curiosity, surprised that Naruto had never ventured beyond the village despite his age. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Which mission are you referring to?" "It was the day after you all entered school. After completing your training, the teacher sent you out on a mission, and some classmates were assigned tasks outside the village. Didn't you go outside?" Lu Yifei patiently explained, continuing to walk alongside him. Naruto shook his head. "No, I only did missions within the village. A lot of my classmates went outside, and I had no idea. I really envy them." He spun around in place, gazing at the scenery beyond the village with palpable excitement. Seeing his joy, Lu Yifei couldn't help but smile as well. Once they truly had the ability to leave the village, they would become genuine ninjas. Lu Yifei waved his hand and smiled at Naruto, saying, "You mustn't be so excited. In truth, there is nothing particularly captivating outside the village. It is merely the same woods and streams as within. However, there are numerous ninjas out there, and many places I have yet to visit, which I find quite alluring." Naruto tilted his head, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree beyond the village. Kakashi scoffed lightly, observing Naruto's unguarded demeanor, and remarked, "Do not forget that not all ninjas are your allies. They may attack you for various reasons and motives. So do not trust other ninjas too easily. Do you understand? Why would they want to attack us? Aren't all ninjas good people?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at Kakashi's words. Kakashi shot him several incredulous glances. "Fool, have all the ninjas you've encountered been benevolent? Even those beside you may harbor ill intentions. Why should other ninjas be any different?" "But there are still many good ninjas," Naruto murmured softly. Observing Naruto's confusion, Lu Yifei realized that he was incapable of grasping Kakashi's meaning at that moment. Perhaps in time, as Naruto experienced more of the world, he would come to understand its true nature. With this thought, Lu Yifei ambled over to him and smiled. "Kakashi-sensei is advising you not to trust any ninja too readily. Besides, the ninjas outside are scattered across inconspicuous villages, and you won't encounter them easily." "I see. Then I'll just be cautious," Naruto nodded, plucking a blade of dogtail grass from the roadside and casually chewing on it while admiring the scenery. Just then, Tazuna, who was walking in the middle, suddenly cleared his throat and scrutinized Naruto. "You reckless little brat, are you truly my escorts? You seem utterly clueless and unreliable." "Why you? Who are you calling unreliable?" Naruto retorted, rushing up to Tazuna with his hands on his hips, ready to argue. Seeing this, Lu Yifei shook his head and stepped forward to place a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. All right. Whether you can safely escort him to the land of waves will take time to prove. Discussing it now is futile." "Right. Humph. I will show you that I am not weak. Although I may not know much now, I will learn more and more." Naruto stuck out his tongue at Tazuna, exuding an air of defiance. Lu Yifei gently squeezed his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from speaking so much. Upon catching Lu Yifei's gaze, Naruto scratched his head. ultimately choosing to remain silent. Kakashi observed the entire scene quietly from the side before breaking into a smile, realizing that Naruto was quite willing to heed the frog's advice. Really? I was unaware, Louis remarked with surprise, glancing at Naruto. It was at that moment he recognized that when Naruto had been quite angry earlier, he seemed open to Louis' suggestions and no longer held any grievances against Dasna. Naruto offered an awkward smile, stating, I merely think that what Brother Lu said makes a lot of sense. There's nothing particularly special about it, and I don't have to follow him blindly. Indeed. You are his teacher, so he should naturally listen to you the most, Louis concurred, aware that such a topic was exceedingly awkward for Naruto. Louis was quite willing to see Naruto heed some of his advice. However, a person with Naruto's disposition would never genuinely listen to another, as that would imply a degree of dependence on that individual. Naruto, being so resolute and independent, could never rely on anyone else. He is truly one of a kind, capable of bearing the weight of responsibility alone. At this moment, Dasna suddenly halted, questioning whether there might be dangers on the escort route. Are you beginning to feel fearful? He inquired. With us by your side, there is no need for concern. Kakashi cast him a fleeting glance, hardly paying his reaction any mind. Louis narrowed his eyes, constantly observing the demeanor of Dasna. He understood that the journey would not be tranquil, as many individuals who were meant to appear would inevitably do so. However, at this juncture, Dasna's reaction seemed somewhat peculiar, compelling him to remain vigilant. Naruto nodded in agreement, assuring him not to underestimate their capabilities. Having accepted this mission, they would undoubtedly ensure Dasna's safe return. Well, I shall await the outcome, Dasna murmured, after which he fell silent. The group continued their quiet trek for a while, when suddenly Louis felt an uncomfortable chill run down his spine. At that moment, the long-absent voice of the system resounded. Master, a dangerous individual approaches. Do you wish to transform? Should I ascertain the location? Upon hearing this, Louis halted in his tracks. He had anticipated that amidst this serene atmosphere, something extraordinary would transpire, yet he had not expected the system to issue such an alert so abruptly. No need, Louis replied swiftly, his gaze keenly scanning the surrounding woods, exhibiting a palpable caution. He was aware that two individuals lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike. Yet he was uncertain if they would make their move imminently. Louis stealthily approached Naruto from behind, observing him and Dasna. Moments later, a faint rustling sound indeed emanated from the treetops. Louis and Kakashi simultaneously halted, sensing an unusual aura. Louis fixed his gaze upon Kakashi, noticing that his left hand's index and middle fingers were pressed together, seemingly casting a spell. It appeared that Kakashi wished to conceal himself. Just as this thought crossed Louis' mind, two figures suddenly leapt from behind the tree above, launching a direct assault on Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. Both Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, their mouths agape in shock, as they witnessed two masked ninjas stab Kakashi fatally with sharp blades. Kakashi's body collapsed to the ground, gradually losing its breath. Naruto, pale with fear, and Sakura, her legs giving way, fell trembling to the earth. Observing their sheer terror, Louis cleared his throat and remarked, Kakashi-sensei has always been nagging and assigning you poor missions. Perhaps his demise is not such a misfortune after all. Luigi, what are you saying? Naruto turned in disbelief, unable to fathom that Louis could utter such words. From a nearby tree, a figure broke into a cold sweat. Sasuke stepped forward, furrowing his brow, and cautioned, you should remain vigilant of your surroundings. As Louis and Naruto simultaneously turned their heads, they beheld the two ninja brothers who had just attacked Louis, charging towards them with spiked iron chains in hand. Observing the ninjas barreling directly towards Naruto, Louis narrowed his eyes and swiftly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a resilient tongue that ensnared the chains and forcefully hurled them to the ground. Once he retracted his tongue, Louis felt a sharp sting, evidently from the barbs that had pierced him. He maintained a stoic facade, suppressing any expression of pain, and stepped forward with a fierce demeanor, declaring, you foul ninjas, clad like pugs, you shall not harm our Leaf Village ninjas. Louis was acutely aware of the repercussions that would ensue from their assault on Naruto. Having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to lend his assistance, albeit he would refrain from further involvement thereafter. The two brothers took a step back, exchanging apprehensive glances, hesitant to charge forward and engage them any longer. Observing their trepidation, Louis clicked his tongue softly and sauntered to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. The trio, still in a state of bewilderment from his earlier display of prowess, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation as he distanced himself from the fray. After Liu Yifei stepped aside, he observed the dazed expressions of the crowd and scoffed. "What are you staring at? I just intervened to assist you. Remember, I am merely here to observe. And you truly expect me to drive away these two ninjas? Well then, let us teach them a lesson today. In vengeance for Kakashi-sensei." Naruto gritted his teeth, stepping forward, ready to confront the enemy. However, witnessing his fearless demeanor, Liu Yifei felt a pang of anxiety. He recalled that during this skirmish, Naruto had already been poisoned. And although he had just intervened to shield Naruto, he was uncertain what means of defense Naruto still possessed. Moments later, the two ninjas exchanged glances and swiftly seized the chains on the ground, hurtling towards Naruto. Initially filled with resolve, Naruto was suddenly drenched in cold sweat at the sight of their advance, paralyzed with fear and unsure how to react. Observing Naruto's rigid stance, Liu Yifei frowned and turned to Sasuke, questioning, "Aren't you going to act?" Sasuke, taken aback by Liu Yifei's perceptiveness, shot him a glance before dashing forward without further hesitation. He had not anticipated that Liu Yifei could sense his intentions. Leaping into the air, Sasuke seized 3 sharp shurikens and expertly pinned the chains wielded by the two ninjas to a nearby tree. Following this, he sprang onto the taut chains and delivered precise kicks to the heads of both ninjas. They collapsed to the ground, remaining motionless for quite some time. Naruto trembled, marveling at the display of prowess. Sasuke let out a disdainful snort, dusting off his hands as he landed, glancing at Naruto, who stood frozen in place. His eyes filled with contempt and derision. Noticing the disdain in Sasuke's gaze, Liu Yifei discreetly furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the two ninjas on the ground had regained their strength and were sprinting towards Dazna with utmost speed. Liu Yifei observed Haruno Sakura standing beside Dazna, simply crossing her arms with a gentle smile, doing nothing more. "Mr. Dazna, I am here to protect you," Haruno Sakura exclaimed, extending her hands and crossing them over her chest to shield Dazna's body. Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow slightly, observing her actions with a complex feeling stirring within him. Previously, witnessing such a scene was merely an experience on an unreachable screen, but now, standing amidst the moment of life and death, he truly felt a profound sense of shock. Even though Haruno Sakura possessed no remarkable abilities and her frail frame could not withstand Dazna, she still resolutely acted without hesitation. This epitomized the spirit of chakra, the essence of a ninja. As Liu Yifei contemplated this, 2 ninjas had already surged forward towards Haruno Sakura. Unfortunately, her petite stature rendered her vulnerable. One of the ninjas had accurately aimed his iron claw towards Dazna's head. "No, get away," Sasuke exclaimed as he dashed forward, positioning himself between Dazna and Haruno Sakura while urgently calling out, "Frog, lend a hand." "Me?" Liu Yifei was taken aback, pointing at himself, yet remained unmoved. Noticing Liu Yifei's apparent inaction, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Liu Yifei certainly did not intend to take action, as there was still one person yet to make a move. Indeed, just as the ninja's iron claw was about to make contact with Dazna's face, a figure materialized from the nearby tree, swiftly descending and incapacitating the two ninjas in a mere flurry of blows. Kakashi, holding one of the ninjas, nodded towards them, inquiring if all was well. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, you're alive," Haruno Sakura exclaimed, a mixture of shock and joy evident on her face, though her expression remained rather rigid. Witnessing Sakura's frozen demeanor, Liu Yifei almost succumbed to laughter. He understood that she was genuinely frightened, to the extent that she could not control her facial expressions. Kakashi scoffed disdainfully, remarking that these two ninjas thought they could kill him. With his intervention, he would not grant them a chance to react, swiftly dispatching them instead. Swift dispatch? Sasuke's eyes widened, fixating on Kakashi's confident demeanor, as if something within him had been stirred. Observing his reaction, Kakashi chose not to comment further, simply binding the two ninjas to a tree. At that moment, Liu Yifei staggered over to Naruto, asking, "Hey, are you alright?" Approaching Naruto, he noticed that Naruto was gritting his teeth tightly, fixated on an object on the ground, remaining silent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei instantly comprehended what Naruto was thinking. He hurried over and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. Kakashi-sensei is fine now, and all crises have been averted." Oh, was it truly that simple? Kakashi suddenly approached from behind, standing before the two. Naruto lifted his gaze to meet Kakashi's eyes, sitting on the ground, drenched to the skin. At that moment, Kakashi chuckled lightly. In the previous encounter, the toad helped shield you once, Sasuke saved you once, and together with Sakura, they protected Tazuna. Yet what did you do? Did you remain motionless throughout? You've truly disappointed me. I'm not. Naruto was deeply affected by these words, staring wide-eyed for a long moment without responding. Observing his desolate expression, Louis Fei felt a pang of sympathy and immediately interjected, "He was frightened because he saw you fall, Kakashi-sensei." Your words. Louis Fei wished for Kakashi to temper his words, yet Kakashi spoke nothing but the truth. While everyone else was engaged in resistance and combat, only Naruto remained motionless. However, Louis Fei understood that Naruto was merely momentarily paralyzed by fear. After all, it was his first experience witnessing his teacher's demise from less than a meter away. Naruto yearned to fight and protect their mission's objective, but being a novice, he found himself utterly powerless. So what? He was frightened. Didn't he, Sasuke and Sakura, feel fear as well? Uselessness is simply that. There is no need to concoct excuses. His performance was undoubtedly the most abysmal of any student I have encountered. Kakashi continued his merciless reprimand, disregarding the growing redness of Naruto's face. Observing their exchange, Louis Fei realized that he should refrain from further comment and quietly retreated to the sidelines. At that moment, Sasuke approached, casting a cold glance at Naruto, branding him a coward. Louis Fei squinted his eyes, casting an irritable glance at them, yet he refrained from speaking up in Naruto's defense. Regardless of whether they were mere apprentice ninjas or seasoned shinobi, and irrespective of how many missions they had completed, it was unacceptable for someone like Naruto to simply stand idly by, awaiting assistance. If this time did not serve as a lesson for Naruto, it was likely that similar situations would recur in the future. Naruto lowered his head, desperate to articulate something, yet words eluded him. Observing his demeanor, Kakashi and Sasuke turned away in unison, choosing to disregard him. Naruto, with a countenance marked by complexity, kept his head down in silence, leaving others unsure of his thoughts. Louis Fei approached with concern and whispered, "Are you all right? Leave me alone. I wish to be by myself," Naruto replied, turning his head and disregarding him. Louis Fei understood that Naruto was currently filled with self-doubt and denial, yet this version of Naruto was not what Louis Fei wished to witness. Louis Fei unceremoniously extended his claw and firmly grasped Naruto's arm. "I know you are plagued by self-doubt, feeling as though you're insignificant. Yet, every endeavor has its first time. Your performance today does not dictate that you will not grow strong enough in the future. I am aware that you train diligently while others rest." "How do you know?" Naruto was taken aback, astonished that Louis Fei's words struck so deeply within him. He lifted his gaze to meet Louis Fei's, at a loss for words. Louis Fei smiled and continued, "Although the previous tasks were not actual combat, you have completed them exceptionally well. You are not as incapable as you believe. This upcoming mission is something you have yet to attempt, and I trust that this time, you will not merely watch your comrades face the enemy." His words prompted Kakashi and Sasuke to turn their heads, observing the gentle way in which a frog was encouraging Naruto. After a moment of silence, Naruto lifted his head and expressed his gratitude to Louis Fei, affirming, "Yes, I will perform admirably from now on and will not allow such situations to recur." This was the true Naruto, unshaken by any adversity. Louis Fei smiled, offering encouragement, feeling a sense of relief within. His earlier intervention had spared Naruto from injury, preventing a scenario in which Naruto might have succumbed to self-harm due to poisoning. However, he could not guarantee that other circumstances would not arise, hence he could only guide Naruto in this manner. Observing Louis Fei's encouragement towards Naruto, Kakashi remarked, "You truly are an extraordinary frog, capable of inspiring Naruto. Quite impressive." Louis Fei merely smiled modestly, refraining from further comments, when he noticed Naruto stealthily approaching Kakashi, appearing as though he had something to convey. Kakashi, leaning against the grand tree, leisurely surveyed his surroundings, deliberately ignoring Naruto. Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto awkwardly confessed, "I apologize, Kakashi-sensei, my performance was lacking just now. I assure you it will not happen again." Such assurances bore little weight. Should he encounter a similar situation in the future, amidst peril, no one would remind him of his vows. It was solely his responsibility to ensure he did not disappoint his teacher and comrades. Kakashi imparted this wisdom with earnest gravity. Naruto quickly nodded, solemnly affirming, "I will strive to fulfill my duties." Following this exchange, no one bore any animosity or disdain towards Naruto. At that moment, Kakashi shifted his gaze to Dasna, remarking, You have never informed us of the existence of such ninjas pursuing you. Dasna, feeling guilty, lowered his head and remained silent for an extended period, observing Dasna's demeanor. Lu Yifei reflected for a moment, finally grasping the entirety of Dasna's purpose for seeking their assistance. However, considering the unfolding narrative, Lu Yifei opted not to disclose certain revelations he possessed. Watching Dasna's downcast expression, Kakashi scoffed, "This does not fall within our escort obligations. You should have disclosed any potential threats prior to our departure. My students have barely managed to address this matter alongside me. What about the next incident?" Dasna continued to bow his head, unable to utter a single word. It was evident that Dasna was wrestling with something, yet he was not yet prepared to reveal everything. "Mr. Dasna, is there anything else you have yet to disclose to us?" Kakashi finally turned his head, fixing Dasna with a piercing gaze. Lu Yifei stood by like a mere spectator, observing the unfolding drama without uttering a word. Kakashi, noticing that Dasna had no intention of speaking, shifted his gaze back to Lu Yifei, scrutinizing him intently. Lu Yifei had never encountered such an intense gaze from Kakashi, prompting him to shift uncomfortably. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you interested in me?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's stern expression nearly faltered. He clenched his fists and cast a glance at Lu Yifei, inquiring, "Tell me, is there anything about you that I remain unaware of?" "What do you mean? What is going on with Brother Lu?" Haruno Sakura curiously interjected, clearly bewildered by the peculiar conversation unfolding between them. In response, Kakashi merely waved his hand, continuing to fixate on Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei cleared his throat uncomfortably, remarking, "Indeed, please refrain from uttering such nonsensical remarks in front of everyone." "Nonsensical remarks?" the toad retorted. "I actually have two inquiries for you." Kakashi stepped forward, approaching Lu Yifei directly. Observing his serious demeanor, Lu Yifei hastily took a step back, nervously saying, "Feel free to ask your questions, but why must you stand so close and wear such a frightening expression?" How could Lu Yifei possibly fail to anticipate what Kakashi was about to inquire? However, perhaps this was not the most opportune moment for questioning. The first query was posed. "When you sensed the ninja's attack on Naruto, why were you not the least bit surprised? Is it due to some prior foresight?" Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yifei, determined not to overlook any signs of peculiarity. Lu Yifei understood that if he were to display an expression as peculiar as that of Dasna, Kakashi would undoubtedly sense the anomaly. With this thought in mind, he quickly managed a smile and said, "Of course, I am aware that they would strike at Naruto in advance. When they appeared, Naruto was the closest to them. Isn't that rather predictable?" Kakashi continued to inquire, "Now, for the second question, why did you refrain from intervening when those two ninjas attacked Dasna, instead appearing as if you anticipated my intervention?" Behind him, Haruno Sakura and Naruto remained silent, their eyes filled with evident confusion, while Sasuke, much like Kakashi, gazed intently at him, as if he too had come to a realization. Lu Yifei paused momentarily, then smiled as he elaborated, "That is because I had discerned your use of illusion and doppelgangers lurking nearby, leading me to believe that you would undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, did we not agree that in the face of perilous situations, I could only observe from the sidelines and refrain from intervening? Assisting Naruto once has already constituted a breach of our pact." After uttering these words, Lu Yifei felt a wave of relief wash over him for his quick wit in fabricating such an explanation. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. "So, I ask, what is it that you still do not comprehend?" "The ability to see through my illusions, the foresight of my actions, and most notably, your utter lack of surprise regarding the subsequent maneuvers of a ninja," Kakashi remarked with a sardonic tone. Lu Yifei chuckled softly, gradually extending a finger. "Kakashi-sensei, you've now posed your third question, so I shall refrain from answering." He was keenly aware that Kakashi was harboring doubts. Otherwise, he would not have asked so many questions in succession. However, Lu Yifei found himself at a loss for words, for he could hardly admit that he was unperturbed due to his knowledge of the entire unfolding of events, could he? Lu Yifei contemplated that if he were to speak in such a manner, Kakashi would undoubtedly harbor even greater suspicions. "Oh, if you choose not to respond, I shall assume that you are unable to," Kakashi remarked with a cold smirk, casting a penetrating gaze upon him. Lu Yifei swallowed hard, choosing silence. At that moment, Naruto cautiously stepped forward and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, you don't doubt that Brother Lu is a good person, do you?" Kakashi replied, "Of course not. He hasn't committed any egregious acts. It's just that I've never encountered a toad with such extraordinary abilities before." Kakashi's gaze remained intently fixed upon Lu Yifei, scrutinizing his expressions and movements without relent. Lu Yifei's eyes darted about, seeking a way to deceive his adversaries, when he inadvertently noticed two ninjas beneath the tree stirring back to consciousness. What a fortuitous opportunity. Look, they are awake, he exclaimed, swiftly extending his claw-like hand to indicate the two ninjas not far away. The moment Kakashi observed the ninjas regaining awareness, he promptly approached them, diverting attention away from Liu Yifei. The group gathered before the two ninjas, and Kakashi squatted down, inquiring, "Now that you are awake, do you have any thoughts to share?" "Humph. We have failed our mission and did not eliminate Dazna. It is our own ineptitude," one of the ninjas replied fiercely, his gaze still fixed on Dazna with unyielding resentment. Dazna, unnerved by the intense glare, hurriedly retreated several steps, seeking refuge behind Sasuke. Kakashi chuckled lightly before continuing. "So your mission was indeed assassination. In that case, I have no choice but to send you on your way." With that, Kakashi acted swiftly, ending the lives of the two ninjas in an instant. Witnessing the transformation of two living beings into lifeless corpses left Naruto agape with astonishment. They just died like that? What did you expect? Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance, considering his question utterly superfluous. Naruto scratched his head, glancing once more at the ninja's remains. "I think if we asked them again, they might reveal something significant. You are overthinking it. These ninjas were dispatched from the land of waves for assassination. Upon completing their mission, they could return. Failure meant death. If I had not slain them, they would have taken their own lives," Kakashi explained matter-of-factly. His words left the group momentarily stunned. Naruto, still unable to grasp the situation, leaned in to ask further, why would they resort to suicide? Can they not return if they fail? These ninjas likely undertake assassination missions purely for monetary gain. Failure renders them useless. Returning home is tantamount to a death sentence. Dazna trembled, finally voicing his thoughts from behind. Liu Yifei shot a surprised glance at him, astonished that Dazna was aware of so many matters. Yet it was precisely because Dazna possessed such knowledge that he had employed a cunning method to compel their protection, was it not? Kakashi's keen gaze swept over Dazna, but he uttered not a word, continuing on their journey instead. The group nodded in agreement and pressed onward toward the land of waves. Along the way, Naruto stealthily approached Liu Yifei, hesitating as he looked at him. "Big brother Liu, what is the matter? If you have something to say, just say it instead of stammering." Liu Yifei tilted his head back, leisurely basking in the sun as he proceeded, unable to fathom Naruto's intentions. Naruto took a step forward, observing Liu Yifei's nonchalant demeanor, and whispered, "I also believe that what Kakashi-sensei suspects is quite valid. Why are you so formidable? And what of it if I am?" Liu Yifei retorted. "If you envy my prowess, then you should train diligently to enhance your own abilities, rather than dwelling on these nonsensical thoughts. Do you understand?" Liu Yifei pretended not to comprehend Naruto's words and embarked on a lengthy lecture. Naruto quickly shook his head. No. I truly think you're exceptionally powerful. It surpasses the capabilities of a summoning beast. Do you possess some extraordinary ability? Extraordinary ability? Have you been dreaming too much? Silence. Can we just focus on the journey? Liu Yifei extended a claw and mercilessly delivered a light smack to Naruto's head. Naruto yelped in surprise, clutching his head and inhaling sharply, deciding against voicing any more of such bewildering sentiments. As Liu Yifei was about to proceed further, he sensed a scrutinizing gaze from behind, unabashedly fixating upon him. Liu Yifei did not need to glance back to discern who was observing him, yet he refrained from doing so. For he understood that even if Kakashi were to gaze at him all day long, he would remain oblivious to the intricacies of his actions. The group continued their journey, and upon reaching the lakeside, they beheld, in the distance, faint silhouettes of structures. That was the land of waves. Once they crossed the lake, they would set foot on its territory. Dazna stepped forward, intently gazing at the distant edifices. Haruno Sakura exclaimed in delight, stepping forward. "So we will soon arrive in another country? How splendid." "Splendid? When we actually arrive, you may not feel so exhilarated," Kakashi remarked, casting a serious glance at Sakura. She, unable to comprehend Kakashi's implication, merely turned her back on him and made a face. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei observed the surroundings with earnestness, noting that the individuals at the lakeside resembled the boatmen from the previous narrative. However, he sensed an unsettling dissimilarity that lingered in the air. As Liu Yifei pondered, Kakashi approached the boatman and inquired, "Excuse me, could you take us to the land of waves?" No, you must not venture to the land of waves. It is perilous to cross from here. It would be wiser to seek an alternative route," the boatman replied, dismissing Kakashi's request with a wave of his hand. Kakashi was taken aback, evidently surprised by the outright refusal. He persisted, saying, "Why not engage in our business? I can offer more money. How much do you require?" It is not a matter of your payment. It is that those in the land of waves do not permit foreigners to cross. You are clearly not from around here. And no amount of money will change that. The boatman stubbornly refused, unwilling to entertain their words. Kakashi turned back to exchange a glance with Louis Fei. Louis Fei raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, refraining from expressing any opinion. He understood that once the fog descended, the driver would undoubtedly take them away. However, it was a clear sunny day, devoid of any mist. Even if they wished to proceed, they would have to wait. Just as Louis Fei pondered this, a sudden fog began to drift across the distant lake, enveloping everything in a dense shroud, obscuring the view of the far shore in a matter of moments. What could be happening? Louis Fei furrowed his brow as the peculiar sensation he had experienced earlier resurfaced. At that moment, the coachman suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "It has become foggy. I can secretly lead you across. Are you willing to depart now?" "Of course we are," Kakashi promptly replied, urging everyone to board the boat. By the time Dasna made his way aboard, the vessel was already filled to capacity, leaving Louis Fei standing alone on the shore. Observing Louis Fei's imposing figure, the coachman hesitated, remarking, "Surely this frog need not accompany us? He is far too large. The boat cannot possibly bear his weight." "No, he is vital. He must come along," Kakashi immediately countered, insisting that Louis Fei board the vessel. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei could not help but smile wryly. He understood that Kakashi would ensure his passage regardless, not only because they could not abandon any comrade, but also due to Kakashi's desire to ascertain the extent of Louis Fei's strength in the face of danger. The coachman was at a loss, stating, "You are already full. He cannot board." "It matters not. Is there not an empty boat over there?" Louis Fei noticed another vessel docked nearby and quickly approached it. The coachman instantly grew anxious, shouting, "No, no, that boat must not be disturbed." "Why not? Have you not anchored the boat here for public use? Is there an additional charge?" Kakashi questioned the coachman, perplexed by his vehement reaction. The coachman swallowed hard, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Because that boat is damaged. Thus, it cannot be moved. This is for your safety." Upon hearing this, Louis Fei frowned, unconvinced by the explanation. If the boat were indeed broken, it would not remain afloat, but would have been towed ashore to prevent others from mistakenly believing it was seaworthy. Yet, this vessel had lingered in the water, appearing anything but damaged. Concluding this line of thought, Louis Fei and Kakashi exchanged glances, both sensing that the coachman's reaction was rather suspicious. Louis Fei strolled over slowly, feigning ignorance as he offered a faint smile. "It's all right. If the boat is damaged, it can be repaired. Allow me to take a look at what is amiss." With that, he confidently approached the side of the vessel. Observing Louis Fei's approach, the boatmen abruptly leaped from their current boat, rushing anxiously to Louis Fei's side. "Do not touch it. I will think of another solution. Just keep your distance from this boat," the boatman exclaimed, extending his arm to block Louis Fei's way. Louis Fei squinted, increasingly sensing that something was amiss with the boatman. Such peculiar reactions must surely indicate that there were some unspeakable secrets aboard the vessel. With this thought in mind, Louis Fei focused intently on the activities of the boat, determined to uncover what was truly amiss. Just as he was observing the ripples in the water, he suddenly felt as if something beneath the surface was watching him. Louis Fei grew increasingly perplexed. Before he could ponder further, the ferryman waved his arm in front of him and said, "Well then, my friend will arrive shortly. You may take his boat." "All right," Louis Fei replied, stepping back and refraining from further observation. However, he had already ascertained that there was something beneath the boat, and it was alive. Louis Fei turned his head to gaze at Kakashi, exchanging a perilous glance. Kakashi's expression shifted abruptly, and he whispered, "Students, there is danger nearby. Exercise caution." "Huh? Danger? What sort of danger?" Haruno Sakura exclaimed, springing to her feet and scrutinizing the lake's surface, unable to discern any issues. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He never anticipated that Sakura would so thoughtlessly echo Kakashi's warning. Yet, he understood that Sakura was merely astonished and did not genuinely perceive any threat in their surroundings. With this thought in mind, he turned to observe the ferryman, only to find a peculiar expression on his face. Kakashi also rose, vigilantly scanning beneath the water, uncertain of when those concealed entities might suddenly emerge. Louis Fei cleared his throat and said, all right, why are you all so anxious? Since there will be someone to escort me away shortly, let us disembark and wait here for a while." He added, "Oh, they can leave first if you are pressed for time." The boatman hurried over to intervene. Observing his demeanor, Louis Fei became increasingly convinced that the boatman was aware of something hidden beneath the other vessel. Kakashi paid no heed to the boatman's words and directly pulled Haruno, Sakura, and the others off the boat. The four of them stood on the shore, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, encircling Dazna in the center. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei intentionally positioned himself closest to the boat, eager to uncover the source of any impending disturbance. Noticing their wary stance, the boatman suddenly discarded his straw hat and stepped forward with a mischievous grin. You've sensed something amiss, haven't you? You know what lies beneath, don't you? What are you talking about? Naruto clenched his fists, eyeing the advancing figure with caution. Liu Yifei noticed that the boatman seemed poised to take action, and immediately positioned himself in front of everyone. What do you intend to do? You must first pass through me, he declared. Is that so? Do you believe I am incapable of defeating you? The boatman suddenly challenged Liu Yifei, his gaze fierce and menacing. Liu Yifei could naturally perceive that the boatman's abilities were far beneath his own. However, he was uncertain about the boatman's intentions. You certainly cannot match me. So are you summoning your subordinates lurking beneath the water? He had long sensed something amiss with the boatman. With a cold smirk, Liu Yifei maintained a watchful eye on the situation below the surface. Upon hearing his words, Naruto and the others were taken aback, instinctively surrounding Dazna. Observing their reactions, Liu Yifei felt a sense of satisfaction, regardless of what transpired next, as long as the three of them protected Dazna well. He could join Kakashi in confronting the hidden adversaries. At that moment, the boatman suddenly retrieved a whistle from his waist and brought it to his lips. Intending to blow it, Kakashi, with remarkable swiftness, teleported in front of him and snatched the whistle from his grasp. Yet, the whistle was already poised at the boatman's mouth. And no matter how rapid Kakashi's actions were, a brief yet piercing note escaped. Immediately after the sound resonated, Kakashi, filled with fury, seized the boatman's neck, ending his life on the spot. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? He was our guide. Sakura exclaimed in shock, staring at the lifeless body of the boatman in disbelief. Kakashi frowned and replied coldly, Did you not notice something peculiar about this boatman? Sakura was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond in time, when suddenly a group of figures emerged from the water. They leapt into the air, their faces obscured by dark masks, wielding glistening, dripping weapons as they rushed towards them. Liu Yifei realized that there were not merely one, but multiple adversaries present, though he had not anticipated such a multitude. Swiftly, he extended his broad tongue, shielding himself before the crowd, his colossal tongue acting as a formidable whip. The nearest ninjas to Liu Yifei were struck by the assault of his tongue, immediately letting out anguished cries as they fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi also sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating 5 ninjas with a decisive blow. At that moment, an overlooked ninja charged towards Dazna, aiming directly at Naruto. Once again, Naruto found himself facing an attack, his fist clenched tightly in determination. As Liu Yifei witnessed this scene, he could not help but feel anxious for Naruto, understanding that if Naruto remained inactive once more, he would not only face the reproach of Kakashi and others, but would also spiral into a debilitating self-doubt. With this thought in mind, Liu Yifei shouted fervently, Naruto, strike back. Do you wish to fail the mission and be mocked by Sasuke yet again? Sasuke, startled, Naruto trembled, as if Liu Yifei's words had truly roused him from a stupor. Instinctively, he extended his arm to shield Dazna, ready to confront the ninja's assault with his own body. Liu Yifei realized that it was futile to attempt further intervention. In sheer fright, he shut his eyes tightly. The ninja's assault was exceedingly ferocious, and had Naruto endured it without defense, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. However, due to the chakra coursing through his veins, he would not face any dire consequences. Yet, if Naruto were unable to withstand the blow, the elderly Dazuna would surely falter, potentially facing fatality on the spot. Just as Liu Yifei averted his gaze in trepidation, a cacophony of sounds erupted nearby. He hastily opened his eyes to witness Sasuke brandishing a dagger, effectively parrying the weapon wielded by the assailant. Quickly counterattack him. Sasuke strained to utter, clearly on the verge of relinquishing his grip on the dagger. Naruto, momentarily stunned, swiftly extended both hands and delivered a heavy strike upon the attacking ninja. The assailant was propelled 2 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth as he see Liu Yifei felt as though he had been rendered speechless by fear, and hurried over to offer comfort. Do not be afraid. You have already accomplished it. You drove away that villain. Are you all right? Naruto remained silent, his head bowed, leaving everyone unable to discern his thoughts at that moment. Even Kakashi, who had dealt with the ninjas, approached and inquired, Naruto, are you hurt? A crowd gathered, their eyes fixed on Naruto, who remained quiet and withdrawn, perplexing them all. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his head, hands on his hips, and exclaimed with unabashed glee, "Ahaha! I finally defeated a ninja. Sasuke, did you see that? I am not inferior to you at all. Just wait until you call me a coward again." Observing Naruto's unrestrained exuberance, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, suppressing their impulses to confront him. Louis Fei directly swatted Naruto's head with his paw, startling me. "I thought you were injured. Do not do that again next time. Hee. I am also quite pleased, but have all the ninjas been dealt with?" Naruto stepped forward a couple of paces, surveying the surroundings. As he emerged, he realized that all the ninjas had been subdued by Kakashi, some even lifeless on the ground. What is going on? Did they send such a multitude of inept individuals to ambush us? They were easily knocked down. Were these people merely jesting? Or were they genuinely attempting to hunt us down? Louis Fei stepped forward, gazing at the surrounding ninjas with confusion. Though he spoke lightly, his heart was far from at ease, for he understood that the events unfolding were entirely divergent from the original narrative. In his recollection, these ninjas had never appeared. And the ferryman was a good person. They had simply departed on the boat. Yet now, everything had taken a different turn. What on earth is happening? Will we continue to face relentless pursuit? This was the uncertainty that weighed heavily on Liu Yifei's mind. Just as Liu Yifei found himself lost in thought, Kakashi suddenly spoke up, declaring that we must leave here swiftly, for we could not predict what might transpire next. How do we depart? Without the ferryman? Are we to row the boat ourselves? Sasuke gazed at Kakashi with evident confusion. Liu Yifei pondered, surely none among them could navigate a boat? There was but one direction towards the land of waves. As long as they rowed in that general direction, they would surely arrive. The lake was already shrouded in mist, making their passage seemingly effortless. Kakashi squinted his eyes, fixating on the far side of the lake as he articulated this thought. Upon hearing this, Naruto hesitated and inquired, "Is it truly safe to proceed this way? Could there be any peril?" After voicing his concern, he turned his gaze back to Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei nodded, contemplating the situation. With no ferryman available, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The group gradually boarded the boats, ensuring that the passengers were evenly distributed for safety. Naruto and Liu Yifei sat together, creating more space on the other vessel, allowing for a greater chance to evade any unforeseen circumstances. Once everyone was settled, they set sail towards the land of waves. Throughout the journey, Liu Yifei remained silent, exuding an air of vigilance. The absence of the anticipated plot developments rendered his ability to foresee the future null and void. He was uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead or how many waves of attacks might come. So he felt compelled to maintain a heightened state of alertness until the storyline returned to what he remembered. Noticing Liu Yifei's unusual demeanor, Naruto turned to him, puzzled by his silence. "What's wrong? Why have you been so quiet?" he inquired. "I was just pondering when we might face an ambush. You should stay alert as well. If they do attack us, losing the boat or falling into the water would be quite troublesome," Liu Yifei replied thoughtfully. Naruto chuckled lightly, seemingly dismissive of Liu Yifei's concerns. He believed that the notion of an ambusher was far-fetched. After all, they were on water, not on land. How could anyone hide for so long? They should have drowned by now, so there was no need for worry. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned with Liu Yifei's words. Liu Yifei could only nod, yet he continued to survey his surroundings, aiding in the quest to identify any anomalies. As he remained focused on the surface of the lake, they gradually maneuvered the boat closer to the land of waves. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent until now, suddenly cleared his throat and turned to gaze at Dazna. "Mr. Dazna, we are nearing the land of waves. You should provide me with an explanation regarding the inquiries I posed to you outside the village. What matters are you referring to? What do you wish to convey?" Dazna replied, his vigilance apparent as he scrutinized Kakashi with a wary demeanor. Liu Yifei anticipated Kakashi's inquiry and remained quietly attentive. Kakashi spoke coldly. "Earlier, when you entrusted us with this mission, you mentioned that trouble would arise from criminal organizations such as gangs and thieves. However, we have encountered numerous ninjas along the way, who have caused considerable distress. Had I not accompanied you, this C-rank mission assigned to the lower and middle-ranked ninjas would have surely led to your demise. Indeed, I am grateful to you and that frog," Dazna remarked as he glanced at Liu Yifei. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "That is not what I wish to discuss. Given that you are aware of the challenges faced by lower-ranked ninjas in completing a C-rank mission, why did you not classify this task as a B-rank assignment? The scale of opposition we face far exceeds the capabilities of our students. Yes, this mission is exceedingly arduous. Without Kakashi-sensei and Brother Liu, we might have perished by now." Haruno Sakura concurred with a nod. Dazna suddenly lowered his head, appearing uncertain of what to say. Observing his expression, Lu Yifei found it amusing. It was rather pitiable for an old man to exhibit such vulnerability. If you remain silent, we shall escort you to the shore and depart. Leaving you to navigate the rest of the journey alone, Kakashi suddenly threatened. Dasna, left with no choice, explained his lack of funds, which compelled him to undertake this course of action. Upon hearing his reasoning, Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this truly the reason you classified the mission as C-rank? Have you considered that if C-rank ninjas fail to accomplish such a task, all involved could perish? Not only would you be at risk, but our ninjas would also lose their lives unjustly. How can you be so selfish? I had no alternative. There is someone who is intent on my death. If I do not hire you, I will surely die. By enlisting your help, I might stand a chance of survival. Dasna's head drooped even lower, clearly filled with guilt. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei lost interest. He understood that as a renowned bridge builder, Dasna had his own struggles. Thus, he did not wish to cast blame on him, as Dasna had indeed contributed to society. After Dasna finished speaking, he sighed heavily. Well, if you truly wish to abandon this mission, then please set me down at the edge of the land of waves. However, I shall meet my demise, and my daughter and granddaughter will suffer greatly. Harboring resentment towards you leaf ninjas. This declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. Kakashi sighed in resignation and agreed. Very well, we shall continue with the mission. He then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Do either of you have any objections? Of course not. Naruto quickly shook his head. Sasuke followed suit, shaking his head as well. Haruno Sakura promptly added, I believe we should escort the uncle to shore. Otherwise, who knows what pitiful tales he will spin next. Dasna, upon hearing this, cleared his throat awkwardly but said nothing further. Lu Yifei, standing nearby, harbored no objections. Dasna's value was immense and must not fall into the hands of villains. However, the ensuing developments promised to be considerably perilous. Contemplating this, Lu Yifei let out a sudden sigh, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Brother Lu, you seem rather unusual. Ever since we boarded the ship, something has felt off, Naruto remarked, scrutinizing Lu Yifei intently, his gaze flitting about, oblivious to the scenic beauty surrounding them on the vessel. Lu Yifei cleared his throat gently and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing, really. I merely find this journey unusually safe, perhaps excessively so. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Indeed, you are overthinking it. There is no way there could be any ninjas lurking here. Naruto chuckled heartily. Lu Yifei nodded erratically, gazing at the somber mist enveloping the surroundings. He swiftly pointed towards the direction near the city wall, suggesting that we steer the boat in that direction for enhanced safety. Why do you say that? Kakashi inquired. Yet he adhered to Lu Yifei's counsel, maneuvering the boat as close to the city wall as possible. Lu Yifei cleared his throat and explained. Did you not notice the guards atop the city walls? Since we have stealthily arrived here, we must not reveal our presence. If we were to row openly at the center of the lake, discovery would lead to complications. This cautious approach was prudent, especially considering the perilous nature of their expedition to the land of waves, which involved individuals not present in the original narrative. A moment's carelessness could result in unforeseen calamities. Dasna cast a discerning glance at Lu Yifei, appreciating the cleverness of this frog. However, he remarked, even if you remain concealed for now, such a large frog will inevitably attract attention once we reach the shore. Isn't that simple? I can merely change my form. Do not be alarmed, Lu Yifei replied, feigning nonchalance. He had never transformed in front of others, having only assumed the guise of other heroes in the presence of Hinata and the like. He was uncertain how Kakashi and the others would react to an abrupt transformation. Indeed, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, Transform? Can you really take on a form other than that of a frog? Ahem, indeed. Much like your shadow clone technique and Jinjutsu. I can assume various appearances to deceive the eyes of others, Lu Yifei chuckled lightly, providing a hasty explanation to divert their attention from this topic. Upon hearing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the black frog before him with an odd expression. So, you possess quite a few skills, do you? Oh no, it's rather ordinary. Lu Yifei waved his claw dismissively, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What was this? Why did Kakashi keep regarding him with such peculiar eyes? It made him feel as though he were some scheming villain. By all that is good, he merely wished to transform to protect everyone from being discovered. Sakura gently smiled and urged, All right, enough talk. Lu, please transform into a human for us to see. After gazing at your frog form for so long, I am quite curious about what you might look like as a person. Beside her, Sasuke widened his eyes, clearly intrigued. Lu Yifei found himself with no choice but to close his eyes and summon the system within his mind. Wuji Sword Saint. Transform. The system's voice, cold and mechanical, responded. Master, initiating transformation. Completion in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Lu Yifei had yet to open his eyes when he heard the sound of Sakura Haruno inhaling sharply. Quickly, he lowered his gaze to inspect his body, and indeed, he found that his former frog-like form had been replaced by that of a human, clad in the resplendent black and gold armor of the Sword Saint. A sword was sheathed at his waist. In the reflection of the water, Lu Yifei beheld the striking half of his face, partially obscured by the helmet, and nodded in satisfaction. It was quite commendable. Quite commendable, exclaimed Brother Lu. You are being overly modest. I never anticipated that your human form would be absolutely stunning. Sakura Haruno gazed at Lu Yifei with hearts in her eyes, yearning to leap onto the vessel where he stood for a closer admiration. Lu Yifei, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. Is that so? You are being rather exaggerated, aren't you? Although I think I am quite handsome, I prefer to remain humble. With a playful huff, he added, honestly, with that appearance of yours, you might as well transform into a toad. Naruto pouted, gazing at Lu Yifei with envy. As a twinge of emotion stirred within him, Lu Yifei realized that his current despondency stemmed from Haruno Sakura's praise of him. He promptly ruffled his hair and said, all right, let's not dwell on this. Our immediate priority is to reach the shore. After speaking, he inadvertently glanced up and found Kakashi gazing intently at him, his expression marked by clear surprise and bewilderment. Lu Yifei hurriedly averted his gaze, gesturing dismissively to Sasuke beside him. How about it? Am I handsome? Not as handsome as me, Sasuke scoffed, promptly turning his head away. Lu Yifei nearly spat out his drink. When did Sasuke start speaking like this? He's gone astray. Truly gone astray. Just as Lu Yifei shook his head, Dasna raised his hand and pointed towards the bridge arch ahead. Once they passed through it, they could reach the shore. Let us hasten to the shore. The arch ahead obscures our view, and the possibility of danger cannot be dismissed. Everyone must exercise caution. Lu Yifei's expression instantly turned serious. The Sword Saint, already strikingly handsome and graceful, appeared even more captivating in his earnestness and solemnity, causing Haruno Sakura to gasp in awe. As she inhaled, Lu Yifei distinctly noticed Naruto's momentary daze, which only deepened his satisfaction. The two boats gradually approached the dark archway of the bridge. Lu Yifei tightened his grip on his sword, adopting a posture of attack. The Sword Saint's damage surpassed that of Tiamu, and should any of those assassins from before reappear, he could effortlessly dispatch them without needing Kakashi's intervention. However, to Lu Yifei's surprise, the 2 minutes spent traversing the arch were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any lurking dangers. Upon emerging from the archway, the scenery before them opened up magnificently. The surrounding flora and trees shimmered vibrantly under the sunlight, while the occasional melodious chirping of birds from the branches brought a sense of tranquility. Wow, is this the land of waves? It's even more beautiful than our village, Naruto exclaimed, stretching his arms wide to embrace the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Observing his exuberance, Kakashi sighed in exasperation. We are here to complete an escort mission, not to indulge in sightseeing. I understand, but is it so wrong to appreciate the scenery? Naruto retorted, his spirits buoyed as he continued to gaze around in delight. Lu Yifei stood at the back, surveying his surroundings with a hint of melancholy. Noticing Lu Yifei's unusual demeanor, Haruno Sakura turned around in confusion. Lu, why aren't you moving? Do you find this place beautiful as well? Indeed, it is beautiful, Lu Yifei nodded, candidly expressing his thoughts. But I cannot help but think how wonderful it would be if Hinata could witness such breathtaking scenery alongside me. He yearned to share the splendor of this moment with Hinata, yet she remained in Konoha, unable to appreciate the exquisite beauty that surrounded him. How was it that just a day away could stir such longing for her? Surely, Hinata was missing him in Konoha as well. The mere thought of their mutual affection brought an involuntary smile to Lu Yifei's face. Seeing his expression, Haruno Sakura smiled gently. Ah, so you miss Hinata, do you? Let us hasten to complete our mission, and you shall return to her in no time. Lu Yifei nodded slightly, choosing not to say anything further and instead continued on the journey with them. After walking for a while, Naruto suddenly leaped forward a couple of steps, sensing something amiss. The group immediately became vigilant, scrutinizing the surrounding trees and underbrush, perplexed by what Naruto had detected. Only Lu Yifei remained unfazed, continuing to admire the scenery without heeding Naruto's words. Naruto brandished a ninja shuriken, tossing his hair back with his left hand, and declared, There. With that, his other hand launched the shuriken into the thicket. A squeak resonated as a mouse struggled and then collapsed onto the ground, soon falling still. The group fell silent, and Lu Yifei unceremoniously delivered a playful smack to Naruto's head, exclaiming, "Do you really need to show off?" "Yes," Naruto replied, scratching his head where he had been struck. Lu Yifei shook his head in mild disbelief and continued to stroll leisurely forward. Naruto, unwilling to accept the situation, cast his glance around, still attentive to the surrounding bushes. However, with the absence of the mouse, he couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching them. "There is nothing there. You're just overthinking it." Haruno Sakura, skeptical of Naruto's words, turned and returned to Sasuke's side. At that moment, Lu Yifei noticed a flash of white in the grass and immediately approached. Lifting a pair of rabbit ears, there it was. "What an adorable rabbit!" Sakura exclaimed, rushing over to gently cradle the creature in her arms. Lu Yifei recognized that this was no ordinary rabbit, a smirk curling upon his lips. Was there to be a spectacle ahead? However, he refrained from taking action. Kakashi approached with caution, his gaze fixated on the rabbit nestled in Haruno Sakura's arms, his expression gradually turning grave as he quickly glanced up at a tree. From the branches, a figure leapt down, bare-chested, adorned with leopard skin bindings around his arms and legs, clad in leather trousers. With only a pair of menacing eyes visible on his face, fixating intently on the gathered crowd. "Here he comes. He must be here to kill me," Dezuna exclaimed in alarm, hastily seeking refuge behind Sasuke. Lu Yifei leaned casually against the tree, arms crossed, and without needing to look, one could discern his identity. "Oh, is this not the fugitive ninja from the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi?" Kakashi scoffed, his hands tucked into his pockets as he regarded the man before him. The man scrutinized him in return, realizing why the Ghost Brothers and a multitude of ninjas were unable to defeat them. It was indeed Kakashi with his Sharingan. "Without you, those three youngsters behind would be utterly ineffectual." "Who is ineffectual? What is there for you to be smug about? I doubt you could best Kakashi-sensei." Sakura, not waiting for Naruto to speak, retorted angrily. Zabuza, uninterested in her banter, shifted his gaze back to Lu Yifei, pausing for a moment before inquiring, "Who is this person? He seems to lack the identity of a ninja. Brother Lu is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond your imagination. If you dare to make a move, Brother Lu will surely deal with you most severely." Sakura immediately took the initiative to introduce Lu Yifei, her tone brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei waved his hand dismissively, elegantly sheathing his sword. "I am merely an observer, here to watch your battle, not to partake in it." "What? But you already intervened while on the shore." Sakura looked at Lu Yifei in confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden declaration. Lu Yifei smiled gently, explaining that it was only due to the attack of those ninjas that he was compelled to take action. Naruto widened his eyes, unable to comprehend why Lu Yifei had suddenly made such a statement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei pursed his lips, casting a glance at the muscles on his chest, silently lamenting the superiority of his own physique. At that moment, Naruto, filled with indignation, stepped forward and declared, "Enough of the chatter. Let me teach you a lesson." "Naruto, don't act impulsively," Lu Yifei shouted anxiously, attempting to halt his advance. Kakashi extended his arm to block him, saying, "You two are becoming a hindrance. Go protect Mr. Dezuna. I will handle this individual. He is not as simple as the previous ninjas." Gritting his teeth in defiance, Naruto glared at Zabuza but ultimately retreated silently. Meanwhile, Kakashi slowly removed his eye mask, revealing a crimson eye beneath. Lu Yifei opened his mouth slightly, gazing into the mesmerizing pupils of his opponent, instinctively pressing his lips together. This was the fabled Sharingan, truly living up to its reputation. Upon glimpsing that eye, he felt as though he might be drawn into its depths. The Sharingan? Intriguing. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, his wariness intensifying. Observing Zabuza's alert demeanor, Naruto inquired, "What is the Sharingan?" "It is a form of ocular technique that can perceive the three types of ninjutsu: physical, illusionary, and spiritual. Do not ask further. Step back and protect Tizuna." Along with Sasuke and Sakura, Lu Yifei impatiently elucidated, commanding them to take their positions. What lay ahead was a true clash of titans. Lu Yifei was unaware of the unforeseen events that would unfold during the ensuing battle. But one thing he was resolute about was ensuring that Naruto and the others remained unharmed. Zabuza let out a cold snort and leaped onto the water's surface. One arm raised while the other rested against his chest. Water style, hidden mist technique. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring their vision further and further. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Yifei gazed at the sword at his waist, a look of deep conflict etched upon his face. No, this battle was of paramount importance. He could not charge forward unless absolutely necessary or unforeseen circumstances arose. With this thought, Lu Yifei hesitated, retracting the step he had just taken. The mist concealment technique can silently eliminate those with lesser abilities than him. You must exercise caution, Kakashi advised, glancing back. Upon hearing these words, Naruto and the others broke out in cold sweat, momentarily silenced, too apprehensive to utter a word. As they observed Zabuza summon a clone from the water, Lu Yifei held his breath, fixated on the water clone that swiftly teleported before Dazna. Kakashi immediately followed suit, swiftly thrusting a shuriken into Zabuza's clone with remarkable speed. The killing intent from the two combatants collided with Naruto and his companions, causing them to collapse to the ground, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Water continuously dripped from Zabuza's clone as it dissipated, only for another clone to emerge, brandishing a sword in Kakashi's direction. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura Haruno cried out, her voice trembling with a poignant urgency. Lu Yifei discerned that Haruno Sakura was undoubtedly terrified. However, he also noticed that the one attacking the shadow clone was none other than Kakashi's own clone. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Zabuza's clone gazed at the puddle on the ground and suddenly let out a cold chuckle. "You have replicated my shadow clone technique. So what? Don't move." In an instant, Kakashi teleported behind Zabuza's clone, brandishing a shuriken aimed at its neck. Lu Yifei furrowed his brow, intently observing Zabuza concealed beneath the water's surface, aware that if this continued, Kakashi would inevitably face a counterattack. Yet, in such a moment, should he speak up to offer a warning? Lu Yifei turned his head, observing Naruto and the others who stood there, seemingly dazed, utterly detached from the battle at hand. A sense of urgency welled up within him. No. If he were to speak up now, Kakashi would surely find a way to guard against it, and the outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. With this thought, Lu Yifei clenched his fists tightly and refrained from uttering a word. Meanwhile, Zabuza noticed Lu Yifei's gaze fixed on his true form and was taken aback, narrowing his eyes in silent vigilance. However, upon observing that Lu Yifei did not warn Kakashi, Zabuza surmised that Lu Yifei had no intention of assisting them and, emboldened by this belief, recklessly approached Kakashi, delivering a punch that sent him flying several meters away. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto gasped, staring in shock as Kakashi plunged into the water, at a loss for how to react. Zabuza swiftly followed, extending his hand to summon the water prison technique, ensnaring Kakashi beneath the surface before he could resurface. I anticipated this outcome, Lu Yifei thought, his brow furrowed as he watched Kakashi ensnared within the watery confines, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Naruto took a step back. Astonished at the unfolding events, Kakashi-sensei had been defeated. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his attention fixated on Zabuza's shadow clone advancing towards the shore, his expression grave. The clone raised its blade, steadily approaching the group. "You are merely a few insignificant brats. I need not employ any ninjutsu to eliminate you in an instant. Frog, take them away at once. I am trapped here and cannot escape. Please escort them and Mr. Tazuna to safety." "I am aware of your capabilities to lead them to safety," Kakashi shouted, his voice a mixture of urgency and hope as he looked expectantly at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei was suddenly called out, momentarily at a loss for words. No, this cannot be. If he truly led everyone away, they could evade Zabuza's attack. But Kakashi would be doomed. Moreover, such an active retreat was not in Naruto and Sasuke's nature. Indeed, in his hesitation, Sasuke had already drawn 4 shurikens, aiming them at Zabuza's clone. "Sasuke, have you lost your mind?" Sakura shouted, trembling all over. It appeared that Sasuke was oblivious to her distress as he steadied his aim at the clone. Zabuza's clone snorted coldly, raising his blade to deflect Sasuke's shurikens, then delivering a powerful kick that sent Sasuke flying several meters, crashing to the ground with a pained grunt. Sakura rushed over to assist Sasuke, asking, "Are you all right?" Overestimating oneself, "It seems this little rascal will be next," Zabuza's clone remarked, taking a step forward and fixating his gaze on Naruto before turning to scrutinize Lu Yifei. Zabuza's tone remained relatively courteous. After all, Lu Yifei had yet to make a move, and in the presence of this formidable figure, neither friend nor foe, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of politeness. Lu Yifei merely waved his hand gently, uttering not a single word. Brother Lu, we are on the brink of death. Do you not intend to lend us your aid? Haruno Sakura gazed incredulously at Lu Yifei, unable to comprehend his persistent inaction. Lu Yifei was already in a state of inner turmoil. Upon hearing Haruno Sakura's words, a deeper sense of guilt washed over him. He swallowed hard, avoiding the hopeful and eager gazes of Kakashi and Sakura, and merely lowered his head. Zabuza, with a triumphant smile, swiftly moved his clone in front of Naruto, tearing off Naruto's headband and stamping it harshly on the ground. Naruto's eyes fixed on the headband beneath Zabuza's foot, his body stiffened in shock. A lowly child like you is utterly unworthy of being called a ninja. Possessing a headband does not make one a true ninja. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Zabuza sneered, fixating on Naruto's fearful expression. Sakura suddenly burst into tears, looking up at Lu Yifei. Brother Lu, why aren't you intervening? Naruto is about to be beaten to death. Are you really going to stand by and watch us all perish? Silence. Lu Yifei clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Naruto's terrified visage, hesitating to act. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer. Naruto will surely unleash his potential. The plot will unfold as expected. Kakashi's intense gaze remained locked on Zabuza's clone, his expression ominously dark. He truly could not fathom Lu Yifei's intentions. With Naruto's life hanging by a thread, why didn't he act? As Naruto clenched his fists tightly, Lu Yifei struggled to suppress the urge to step in, knowing that his interference would, as before, forever deprive them of the opportunity to fight and grow. He could not allow himself to hinder Sasuke and Naruto's development. Just as Lu Yifei wrestled with his thoughts, Naruto let out a fierce roar and charged straight at Zabuza. Overestimating yourself. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, lifting his foot to kick at Naruto. In that fleeting moment, Naruto grasped the headband on the ground, but simultaneously, he was struck in the chest and chin, collapsing to the ground and spitting out blood. Naruto, are you all right? I told you we need to run. Why are you rushing in? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the fallen Naruto. Struggling. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared resolutely, I will reclaim my headband. I am a ninja, a true ninja. Upon hearing this, Zabuza raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Naruto, surprised by his declaration. Lu Yifei felt a flush of warmth in his chest as he listened, lowering his head in relief. It seemed that refraining from intervening was indeed the right decision. Only by enduring such trials could Naruto and the others summon the courage inherent to their identity as ninjas. At that moment, Sasuke took a step back, and in an instant, a few shurikens appeared in his hand. Lu Yifei understood that he intended to launch a surprise attack, while Zabuza was caught off guard. However, if Zabuza were truly so easily dealt with, Kakashi would not have found himself ensnared in a watery prison. As anticipated, Zabuza promptly sensed Sasuke's movements, swiftly turning around to fix an intrigued gaze upon him. Little boy, do you wish to be the first to perish? With a scoff, Zabuza declared, I shall never flee, even if it leads to my demise. Sasuke let out a cold snort, instantly propelling himself into the air, hurling shurikens aimed directly at Zabuza. Just as the shurikens were about to pierce Zabuza, he raised his long blade, effortlessly deflecting the assault. Momentarily taken aback, Sasuke had yet to react when Zabuza suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. As Lu Yifei heard a muffled thud and looked up again, he found Sasuke already sprawled on the ground. Zabuza stood triumphantly with his foot planted on Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke, Brother Lu, are you not going to intervene? Haruno Sakura, in a state of desperation, could only turn back to Lu Yifei once more. Lu Yifei fixed his gaze intently on Zabuza's movements, utterly disregarding Haruno Sakura's words. In this battle, and in all future encounters, his presence should not be permitted. Even if he remained here, as long as the plot unfolded smoothly and no ninja approached to attack him, he must refrain from acting impulsively. Any disruption to the development would render everything thereafter uncontrollable. What on earth are you thinking, Toad? Kakashi squinted, perplexed as he observed Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei remained oblivious to the gazes and words surrounding him, fixated intently on Zabuza's actions. At that moment, Sasuke coughed up blood, struggling to gaze at Zabuza while grasping a shuriken in his hand. Ha ha ha. At this stage, you are already beneath my foot. Do you still contemplate retaliation? In my eyes, you are as insignificant and feeble as an ant. Come, employ your trivial tricks, Zabuza proclaimed with a derisive laugh, pressing down harder on Sasuke. Sasuke gasped for breath. Utterly devoid of the strength to launch an attack with the shuriken, his arm gradually succumbing to the ground. Zabuza sneered, drawing the sword from his back and raising it menacingly at Sasuke. Kakashi, I want you to witness firsthand the anguish of seeing your own student perish before you. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the unfolding scene. No, it cannot be. How has the narrative diverged so drastically? Naruto has yet to intervene, and Zabuza intends to conclude Sasuke's fate immediately? Sasuke, no. Sakura Haruno cried out in despair, rushing forward with a shuriken in hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Liu Yifei hastily turned to glance at Naruto, who was standing up with gritted teeth. I will not allow you to harm him. Upon uttering these words, Naruto prepared to charge forward. Zabuza, with an air of nonchalance, smiled lightly as he deftly snatched the shuriken from Sasuke's grasp, aiming it menacingly at Naruto. The shuriken, infused with tremendous force, sliced through the air with a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Naruto with great intensity. Liu Yifei's heart raced to his throat. He understood that if Naruto could not evade, he would sustain grievous injuries. At that moment, Naruto gritted his teeth and executed a roll to narrowly avoid the assault. The shuriken was forcefully thrust into the tree, embedding itself deeply. Meanwhile, Zabuza had lost all patience. Aiming his longsword once more at Sasuke, everyone stood in stunned silence, nearly able to foresee the dire fate awaiting Sasuke. It was now. Liu Yifei tightened his grip on the sword, instantly soaring behind Zabuza, raising the blade to strike at his arm. Sensing the murderous intent from behind, Zabuza caught sight of the impending attack and, with no other choice, halted his assault on Sasuke and swiftly evaded to the side. Liu Yifei landed gracefully, swiftly assisting Sasuke to his feet. He turned to Zabuza with a faint smile and inquired, "Isn't that your clone? Why do you seem so fearful of death? Without this clone, are you incapable of maintaining the water prison?" With Sasuke's rescue, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the onlookers. Naruto exclaimed, "Liu, what are you doing? Why did you wait until the last moment to intervene?" The ever-watchful Kakashi, like a frog, fixated his gaze upon Liu Yifei, lost in contemplation. Zabuza, panting heavily and clutching his chest, began to exhibit a wary demeanor. "Did you not just declare your intention to remain uninvolved? I had assumed they could handle you. But it seems I was mistaken." He continued, "Zabuza, are you proud of overpowering a few children and an elderly man?" Liu Yifei provocatively met Zabuza's gaze, his tone dripping with challenge. He had no intention of engaging, nor did he wish to assist Naruto and the others in effortlessly resolving this crisis. Yet, witnessing the genuine peril they faced, he found himself unable to turn a blind eye. However, Liu Yifei also recognized that the moment Zabuza aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Sasuke, he was inexorably drawn into the fray. "Very well. It appears you wish to aid them in defeating me," Zabuza remarked, tightening his grip on his weapon with a sense of caution. Liu Yifei let out a cold snort, his expression turning frigid. "Indeed, Brother Liu intends to deal with you. As long as Brother Liu is here, we shall remain unscathed," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with bravado, forcing a grin through his pain as he made a face at Zabuza. Beside him, Sakura Haruno chuckled. "Yes, Brother Liu, please swiftly resolve this matter with Zabuza." Upon hearing this, Zabuza straightened his posture, brandishing his sword in a defensive stance. He scrutinized Liu Yifei from head to toe and slowly spoke. "I know not who you are, nor can I discern your ninja rank, but I, Zabuza, have never cowered in the face of an opponent I could not see through. Come forth and show me just how formidable you truly are." "No, I stated from the outset that I am merely an onlooker. I have no intention of confronting you, and the one you seek to challenge is not me, so I shall not engage in battle." Liu Yifei yawned leisurely and strolled over to Sakura Haruno. The crowd fell into silence for a few moments. Even Zabuza was taken aback, perplexed by Liu Yifei's intentions. "Liu, brother?" Sakura Haruno took a step back, observing Liu Yifei's outstretched hand, uncertain of his purpose. Liu Yifei rubbed his belly, feeling hungry. "I know you have food with you. Please give it to me." Haruno Sakura was taken aback, glancing back at the equally stunned Sasuke and Naruto. Reluctantly, she complied and took out the sushi to hand it to Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei laughed joyfully, carrying sushi as he strolled to a nearby tree, where he seated himself to observe the unfolding drama while indulging in his meal, his eyes narrowing in contentment. Everyone remained motionless, their gaze fixed in astonishment upon Liu Yifei's enjoyment of the sushi. Zai Bujan, wary of making any rash movements, took a couple of steps forward and inquired, "What are you doing? What exactly are you scheming?" To which Liu Yifei feigned ignorance, raising the sushi in his hand. Gritting his teeth, Zai Bujan responded, "You Lu Yifei chuckled, disregarding the fluctuating emotions reflected in his eyes, and promptly stuffed a large piece of caviar sushi into his mouth, savoring the taste. Two crows flitted overhead, and a droplet of bird droppings landed right before Zabuza. With a sudden jerk, Zabuza could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Well, since you refuse to intervene, do not hinder me from dealing with these individuals. Otherwise, I shall surely slay you." "Be my guest," Lu Yifei replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on the sushi in his hand. Zabuza snorted disdainfully and turned to face the three injured individuals. "I do not wish to squander time. Who among you will be my first victim? Once I have dealt with you, I shall take my time with Kakashi." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, rendered momentarily immobile. At that moment, Sasuke wiped the blood from his mouth and declared, "Naruto, let us attack together." Regaining his senses, Naruto glanced at Lu Yifei before raising his hands in front of him, summoning over 20 shadow clones. Simultaneously, Sasuke assumed an aggressive stance, brandishing shurikens aimed at Zabuza. Zabuza smirked derisively. "Do you truly believe that your shadow clones and shurikens can contend with me?" The chorus of over 20 Narutos roared in unison, their collective spirit rivaling that of a battalion. They charged towards Zabuza, each clone wielding a shuriken. Despite indulging in his meal, Lu Yifei remained acutely focused on their skirmish, apprehensive for Naruto's safety. Zabuza, having lost his patience, struck with ruthless precision, dispatching the clones in a cloud of smoke. The final clone dissipated, revealing Naruto's true form, causing everyone to hold their breath. Zabuza glanced upward, witnessing Naruto poised to attack midair, and a smirk curled on his lips. However, before he could swing his blade, Sasuke had already launched 3 shurikens. Seeing the 3 glinting shurikens approaching from the left, Zabuza's expression hardened, forcing him to abandon his assault on Naruto and evade the projectiles. The shurikens and Naruto landed simultaneously on the ground. Gasping for breath, Naruto cast a grateful glance at Sasuke, as if to thank him for his timely intervention. Sasuke, however, did not spare him a glance, swiftly retrieving another shuriken and hurling it towards Zabuza. I found the unfolding scene amusing and could not help but chuckle softly. He was aware that together, Naruto and Sasuke were no match for Zabuza. Yet despite Zabuza's formidable strength, dealing with the two youngsters would still consume considerable time. As I enjoyed the spectacle, Haruno Sakura, beside him, grew increasingly anxious. "Eldage, I truly cannot comprehend what you intend to do. Are you not planning to lend a hand? Are our lives insignificant to you? Is it customary for you to rely on the strong in times of difficulty? Had I not accompanied you on this mission, would you still confront me with these questions?" I replied nonchalantly, each word articulating his reasons for remaining uninvolved. Sakura's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, realizing her constant yearning for assistance, when this was indeed their mission as ninjas. Meanwhile, Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. As their conversation continued, Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously launched another assault, hurling a barrage of shurikens. Zabuza's gaze turned icy as he crouched low, arms crossed. Observing his movement, I shook his head in disapproval. Indeed, before the multitude of shurikens could touch Zabuza, they were effortlessly repelled by his defensive technique, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. The expressions on Sasuke and Naruto's faces soured instantly. "What now? What now? We are utterly outmatched. Are we to perish here today?" Dazna retreated a step, drenched in sweat, utterly at a loss. Amused by Dazna's demeanor, I jested, "Uncle, seeing you so terrified, do take care not to soil your trousers." "What are you saying? I am not afraid in the slightest." Dazna's face reddened as he straightened up, feigning nonchalance. Zabuza's brow furrowed deeply as he drove his sword into the ground. "Enough." His roar nearly startled Lyfi into dropping the sushi he was holding. Zabuza inhaled sharply. "Stop playing these petty tricks. It is nothing more than a desperate struggle. I have indulged you long enough. Now, prepare to die." Upon hearing this, Lyfi's expression shifted dramatically. He discarded his sushi, rising to focus intently on Zabuza's movements. Zabuza raised his blade, targeting Naruto, and with speed and precision, charged forward. His velocity was astonishing. He moved behind Naruto in an instant. Before Naruto could even glance back, Zabuza delivered a kick that sent him soaring through the air, his body uncontrollably flailing. As Naruto flew away, Zabuza swiftly pursued, aiming a vicious strike at his waist. "Naruto! Naruto!" Sakura and Kakashi shouted in unison, while Dazna, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly. They all understood the devastating force Zabuza's blow would unleash. Yet, in the next moment, Instead of being cleaved in two, Naruto landed awkwardly on the ground. Dasna heard a dull thud and looked up to see Lyfi blocking Zabuza's strike with his sword. The clash of blade against blade sparked a violent display of lethal energy in the air. Zabuza glared fiercely at Lyfi, gritting his teeth. You intervened again. What is your true intention? Did you not see that I was eating? Such a bloody scene deprives me of my appetite. I might even vomit up the sushi I just consumed, and that is a dire affair. If I cannot eat well, I shall become quite irate. Lyfi replied, unwavering in his gaze, articulating his words with a languid ease. His nonchalant and teasing remarks infuriated Zabuza, who forcefully shoved Lyfi's sword aside and stepped back. What are you plotting? Are you merely observing my techniques by refraining from striking? However, you are not a ninja. Once I employ my jutsu, you shall find yourself without a means to counter. Zabuza positioned his blade behind him, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu. Lyfi paid no heed to the situation and instead approached Naruto, lifting him from the ground. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, brother Lu. What exactly are you doing? Why do you assist us at times, yet refrain from intervening at others? Naruto stood up, gazing at Lyfi in bewilderment. Unable to comprehend his erratic behavior, Lyfi opened his mouth, burdened with unspoken grievances. Did he not yearn to resolve this matter swiftly and eliminate the threat? However, if Naruto and Sasuke perpetually relied on others to take action, they would never experience personal growth. Contemplating this, Lyfi gently patted his shoulder, acknowledging. Both you and Sasuke displayed great courage just now. Naruto, feeling bashful, scratched his head and quickly shifted his expression. Well, that's not the point right now. Why did you hesitate to act earlier, only stepping in when Sasuke and I were on the brink of peril? Lyfi chose to disregard his words, turning his gaze towards Zabuza. Zabuza, feeling ignored, was seething with rage. When he noticed Lyfi looking at him, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Stop pretending. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, step aside. Do not hinder me from slaying these people. I offer you one chance. Either release Kakashi and allow him to leave this place, or perish beneath my sword. Lyfi raised his sword, directing it towards Zabuza's throat. He had already engaged in the battle, no longer a mere bystander, but joining Naruto and the others to confront Zabuza. Sasuke approached as well, declaring, I can still fight. I will retaliate. He has kicked me numerous times. It is time to give him a taste of his own medicine. Naruto, not willing to be outdone, stepped forward too. The three stood united, gazing intently at Zabuza, exuding an air of formidable determination. Sakura Haruno felt compelled to assist, but was restrained by a firm hand. Tazuna held her arm tightly, sighing, Do not rush into this chaos. Instead, focus on protecting me. Reluctantly, Sakura looked at Zabuza, apprehensive that he might suddenly attack Tazuna, and took a step back. At that moment, Zabuza let out a cold laugh, sizing up the three standing against him. Do not think that by joining forces you stand a chance against me. Prepare yourselves. With that, he pressed his palms together, murmuring incantations under his breath. Lyfi toyed with the sword in his hand, his mumbling reminiscent of a monk reciting scriptures, which rendered the atmosphere utterly tedious. Noticing Lyfi's indifference, Naruto anxiously inquired. Brother Lu, can you discern what Zabuza intends to do? What ninjutsu is he employing? Do not rush, Lyfi replied, fixating his gaze on Zabuza, yet failing to deduce his intentions. In that fleeting moment, Zabuza opened his eyes and vanished before the onlookers, leaving only a solitary leaf to flutter to the ground. Fixated on the leaf, Lyfi furrowed his brow and exclaimed, We must position ourselves back to back. Without hesitation, Naruto and Sasuke pressed against each other, scanning their tranquil surroundings, perplexed by Zabuza's sudden disappearance. Where has he gone? Sakura Haruno stepped back, steadfastly shielding Tazuna. Lyfi surveyed his surroundings and suddenly raised his head, shouting, Get out of the way. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously looked up, only to see Zabuza descending from the sky. Strangely enough, this attack bore no sense of malice whatsoever. Lyfi pushed aside the two individuals, raising his sword to counter the impending assault from Zabuza. Having failed in his ambush, Zabuza landed on the ground, leaning on his blade, panting heavily. I didn't expect your reflexes to be so swift. You are indeed fortunate. He scoffed. But what of it? Your techniques have been effortlessly parried by me. Lyfi feigned an air of pride, casually stroking his chin with an unfazed demeanor. Although Lyfi stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze inadvertently fixated on the blade held by Zabuza. Indeed, Zabuza smirked triumphantly. Did you truly believe you had evaded my strike? What could this possibly mean? Naruto gasped in astonishment, swiftly turning to survey his surroundings, yet he could discern no remnants of Zabuza's concealed assault. Zabuza let out a disdainful snort, raising his sword and charging once more towards Louis Fei. Louis Fei, undeterred and unwavering, raised his sword to meet the impending clash. Just as the blades were about to collide, he deftly sidestepped, redirecting his sword to intercept the knife that followed closely behind Zaibujan. With a sharp clang, the knife clattered to the ground. Zaibujan halted abruptly, turning in astonishment to gaze at the fallen weapon. "How did you perceive that?" he stammered. "It was quite simple. I merely used my eyes," Louis Fei replied with a nonchalant shrug, a triumphant smile emerging as he beheld the knife in his hand transformed into a mere twig. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, rendered speechless in the moment. Sasuke furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the knife on the ground, realizing that it was indeed Zaibujan's weapon. "Then why did he resort to genjutsu to attack you?" he questioned. "The intention was to divert your attention and launch a covert strike against the toad," Kakashi interjected, finally breaking his silence. Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, silence enveloped the group, as they understood that had Louis Fei not discerned Zaibujan's intentions, one among them would surely have faced dire consequences. "Humph, I never anticipated your cleverness. However, I sense no chakra within you. You are not a ninja, and surely cannot withstand my ninjutsu," Zaibujan sneered, his demeanor replete with arrogance. He held no belief that Louis Fei could emerge victorious. A non-ninja opposing a ninja was a path that led only to demise. Louis Fei raised his sword and pointed it at Zabuza, saying, "You may try to see who will perish by whose hand first. You are currently using the water prison to control Kakashi. Do you truly believe your clones can contend with me using ninjutsu? Hidden mist technique." Without engaging in further dialogue, Zabuza swiftly employed ninjutsu, vanishing into the mist. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, immediately retreating to the side of Tazuna and Sakura. How could this be? Why can Zabuza's clone still use ninjutsu? Naruto anxiously scanned his surroundings, sensing an ominous aura. He was aware that Zabuza was nearby, yet he could not discern his exact position. Kakashi furrowed his brow tightly and spoke. "Do not be overly frightened. His real body is still controlling me. Even if his clones are concealed, they are not as formidable as the original. Protect yourselves, Intezuna. When he strikes, there will surely be a flaw." After saying this, he glanced at the motionless Louis Fei, feeling a sense of urgency. In this predicament, it seemed that they could rely solely on the toad. Louis Fei paid no heed to their words, standing motionless in the clearing, squinting through the mist to fixate intently on that nearly transparent figure. He understood that if Zaibujan had realized the futility of the mist concealment technique against him, he would not have acted so recklessly. Had Zaibujan been aware of the flaw during his initial use of the technique, he would likely have refrained from such an impetuous assault at this moment. Louis Fei, increasingly pleased with himself, decided to sit cross-legged on the ground, no longer evading. Since he could not see his opponent, why not launch a quick ambush? It would save them both time. "Elder brother Liu, you must be cautious. Zabuza is quite formidable," Haruno Sakura quickly interjected, hoping to curb Louis Fei's hubris. After all, they were in the open while Zabuza lurked in the shadows, potentially ready to strike anyone. Underestimating him could very well lead to their utter demise. Upon hearing her words, Louis Fei merely nodded, his gaze still fixed on the slowly moving figure. He chuckled softly, noting the newfound caution. Even in the fog, there was a careful approach. "Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Didn't you claim that your ninjutsu could defeat me? Why not attack directly?" Zabuza, incensed by these taunts, immediately raised his blade and charged forward. Louis Fei anticipated his actions. At the moment the long blade swung towards him, his eyes widened in shock as he swiftly extended his sword to parry the clone's stealthy assault. The clone of Zabuza was forced back 2 steps, stripped of the protection of his ninjutsu, and his true form was revealed. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that Louis Fei had effortlessly unraveled Zabuza's hidden mist technique. How astonishing! How had he achieved this? Kakashi squinted, intently observing the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Louis Fei's ability to discern sound had reached an unprecedented level, considering that the hidden mist technique not only concealed one's presence but also obscured all signs of life. This Louis Fei is indeed remarkable. Louis Fei let out a cold snort, rising to his feet as he observed the disheveled figure of Zabuza. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "What do you think? Do you truly believe that ninjutsu can defeat me? Who are you?" Zabuza asked, taking a step back, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Louis Fei. Since he had employed the mist concealment technique, he had seldom encountered failure, let alone another who could discern his target and position. Within the shroud of mist, he was invincible. Yet, How could this man perceive him? As Liu Yifei observed the profound impact of the situation on him, his sense of superiority grew even more pronounced. To him, Zabuza's mist technique resembled an elusive hero in a game, beneficial yet fraught with drawbacks. Although this mist technique could temporarily obscure the user's location, it still exhibited discernible flaws amidst stillness and movement. Even if one could see through the mist, such clarity was not merely a product of innate advantage. He could close his eyes and, through the art of auditory discernment, ascertain Zabuza's intentions. Zabuza, merely smiling in triumph, remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he sneered. It seems that with you around, these little brats cannot be dealt with swiftly. Very well, I shall first eliminate Kakashi and then take my time with you. With that, Zabuza's clone stood firm, while his true self began to move, directly manipulating the watery prison to submerge Kakashi beneath the depths. Liu Yifei never anticipated that Zabuza could suddenly alter his target and launch an attack on Kakashi. By the time he realized what was happening, Kakashi had already begun to sink slowly into the water, holding his breath and striving to resist the urge to choke on the liquid. Liu Yifei sought to charge forward. Yet the resurgent No. John, having regained his true form, exhibited a remarkable increase in power. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted his blade to block, repelling Liu Yifei's advance. Liu Yifei understood that Kakashi was currently unable to extricate himself from the watery prison. If he remained trapped within, he would inevitably exhaust the air and succumb to drowning. With unwavering focus, Liu Yifei shouted, "Hold on. I will devise a way to rescue you." Kakashi nodded, signifying his ability to endure. As a seasoned jonin, he had endured countless grueling training regimens. Despite being confined within the water prison and deprived of breath, he was capable of persevering for a considerable duration, drawing upon his prior training and physical resilience. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Liu Yifei, exhausted from his relentless efforts, was drenched in sweat. As he observed Kakashi gasping for air, a surge of urgency compelled him to leap into the water without hesitation. The individuals behind him held their breath, uncertain if Liu Yifei would succeed. Amidst the tumultuous currents, Liu Yifei pierced through the watery prison with his sword, liberating Kakashi. The smile of Zabuza froze on his face as he fixated on Liu Yifei, incredulously exclaiming, "Your sword can actually penetrate the water prison? Do you believe your ninjutsu is invincible? Is there no one capable of countering you?" Liu Yifei retorted without reservation, attempting to swim towards the shore with Kakashi in tow. At that moment, Zabuza suddenly broke into a sinister laugh, declaring, "Did you truly think I would foolishly stand by, waiting for you to reach the shore?" Liu Yifei and Kakashi had yet to respond when Naruto, in a flurry of urgency, rushed towards them, demanding, "What do you intend to do with them?" Zabuza abruptly turned around, casting a fierce glare at Naruto. The menacing intensity of his gaze momentarily stunned Naruto, who sensed the palpable aura of death surrounding him, rendering him utterly motionless in such a perilous situation. Meanwhile, Zabuza turned back to scrutinize the two individuals once more, summoning forth a prison of water with the intention of ensnaring them both within its confines. Liu Yifei raised his sword to strike, and before the water prison could fully form, it was shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into thin air. As they witnessed the dissolution of the water prison, both Liu Yifei and Kakashi did not exhale in relief from their newfound freedom. Instead, their expressions grew more solemn. They simultaneously looked up to see Zabuza, already interlacing his hands, summoning the jutsu, Water Bullet Dragon Soul. Kakashi's countenance turned grave as he planted his foot firmly against Liu Yifei's body, propelling them both into the air. He swiftly removed the forehead protector that adorned his head, revealing his Sharingan. The Sharingan rapidly replicated Zabuza's jutsu, while Kakashi urgently shouted, "Frog, get to the shore." Liu Yifei nodded repeatedly, aware that they were about to commence their genuine confrontation. He swiftly swam ashore. Naruto, finally sensing the dissipating aura of menace, took a couple of steps forward and pulled Liu Yifei from the water. Meanwhile, on the surface, Kakashi and Zabuza stood facing each other, summoning two water dragons to engage in combat, and before long, the torrents of water cascaded down. Liu Yifei swiftly turned and firmly grasped Naruto, preventing himself from being swept away by the sudden surge of water. When he glanced back, he saw Dasna tightly clutching a tree, seeking refuge among its branches. Quick on his feet, the old man was not as slow as one might expect. Liu Yifei chuckled softly, murmuring a few words under his breath. However, As he turned back around, he was met with another wave of water crashing down upon him. Liu Yifei was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself, narrowly evading the torrent of water. When he next glanced at the surface, he discovered that Kakashi had conjured a water dragon. This illusory water dragon surged directly towards Zabuza. True to form, Zabuza, devoid of caution, fell for the ruse and employed a genuine water dragon to fend off the attack. In that moment, Kakashi seized the opportunity, summoning the hidden water dragon from the depths. The dragon advanced relentlessly towards Zabuza, who, having dispelled the illusion, was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. He was struck by the water dragon, propelled several meters away, crashing into a tree and unable to rise again. Kakashi deftly positioned himself before Zabuza, a kunai poised threateningly against his throat. "You have lost," he declared. Zabuza, aware that any slight movement would result in the kunai piercing his neck, dared not stir. His gaze drifted towards the distant figure of Tazuna, lamenting the apparent failure of this mission. Observing Zabuza's frustrated pounding of the ground, Liu Yifei let out a hearty laugh. "What? Do you still believe yourself invincible? Now that you are our prisoner, cease your futile struggles. What is there to be dissatisfied about? You were simply outmatched. Had you not intervened unexpectedly, the outcome would have been different. You are not a ninja, yet you can see through my jutsu and even counter it. Who exactly are you?" Zabuza's eyes narrowed in confusion as he scrutinized Liu Yifei, unable to fathom the situation, unwilling to let the matter rest. Zabuza sought to uncover the identity of the man before him, even in defeat. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke observed Liu Yifei intently, eager for him to clarify his origins. Compared to Zabuza, they were far more curious about Liu Yifei's true nature. Liu Yifei cleared his throat gently, stroking his chin with an air of self-satisfaction. "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that my current actions are just, and I possess a striking appearance. That is sufficient. Individuals like you, who are destined to dwell in perpetual darkness as ninjas, will never triumph over me. Do you comprehend why?" Upon witnessing Liu Yifei's earnest inquiry, even though he recognized the absurdity of the statement, Zabuza could not help but shake his head in response. Liu Yifei chuckled softly, declaring, "I do not belong to your world. I am a celestial being sent from the heavens, endowed with abilities beyond your comprehension. Simply remember this, for you shall never uncover the truth of my origins." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a bewildered silence, perceiving his claims as mere folly. Observing their incredulous expressions, Liu Yifei could not help but smirk. Indeed, his statement held a kernel of truth. He was not of this realm, having inadvertently descended here, as if by divine decree to assist noble ninjas in their myriad quests. Moreover, it was evident that Naruto and Sasuke had yet to experience genuine growth. Thus, he felt compelled to safeguard them, ensuring they ultimately evolved into remarkable shinobi. Meanwhile, Zabuza, struggling to rise from the ground, disregarded Liu Yifei and shifted his gaze to Kakashi. "I have been defeated. Though your numbers were overwhelming, I still succumbed. Speak plainly, do you intend to kill or maim? I wish to waste no further time." With that, Zabuza closed his eyes, adopting an air of resignation. Witnessing his demeanor, Kakashi promptly drew 3 shuriken, while Liu Yifei sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Considering Zabuza's character, it was unthinkable that he would surrender so readily without fighting to the bitter end. Could it be that he truly believed he could not prevail and thus relinquished all resistance, allowing them to end his life? Liu Yifei's thoughts grew increasingly uneasy. Before he could utter a word, he witnessed Kakashi raise a shuriken and launch it towards Zabuza. In an instant, Zabuza opened his eyes and evaded the attack with blinding speed, simultaneously hurling a shuriken of his own. No one anticipated that Zabuza had stealthily concealed their shuriken during the skirmish, saving it for this moment of retaliation. "Be cautious." Naruto and Sasuke watched as the shuriken hurtled toward them, with Dasna directly in their line of fire. If they dodged, Dasna would be struck down, but if they remained, they too would suffer grave injuries. Observing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Zabuza smirked wickedly, thinking, "Even if I am defeated and fall into your hands, I shall take one of you down with me. I will not allow you to emerge unscathed." In response, Liu Yifei swiftly positioned himself before Naruto and Sasuke, raising his sword to deftly deflect the incoming shuriken, which clattered to the ground, rendered powerless. Zabuza's grin froze on his face as he stared incredulously at the quivering shuriken on the ground. "You actually blocked it. You possess such incredible speed?" "Indeed. I am the invincible sword saint. How could you dare to provoke or underestimate me?" Liu Yifei scoffed, exuding pride. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. This scene was hardly the most perilous he had faced. Even though the shuriken moved with alarming velocity, to him, it seemed to unfold in slow motion, easily captured. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? I warned you, do not struggle in futility. With a flick of his sword, Louis Fei sent several shurikens spinning towards Zabuza. He understood that if he did not swiftly eliminate Zabuza, greater troubles would soon arise. He would not allow Zabuza to perish only to resurrect later. With that thought, a murderous glint sparkled in Liu Yifei's eyes. Kakashi sensed Liu Yifei's lethal intent towards Zabuza. Yet he could not comprehend the depth of his animosity. Zabuza, too, did not foresee Liu Yifei's imminent attack with the shuriken. Just as he managed to evade, he felt two more shuriken approach from behind. Kakashi's projectiles were both precise and ruthless, and they struck Zabuza in the neck. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. After such a protracted battle, he had been felled by mere shuriken. Blood gushed from his neck, and within moments, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing Zabuza's unconscious form, Kakashi approached, placing his hand on Zabuza's neck. Upon lifting his gaze, he exhaled in relief. He is dead. There is no breath left. Splendid. We can finally continue our journey. This battle was indeed perilous, and we all bear some injuries. Naruto let out a deep sigh of relief, joyfully patting his chest as he looked at everyone. Kakashi nodded and approached, smiling as he remarked, "You all performed exceptionally well today. Your bravery exceeded my expectations." The group, unaccustomed to such praise from Liu Yifei, was taken aback, observing the discomfort etched on Sasuke's face. In that instant, he comprehended that Sasuke was referring to the moment when Zabuza had sought to take his life, and how he had swiftly intervened to save him. Liu Yifei chuckled softly, giving Sasuke a light pat on the shoulder. "Did I not tell you before? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply call me Big Brother and follow my lead." In an instant, Sasuke's expression shifted, and the flicker of gratitude in his eyes vanished without a trace. Liu Yifei curled his lips in disdain, surprised by the reluctance to address him as brother, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Relieved that they had finally vanquished Zabuza, Naruto inquired, "Shall we continue our journey now? Shouldn't we attend to Zabuza's body, which lies here? He's dead. What more is there to do?" "It seems rather cumbersome," Sakura remarked, frowning at the sight of Zabuza's bloodied form, uncertain about how to proceed with the corpse. In response, Liu Yifei furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Let us quickly dig a grave to bury him. We must act without delay." "Why must we bury him? Digging a grave is a waste of time. We should simply leave," Dasna interjected, clearly apprehensive. Liu Yifei understood the source of his apprehension. The longer they lingered in this place, the greater the commotion, which could potentially attract an unending stream of assassins. However, he was determined to prevent the resurrection of Zaibujan. If they did not resolve the matter of Zaibujan swiftly, it could lead to even greater complications in the future. With this in mind, Liu Yifei insisted, "Digging a grave would indeed be a waste of time. Please consider how to dispose of this corpse. Shall we burn him?" Naruto suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's eyes brightened. It was an excellent idea. They should hasten to incinerate the body, ensuring it did not remain intact in this world. Hearing Liu Yifei's thoughts, Kakashi regarded him with unexpected scrutiny, puzzled as to why he was so adamant about the destruction of the corpse. Liu Yifei was aware that Kakashi was perplexed. Yet if he were to provide an explanation, he would find himself at a loss for words. He could only feign ignorance to Kakashi's inquisitive gaze. Naruto, stepping forward with determination, approached the lifeless body and declared, "Leave this to me. I shall resolve this corpse." Kakashi and Liu Yifei nodded in agreement and joined Dasna's side. Observing Dasna's flushed countenance and labored breathing, Liu Yifei inquired with curiosity, "Is it truly so? You merely spectated a battle and have been rendered thus?" Dasna, still haunted by the recent brush with death, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "I remain indebted to you for your selfless rescue. I have yet to recover from the shadow of Zabuza." Liu Yifei shook his head in resignation. Before he could utter another word, he heard Naruto's startled exclamation from behind. He immediately turned around and found that the spot where Zabuza's body should have lain was utterly vacant. The corpse had been removed. They had arrived too late.